The primordial wilderness, the eastern edge of the East Sea. Waves upon waves of blood-soaked stench suffused the air. High above the sky, massive demon beasts with terrifying murderous auras and grotesque savage appearances slowly materialized, prowling like hunters stalking their prey. On the ground below, over 100 mangled corpses lay scattered. The bodies had been torn apart by attacks of unimaginable horror. Not a single one remained whole. Yet their human forms could still be vaguely discerned. At that moment, a colossal demonic bird, a full 10,000 zhang in size, exuding an aura of pure terror, emerged from among the gathered demons. It bore 10 heads and feathers as black as the abyss. The gathered demons all lowered their heads as if shaken by the creature's overwhelming presence, each one brimming with reverent respect. The giant demon bird lowered one of its heads and inhaled, sharply swallowing all the fallen human corpses whole into its belly. Hee. The flesh and blood of the human race truly tastes exquisite. Today, by the Demon Emperor's decree, my 2 Dao brothers and I may feast to our heart's content. The demon bird turned its head to glance at 2 approaching figures behind it. Brother Guiche places far too much value on these mere ants. With strength so pathetically weak, could their flesh possibly count as a delicacy? Were it not for the Demon Emperor's decree, this god of demons would not even be moved to raise a hand against them. Among them, one figure bore a serpentine neck and beast-like body with 9 enormous heads, its aura even more terrifying than the demon bird by several degrees. The moment it appeared, it immediately summoned forth a golden jade vase. The instant the vase appeared, it released an incomprehensibly mystical power, causing humanoid spirit souls to manifest all around. Roar! Those human spirit souls seemed to still possess a sliver of sentience. One after another, they howled furiously at the demons, desperate to pounce upon them. Yet the moment they made to move, the power of the golden vase took hold of them. They transformed into spheres of light, one after another, streaming back into the vessel. Guiche, Jiuying, how much longer must you delay? His Majesty has specifically instructed that in this operation we must not be too conspicuous lest it displease the Empress Hua. Let us swiftly make for the human territory, slaughter for a time, gather sufficient materials, and then immediately return. From behind the gathered demons, another powerful being stepped forth. A creature of sturdy build, 2 horns upon its head, body shaped like an ox, sharp fangs protruding from its mouth. It cast a cold glance toward Guiche, and viewing a trace of icy displeasure crossing its features as though dissatisfied with their conduct. Hee. Brother Siding speaks out of turn. With the 3 of us demon gods taking action, how could the human race possibly escape? In that case, we shall naturally display the demon race's supreme might and strike awe into all directions. Now that sounds far more interesting. I rather love watching the terror upon those prey's faces as they perish. Only spirit souls harvested in that moment make the finest materials. Guiche let forth another string of strange laughter, and abruptly turned its gaze toward a region 100 li ahead. 100 li distant from the 3 great demon gods, and their horde of powerful demons, lay the ancestral lands of the human race. At this moment, a young man drenched in blood, his face a mask of panic and fury, was fleeing desperately toward them. It's terrible. The demon race. The moment the young man neared the edge of the human ancestral lands, he began to cry out at the top of his lungs. His voice was utterly wretched, and in an instant it spread throughout the entirety of the human settlement. But before his words had even faded, his body swayed, and he collapsed dead on the spot. Swish, swish, swish. This sent shockwaves through the gathered humans. One after another, silhouettes burst from within the ancestral lands, rushing madly toward the fallen youth. Ashwan, what on earth has happened? Where are the others? What about the demon race? Did you encounter powerful demons? Among them, a middle-aged man, radiating blazing fiery, might stepped forward, lifting the young man into his arms and urgently questioning him. The young man, as if drawing strength from the other, opened his eyes once more. Ancestor Swearin, the demon army is coming. They mean to slaughter the human race. My brothers, all of them are dead, all slaughtered. Boom. But before the young man's words had even finished, a terrifying, murderous aura suddenly surged from within his body, causing his form to violently explode, sending gore flying in all directions. This caused the faces of the surrounding humans to transform with fury, their eyes blazing with uncontrollable rage. Damn those demons. How dare they butcher our people? And with such treacherous methods at that, they deserve utter annihilation. Brother, let us go forth and destroy those demons, to avenge our fallen kin. Yes, we shall slay those demons and avenge our kin. The gathered innate humans called out in unison to Suerenshir, Zishir, and Yochaoshir, their words thick with fury and murderous intent. Yet before the 3 ancestors of humanity could make their decision, the horizon was already filling with the silhouettes of terrifying demon creatures. At their head were the 3 great demon gods who had appeared earlier. In an instant, astonishing, murderous auras swept forth in a frenzy, blotted out the sky. The terrifying pressure enveloped the entirety of the human settlement, causing countless humans to reveal expressions of barely concealed panic. So many demons. Demon gods too. Damn it, what do the demons want? Could it be? They're not afraid of our Holy Mother. What should we do? The human race was born in accordance with heaven's will brought forth by the hand of Goddess Nuwa. Since their birth until now they had always kept a low profile, never offending those demons. Yet the demons dared to slaughter their kin so ruthlessly. How could they possibly endure such a thing? Moreover, their Holy Mother occupied an extraordinary position among the demon race. If the demons gathered such a great army to attack the humans, were they not afraid that the Holy Mother would learn of it and descend punishment? Hee. You ants, have you come seeking vengeance against this god of demons? This god stands right here. Why don't you all come forward together and embrace death? Geish's aura surged as waves of terrifying energy rolled forth, accompanied by cold, mocking laughter directed at the gathered humans. Why waste words with them? Let us simply annihilate them all. Beside it, Jiuying too let forth a chilling laugh resembling an infant's wailing, showing not the slightest regard for the humans. The three ancestors of humanity were after all only at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal. Yet the three of them, the demon gods, had long since stepped into the Daluo Golden Immortal realm eons ago. How could these mere ants possibly be their match? Siding cast a glance at Jiuying and Guiche, and could not help but shake its head. Its massive form took a single step forward, erupting with terrifying murderous intent as it swept its gaze across the humans. By the Demon Emperor's decree, the humans hunt the demon race's children for food. Their crime warrants execution. Out of respect for Empress Wa's dignity, if the humans surrender 8/10 of their kind to serve as demon blood food, your race may yet be spared from annihilation. Otherwise your entire human race shall be utterly erased. Siding's voice echoed through heaven and earth as though it had agreed with Geish's earlier proposal and wished to display the demon race's supreme might for all to witness. Upon hearing these words, the three ancestors of humanity were consumed with fury and erupted with their full might, forcibly withstanding the crushing pressure unleashed by Siding. Impossible. What we have consumed is naught but birds and beasts. Where does this talk of demon race's children come from? Cease your slander against the human race. Furthermore, our Holy Mother is a saint, and she is also the Empress Wa of your demon race. You demons, dare to strike at the human race thus, and fear you not the punishment of our Holy Mother. You? Before the voices of the three ancestors had even finished falling, the masses of humans behind them fell to their knees one after another before the ancestral temple. We humbly beseech the Holy Mother to descend and protect the human race. We implore the Holy Mother to descend and punish these wicked demons who slaughter our people. We implore the Holy Mother. What's happening? Why has the Holy Mother not responded? This shouldn't be. The Holy Mother is a saint, she must sense our pleas. Yet no matter how loudly the humans called out, no matter how sincerely they prayed, no response came. Their expressions grew exceedingly complex, and their hearts fell into disarray. Although the demon tribe had only dispatched 3 demon gods and tens of thousands of demon warriors for the humans, this was already an army they could scarcely withstand. Without the Holy Mother's intervention, what would become of humanity? Ha ha ha. Ridiculous. Utterly absurd. What manner of being is the Empress Nuwa that she would descend here for the likes of you ants to punish our demon gods? Surrender your tribesmen obediently as our blood food, and the remaining ants may continue to survive in the primordial wilds. Otherwise, within these primordial wilds the human race shall cease to exist. Seeing the humans in such disarray, the 3 great demon gods burst into triumphant laughter. Just as their demon emperor had predicted, the Empress Nuwa had not manifested her holy might. That Empress Nuwa must have grown too lazy to care for such a weak race. Had they known this earlier, they would have long ago feasted upon the humans, pinning them up as blood food for the demon tribe. If so, today would have required no action of their own. They could have simply made the humans offer up their flesh and souls. How dare you humiliate our human race so? Today we shall fight you to the death. Asking us to surrender our tribesmen. Absolutely impossible. Hearing the demon tribe's taunts, the humans' expressions shifted again and again. They wished they could charge forward immediately and fight to the end. To surrender 80% of their own tribesmen as demon blood food. Absolutely impossible. Even if they all perished in battle, they would never so betray their kin to survive in disgrace. What about Senior Brother Xuandu? Quickly send word to Senior Brother Xuandu. Perhaps he could move the sect master of the human sect to come punish these demons. Some humans, recalling that primal-born human who had once taken the saint of the human sect as his master, all turned their gazes toward the 3 ancestors of humanity. Hearing this, the faces of the 3 ancestors grew even uglier. In truth, they had already sent word to Xuandu moments ago. Yet no response had come either. What force within the primordial wilds would dare contend against our demon tribe? You lot might as well give up that notion. Slay them at my command. Any who dare resist, leave none alive. Cheering coldly once more, Gue Che directly issued his decree to the demon army behind him. Such a tiny human race still dreaming of reinforcements. Who would dare save them? Roars split heaven and earth as colossal demon warriors charged straight toward the human settlement. Fight these beasts to the death. Kill. Even if our human race falls to the last man, we shall never submit to their will. Seeing this, the three ancestors of humanity exchanged a single glance, then immediately shot into the sky, charging headlong to meet those demon warriors. Elder brother, wait for me. It's only death. What is there to fear? Even if we die, we should still cut down a few demons. Exactly. We humans are not fish on a chopping block. We shall fight. Roars erupted as the human spirits were shaken awake by the words of the three ancestors. A fierce madness lit their eyes. Their momentum swelled as they bellowed and charged into the fray alongside the three ancestors. In an instant, the sounds of slaughter, screams, and collisions shook all of the eastern sea coast, drawing the attention of the various powerful beings across the primordial wilds. Phoenix Perch Mountain, Empress Nuwa's palace. Nuwa slowly opened her eyes. Upon that exquisitely beautiful face, a flicker of displeasure crossed. That Emperor June and Tai Yi, they actually dispatched demon gods to slaughter the humans. Do they hold no regard for this palace in their eyes? She gave a cold snort, and Nuwa's gaze shifted toward the outside of her palace. Sayun Tsai, the two of you shall go to the demon tribe on my behalf. Bear my decree that the demon emperor and demon king refine their secret treasures. This palace may turn a blind eye. However, the human race, they must not be destroyed. Otherwise, this palace shall personally take action and strike down any who dare annihilate the humans. As her words fell, Nuwa closed her eyes once more, as if she would trouble herself no further with the matters of the humans. We obey the Empress's decree. We shall depart at once to deliver the Empress's will to the demon tribe. Outside Empress Nuwa's palace, two maidservants clad in flowing rainbow-colored skirts responded in unison. Then they transformed into two streaks of flowing light, soaring toward the demon tribe's domain. Kunlun Mountain, outside the Hall of the Three Pure Ones. A figure suddenly opened his eyes and gazed toward the direction of the human race. The demon tribe's actions this time have gone rather too far. However, such is the mandate of heaven. I am powerless as well. With a sigh, the figure closed his eyes once more, as if returning to his cultivation. And within the Hall of the Three Pure Ones, Taishang, seated upon the high platform, cast a glance toward that figure outside, and gave a slight nod as if greatly pleased. Eldest brother, isn't that disciple of yours still a primal-born human? When his kind faces such calamity, has he not come to ask you to act? This. Instead, Tong Tian at his right hand revealed a flicker of disgust, and gave a cold snort. Yet before Taishang could respond, Yuanshi on the other side spoke lightly. Third brother, those words are mistaken. The human race is fated to face this tribulation. After this tribulation, the human race will still survive. Once this grand tribulation passes, they may yet flourish. Your nephew Xuandu has received eldest brother's true transmission. Naturally, he sees through the karma within. But your disciples are nothing but hair-covered, horn-bearing, wet-born creatures of chaos, lacking all discipline. In time, they will surely disgrace the prestige of our mystic sect. As your elder brother, I urge you. Once Yuanshi began speaking, he unconsciously began lecturing Tongtian, as if his disgust for Tongtian's disciples had taken complete hold. As for the so-called calamity of the human race, he paid it no attention at all. Hearing this, Tongtian's expression hardened. Though displeased, he could not openly rebuke Yuanshi to his face. How is it that an aura capable of making even us feel palpitations has appeared at the eastern sea coast? What's happening? Suddenly, the expressions of all three pure ones hardened, as they simultaneously looked toward the eastern sea coast. Not only they, Nuwa, the western sects, Jane and Junti, and even some of the top powerful beings of the primordial wilds, all looked toward the eastern sea coast at that very moment. At that moment, beside the eastern sea coast, the surging waters of the Yinshui River suddenly began to boil. Terrifying water columns rose from within, shooting straight into the heavens. Waves of terrifying supreme pressure also burst outward from the Yinshui waters. Soon upon the river's surface, an enormous black vortex emerged. Rumble, rumble. Heaven-shaking roars echoed from within the vortex. Then an enormously massive black gold palace slowly emerged. This stunned both the battling demons and the humans. Their bodies were pinned in place by that terrifying pressure, unable to move a single step. At that moment, the massive palace trembled violently and began to expand rapidly. 10,000 zhong. 100,000 zhong. 1,000,000 zhong. 10 million zhong. In but a single instant, the massive palace seemed as if it would support the very sky, shrouding the entire eastern sea coast, emanating a most mysterious and profound pressure. Though the myriad powerful beings and saints of the primordial wilds were greatly shaken, none could determine its grade. They could only see four blood-red characters hanging above the palace's entrance gate: Supreme Divine Prison. What manner of treasure is that? To possess such overwhelming aura, it must be at least a peerless grade primal spiritual treasure. Peerless. I fear it surpasses even that. I have witnessed Tai wield the Chaos Bell, yet its formidable presence seems nothing compared to this so-called supreme divine prison. Could this be a supreme primal treasure? Impossible. How many such treasures can there be in the primordial world? Only 3 are there not. Could this treasure have been left behind by the Tao ancestor? For a moment, the powerful beings of all races across the primordial world burst into murmurs of astonishment. Though they could not ascertain the exact rank of this so-called supreme divine prison, they could feel from the terrifying spectacle of its emergence that this treasure was undoubtedly extraordinary. Yet none could say who owned such a treasure. Meanwhile, on the eastern seaboard at the fringes of humanity, the expressions of the 3 great demon gods turned exceedingly grim. Among the multitude of humans, however, glimmers of hope surfaced. Could this be a life-preserving artifact left for us by the Holy Mother? Perhaps the Holy Mother did not wish to abandon us. Maybe the time had simply not yet arrived. And only now does she make her move, eh? It was hardly surprising that the humans thought thus. After all, few supreme beings in the primordial world held genuine ties with humanity. To them, the magnitude of such a treasure was truly staggering. Aside from the human Holy Mother, who else would have the inclination to safeguard humanity with an artifact of this caliber? Most crucially, the mere emergence of this treasure had utterly deterred the demon clans, rendering them incapable of continuing their assault. High above Mount Sumeru in the western reaches of the primordial world, a profound greed flashed in the eyes of Jane and Juanti. Senior brother, could this treasure be a supreme primal treasure? If we brothers were to approach it, might there be a chance to refine and claim it? Juanti could not resist asking Jane. Artifacts in the West were exceedingly rare, far behind even Nuwa's cache, let alone comparable to the 3 pure ones. Their western realm was simply too barren. If this treasure truly were a supreme primal treasure, they could not afford to let it slip away. Should the western sect acquire even one, it could anchor the fortune of their entire realm and usher in a new era of prosperity. Only then would they stand a chance of fulfilling the grand vows they had sworn upon attaining the Tao. It is difficult to say. I fear this treasure may have connections to fellow Taoist Nuwa. Even if there is no such connection, it is highly likely that our master left it behind. Even I cannot trace its origins. Let us wait and observe before making a move. Jane secretly conducted a divination, only to discover with profound shock that he could not pierce the treasure's origins. He was a saint after all. With the blessing of the heavenly Tao, he could deduce past and future. Unless a saint was actively obscuring heavenly secrets, or the heavenly Tao itself willed it so. Otherwise, how could he fail to perceive the nature of this artifact? Yet at that very moment, it was not merely Jane and Juanti who were shaken. The 3 pure ones within the Sanqing Hall atop Kunlun Mountain and Nuwa, within her Huahuang Palace, all bore expressions of profound astonishment, each speculating whether a fellow Taoist had left it, or if it was some stratagem of Hongjun. Beyond the primordial world, within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun opened his eyes and cast his gaze toward the eastern seaboard of the primordial world. Who has left such a treasure within the primordial world? Even this ancestor cannot sense its origins. Could it be that ancient tree which retreated into the primordial chaos? Or perhaps that fallen demon god of strength? Hongjun desperately wished to tell the saints that this treasure was genuinely not his. Even he was deeply puzzled and eager to unravel its true nature. Indeed, to fathom its origins, he had recklessly expended a portion of his primal source for divination. Yet the results remained unchanged. This filled him with utter shock. Could there still be a hidden existence within the primordial world unbeknownst to him? Or perhaps that figure who cleaved the heavens had not truly perished and had left behind some latent mechanism. Regardless of whether it was a mysterious hidden existence or some leftover mechanism from Pangu, he could not simply allow it to remain unchecked. After all, he had labored tirelessly within this primordial world for countless cosmic eras, surviving multiple kalpas, and had even fused with the heavenly Tao to become its living incarnation, all in pursuit of that single sliver of opportunity to transcend the heavens themselves. How could he tolerate matters beyond his control arising within his domain? At this thought, a sharp gleam flashed in Hongjuan's eyes. His aura trembled, and he abruptly rose, seemingly intent on stepping into the primordial world. Yet before his form could move, he suddenly paused as if struck by a thought. What if this is a contrivance Pangu deliberately left for this ancestor? It seems I must let them probe the waters first. These ponds have been cultivated for so long, it is time they proved their worth. Muttering to himself, once more Hongjun resumed his seated meditation, closing his eyes. Only a wisp of his divine sense extended outward, sweeping through the primordial world. While the powerful figures and numerous saints of the primordial world were still reeling from shock. Above the eastern seaboard, the colossal supreme divine prison slowly began to shrink, eventually condensing into a black and golden palace, 10,000 zhang in height. Beneath the palace, its foundation resembled an inverted pyramid comprising no fewer than 9 tiers, seeming to merge subtly with the very fabric of the primordial world. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly thunderous sounds echoed from above the palace. A colossal statue slowly materialized from its peak. It depicted a young human man clad in black and golden battle armor, wielding a massive sword of the same hue, with purple hair loosely cascading over his shoulders. His features were strikingly handsome, carved with sharp, defined lines. Enigmatic runes surfaced around the statue, bringing it to lifelike vividness. From afar it appeared as though the figure actually breathed. What is the meaning of this? Why does that statue resemble a human? Wait, surely that must be some peerless demon god. Highly probable. Could it possibly be the one who split open the heavens? But isn't that figure's treasure the Pangu axe rather than a great sword? Who precisely is this presence? Could this be the master of the supreme divine prison? Witnessing this statue, the mighty beings of all races erupted into fresh clamor of astonishment. However one looked at it, the visage was unmistakably human. Yet how could humanity possibly wield such authority? How could they command a treasure of this magnitude? Otherwise, why would humanity have been slaughtered by the demon clans? Buzz! Just then the colossal statue trembled ever so slightly, sending a reverberation that shook the entire primordial world. Immediately after, the statue's mouth slowly parted, and a black and golden token shot forth. The token expanded at a tremendous rate, radiating astonishingly profound and mysterious power that illuminated heaven and earth. Order of the prison sovereign. Defendants, demon god Gish, Juying Chitty, and the entirety of the demon army under their command. Charge genocide against humanity. Verdict, death penalty. Immediate execution on the spot. Executor messenger maiden. Suddenly a deep and profoundly mystical voice resonated from the token, instantly echoing across the entire primordial world. What in the world? Judging us? By what authority do you dare judge us? We act under the divine edict of the demon emperor to suppress humanity. What crime have we committed? Nuwa, the saints, the Tao ancestor, and the heavenly Tao itself have not held us culpable. You, a mere statue, dare to speak of annihilating us. Upon hearing this, Juying Gish Chitty and the vast demon army under their command were utterly stunned, completely bewildered. What was happening? Why would a pronouncement immediately condemn them to death? Why execute them on the spot? They refused to accept it, unwilling to yield. Furthermore, they did not believe that this so-called messenger possessed the capability to slay them. At this moment in the eastern sky within the demon emperor palace of the Yao clan, Dijun and Tai Yi both gazed at the supreme divine prison hovering above the human territory, a contemptuous expression flickering across their faces. Preposterous. To dare judge our Yao clan's demon gods with such audacity, do they truly believe anyone can oppose the Yao clan? Is this an act of complete disregard for my imperial presence? Second brother, you remain in the clan. I shall go myself. I will see for myself just what kind of being dares to set up such a scheme within the human realm, plotting against our Yao clan's demon gods. In that very instant, Dijun had been extremely shocked. But upon hearing the so-called judgment, he immediately became enraged. Jioing Guiche and Ci Tai were all his Yao clan's demon gods, top-tier powerhouses of the Yao clan. What right did the master of the suddenly appearing divine prison have to judge them? And he even ordered a maiden to act. What ability could a mere maiden possess to annihilate the Yao clan's demon gods? Elder brother, that supreme divine prison is indeed somewhat suspicious. Let me venture there first. After investigating, Tai felt a vague sense of foreboding, so he wished to persuade Dijun to stay and let him go instead. He possessed the innate supreme treasure Chaos Bell, which would allow him to retreat unscathed even if a sage-level being had laid a trap. That so-called prison emperor's decree is clearly a provocation against the Yao clan's authority and a challenge to my imperial dignity. This matter must be resolved by me personally. Second brother, you shall guard the demon emperor palace this time, lest any petty villains seize the opportunity to plot treachery. Dijun's rage had been ignited. He wished he could instantly appear at the eastern coast, wave his hand to destroy the colossal statue, and seize the so-called supreme divine prison. Thus he flatly rejected Tai Yi's proposal. Hearing this, Tai Yi's face showed a flicker of hesitation. But he could not continue to persuade Dijun, so he could only nod slightly. Since elder brother has already made up his mind, I shall await your triumphant return here. Rest assured, I am not without treasures to protect me. Even if those sages wish to scheme against me, it will not be so easy. Dijun let out a loud laugh, and with a flicker of his form he vanished from the spot, taking Ji Ming by Zhe and a squad of elite Yao clan soldiers heading straight for the human territory on the eastern coast. Meanwhile, above the human territory, the voice of the prison emperor's decree had faded, and the astonishing mystical might upon it had also subsided. At this moment, the portal of the supreme divine prison slowly opened a crack. A maiden of about 7 or 8 years old, dressed in a fiery red short skirt, with a head full of red hair and a stern expression, rushed out from within. Hong Yun, obeying the Lord's decree. The Yao clan's Guiche, Jioing Ci Tai, and the 30,000 Yao clan warriors who attacked the humans. All shall be annihilated. She then knelt with utmost reverence toward the direction of the prison emperor's decree, extending both hands to receive the black token. Then the maiden abruptly rose, cast a glance toward the Yao clan army, and revealed a cold, murderous intent. At the same time, the three demon gods, the 30,000 Yao clan warriors, and even many humans who had been suppressed by the supreme divine prison, felt a sudden release of pressure around them. Roar! The three demon gods and the numerous Yao clan warriors immediately realized they had broken free from their restraints, which filled them with great excitement, and they couldn't help but look toward the maiden who had just spoken. Who? Hong Yun. That maiden claims to be Hong Yun. Does she think she is the fallen patriarch Hong Yun from ancient times? Ridiculous. A mere yellow-haired girl dares to spout nonsense about killing us. Ci Tai Guiche and Jiaoying all sneered coldly. And behind them, the numerous Yao clan warriors also showed expressions of utter disdain. What could a little girl who looked only 7 or 8 years old possibly use to annihilate them? Could this so-called supreme divine prison be controlled by a fool? Did they truly believe the three demon gods had been raised on threats? Taoist friend, though we do not know which senior the prison emperor is. But we humans thank you for your goodwill. Taoist friend, please return quickly. These demon gods are too powerful. They are definitely not something you can suppress alone. The three ancestors of humanity also showed extremely surprised expressions, and with sighs they began to persuade the maiden. It was not that they were unwilling to trust the maiden, but she looked in every way like a human little girl. How could she possibly be a match for those demon gods? Retreat. Retreat where? You made such a big commotion just now, dared to speak arrogantly before us demon gods, and now you want to retreat. Today you shall all become the blood sacrifice of our Yao clan. Guiche's 10 heads shook simultaneously, emitting an extremely sinister laugh, and directly spat out beams of black light toward the maiden. Those beams rapidly transformed into terrifying black arrows, as if to annihilate the girl directly and uphold the supreme might of the Yao clan. Just you alone attacking is too troublesome. All of you come at once, so as not to waste my time. The maiden who called herself Hong Yun showed no fear. Instead, she raised her fair little hand and beckoned to the other two demon gods, full of provocation. Arrogant little girl, today I shall tear you limb from limb. As a demon god, how could he endure such provocation? Thus, before Guiche's attack could land, Ci Tai and Jiaoying simultaneously activated their treasures to first blast the suddenly appearing maiden. Seeing this, the three ancestors of humanity were greatly alarmed and couldn't help but gather their offensive power, intending to help the maiden retreat. After all, she had come to help them. Regardless, they could not let the maiden face the three demon gods of the Yao clan alone, could they? But at this moment, the numerous Yao clan warriors had already reacted and rushed forward, blocking the attacks of the three ancestors of humanity. Seeing this, the maiden's lips curled slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. She then raised her arm and slowly waved it. Instantly, an overwhelming might surged wildly from her arm, evolving into a terrifying red cloud. The cloud churned continuously, forming a gigantic hand that seemed to dye the entire sky blood red. Clouds gather, bloodstains crush. Annihilate. A faint voice sounded, and the hand formed by the red cloud instantly struck toward the three demon gods and the numerous Yao clan warriors. How is this possible? This is the might of a quasi-sage. Damn it, this is at least on par with His Majesty's level. Retreat, retreat quickly. Sensing this strike, the three demon gods' expressions changed drastically. Their previous ferocious demeanor vanished without a trace, replaced by a look of panic. Behind them, the 30,000 Yao clan warriors even halted their attacks, looking up in bewilderment at the giant cloud hand that seemed to cover the entire sky. Bang! 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 The cloud hand fell rapidly, and the bodies of those Yao clan warriors could not withstand the pressure, bursting into clouds of blood mist. The 30,000 Yao clan army, none survived. Even the three demon gods had to gather together, desperately activating their treasures to resist the terrifying might of the cloud hand. Sensing this, many primordial beings who had been watching the commotion above the human territory were all utterly shocked. With a single palm strike, he annihilated 30,000 Yao clan soldiers. Who is this maiden? Could she really be the fallen Hong Yun from ancient times? Impossible. Patriarch Hong Yun was a man that doesn't match. The countless powerful beings of the primordial world were forced to be astonished. Those three great demon gods were all tyrants that rampaged through the primordial world. Yet under the attack of the young girl who called herself Hong Yun, they had no room to fight back. Possessing such an aura was far from being merely a new quasi-saint. Therefore, they could not help but think of the one who had been the first great good-hearted person of the primordial world, who fell to Kunpeng's ambush back, then ancestor Hong Yun. However, how could such an old fellow transform into a 7 or 8-year-old girl? At the summit of Wanshou Mountain, inside a very ancient Taoist temple, a middle-aged man wearing a dark green Taoist robe embroidered with gold was filled with even more doubt in his gaze. This aura is indeed somewhat similar to my old friend's, he said. However, my old friend did not delight in slaughter and would never have so easily acted to massacre tens of thousands of demon clan members. Could this girl truly have some connection with my old friend? It seems that this time this great immortal must personally make a trip. The middle-aged man muttered a few words to himself, then his figure flickered and sped towards the East Sea coast. He seemed intent on ascertaining what connection the suddenly appearing girl had with his old friend, who had fallen. Deep in the 9 nethers above the Blood Sea, a being clad in a blood-red robe slowly raised its head. Its gaze also turned towards the East Sea coast with a flicker of shock in its eyes. Hasn't Hong Yun's primordial spirit dissipated? Before that fellow's soul entered reincarnation, he took a palm strike from this ancestor. How could he have survived so easily? Could this girl have obtained Hong Yun's inheritance? No, this ancestor must go and see for himself. What if it's true? As his words fell, the figure in the red robe also flickered violently and vanished from the spot. Deep in the northern Ming, atop a massive island, a burly middle-aged man's gaze suddenly darkened. That fellow hasn't died. Impossible. Back then that fellow took a full force strike from me. His physical body was already beyond sustaining. There's no reason he survived. I want to see exactly what being dares to act under that dead man's name. The middle-aged man snorted coldly a few times, then directly transformed into a terrifying giant fish projection and headed towards the East Sea coast. Just as some great powers of the primordial world were stirring, the beings Jing, Gish, and City at the East Sea coast became extremely terrified, as if they all sensed the danger of death. Even with the combined power of the 3 great demon gods, they could not contend with that terrifying cloud palm. In panic, they all turned to look at the young girl who called herself Hong Yun. You cannot kill us. We are demon gods of the demon clan. If you kill us, His Majesty and the Eastern Emperor will certainly not let you off. And the Empress Nuwa. The Empress Nuwa is a sage. You cannot. They seem to want to intimidate the other side with the authority of Dijuan Tai and Nuwa. They hope to make the girl show some restraint and not dare to deliver a fatal blow. What of Dijuan? In that battle back then, both Dijuan and Tai were present, and even secretly lent a hand to Kunping. This debt I will settle with them one by one, sooner or later. As for you, no matter who comes today, you will all die. Unfortunately, before their words had even faded, the young girl couldn't help but snort coldly. As her voice fell, the giant cloud palm began to close, enveloping all 3 demon gods. Damn it! You truly are Ancestor Hong Yun. You really didn't die, eh? How is this possible? At the brink of death, the 3 demon gods let out roars, as if confirming that the young girl before them was indeed the former first great good-hearted person of the primordial world, Ancestor Hong Yun. However, before their roars had faded, terrifying power surged and eroded towards them. This caused their auras to stagnate, and they were forcibly squeezed and deformed by the dreadful cloud palm. No, don't, Senior Hong Yun, spare us. At this moment, the last shred of pride in Guoche and Zhuing's hearts was shattered by the fear of death, and they let out cries for mercy. Pity. Although these voices were heard, the young girl showed not a trace of hesitation. Annihilate! A cold shout rang out, and the cloud palm instantly transformed into a massive cloud mass, swirling rapidly. The 3 demon gods inside, like 3 hemp ropes, began to twist continuously. Bang! 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 In just an instant, those 3 arrogant demon gods had turned into 3 clouds of blood mist, which were swiftly absorbed by the cloud palm. Even their primordial spirits were not allowed to escape. What? That girl is truly Hong Yun. That fellow changed gender. How did he survive? Could it be related to this supreme prison? The countless powerful beings of the myriad races were instantly dumbfounded. Although at first many powerful beings suspected that the so-called messenger girl was Ancestor Hong Yun or had some connection with Ancestor Hong Yun. Yet when they heard the dying words of the 3 demon gods, they could not help but exclaim in shock. That Hong Yun back, then his physical body had been destroyed, and only his primordial spirit entered the 9 nethers, intending to step into reincarnation. But since then there had been no news. Everyone thought he had fallen in the 9 nethers, never expecting that he was still alive. Swirenshi of the human race. Yukashi of the human race. Ziishi of the human race. We bow in thanks to Senior Hong Yun for saving us. Senior Hong Yun, if ever there is a need for the human race to act, we will spare no effort. The 3 ancestors of the human race were the first to react, hastily bowing to Hong Yun. The many humans, also shocked, followed the 3 ancestors and bowed to the young girl. After this calamity, they understood in their hearts that the countless great powers in the sky were utterly unreliable. And this Hong Yun appearing at this moment to help the human race annihilate powerful enemies, they were naturally extremely grateful. The imperial prison decree acts as the supreme will. Since it has sentenced them to death, they shall be destroyed. You need not thank me, thank the honored one instead. If the human race wishes to obtain protection, you may believe in the honored one and day and night recite the supreme name of the honored one, supreme prison emperor. Hong Yun spoke calmly to the humans, explaining a few words. Then she raised her small hand and gently waved once again, summoning the Imperial Prison Decree, sending it towards the red mist ahead. Instantly, thick clouds of blood mist emerged and shot straight towards the Imperial Prison Decree, being completely absorbed by it. This caused the Imperial Prison Decree to tremble, slightly transforming into a streak of light, speeding back towards the giant statue, finally falling into the mouth of the giant statue. The giant statue's mouth slowly closed, as if returning to stillness with no further movement. Only then did Hong Yun bow respectfully once more to the Prison Emperor statue, then turned around, intending to return to the Supreme Prison. However, at that moment, an extremely terrifying aura of ferocious malice came sweeping rapidly from the eastern sky. Roar! Damn you, Hong Yun! You dare to slaughter our clan's warriors and destroy our clan's demon gods. Do you truly think our demon clan has no one who can kill you? Then a series of furious roars came from afar, growing closer, abruptly reaching them. An extremely terrifying scorching might also appeared, enveloping the entire human territory, pressing down towards Hong Yun, who was about to return to the Supreme Prison. Oomph. Dijuan, I was just looking for an opportunity to settle old scores with you. And now you deliver yourself to me. Are you so eager to die, eh? Hong Yun's brows slightly furrowed as a chilling, murderous intent surfaced on his small face, and he cast a disdainful glance at Dijuan. With you dare to challenge me. Do you think you are a sage? Look at your current state. How far you have fallen from your former self. Enraged by Hong Yun's words, Dijuan roared, his aura surging once more. A terrifying, baleful aura carrying an overwhelming scorching might swept across the heavens and earth. A stone slab radiating a mysterious power suddenly emerged above his head, exuding threads of astonishing starry force. Sensing the momentum, Hong Yun, who had previously withdrawn his aura, began to let his power surge. Meanwhile, the primordial experts who had thought the matter of the human race was settled all revealed expressions of shock. The Demon Emperor has come. Dijuan is personally intervening. Then Hong Yun is likely finished. No, Hong Yun is no weakling. He shouldn't fall so easily. Oomph. What do you know? Dijuan wields formidable treasures. If he truly strikes, how could Hong Yun be his match? Exactly. Just look at Hong Yun's changed form. His strength is surely not what it once was. Taoist, what connection is there between form and strength? After all, Hong Yun had fallen long ago. In the intervening eons, the might of the Demon Emperor of the Demon Clan had dominated all the myriad races of the primordial world. Thus, in the eyes of many experts, Dijuan's power was surely far greater than Hong Yun's. Moreover, Dijuan possessed the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the river chart and Luo script. It was uncertain whether Hong Yun had any treasures to rely on. On the human territory, the three ancestors of humanity exchanged glances. They murmured a few words to the humans behind them, commanding them to retreat rapidly. Then the three of them shook their forms and shot straight into the sky. Earlier, Senior Hong Yun came to the aid of our human race. Now that we cannot lead the entire race to assist the senior, the three of us shall repay him with our lives. Even if we are no match for Dijuan, we will create an opening for the senior. The three ancestors knew their strength was insufficient to shake the Demon Emperor. But if they could create some opportunities for Hong Yun to strike, it would be their way of repaying his kindness for saving humanity. After all, if Hong Yun fell, how could Dijuan spare the human race? It seems every ant dares to oppose me now. You little ones, not even at the great Luo stage, pray for my demon gods to slaughter. How dare you appear before me? Jimin, go and slaughter them for me. Let all the myriad races of the primordial world know the fate of those who oppose the demon clan. Dijuan cast a disdainful glance at the three ancestors and issued his decree to the demon god Jimin, who had followed him. Why should he personally deal with the human race? Any demon god under his command was more than enough to slaughter them. Hearing this, a demon god with a dragon head and human body radiating a formidable water spirit aura stepped forward and bowed to Dijuan. I obey your majesty's decree. Then a terrifying, baleful aura erupted from his body as he moved, charging straight at the three ancestors. Seeing this, Hong Yun's brows slightly furrowed. What, are you not here to destroy me? This demon emperor dares not act, but instead sends this Jimrung to his death. As his words fell, Hong Yun lightly raised his hand, condensing a mass of red mist to envelop the three ancestors and the many humans. At the same time, another wisp of mist appeared, evolving into a massive hand that extended a finger and pressed down toward Jimrung. Sensing the might of this attack, Jimrung was greatly alarmed. He frantically surged his internal power, trying to halt his advance and fully defend against Hong Yun's strike. Arrogant! Do you think you can still commit violence in my presence? Dijuan was enraged. He had not expected Hong Yun to take the initiative to protect the humans. Thus he raised his hand, condensing terrible scorching power and starry force into a colossal golden crow phantom, which shot toward the finger formed by Hong Yun's mist. Boom! Instantly a terrifying roar resounded across the heavens and earth. The violent scorching power and the formidable starry force clashed, intertwined, and canceled each other out with the red mist. The shocking impact shattered the finger formed from the mist. Meanwhile, Dijuan's arm trembled slightly, as if he had gained no clear advantage. Damn it! Stars turned to see the sun reign supreme. Endless flames burned the primordial world to ashes. Annihilate. Enraged, Dijuan clapped his hands against the river chart and Luo script before him. On the river chart and Luo script, a terrifying vision appeared unfolding into a vast sea of stars. Within it emerged a scorching star radiating a fearsome heat like the solar star itself. Once the star took shape, it immediately broke free from the starry sea and hurtled fiercely toward Hongyun. Seeing this, a cold glint shone in Hongyun's eyes. Is that all? It seems that after all these eons, you demon emperor has made no progress. Let me show you how I shatter your starry sea. As his words fell on Hongyun's small lotus root-like arm, streaks of red runes surfaced, erupting with terrifying power. Then a massive arm phantom appeared, striking the rapidly descending star. Boom. In an instant, the colossal star was shattered into fragments by Hongyun's strike. The scorching powers scattered wildly, and the terrifying starry force spread into the distance. How is this possible? How could Hongyun so easily shatter an attack from a supreme, innate spiritual treasure? Could it be that Hongyun possesses a treasure even more terrifying than the river chart and Luo script? Is his strength truly enough to suppress the demon emperor? Sensing the collision, countless experts across the primordial world were all astounded. Just moments ago, they had thought Hongyun was finished. But this single clash made it seem as if Dijuan was the one being overwhelmed. This was so unexpected, how could they not be shocked? Aren't you tired of hiding like that? Why don't you crawl out? Just as Hongyun shattered Dijuan's attack, his expression suddenly hardened, and he turned his head to look to the side, as if sensing a hidden presence. Hum! Suddenly, a resonant hum erupted. At the spot where Hongyun was looking, a spatial rift tore open. A terrifying power surged forth, evolving into a Kunping phantom that shot straight toward Hongyun's small figure. Old friend, be careful. However, before Hongyun could react, a streak of light shot from afar, erupting with an astonishing defensive might. Immediately after, Zhen Yuanzi's form rapidly materialized, charging directly at the terrifying Kunping phantom. Boom! In an instant, a deafening roar resounded across heaven and earth. The violent force that burst forth from the spatial rift slammed fiercely onto a earthen yellow barrier and was forcefully blocked. Zhen Yuanzi, how dare you obstruct me? At this moment, Kunping's figure had already rushed out from the spatial rift, shouting at Zhen Yuanzi with full fury. Oof. In the past, you laid hands on my old friend, and though I received the news, I arrived too late to rescue him. Today, my old friend reappears in the primordial world. How can I allow you, demon clan, to bully him again? Do you truly think I would stand by and do nothing? Zhen Yuanzi let out a series of cold laughs. Back when Hongyun encountered calamity, he had indeed received the news. But by the time he arrived, Hongyun's physical body had already been destroyed. Later, Hongyun recuperated for a long time at his Wanshou mountain, yet his primordial spirit kept dissipating, and he was forced to enter the Nine Netherworld. However, in the Nine Netherworld, they were once again harassed by the river Styx. He had always believed that a part of his old friend's primordial spirit had entered the cycle of reincarnation and was reborn as Yun Zhongzi of the Chan sect. But his old friend's primordial spirit might have been damaged, unable to recall their past friendship. Unexpectedly, his old friend had not died, but had transformed into a young girl. Although all this was somewhat incredible, he was certain that this young girl was indeed his old friend from the past. Thank you, old friend, for your help. I never thought that after so many culpas I could meet my old friend again. Truly, fate plays tricks on us. Hongyun saw Zhen Yuanzi act to block Kunping's attack for her, and immediately clasped her hands and bowed towards him. However, on her small face a trace of emotion appeared. That you, old friend, are alive. The guilt I have carried for years can now dissipate. To meet again is a blessing. Rest assured, old friend, as long as I am here, even Dijuan cannot harm a single hair on your head. Zhen Yuanzi also hastily clasped his hands towards Hongyun and shouted loudly. After years of keeping a low profile, although Zhen Yuanzi's strength could not be said to rival Dijuan's with the treasures in his hand, he at least did not fear him. Moreover, the strength Hongyun had just displayed was also extremely terrifying. With the two old friends joining forces, how could they fear Dijuan and Kunping? Zhen Yuanzi, I, the emperor, advise you not to bring ruin upon yourself. This Hongyun has killed our demon clan's gods and slaughtered our warriors. She must be destroyed. Today, if this wretch does not die, even if I have to dispatch the demon army, I will suppress this so-called supreme divine prison. Therefore, I advise you to mind your own business, lest you also perish at my hands. Seeing Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyun chatting amiably, Dijuan's face darkened, and he directly roared in anger. Then he secretly transmitted a voice to Kunping. Yaoshi, join forces with me to exterminate Hongyun, otherwise this wretch will surely become a great enemy for us in the future. Dijuan knew that Kunping was a clever fellow. Now that Hongyun had reappeared, she would certainly seek to settle old scores with them. If at this moment the other party would join him in attacking and kill Hongyun, it would save a lot of trouble. That is so. This time I will hold off Jin Yuanzi, and your majesty can personally kill Hong Yun. Kunpeng's eyes rolled slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. He was no fool. He had heard the sound of the prison emperor's decree loud and clear. This Hong Yun was merely a young girl. Whether there was an even more powerful existence behind her was unknown. His earlier sneak attack was meant to test the waters, but unfortunately Jin Yuanzi had blocked it. Therefore it was better to leave such risky matters to Dijuan. He would observe for a while longer. If there was an opportunity, he would strike with full force, and if not, he would retreat immediately. Good. In that case, I, the emperor, will let Yaoshi see the supreme divine power I have comprehended during this time. Hichu Luoshu, endless starry sky, condense. Dijuan naturally knew about Kunpeng's little scheme, but he did not expose it, and directly activated the Hichu Luoshu. This caused the star sea that had just taken shape to wildly spread outward, instantly covering the entire sky. The supreme star power continuously evolved, condensing into terrifying stars, as if resonating with the countless stars beyond the heavens, gathering into a boundless starry sky. Dijuan, as the demon emperor of the demon clan, aren't you afraid of punishment from the Tao ancestor for acting like this? If you are not afraid, then we shall fight with you. Seeing this, Jin Yuanzi couldn't help but step forward, seeming ready to join Hong Yun in fighting Dijuan. However, as soon as he moved, Kunpeng rushed forward with a cold laugh and blocked Jin Yuanzi. Jin Yuanzi, your opponent is me. Weren't you trying to stop me just now, eh? Then I shall have a go with you. Although Kunpeng did not have powerful treasures, his strength was slightly greater than Jin Yuanzi's. Thus he was confident in blocking Jin Yuanzi and preventing him from aiding Hong Yun. Seeing this, Hong Yun was not anxious at all. Instead, a cold smile appeared on her face, and she said calmly, what a pity. What a pity. Hong Yun, are you scared silly by me? Don't worry, I am not necessarily set on destroying you. If you submit now. Dijuan was momentarily stunned, then he sneered, thinking that Hong Yun was afraid. Hong Yun shook her head. You think too much. I merely think that with your current cultivation it is truly not easy. If you were to perish just like that, it would indeed be a pity. However, you intend to slaughter the human race, recklessly declare that you will kill me, and even dare to show disrespect to the supreme divine prison. These charges are not minor. Hong Yun shook her head and responded coldly. Ha ha ha. Perish. Do you think you have the ability to kill me? Even if you join forces with Jin Yuanzi, you are no match for me. You'd better consider how you will die. Dijuan burst into laughter. As a top powerhouse of the primordial world, and the demon emperor of the demon clan, how could he be intimidated by a few words from Hong Yun? Buzz. However, before his words even finished, the giant statue above the supreme divine prison suddenly trembled. This caused Dijuan, Kunpeng, Jin Yuanzi, and even the various powerful figures of the primordial world to all freeze their expressions, turning their gazes toward the giant statue. What's happening? That statue is stirring again. Could it be that the master of this divine prison, the so-called supreme prison emperor, can no longer resist taking action? I truly want to see what kind of being this supreme prison emperor really is. Indeed. The various powerful figures of the primordial world could not help murmuring, as if wanting to know what had caused the statue to stir. They even more wanted to know whether this supreme prison emperor existed, and what level of strength he possessed. Quick look, that statue has opened its mouth again. It's a prison emperor's decree. Another prison emperor's decree has appeared in the statue's mouth. Is this statue going to judge the demon emperor of the demon clan? This is too crazy. A few breaths later, the powerful figures of all races in the primordial world exclaimed once more. They saw that another prison emperor's decree had emerged from the giant statue's mouth. The Yuhuang decree manifested its mysterious power, radiating a dazzling light that soared into the heavens, stirring shock among the myriad races of the primordial era. Witnessing this, Dijuan's countenance instantly darkened with immense fury. Playing tricks. Do you truly believe yourself to be the Tao ancestor, or the heavenly Tao itself? Boundless starry skies destroy this for this emperor. As Dijuan's words fell within the seemingly infinite expanse of the starry skies above, colossal, celestial bodies began to tremble, violently breaking free from the firmament and plummeting downward. A torrent of ferocious pressure descended swiftly, as if seeking to engulf all below and obscure the radiance of the Yuhuang decree. How dare you? You dare to show disrespect toward the sovereign's decree. You seek death. This caused Hong Yun's expression to shift sharply. Her aura surged wildly as wisps of terrifying crimson mist materialized around her, exuding an overwhelmingly murderous intent. The mist instantly transformed into colossal hands soaring upward to clash with the descending stellar forces. It's useless. This emperor's technique is insurmountable to any below the sage level. Though Dijuan's words were somewhat exaggerated, he could not believe that Hong Yun could withstand his supreme strike without even activating a treasure. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, a series of thunderous roars resounded across the heavens and earth. The violent stellar energy and scorching might swept wildly in all directions, as if trying to scatter every trace of mist. Hong Yun's form trembled slightly, and a look of deep vexation flickered in her eyes. This strike had clearly placed her at a disadvantage. Not that her strength was insufficient to contend with Dijun, but because she had not activated any treasure. Dijun, you seek your own doom. Do not blame me. Though the sovereign has yet to issue a command, your disrespect toward the Yuhuang decree is disrespect toward the sovereign. If I slay you, the sovereign will surely not hold it against me. Cloud-killing domain manifest. As the words fell, an astonishing aura emanated from Hong Yun's surroundings. Then she stepped forward abruptly, thrusting both hands upward simultaneously. Torrents of blood-red clouds imbued with supreme killing intent surged violently from within her, transforming into phantoms of demon gods that let out earth-shattering roars, once again soaring into the sky. A mere trifle. Behold the might of this emperor's stars. Annihilate. Dijun naturally sensed Hong Yun's technique. However, he harbored immense confidence in his boundless starry domain. Without a second thought, he directly propelled the colossal celestial bodies to smash downward against the ever-rising cloud demon god phantoms. Boom. Instantly, deafening explosions echoed in every direction. The massive stars and the cloud demon god phantoms collided with devastating force. This caused the entire sky to tremble, and the spatial barriers all around could barely withstand the violent aftermath, revealing barely visible cracks. Can Hong Yun truly contend with the demon emperor? Can those clouds even block the power of a top-grade innate spiritual treasure? Has Hong Yun's strength become so terrifying? The myriad race experts all erupted in exclamations, finally sensing Hong Yun's dreadfulness. A being capable of withstanding a demon emperor wielding a top-grade innate spiritual treasure was enough to dominate a region in the primordial world. Yet just as all experts were engrossed in the battle between Hong Yun and Dijun, a series of humming sounds emerged not far from the human territory. Immediately, a startling aura of blood and malice rapidly converged, materializing into the figure of a middle-aged man clad in a blood-red robe. Ming He Patriarch, the Lord of the Nine Netherworld, has also come. Does he intend to oppose Hong Yun as well? Sensing the blood-colored apparition, the many experts were once again startled. This Lord of the Nine Netherworld was no weaker than Dijun in strength, nor did he lack treasures. If he also attacked Hong Yun, how could she possibly withstand? Even Jin Yuanzi, who was being held back by Kuan Peng, turned pale with extreme wariness as he stared at Ming He Patriarch. But before Ming He could act, the Yuhuang decree that had surged from the Yuhuang statue began to tremble, slightly releasing an extraordinarily profound power. Yuhuang decree. Subject on trial, Demon Emperor Dijun. Crimes intending to slaughter the human race, attacking the messenger maiden, showing disrespect to the supreme divine prison. Verdict: death penalty, to be executed on the spot. Executioner, second layer warden of the supreme divine prison. Then a deep voice echoed from the decree, resounding across the entire primordial world. Death penalty. The demon emperor has been sentenced to death. The supreme Yuhuang dares to exterminate even the demon emperor. Madness. Even if the supreme Yuhuang is a hidden powerhouse, even if he is a sage, can a mere warden truly slay Dijun? Is this not too arrogant? Upon hearing the words from the Yuhuang decree, the myriad race experts, numerous sages, and even Hong Jun himself revealed expressions of astonishment. As the demon emperor of the Yao race, Dijun governed with the mandate of heaven, commanding countless powerful subordinates, backed by his brother Tai, and even protected by Nuwa. How could he be eliminated so easily? Even the sages would weigh the consequences before acting against Dijun. Who exactly was this supreme Yuhuang that he so lightly sentenced Dijun to death? Was he not afraid of failing to execute the sentence and losing face? Ha ha ha. Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. Sentencing this emperor to death. Executed on the spot. Do you even possess such ability? If you are all of such caliber, even 10 of you could not wound this emperor, yet you dare to speak of destroying me. After hearing the decree's words, Dijun burst into wild laughter. He truly could not fathom what gave this so-called supreme Yuhuang the audacity to judge him. Even the Tao ancestor would not lightly impose such a punishment. Did he consider the Yao race as nothing more than ants? Or did he think that this demon emperor was powerless against the so-called supreme divine prison? Old friend, what exactly is the origin of this supreme divine prison? Who is this supreme Yuhuang? And who is the so-called second layer warden? Can he truly destroy Dijun? Even Jun Yuanzi showed a perplexed expression as he transmitted his voice to Hong Yun, clearly doubting whether the judgment of the Yuhuang decree could be fulfilled. After all, Dijun was no ordinary demon god, but a top-tier quasi-sage. How could he be exterminated so easily? At this moment, Hong Yun was extremely confident. She cast a disdainful glance at Dijun, then actually withdrew her attack, paying no heed to Dijun's supreme strike. Turning toward Jun Yuanzi, she replied with a cheerful smile, "Rest assured, old friend. Since the sovereign has sentenced Dijun to death, he is doomed. In this supreme divine prison, I am the weakest of them all." What? You are the weakest? Are all the wardens sages then? Upon hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi was utterly stunned. Even Kuan Peng, who had been restraining Zhen Yuanzi, hastily ceased his attacks and retreated into the distance, as if sensing an impending danger. Ming He Patriarch also instinctively activated the 12-petal karmic fire lotus, shrouding himself. Hong Yun, the weakest. A being who can contend with a top quasi-sage is the weakest. What kind of joke is this? By now the myriad race experts had also faintly caught Hong Yun's words, and one by one they were left as bewildered as Zhen Yuanzi. They found it hard to believe that Hong Yun's words were true. If they were, would the sages not intervene? Would the Tao ancestor not act? Would the heavenly Tao remain silent? Roar. Just as the myriad race experts were deeply skeptical, a deep, resonant dragon's roar suddenly rang out from the supreme divine prison. Immediately, an overwhelming aura far surpassing that of a peak quasi-sage swept out from within, instantly enveloping the entire heavens and earth. What an imposing aura. It is not weaker than a saint. Could it be that what Hong Yun said was true? Are the jailers within the supreme divine prison truly even more terrifying than her? That sound just now. Could it have been a dragon's roar? Could it be a powerful figure from the dragon clan? Hasn't the dragon clan been sealed at the bottom of the sea? Feeling the terrifying might surging forth from the supreme divine prison, the powerful figures of all races across the prehistoric world were in an uproar. This aura was far too terrifying. It had certainly surpassed the peak of quasi-saint and reached the level of a saint. But in the prehistoric world, apart from the supreme Tao ancestor, there were only 6 great saints who had transcended the peak of quasi-saint. How could there possibly be a saint they knew nothing about? To the west of the prehistoric world, atop Mount Sumeru, Jane and Zhuanti, upon sensing that terrifying might, both narrowed their eyes. The aura of a Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. Could it be that a Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian is hiding within? It seems this treasure has no connection with our master after all. Junior brother, this time we senior and junior brothers must make a move. Though extremely shocked, Jane's eyes still revealed profound greed. Since this treasure was not left by Hongjuan, there would presumably be no issue in them seizing it by force. As for the presence of a Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian within, neither he nor his junior brother particularly cared. In the prehistoric world, Hunyuan Daluo Jingxians were suppressed by the heavenly Tao, and they still had confidence in subduing such an opponent. Senior brother speaks truly. As we are both saints of the heavenly Tao, we cannot simply allow that creature within the supreme divine prison to run rampant across the prehistoric world. Zhuanti immediately nodded, his figure flickering as he followed Jane, both rushing swiftly toward the shores of the Eastern Sea. Mount Fengshi Wangyang Palace. Nua's gaze also darkened. Damn it. Could it be unleashing the might of a Hunyuan? Who exactly, having plotted such a scheme, wishes to slaughter the demon emperor? Do they truly believe the demon clan has no saint? Snorting coldly a few times, Nua's figure flickered, and she departed from Wangyang Palace, heading toward the shores of the Eastern Sea. Nua was not only the holy mother of humanity and a saint of the heavenly Tao in the prehistoric world, but also the empress of the demon clan. Having benefited from the demon emperor's patronage, she could never stand by and watch an unknown Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian execute Dijun. At the same time, she also wanted to see if she could claim that supreme divine prison for herself. Such a treasure, should it fall into her hands, might well allow her to transcend the heavenly Tao, surpass Hongjuan, and become the most formidable existence in the prehistoric world. Mount Kunlun Sanqing Hall. The faces of Tai Shang, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian all bore grave expressions. Eldest brother, those 2 cultivators from the Western sect, as well as junior sister Nua, have all taken action. Should we also make a move? Yuan Shi harbored his own desires for that supreme divine prison. Upon sensing the movements of the 2 saints of the Western sect and Nua, he immediately turned his gaze toward Tai Shang. This treasure is extremely mysterious. Even I have yet to trace its origin. If we allow such a treasure to remain in the prehistoric world, it may not necessarily bring fortune. We brothers ought to make a move, seek an opportunity to bring it back to Mount Kunlun, lest it trigger an unspeakable calamity. Tai Shang slightly nodded, his figure flickering as he strode out of the Sanqing Hall. Third brother, you should accompany us on this journey. Yuan Shi called out to Tong Tian, then hurriedly followed after Tai Shang. Tong Tian's gaze narrowed, and he could not help but glance at his 2 elder brothers. If they are going to grab a treasure, why dress it up with such grandiose talk? With all 3 of them joining forces, was there truly anyone in the prehistoric world who would dare oppose them? In an instant, all 6 great saints of the prehistoric world stirred with activity. What concerned them was not the Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian who had yet to emerge, but rather the supreme divine prison capable of concealing such an existence. Meanwhile, above the shores of the Eastern Sea, Dijun's expression had turned extremely grim. The countless stars that had been falling toward the ground below could not help but halt in their descent. Your Majesty, we must withdraw at once, or unforeseen developments may arise. Indeed, Your Majesty, we cannot wait any longer. This aura is far too terrifying. not far away by Zai and Ji Ming, could not help but call out to Di Jun, worried that they might truly be facing a powerful enemy. Di Jun was their demon emperor. If anything happened to him, where would the demon clan turn? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could there possibly exist anyone beyond the peak of quasi-saint in the prehistoric world? This aura. It's not that of a saint, absolutely not. Though Di Jun harbored deep apprehension within his heart, he was after all the demon emperor and had witnessed the might of saints. Those saints could command the powers of heaven and earth and summon supremely wondrous phenomena. Yet the aura surging from this supreme divine prison, while terrifying, was subtly restrained by the forces of heaven and earth, clearly not that of a saint. Most crucially, he also valued his dignity. If he fled outright at this moment, how could he maintain his standing among the prehistoric world's inhabitants? How could he continue to command the demon clan? How could he inspire awe across all the races of the prehistoric world? Oof. Saint. What manner of being is that? This ancestor is a Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. However, before Di Jun could finish his words, a series of chilling voices rang out from within the supreme divine palace. Immediately after, a colossal dragon radiating an overwhelmingly ferocious aura burst forth from the supreme divine palace. The dragon raised its massive head and cast a gaze upward toward Di Jun, its eyes exuding traces of disdain. Han Yun pays his respects to the Venerable One. The prison emperor's decree has been issued once more. I implore you to receive it, Venerable One. Han Yun's figure flickered as he swiftly rushed toward the prison emperor's decree. He bowed respectfully to the decree, then guided it forward in the direction of the ancestral dragon. Upon hearing these words, the ancestral dragon gave a slight nod and bowed to the prison emperor's decree before shouting loudly, "Ancestral dragon hereby obeys the noble one's command." Ancestral dragon, you are still alive. How is this possible? Witnessing the ancestral dragon's appearance, Di Jun's figure trembled involuntarily, his face twisted in utter disbelief. And it was not merely Di Jun. Bai Zai, Ji Ming, Kuan Peng, ancestor Mingyi, and even Xinyuanzi present at the scene were all equally stunned. Even the powerful figures among the myriad races of the prehistoric world and the various saints bore expressions of extreme astonishment. Ancestral dragon. How is that fellow still alive? Wait, during the Dragon Han Great Tribulation back, then didn't this ancestral dragon perish alongside Yuan Feng and Shi Qilan? How could he possibly still be living? And how could he emanate such supreme might comparable to a saint? Could it be that the ancestral dragon not only survived, but also successfully achieved the Dao Wei? Is this some sort of illusion? In that very moment, the powerful figures of all races and numerous saints alike sensed the voice of the ancestral dragon. This caused them to involuntarily let out gasps of astonishment. They simply could not believe that the ancestral dragon had not perished. Even more unimaginable was the notion that such an overlord-level existence would willingly serve as a jailer within the supreme divine prison, let alone submit beneath the command of the supreme prison emperor. Yet if the colossal dragon that appeared above the human territory was not the ancestral dragon, then who else could it possibly be? While the powerful figures of the myriad races and the various saints in the prehistoric world were still reeling from shock, the ancestral dragon had already stowed away the prison emperor's decree. Then with a tremor of his form, he transformed into the appearance of an elderly man draped in a cyan robe. When he raised his head once more, an unconquerable killing intent had surfaced in his gaze as he directed his eyes toward Di Jun, who looked on from above with profound astonishment. I never expected that after countless eons had passed there would still be a junior who remembers this ancestor. Unfortunately, now that the prison emperor's decree has been issued, you no longer have the chance to survive. Given that you can utter this ancestor's name, I shall grant you a shred of dignity. Junior, dispose of yourself. As his voice fell, the ancestral dragon's aura erupted from his body, like a maelstrom sealing off the entire heavens and earth. Even Kuan Peng and ancestor Mingyi were locked in place by this terrifying, oppressive presence, daring not to move so much as a step. Roar. So what if it's the ancestral dragon? So what if it's a Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal? I am the demon emperor of the demon race, the sovereign of all demons. Try to touch me if you dare. Di Jun was on the verge of madness. Perhaps the fact that Han Yun had not died could still be explained away. After all, his primordial spirit had ultimately descended into the Nine Netherworld, and perhaps a part of his true spirit had been reincarnated into this girl of the supreme prison, changing her appearance. But what about the ancestral dragon? This former overlord of the primordial era, the ancestor of the dragon clan, had actually become a warden of the supreme prison. Moreover, he had surpassed the peak of the quasi-saint realm and stepped into the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal stage, his power far surpassing Di Jun's. How could he possibly fight now? Yet he was still the demon emperor of the demon race, the one who intimidated all races. Now that the demon gods had been slain, the demon warriors massacred, and the prison emperor's decree had even sentenced him to death, how could he possibly admit defeat and end his own life? Bei's Jiming lead all demon warriors to construct the supreme Zhou Tian Xing Do formation with me. Let the ancestral dragon witness the true might of our demon race. Although Tai was absent and Dijuan only had 2 demon gods by his side, he had still brought some demon elites this time. Even if they could not unleash the full power of the Zhou Tian Xing Do formation, it was worth a try. What if it could suppress the ancestral dragon? We obey your majesty's decree. We swear to advance and retreat together with your majesty. Jimeng and Beis understood that if Dijuan could not retreat, they would be doomed to die with him. At this moment, they could only fight to the death, stalling for time, waiting for the Eastern Emperor to come to their aid. Only then would there be a glimmer of hope. What kind of power can a mere supreme grade innate spiritual treasure unleash? Ancestral Dragon Pearl, destroy them. The ancestral dragon snorted coldly, waved his hand, and summoned a cyan pearl emanating an overwhelming aura of ferocity. The pearl erupted with terrifying dragon roars, instantly transforming into countless phantom dragons that charged toward the falling colossal stars. Boom, boom, boom. The seemingly terrifying stars under the impact of those dragon phantoms shattered one after another, accompanied by thunderous roars. Violent stellar energy, scorching power, and ferocious aura surged forth in all directions. Not good. Quickly form the formation. I will block this strike. The sun reigns supreme. The golden crow dominates the world. Destroy them. Sensing the terrifying dragons soaring upward from below, Dijuan's expression drastically changed. He shouted to Jiming Beis and the demon warriors, then immediately channeled his internal power, conjuring phantom golden crows in an attempt to block the attack. Unfortunately, his strength was ultimately inferior to the ancestral dragons. The moment those golden crow phantoms appeared, a mysterious force surged from below, instantly enveloping them. Bang! 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 The golden crow phantoms were detonated immediately, unable to reform. Left with no choice, Dijuan had to activate the power of the Hichu Luoshu, hoping to protect himself, Jiming Beis, and the demon warriors behind him. Boom! At that moment, the ancestral dragon's attack struck instantly, slamming violently into the Hichu Luoshu, producing a cataclysmic roar. The violent, ferocious aura savagely corroded the power of the Hichu Luoshu, causing it to tremble violently. Seeing this, the ancestral dragon frowned slightly, raised his hand, and gently tapped the ancestral dragon pearl. Instantly, the supreme might of the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal surged forth, wildly flowing into the ancestral dragon pearl. This caused the pearl's power to skyrocket. Crack! Suddenly a crisp sound emerged from the midst of the thunderous roars. A long, slender crack appeared on the profoundly mysterious Hichu Luoshu. Seizing the opportunity, the astonishing power furiously eroded into the Hichu Luoshu. Bang! This forced Dijuan to take a step back, his face turning extremely grim, with traces of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Would you like some assistance, senior? Seeing that the ancestral dragon did not seem eager to kill Dijuan, Hongyun's gaze darkened, and he asked coldly. This made the ancestral dragon snort. What are you worried? I cannot fulfill the prison emperor's decree. I dare not. But since the sovereign has issued the order, I advise you to finish it quickly, lest you attract more powerful beings and disturb. Hongyun's voice suddenly stopped, and he turned to look into the distant sky. The power of a supreme treasure. Senior, the one approaching is the Eastern Emperor of the demon race, Tai, Dijuan's younger brother. If you do not finish off Dijuan, soon trouble will arise. Sensing the might of a supreme grade innate treasure, Hongyun guessed it was Tai coming to the rescue, and immediately sneered at the ancestral dragon. Enough. In that case, I will simply slay this brat. Demonic dragon breaks the sky, annihilating claw. Go. The ancestral dragon snorted in response, waved both hands, and conjured a terrifying dragon phantom resembling a demon god. The phantom shook, then raised its claws and directly grabbed at Dijuan. Boom. Under this violent impact, the Hichu Luoshu shattered, emitting mournful cries, and quickly retreated toward Dijuan. This alarmed Dijuan, who hastily waved his hand, summoning a series of defensive treasures to try to block the terrifying dragon claw that struck like a demon god. It's useless. Even the heavenly saints you speak of may not be able to withstand this move. A mere peak quasi-saint like you shall be utterly annihilated. Seeing Dijuan still trying to resist, the ancestral dragon laughed coldly. But just then Dijuan's body suddenly jerked, and he fled directly backward. Jiming Beis and the demon warriors who had been standing beside him could not evade in time, and were directly enveloped by the terrifying dragon claw. Your Majesty, save us. Your Majesty. Sensing this, Jimeng and Beis were terrified and called out to Dijuan. But before their voices could fade, the dragon claw erupted with supreme sharpness. Bang! 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 In an instant, Jiming Beis and the demon warriors all exploded into clouds of blood mist, which were absorbed by the colossal dragon claw. But the ancestral dragon's attack did not end there. The massive dragon claw continued to streak across the sky, still hurtling toward Dijuan as if to shatter the very heavens. How dare you harm my elder brother? Witness the power of my supreme grade innate treasure. Chaos Bell suppress. At this moment Tai's figure finally appeared on the horizon. He stared at the scene before him with immense fury, letting out a violent roar. At the same time the Chaos Bell before him emitted an urgent chime carrying the supreme might of chaos, and collided with the ancestral dragon's terrifying claw. It seemed that he intended to block this attack and save Dijuan. Is a supreme grade innate treasure really that impressive? Do you truly believe that this thing can protect Dijuan? The ancestral dragon naturally sensed this scene. Instead of showing concern, he revealed a look of disdain and snorted repeatedly. Then he waved his hand again, conjuring a second demonic dragon phantom, which charged straight toward the Chaos Bell. Tai has made his move. What do you think, fellow Taoists? Can Tai manage to rescue Dijuan? Not necessarily. Though Tai's treasures are astonishing, ancestral dragon's dragon pearl is no weakling either. Even if it cannot match an innate supreme treasure, it can surely hold off the Chaos Bell for a moment. Exactly. As long as Tai cannot reach Dijuan or provide aid, Dijuan is doomed. In that instant, aside from the demons, all other races' powerhouses believed Dijuan had no escape. Ancestral Dragon was after all a primordial Hunyuan golden immortal on the same level as a sage. Even if Tai wielded an innate supreme treasure, he was certainly no match for him. And trying to rescue someone under such circumstances, was that not nothing but a pipe dream? Second brother, be careful. That one's strength far exceeds ours. Do not be reckless. At that moment Dijuan hastened to shout at Tai. He feared that Tai, young and eager, driven by his desire to save him, might unwittingly fall into Ancestral Dragon's trap. Rest assured, big brother. With your little brother here, even if Ancestral Dragon Yuanfeng and Shiqilan had not fallen and all attacked together, I can withstand them. Tai was not arrogant. He had immense confidence in the Chaos Bell in his hand. In the primordial era, there were only 3 innate supreme treasures. One was the Pango banner in the hands of the sect leader of Chan, primordial sage. Another was the Taiji diagram in the hands of the sect leader of Run, supreme sage. The last one was the Chaos Bell in his hand. And the true might of his Chaos Bell was by no means inferior to the Pango banner or the Taiji diagram. It was even more profound. With such a treasure in hand, even a sage would not casually claim to destroy him, let alone an ancestral dragon, who should have fallen long ago. Boom. The moment Tai's voice fell, the terrifying dragon phantom condensed by Ancestral Dragon had already collided fiercely with the Chaos Bell. Suddenly a colossal roar resounded through heaven and earth. The fierce might of the primordial Hunyuan golden immortal violently shook the surrounding space, as if it would shatter the entire realm. The astonishing power of the innate supreme treasure radiated in all directions, sweeping across the 4 corners, causing time and space to halt for an instant. Crack! Suddenly a crisp sound of breaking emerged. On the spatial barrier around, dense cracks appeared, as if it were about to shatter at any moment. Threads of void power seeped through those cracks into the primordial realm. Bang! 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 Tai seemed severely wounded, staggering backward. He barely managed to steady himself, but a trace of blood could not help but trickle from the corner of his mouth. How can this be so terrifying? Is this one's strength even above that of a sage? Big brother, flee quickly. This left Tai with an expression of utter disbelief, and he hurriedly shouted to Dijuan. After all, his Chaos Bell possessed an extremely formidable defensive power. Yet upon a single collision, he felt an overwhelming force surging through the Chaos Bell. This ancestral dragon's strength was very likely greater than that of the sages themselves. If that were the case, how could his big brother withstand a single blow from that ancestral dragon? Even the Chaos Bell cannot resist it. As expected of one of the 3 clan leaders, the overlord before the Wu and Yao, the might of Ancestral Dragon is truly terrifying. It seems Dijuan and Tai have chosen the wrong opponent. Sensing this, Kuanping ancestor Mingi and even Xinyuanzi not far away were all deeply shocked. Tai was activating an innate supreme treasure which even sages would be reluctant to face head-on. Yet Ancestral Dragon, with just a phantom, could suppress the power of this treasure and even injure Tai. Such battle prowess, could it already surpass the sages? Amid universal shock, Dijuan's face bore an expression of extreme madness. The terrifying, enormous dragon claw drew closer and closer. No matter what means he employed, he could not escape the cover of that strike. Roar! Unable to suppress himself, he let out a crazed roar, abruptly halted his form, and summoned all his treasures to hurl against the massive dragon claw phantom. Boom! After a series of explosions, those treasures were all sent flying by the enormous dragon claw. This caused Dijuan's figure to tremor, and a hint of fear could not help but appear in his eyes. He hastily transformed into his true form, intending to unleash his supreme might to resist. At the same time, he could not help but shout toward Tai, second brother. But before his voice had fully sounded, his figure was completely enveloped by the terrifying dragon claw phantom. Perish! Outside the supreme divine prison, Ancestral Dragon let out a cold snort. This caused the enormous dragon claw phantom to instantly close, unleashing unparalleled terror. How dare you, ancestral dragon, if you dare harm my big brother, I the emperor will summon all the subjects of the Yao clan and fight your dragon clan to the death. Ancestral dragon. Senior, stop immediately. I am sworn brothers with the great sun heavenly dragon. The Yao and dragon clans are exceedingly close. Tai had been roaring furiously at ancestral dragon, but when he sensed Dijuan's miserable cries his attitude instantly changed, and he began to plead with ancestral dragon. He even invoked the name of his mount, the great sun heavenly dragon, hoping that ancestral dragon, considering his past aid to the latter's offspring, would spare his big brother. At the same time, disregarding ancestral dragon's attack, he frantically activated part of the Chaos Bell's power, trying to rush toward Dijuan's location. He could not bear to watch his own big brother fall before his eyes. Oomph. If that rebellious son dares appear before me, I will personally suppress him. Ancestral dragon's face darkened, and he snorted coldly, showing no intention of showing mercy. You dare. This drove Tai mad. He directly manifested his true form as a three-legged golden crow, releasing supreme solar true fire, as if to ignite the entire sky. However, before Tai could reach there, a terrifying aura of sage might suddenly emerge from above. Ancestral dragon. The demon emperor cannot be destroyed. Regardless of what opportunity kept you from falling, you must not kill Dijuan. Otherwise I will not stand idly by. Immediately after, Nuwa's figure rapidly appeared, shouting angrily at ancestral dragon. Before her voice had even faded, she raised her hand toward the massive dragon claw, as if to intervene and save Dijuan. A sage has appeared. It's Sage Nuwa. Is that the mother of humanity? What mother of humanity? That's the demon emperor of the Yao. Exactly. When humanity suffered calamity, did that one ever show up? Look at Dijuan's suffering. That one arrived earlier than any other sage. In my view, that one never cared about humanity at all. Shoo, how can you speak recklessly of a sage? Are you not afraid that sage in anger will annihilate you all with a thought? Witnessing this, the powerhouses of all races in the primordial realm were stunned, and discussions broke out everywhere. Especially among humanity, their expressions turned extremely grim at that moment. Previously, when they were being slaughtered by the demons, they had knelt and begged this sage mother to descend and protect humanity, but she had not responded at all. Now, when the demon emperor had courted his own doom, this mother of humanity of theirs actually acted. This filled them with a sense of loss, and their reverence for Nuwa considerably diminished. The ancestral dragon naturally sensed that Nuwa was taking action, and a disdainful expression flashed across his eyes. Who do you think you are? How dare you command me? Back when I dominated the primordial world, you were probably still relying on your elder brother. Sages were fearsome. If it were before, he might have actually considered whether to make an enemy of Nuwa. However, now that he had already stepped into the realm of the primordial chaos golden immortal, what did he have to fear from a sage? Moreover, she was a sage who had attained sagehood through merit, the weakest among all the sages of the primordial world. Therefore, the moment his words fell, his palm trembled violently. This caused the dragon claw phantom that enveloped Dijuan to also tremble fiercely, directly exploding. Boom! A tremendous roar shook the surroundings as violent and vicious energy wildly swept in all directions. The terrifying impact caused Nuwa's palm phantom to rapidly disintegrate. Meanwhile, Dijuan's physical body also disintegrated, and his primordial spirit was drawn into that terrifying power, beginning to rapidly dissipate. Big brother. Not far away, Tai saw this scene. His body involuntarily came to a halt, and he let out an extremely shrill wail. For a moment, scenes of having been with Dijuan and fighting together continuously surfaced in Tai's sea of consciousness. Crack. At this moment, a crack appeared on Tai's Dao heart, as if he was overwhelmed with grief. Second brother, do not seek revenge for me until you have gained strength. Take care of your sister-in-law and nephew. The demon race is now in your hands. Remember. Suddenly, an extremely faint voice sounded in Tai's ear. This was the final testament left by Dijuan as he gathered his last bit of power before his primordial spirit completely dissipated. Meanwhile, within the demon race, inside the demon emperor's palace, Shiha and Changshi, the two sisters, seemed to have sensed it as well. Their expressions drastically changed, and they abruptly erupted with extremely terrifying auras. Damn ancestral dragon, how dare he kill our husband? Sister, let us now gather the demon army and march over to avenge our husband. Changshi shouted angrily at Shiha. Little sister speaks well. No matter how powerful the ancestral dragon is, he absolutely cannot stand against the entire demon race. We sisters shall gather the army today and avenge our husband. Shia's face was also filled with sorrow, and she nodded with great difficulty. Then she swiftly moved and headed out of the demon emperor's palace. In an instant, one decree after another was transmitted to the demon race announcing Dijuan's death. This shook the entire demon race. What? The emperor has fallen. Could it be the 12 ancestral sorcerers? No, the empress's decree says the ancestral dragon killed the emperor. Roar, whoever dares to kill our emperor shall bear the supreme wrath of the entire demon race. In an instant, countless demon warriors let out furious roars and moved to gather outside the demon emperor's palace. At the same time, powerful figures from all over the primordial world also showed extremely shocked expressions. Dejuan is dead. That ancestral dragon actually killed the demon emperor right in front of a sage. His primordial spirit didn't even escape. How terrifying. Thus the demon race is probably headed for decline. In the primordial world, the Tao ancestor represented the heavenly Tao as the sovereign, and the 6 sages established their traditions to educate all races, thus becoming esteemed. As for the sorcerer and demon races, they were the overlords governing heaven and earth. Dejuan, the demon emperor, had fallen at the hands of the ancestral dragon, which would inevitably cause upheaval in the primordial world. While all races were in shock, Nuwa, who was in the sky above the East Sea coast, was also filled with rage. Ancestral dragon, you actually killed the demon emperor right before my eyes. Are you making an enemy of me, of the entire demon race, and of the entire primordial world? Do you think that a primordial chaos golden immortal like you can defeat me in the primordial world? Angry shouts rang out, and the aura around Nuwa began to rise wildly. Just now she had already warned the ancestral dragon, yet he still killed Dejuan, showing her no respect at all. As a sage, how could she tolerate such contempt? Moreover, the other party even dared to mock her. Did he think she couldn't suppress him? This was the primordial world, a place shrouded by the heavenly Tao, not the chaos. Although a primordial chaos golden immortal was terrifying, how could he have any chance of victory against a heavenly Tao sage in the primordial world? Rumble. As Nuwa's voice fell, the power of heaven and earth around her began to frantically converge toward her. Nuwa gently raised her hand, as if causing the entire area to tremble. The might of heaven and earth around her was now under her control. Empress Nuwa, I shall join you in suppressing this ancestral dragon and avenge my big brother. I will tear him to pieces. Before Nuwa could act, Tai's aura suddenly surged upward. The chaos bell before him kept shaking, emitting a series of chimes. With each chime, the power of the chaos bell increased, becoming extremely terrifying. Eastern Emperor, steady your mind. This primordial chaos golden immortal is enough for me to suppress. Just watch how I... Nuwa was worried that Tai might lose control and fall into the ancestral dragon's trap. Dejuan had just fallen. If Tai also fell, wouldn't the demon race become a scattered mess? Seeing the furious Nuwa and Tai above, Honyun frowned and turned to look at the ancestral dragon. Senior, are you just going to let them be so arrogant? Although the prison emperor's decree you accepted has been fulfilled, these two seem unsatisfied. Why not let me act and lend you a hand? Though her strength was insufficient to deal with Nuwa, she could at least delay Tai for a moment. This would also help share some of the pressure on the ancestral dragon. Oomph. You're just a messenger girl, and you want to meddle in the affairs of the second layer. Go stand aside. The ancestral dragon glanced at Honyun, seemingly unappreciative. This surprised Honyun, who shook her head. Since the ancestral dragon had said so, she might as well step aside and watch the show. Senior ancestral dragon, shall our human race? The 3 ancestors of humanity also looked solemn and called out to the ancestral dragon. They had understood clearly. Their human mother Nuwa had not looked at them with any regard from beginning to end. Moreover, she was even avenging their enemy. This wounded them deeply, and they couldn't help but want to assist the ancestral dragon. You also step aside. Dealing with these two still needs no help from juniors like you. The ancestral dragon waved his hand, showing no intention of seeking outside help. Arrogant. Ancestral dragon, though you are a senior, you are far too insolent. Today I shall let all the powerful beings of the primordial world know how this primordial chaos golden immortal is suppressed by me. Nuwa naturally sensed the ancestral dragon's arrogant demeanor, and her fury surged once more. She had already conjured a red embroidered ball radiating astonishing power, locking onto the ancestral dragon's figure. Meanwhile, Tai on the other side was also wielding the power of the chaos bell, slowly approaching the ancestral dragon. A single primordial chaos golden immortal. Who told you that the only warden of the second layer is me? With that, the ancestral dragon paused, turned his head toward the supreme divine prison, and laughed heartily. Brothers, my lady, aren't you going to make a move and teach this ignorant girl a proper lesson? What? That Zhu Long has allies. Who could it be? Could it be also a Hunyuan Daluo golden immortal? How is that possible? In the primordial world, there are only 6 sages, counting the Dao ancestor, only 7. How could so many Hunyuan Daluo golden immortals appear all at once? You must know attaining the Hunyuan Daluo golden immortal realm is even harder than achieving sagehood. The mighty beings of all races, upon hearing Zhu Long's words, couldn't help but exclaim again. Mingi Patriarch and Kuanping near the human territory had already instinctively turned around, as if wanting to flee. This battle had exceeded their expectations. Their strength could bully quasi-sages, but when facing Hunyuan Daluo golden immortals and sages, they could only be bullied. Oomph. Don't try to scare me here. I don't believe that your so-called sworn brothers and sisters are also Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortals. Niuhua, seeing Zulong's demeanor, thought he was bluffing and immediately snorted coldly, directly urging the red embroidered ball in her hand to blast fiercely towards him. Her red embroidered ball was after all a top-grade innate spiritual treasure with terrifying might, and even contained supreme Dao laws. With Tai Yi's chaos spell added, could they still not defeat Zulong? Moreover, she had already mobilized the power of heaven and earth, borrowing the might of the heavenly Dao. No matter how powerful Zulong was, he could no longer be arrogant before her. At this moment, in the center of the primordial world at the foot of Mount Buzhou, within the ancestral land of the primordial witches, the 12 primordial witches all looked towards the eastern coast. They had just learned of the demon emperor's death, and before they could rejoice, they discovered that Niuhua was actually going to stand up for Dijun. Big brother, that supreme divine prison, no matter how you look at it, seems like a means left by the Father God. And the one who can make Zulong submit is probably only the supreme existence like the Father God. Could it be that this so-called supreme prison emperor has some connection with the Father God? Why don't we go and investigate? A group of primordial witches all looked at Dijiang. Their primordial spirits were inherently weak, so they did not cultivate them. Being able to sense these things was already extremely difficult. Thus their actions were still slower than those of other mighty beings in the primordial world. But at this moment, many of the primordial witches believed that the supreme prison emperor within the supreme divine prison was very likely connected to their Father God. Therefore they wanted to go investigate. Investigation is certainly necessary, but not now. This time that Tai Yi might not survive either. If both Dijun and Tai Yi fall, our clan can raise an army and completely annihilate the demon race. Then the army will march directly to the eastern coast, and we will surely discover the origin of that supreme divine prison. Dijiang's figure trembled slightly, and he began to pacify the many primordial witches. At this time, wouldn't it be pleasant to quietly watch the show? If Tai Yi was also eliminated, wouldn't it be easy for their witch clan to dispatch troops and annihilate the demon race? And at this moment, not only the 12 primordial witches had schemes, but many sages also harbored subtle calculations. Junior sister Niuhua has made a move. Does Zulong really have more allies? Big brother, we should hurry over. Maybe we can lend junior sister Niuhua a hand. Yuanshi looked at Taishang, barely able to restrain himself from going to help Niuhua deal with Zulong. That Zulong was far too arrogant. Such an affront to the dignity of the sages truly deserved destruction. Do not speak lightly of offering assistance. However, we cannot allow Zulong to be so arrogant in the primordial world. Otherwise, the prestige of US brothers will also be challenged in the future. Let us observe for a while, then make a decision. Taishang frowned and replied to Yuanshi with a few words. He did not intend to act lightly, but he also rejected Yuanshi's proposal. After all, it concerned the face of the sages. If Niuhua lost, the sages would surely be ridiculed as well. If junior sister Niuhua had stopped the demon race from slaughtering the humans from the beginning, how could there be so many troubles? In my view, junior sister Niuhua brought this upon herself. It's good for her to suffer some losses. Tong Tian snorted with some dissatisfaction, seemingly having some opinions about Niuhua's previous actions. West of the eastern coast, Jane and Juanti, who were rushing over rapidly, could not help but stop their forms. Zulong has allies. Senior brother, should we still make a move to seize that supreme divine prison? The might of that treasure seems far beyond that of innate supreme treasures. Juanti transmitted his voice to Jane to inquire. They, the senior and junior brothers, had not come to help Niuhua fight, but to take away the supreme divine prison and bring it back to the west. Who would have thought that the beings emerging from the supreme divine prison were each more formidable and astonishing than the last? They were also worried that if Zulong had more allies, then it would be difficult for them to forcibly take away the supreme divine prison. No matter. Daoist Niuhua will surely not give up easily this time. As soon as they start fighting, you will appear to draw their attention. I will directly strike and refine that supreme divine prison. Once we obtain this treasure, whether it be Hongyun Zulong or even Zulong's allies, they will all become our subordinates. Jane responded faintly, as if still adhering to his previous plan, without any intention to change. Booming. While the mighty beings of all sides and many sages were shocked by Zulong's words, from within the supreme divine prison suddenly came a series of rumbling sounds. Then a blaze of fiery divine flames swept out violently from the supreme divine prison, transforming into a woman dressed in a fiery red long skirt, with a voluptuous figure and delicate features. Old man, just now I said that I would handle this time, but you secretly rushed out. Now that you've encountered an opponent, you think to summon us for help. As soon as the woman appeared, she glared at Zulong with displeasure. While speaking, a massive phantom of Yuan Feng emerged above her head, radiating the might of a Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal, sweeping in all directions. Sister Yuan Feng jokes. Brother was just afraid you were too idle, so I invited you and Brother Qilin to come out and move together to stretch our limbs. Zulong chuckled, cupped his hands towards Yuan Feng, then looked behind Yuan Feng. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from beside Yuan Feng. A bald-headed man with bulging muscles and a rugged face suddenly appeared, emitting a ferocious aura no weaker than Zhu Long's. Stretch limbs. To deal with a little girl, do we need the three of us to act together? You clearly want to use me and Sister Yuan Feng to kill that little girl. I sure Qilin am not willing to bully a little girl. The other first glanced at Nuwa, then looked at Zhu Long, a hint of displeasure in his voice. However, upon hearing the names Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin, not only Nuwa and Tai Yi were stunned, but the mighty beings of all races and many sages were also dumbfounded. Yuan Feng, Shi Qilin. These two haven't fallen either. How is this possible? The three clan leaders of ancient times are all alive, and have all stepped into the Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal Realm. Weren't the three of them mortal enemies? Hey, how did they come together? Are they all jailers in that supreme divine prison? They could not help but be shaken. Yuan Feng, Zhu Long, and Shi Qilin were the supreme overlords of the previous Kulpa existences that had struck terror into all races of the primordial world. One who commanded all birds. One who ruled the aquatic races. One who reigned over all beasts. Even the Wu and Yao clans of the present era placed in that age might not have had the opportunity to dominate the primordial world. But did not all three of these perish alongside humanity in that great conflict? Why had they appeared simultaneously, and more astonishingly, why had all three broken through to the realm of Hunyuan Dayuo Jingxian? Outside the Demon Emperor Palace in the Demon Tribe, an astonishing radiance illuminated heaven and earth as a golden dragon emitting overwhelming pressure levitated into the sky. Complex emotions flickered within its eyes as it gazed toward the eastern shore. Father has not perished. He struck down and killed the Demon Emperor. How is this to be handled? Tai has always treated me well after all. The golden dragon's form trembled slightly, consumed by turmoil, as it made its way toward the eastern shore, seeming to wish to intercede on Tai Yi's behalf. On Kunlun Mountain, where the Chan sect disciples gathered, a Qilin surrounded by auspicious omens slowly rose into the sky, its eyes filled with astonishment. Father actually survived. He reached the realm of Hunyuan Dayuo Jingxian. With father alive, why should this crown prince have attached himself to the Chan sect, serving as another's humble servant? After muttering to himself, the Qilin's form shuddered, and it assumed an arrogant bearing, striding proudly toward the eastern shore. At the same time, near the Deadfire volcano in the southern primordial world, a demonic bird radiating five-colored brilliance slowly emerged from the depths of the mountains. It gazed toward the eastern shore as its aura churned continuously. Mother's breath. Mother is still alive. Ha ha ha, with mother here, who would dare bully me in the days to come? With those words, its form blurred and wings spread, and it too sped toward the eastern shore. It was not only the three clan princes who had grown agitated. Across the four seas the dragon clan stirred. From the depths of mountains the Qilin clan roared. Above the dense forest phoenix cries resounded. The remnants of all three clans seemed to sense their ancestors' presence. Yet at the eastern shore, Nuwa's expression grew extremely grim. Rage churned within her eyes, yet she dared not continue attacking as before. What happened? Were you not so arrogant a moment ago, you girl? Why do you look so frightened now that you see my brother and sister here? Have you grown afraid? Zhu Long glanced at Nuwa and let out waves of mockery. At the same moment, he swept his arm and drew forth. The terrifying power erupted from Di Jun's place of death, absorbing the fallen emperor's remnant soul into the prison emperor token. In this process, he completely ignored both Nuwa and Tai Yi. Meanwhile, Yuan Feng's figure slowly advanced, turning her gaze toward the furious Tai Yi and Nuwa. Whoever wished to strike just now may step forward freely. Rest assured, without the Supreme Lord's decree, I will not easily slaughter you. Yuan Feng's mockery surpassed even Zhu Long's. This caused Tai Yi to roar uncontrollably. Despite your power, you bully the young and slaughter my elder brother. This is simply too much oppression against the demon tribe. Please, Empress Nuwa, deliver justice for my elder brother. Though consumed with rage, Tai Yi felt powerless before the three Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortals and could only call out to Nuwa. Nuwa had been contemplating how to handle the suddenly appeared Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin. Hearing Tai Yi's words, she could not help but feel depressed. Was she expected to fight three Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortals alone? Was this not pushing a saint beyond reasonable limits? Noise. It seems you intend to go meet your elder brother now. Very well. I shall fulfill your wish today. Before Nuwa could respond, Yuan Feng's brows furrowed slightly, and she coldly shouted at Tai Yi. Then the terrifying phantom appearing above her head trembled violently and crashed fiercely toward Tai Yi. Daoist Yuan Feng, is your behavior not somewhat excessive? In the past, this palace and you shared some acquaintance. When your Phoenix clan suffered defeat, it was this palace who intervened and rescued several Phoenix clan elites, preserving your clan's bloodline. Now you refuse to leave this palace even a shred of dignity. Witnessing this scene, Nuwa urgently stepped forward, activating her red embroidered sphere and smashing it toward the Yuan Feng phantom. At the same time, she directly shouted angrily at Yuan Feng. As she said, she had indeed known Yuan Feng in the past. Her mount, the profound Heavenfire Phoenix, and her attendant Sai were all remnants of the Phoenix clan, and it was true that she had preserved part of their bloodline. If you had not mentioned this, I would not have chosen to strike at you. So what? Your Phoenix clan served as my subordinate and my attendant. Does that count as preserving your clan's bloodline? In that case, why don't you become my attendant, and I shall spare your life? What say you? Nuwa remained silent, and Yuan Feng had not been so furious. A dignified member of the Phoenix clan had fallen to the point of becoming someone else's servant and attendant, yet this being still claimed it was for the Phoenix clan's own good. Did they really think she had no temper? Thus her aura surged, and the power of the Yuan Feng phantom intensified again. With a thunderous impact, the Yuan Feng phantom collided with the red embroidered sphere, producing a tremendous boom. Astonishing flames filled the heavens and earth, and terrifying fierce energy swept in all directions. Though Nuwa's attack was formidable, this strike primarily aimed to protect Tai Yi, and she was ultimately suppressed somewhat by Yuan Feng's power. This made Nuwa's expression grow even darker. At this moment, Zulong had already returned the prison emperor token to the mouth of the massive statue. The great statue shuddered slightly, its mouth closing gently, and another prison emperor token appeared. Witnessing this, Nuwa, Tai Yi, and indeed all the powerful beings and saints across the primordial world were taken aback. Another prison emperor token. Is it aimed at Tai Yi, or does it intend to judge Nuwa? Currently, only Nuwa and Tai Yi were engaged at the eastern shore. Thus, the powerful beings across the primordial world speculated that this prison emperor token must be connected to Nuwa and Tai Yi. At this moment, light flashed upon the prison emperor token, shooting straight into the heavens and illuminating all directions. A series of deep, resonant voices slowly emanated from it. Prison emperor token. The accused Nuwa. Crimes appropriating the benefits granted to humanity, without protecting them, condoning the demon tribe's massacre, harboring demon emperor Dijun. Judgment stripped the title of human mother, no longer enjoy the benefits granted by humanity. Should you refuse to comply, forceful deprivation shall be enacted. What? This palace created humanity, and am inherently the human mother. What qualification do you have to strip this palace's title? What qualification do you have to deprive this palace of the benefits humanity has granted? This is an opportunity bestowed by the heavenly Tao itself. Do you intend to oppose the heavenly Tao? You. Nuwa, who had been preparing to fight Yuan Feng, saw her expression darken. By what right does this supreme prison emperor judge her? She was a heavenly Tao saint, a disciple of Hongjuan, the creator of humanity. Young one, how dare you question the supreme lord's decree? I believe you have grown tired of living. Before Nuwa could finish speaking, Zulong abruptly turned his head and berated her. Then he immediately stepped forward and bowed to the prison emperor token. Supreme Lord, your humble second-tier prison guard volunteers to accept this decree and properly educate this girl. As Zulong's voice faded, the prison emperor token trembled slightly and landed before him. As Zulong accepted the prison emperor order, Shirchilan slowly stepped forward, revealing a cold sneer. TSK. I, the ancestor, dislike making enemies of women, but since the sovereign has issued the prison emperor order, I have no choice. Little girl, will you sever ties with the human race yourself, or shall we force you to do so? Shirchilan's aura surged as he strode toward Nuwa. Meanwhile, Yuan Feng had already raised her arm, as if awaiting Nuwa's response, ready to strike at any moment. This caused Nuwa's expression to drastically change. In that instant, she felt as if she had lost countless opportunities. Her eyes filled with fury, unwillingness, and deep grievance. Why? With just a few words, should she be stripped of her benefits from the human race? Isn't this bullying a saint? Did they truly believe that she, a heavenly saint, had no means of resistance? Do not push me too far. If I strike, even you 3 Hunyuan golden immortals may not gain any advantage. I advise you. Thinking this, Nuwa spoke coldly, manifesting a series of astonishing treasures around her. The saint's might within her surged wildly, shaking heaven and earth. It seems you refuse to submit. Then we shall beat you until you do. Chilan Seal. Shirchilan, who had just claimed reluctance to fight a woman, suddenly activated his natal treasure and hurled it at Nuwa before she could finish speaking. Nuwa was greatly alarmed and shouted angrily, arrogant. In terms of treasures, I am not inferior to you. Silence. Phoenix staff, go. As Nuwa spoke, Yuan Feng waved her hand, sending a fiery red wooden staff hurtling toward Nuwa. Seeing this, Zulong quickly put away the prison emperor order. Wait for me. How could I miss out on a fight? With that, he moved swiftly, activating the Zulong token and striking at Nuwa. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, deafening explosions resounded across heaven and earth, and the terrifying energy radiated wildly, causing the entire east seashore to tremble violently. The violent shockwaves swept across the surrounding sky like a tidal wave, leaving countless cracks on the spatial barrier. Threads of void energy invaded the primordial world, forming chaotic void currents that threatened to annihilate everything. You 3 are ganging up on a weak woman. Have you no shame? Damn it. My treasures. My precious boots. My precious robes. Nuwa was driven mad. These 3 Hunyuan golden immortals had actually stooped so low as to unite against her. Even with her many treasures, few could compare to the Zulong Pearl Qilin Seal and Phoenix Staff. How could she withstand their relentless assault? In an instant she was utterly disheveled, hair in disarray, clothes torn and covered in wounds. Look, the Divine Mother is being beaten. No, she is no longer our Divine Mother. We humans do not need a Divine Mother who protects the demon race and abandons us. Indeed, the fate of humanity will no longer be decided by Nuwa. The humans below, witnessing this terrifying scene, exchanged glances. The 3 ancestors of humanity breathed a slight sigh of relief. Not that they were ungrateful, but after this ordeal they had grown disillusioned with Nuwa. Such a Divine Mother was better off gone. Meanwhile, the powerful beings of the myriad races in the primordial world had also sensed the scene of Nuwa being beaten. Gasp! Look, 3 Hunyuan golden immortals are beating Saint Nuwa. A saint reduced to such a state. See, Saint Nuwa has no room to fight back. Her clothes are torn. So white. Shut up. Do you wish to die? Oi. A saint's thought can kill you all. Sneak a glance or two, but dare to speak of it. Do you not fear for your lives? Exclamations erupted continuously, and the powerful beings of the myriad races were filled with mixed emotions. Since the saints emerged to intimidate the primordial world, when had a saint ever been so disgraced? At the same time, they were filled with confusion. Even with Saint Nuwa in such a state, did the other heavenly saints not intervene? Did Tao ancestor Hongju not care? Did the heavenly Tao not act? While the myriad races were stunned, the figures of Taishang Yuanshi and Tongtian appeared on the outskirts of the east seashore. This is too much. Elder brother, second brother, junior sister Nuwa is being bullied like this. We must act. Tongtian could no longer bear it. Although he was extremely dissatisfied with Nuwa's actions this time, she still called him senior brother, and he could not stand by and watch her suffer. Rumble. However, before Taishang and Yuanshi could respond, 2 astonishing Saint auras suddenly appeared to the west of the east seashore. The figures of Jane and Junti materialized, shaking the surroundings. Zulong, Shirchilin, Yuan Feng. How dare you bully Taoist friend Nuwa like this? Do you think you can act with impunity in the primordial world? 7 Treasures Tree. Junti roared first, unleashing a dazzling 7-colored light that surged towards Zulong, Shirchilin, and Yuan Feng. Interesting. I was just thinking one heavenly saint wasn't enough to fight. Now here comes another. Zulong's sister Yuan Feng, leave this tree branch carrying fellow to me. Sensing this, Shirchilin suddenly turned to face the approaching Junti. With a cold laugh, he shifted his form and charged straight toward Junti. At that moment, Jane behind Junti also activated the 12-pin Merit Golden Lotus. His aura surged as he sat cross-legged upon it, and both he and the lotus expanded wildly. In an instant they had grown to tens of millions of feet. This supreme divine prison suddenly appearing in the primordial world has brought countless tribulations. It is a vessel of malevolence. However, this treasure is destined for the West. It shall enter the Western paradise, where the Western teachings will suppress and refine its baleful energy. With that, Jane raised his hand and reached directly for the supreme divine prison, as if to claim it entirely. Witnessing this, the powerful beings of the myriad races were once again astounded. The saints of the Western teachings have also intervened. Look, Saint Junti is already fighting Shirchilin. What does Saint Jane intend to do? Is he trying to take the supreme divine prison? Does he not fear Yuan Feng, Shirchilin, and Zulong? Why should he fear? With 3 saints against 3 Hunyuan golden immortals, who knows who will win? Perhaps they can indeed take the supreme divine prison. In the eyes of the myriad races, heavenly saints were ultimately blessed by the heavenly Tao. With equal numbers they might indeed defeat Zulong, Shirchilin, and Yuan Feng. Moreover, there were 6 heavenly saints. Only 3 had appeared so far, with the other 3 yet to act. Once the 3 pure ones joined the fray, how could Zulong, Shirchilin, and Yuan Feng possibly withstand them? Outside the supreme divine prison, Zhen Yuanzi stared at Hong Yun in shock. Old friend, do you need my assistance? Though I am no match for a sage, I can delay them for a moment. Hong Yun was the messenger maiden within the supreme divine prison. Zhen Yuanzi worried that she might confront Jieyin directly, so he inquired specifically. Indeed powerless before a sage, but with the earth book's obstruction, he might buy a few moments. No need. To deal with this fellow, we don't need to act. Just watch the show, old friend. Hong Yun shook her head slightly, a deep disdain flickering in her eyes. He had not expected that these 2 shameless beings from the West would actually dare to strike directly at the supreme divine prison. Were they tired of living intent on courting death? Do you, a mere heavenly Tao sage, truly think you can take away the divine prison? How laughable. Sensing this, the ancestral dragon broke away from the melee surrounding Nuwa, channeled the ancestral dragon pearl, and soared to meet Jieyin's giant palm. But before the ancestral dragon could reach Jieyin, a terrifying sage's might swept in, transforming into 3,000 strands of silk and smashing fiercely toward the dragon. Another one seeking death. The ancestral dragon's face darkened. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a surge of terrifying power that collided violently with the 3,000 strands. This jolted his form slightly, and a hint of surprise crossed his face. The strike seemed simple, yet its force was dreadfully formidable. Fellow Taoists, it is gratifying that you have not fallen. But your actions here are somewhat excessive. Taishang stepped forward, gently shaking his whisk of green silk, dispersing the aftershocks of the collision. Behind him, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian glared at the ancestral dragon, the primordial Qilin, and the primordial phoenix with thinly veiled anger. Three elder brothers, your timing is perfect. These three, the ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, and primordial Qilin, are far too arrogant ganging up on me alone. I beseech your aid. Seeing Taishang, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian arrive, Nuwa regained her courage and shouted to them, her voice loud and urgent. At the same time, her aura surged as she distanced herself from the primordial phoenix, fleeing in disarray toward the three pure ones. Let me first destroy that fool who dares to shake the divine prison, then we can talk. At this moment, the ancestral dragon had no intention of conversing with the three pure ones. Instead, he moved to annihilate Jieyin. But as he began to act, Yuan Shi's figure abruptly stepped forward, blocking his path. Yuan Shi now radiated intense fury, his aura erupting with terrifying force, and a faint trace of an innate supreme treasure glimmered in his hand. Ancestral dragon, you have just bullied our junior sister Nuwa together. Should you not give us an explanation before attending to fellow Taoist Jieyin? At this moment, both Yuan Shi and Taishang merely wished to see whether Jieyin could shake the supreme divine prison. How could they allow the ancestral dragon to ruin their schemes? Hearing this, the ancestral dragon frowned, his beard and hair bristling with anger. Yuan Shi, you little brat, are you seeking death? Seeking death? Do you three mere Hunyuan Dayuo golden immortals dare to speak of seeking death before my brothers? Do you truly think we are as easy to bully as that junior sister Nuwa? Yuan Shi sneered coldly, his aura slowly rising, seemingly unafraid of the ancestral dragon. Behind him, Tong Tian could no longer restrain himself, stepping forward with sword intent rippling, as if genuinely enraged and ready to strike. Sensing this, the expressions of the myriad races of the primordial world shifted. The three pure sages have appeared. All 6 heavenly Tao sages are gathered. Taishang sage wields an innate supreme treasure. Yuan Shi sage also holds one. Tong Tian sage's Zhuxian sword formation is comparable to a supreme treasure. If these three strike, the ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, and primordial Qilin will surely be defeated. Among the 6 sages of the primordial world, the 3 pure ones possessed the most formidable treasures. Taishang, appointed by Hongjun to lead the Xian sect, was foremost in cultivation and power among the sages. Thus, the myriad races of the primordial world now believed the heavenly Tao sages would undoubtedly prevail. Meanwhile, above, Jieyin's palm drew ever closer to the supreme divine prison, about to envelop it entirely. Buzz. At that instant, a startling hum rang out. The statue atop the supreme divine prison trembled once more, opening its mouth to reveal a prison emperor token. This startled all the sages and even the myriad races. Another prison emperor token. Is it to summon the 3 clan leaders together to repel Jieyin? At this moment, the primordial phoenix, ancestral dragon, and primordial Qilin have no time to aid, do they? They were puzzled. Now none of the 3, ancestral dragon, primordial phoenix, or primordial Qilin, had a chance to intercept Jieyin. What use was this prison emperor token appearing now? Buzz. The prison emperor token emerged, vibrating slightly, and burst forth with a dazzling light that illuminated the entire sky, even causing Jieyin's palm to pause momentarily. Then a deep voice echoed from the token. Prison emperor token. Defended Jieyin. Crime attempting to attack the supreme divine prison. Judgment imprisoned within the divine prison for 100 culpas, life or death disregarded. Executor guardian of the supreme divine prison gate. What? Imprison a sage for 100 culpas. Life or death disregarded. The executor is the guardian of the supreme divine prison gate. A gatekeeper. Is there someone within the supreme divine prison capable of fighting a sage? Upon hearing the proclamation from the prison emperor token, the myriad races of the primordial world were stunned. The current situation heavily favored the opponents of the supreme divine prison. They had not expected that even now the prison emperor token would still seek to suppress sage Jieyin. Most crucially, this time the executor was merely a gatekeeper. Was that not an insult to sage Jieyin? At least the previous executors had been a messenger maiden or a warder. Ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. I am a heavenly Tao sage blessed by the Tao, and you a mere little prison emperor presume to judge me. And you send a mere gatekeeper to suppress me. Do you truly think I am like those ant-like demonic beasts to be butchered at your whim? Watch me take this supreme divine prison. Jieyin's expression could no longer hold. This was an insult, a naked humiliation. He truly did not believe that this so-called gatekeeper of the supreme divine prison was his match. What of a gatekeeper? He is more than enough to deal with you. However, just as Jieyin's words fell, the supreme divine prison trembled, and a series of cold snorts echoed from within. Immediately, a terrifying battle axe radiating an overwhelming murderous aura materialized and hurtled straight toward Jie Yin's giant palm. This aura, so terrifying. Who is it? Such violent, baleful energy. Could it be a chaos demon god? Impossible, right? Sensing the terrifying halberd, all the sages were stunned, expressions of surprise spreading across their faces. The might of this halberd was even more terrifying than that of Zulong Yuanfeng and Shi Qilin. Its master must be even more formidable. But in the Honghuang, could such a being exist? Bluffing. This is the Honghuang backed by the might of the heavenly Tao. Would I, a poor Taoist, be afraid of a mere guard? Jane's face also turned somewhat grim, but his hand did not pause in the slightest. As a heavenly Tao saint, the leader of the two Western saints, Jane's strength was not weak. Although inferior to Taishang, he was still able to contend with Yuanshi and Tong Tian. Unfortunately, the treasures in his hand were not as good as those of Yuanshi and Tong Tian. Otherwise, how could his Western sect have remained in that barren Western land, unable to intercede in the richer regions of the Honghuang? Today the treasure was right before him. How could he be willing to give up? Moreover, even if he had no shame under the watchful eyes of all the sages and the myriad races of Honghuang, how could he be scared off by a gate guard who had not even emerged yet? As Jane pondered, the massive palm he had condensed clashed with that terrifying halberd. Boom! Instantly, a terrible roar resounded throughout the entire Honghuang. Violent, baleful energy, astonishing merit, power, and even the heart-stirring might of the saints crazily interwove, collided, and cancelled each other out. Crunch! In just an instant, the massive palm was covered with dense cracks, and then collapsed with a bang. This caused Jane's figure to tremble violently, and the 12th-grade merit golden lotus beneath his feet shook wildly, seemingly unable to withstand the violent impact. What? Saint Jane can't even block a single strike from that gate guard. And he still wants to collect the supreme divine prison. Could it be that Jane's blow was just a test, and he hasn't used his full strength? Sensing this, the strong of all races were stunned. They hadn't expected that Jane couldn't even withstand the might of that halberd. And with that, he still attempted to take away the supreme divine prison. Wasn't that a joke? Senior brother, I will help you. Juanti called out to Jane with great worry. At the same time, his figure shook, intending to force back the opposing Shi Qilin so he could go to Jane's aid. But as soon as he moved, Shi Qilin took a fierce step forward and blocked him. What? A moment ago you were trying to stop me, and now you want to retreat. Do you really think I am so easy to deal with? I advise you to stay here obediently, otherwise the one imprisoned in the divine prison will not be just your senior brother. Shi Qilin spoke calmly, as if earnestly exhorting Juanti. This made Juanti extremely angry, but he could not easily break through Shi Qilin's obstruction. Such an aura. Could it be that guy? Impossible. Wasn't that guy suppressed? Even if that guy escaped, he shouldn't have such a terrifying might. The power of this strike has probably surpassed us all. The expressions of Taishang, Yuanshi, Tongtian, and even Nuwa were not good. They sensed the terrifying might of that strike, and vaguely guessed who the gate guard of the supreme divine prison was. However, the master of that halberd seemed to be stronger than them, and the existence they had guessed should not have yet stepped into the realm of the Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal. Thus they were greatly puzzled. Outside the Honghuang, inside the Zhixiao Palace, Hongjuan's face also darkened. Such fierce, baleful energy. It must be the scent of that beast. But when did that guy reach the half-step heavenly Tao realm? What is going on? As the Tao ancestor of the Honghuang, Hongjun also guessed the identity of the halberd's master. But like the three pure ones and Nuwa, he also felt doubt in his heart. Meanwhile, not far from the supreme divine prison, Jane's figure trembled slightly and shrank rapidly, as if he had abandoned the idea of continuing to collect the supreme divine prison. After restoring his form, a terrifying wound deep enough to show bone appeared on his arm, and golden saint blood continuously dripped, seemingly damaging his origin, so that it was hard to recover for a while. Damn it! Half-step heavenly Tao. Who exactly are you? Steadying himself, Jane looked at the terrifying halberd with fury and let out an unwilling roar. Bang! 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 At this moment, a series of shocking footsteps came from within the supreme divine prison. Then a figure with a strong build, a single horn on its head, a ferocious face, and emitting terrifying baleful energy, slowly walked out of the supreme divine prison. As soon as it appeared, all the saints were greatly shocked. Beast Emperor Shen and I. It is indeed you. When did you break out of the Seal Land? When did you become a half-step heavenly Tao powerhouse? Why didn't we know? The saints couldn't help but be shocked. This Beast Emperor was born from the resentment and essence blood of countless demon gods who fell at the beginning of the creation of the world. Once he dominated the Honghuang, for a time suppressed all races, and was extremely brutal. This caused the strong of all races to suffer unspeakably, and they united to resist. After a supreme battle, it triggered a trace of remnant while left by Pangu, causing Shun and I to be defeated and eternally suppressed. And most of the strong of the beast race were also driven out of the Honghuang, exiled to the chaos, their fate unknown. Logically, if Shun and I broke out of the seal, they as saints should have known, right? Moreover, how could he possess strength greater than theirs? What secrets unknown to them were hidden in this supreme divine prison? Oomph. A bunch of juniors dare to act wildly outside the supreme divine prison. I wonder who gave you the courage. Jane, right? Will you seal your own power and enter the divine prison with me to receive punishment, or do you intend to let me have some fun? I haven't made a move in a long time. I'm a bit rusty. Shin and I first saluted the prison emperor token and put it away, then looked at Jane with a ferocious smile. Shin and I, you actually escaped the seal. Aren't you afraid of the master appearing to suppress you? Aren't you afraid of heavenly Tao punishment? Aren't you afraid? Jane was stunned at first, then directly shouted angrily at Shun and I, a hint of retreat appearing in his eyes. He paused, then quickly turned his head to look at the three pure ones and knew, fellow Taoist, this Shun and I is the beast emperor, brutal and murderous. We must not allow him to wreak havoc in the Hongwang. Please, fellow Taoists, join me and my junior brother to suppress him. After that single strike, Jane understood that he was no match for this Shin and I. If he could drag the three pure ones and Nuwa into the fight, perhaps there would be a chance to battle Shin and I. He believed that their master, upon discovering Shin Ni's trail, would definitely not ignore it. Good. All of you come at me together. Maybe with a little effort you could even defeat me. Shin and I couldn't help but laugh loudly, as if deliberately provoking the saints. Then he waved to Zulong Yuanfeng and Shiqilan. You all step aside. These guys are mine. Anyone who tries to steal my opponent, don't blame me for not letting it go. Hearing these words, the brows of Zhu Long and Shiqilan furrowed. Yuan Feng meanwhile showed a trace of icy coldness, abruptly turning her gaze toward Shin and I, her eyes blazing with astonishing flames. Not finished. Shin and I, you are after all merely a gatekeeper, while we are the wardens overseeing the second floor. Do you dare to lay a hand on us? Are you not done? Let me see what you've got. Yuan Feng's voice rang out immediately, seemingly extremely dissatisfied with Shin and I. Witnessing this scene, the many sages were all taken aback. It seemed that Yuan Feng, Zhu Long, and Shiqilan were not of one mind with the Beast Emperor, arguing right in front of them. If so, they might be able to scheme against these fellows and perhaps gain some unexpected benefits. Jin Yuanzi was also somewhat surprised by this scene. He cautiously glanced at Hong Yun and asked via telepathy, "Old friend, these seniors won't actually come to blows, will they?" Both Yuan Feng and Shun and I became famous before Hong Yun, so they are indeed seniors. As far as possible, but if they actually fight, they don't have the guts. Hong Yun chuckled and responded directly. This startled Jin Yuanzi, who quickly shut his mouth in fear. His old friend was the messenger girl of the Supreme Divine Prison, but he was not. If Zhu Long, Yuan Feng, Shiqilan, and Shun and I were angered and attacked him, he would not be able to withstand it. What? Do you have a problem, little girl? Should I, the Emperor, deal with you as well? Hearing this, Shun and I couldn't help but glance at Hong Yun with an air of wanting to fight all beings present. Forget it. I would not want to see you off to the third floor. Hong Yun curled her lips, showing no fear at all, and instead let out a cold laugh. As her voice fell, Shun Ni's figure suddenly trembled, as if there was something in the third floor of the Supreme Divine Prison that he was unwilling to face. On the other side, both Zhu Long and Shiqilan's faces darkened upon hearing Hong Yun's words. The two of them flickered, breaking away from their respective opponents and landing beside Yuan Feng. Sister Feng. He's just a gatekeeper, why bother with him? Exactly, Sister Feng, that fellow still holds the Supreme One's decree. We should discuss this later. Don't disturb the one on the third floor. The battle that suppressed Shin and I back, then the three of them had indeed participated. However, now they all submitted to the Supreme One's command. How could they quarrel? Shin and I was now holding the prison emperor's decree. Surely they couldn't cause a commotion over competing for opponents. The most crucial point was that there was indeed an existence on the third floor they did not wish to see. If they angered that one, they would all suffer. Oomph. Then let's go leave this place to that fellow. Just don't end up unable to handle it and needing our help. Yuan Feng's face changed slightly, and she snorted a few times at Shin and I. Then her figure flickered, and she headed straight for the Supreme Divine Prison, as if unwilling to stay here any longer. Very well. Sister Feng, go back and rest first. We'll wait here. After that Jane is suppressed, we'll directly take him to the second floor for imprisonment. Zhu Long and Shiqilan exchanged a glance, but did not immediately retreat to the Supreme Divine Prison. They were the wardens of the second floor of the Supreme Divine Prison, and if Jane were suppressed, he would be imprisoned on the second floor. The third floor. Could it be the place where the Supreme Prison Emperor resides? It seems that the Supreme Prison Emperor possesses strength that makes even Shun and I revere him. No wonder he can make Shun and I submit. What cultivation realm does he have? Half-step Heavenly Tao Realm. Or perhaps Heavenly Tao Realm. Impossible at most. Half-step Heavenly Tao Realm. Seeing Yuan Feng retreat into the Supreme Divine Prison, the many sages were somewhat disappointed. However, they had also obtained extremely useful information. That is, on the third floor of the Supreme Divine Prison, there was an existence that made Shun and I, Zhu Long, Yuan Feng, Shiqilan, and even Hong Yun hold in awe. They speculated whether the existence on the third floor was the master of the Supreme Divine Prison, the Supreme Prison Emperor. However, the Supreme Prison Emperor's ability to make Shun Ni submit might have already reached a level comparable to the Heavenly Tao. Arrogant. Do you not take us the Heavenly Tao sages seriously? This is the primordial world, a place shrouded by the Heavenly Tao. How dare you be so insolent? Fellow Taoists, let us act together to suppress this Shin Ni, and let the myriad races of the primordial world know the might of us Heavenly Tao sages. Jane's eyes then shifted, his body shook violently, and the 12-grade merit golden lotus under his feet erupted with astonishing power as he quickly moved toward the three pure ones and Nuwa. It seemed he wanted to unite with the three pure ones and Nuwa to attack Shun Ni together. Do not drag me into your grudges. This supreme divine prison has not judged me. Otherwise I would have shown these fellows the might of the Panga banner. However, before Jane could approach the three pure ones and Nuwa, Yuanshir snorted and involuntarily stepped aside, as if he had no intention of joining hands with Jane. Though he was furious with Shun Ni was a half-step Heavenly Tao realm expert, it was not worth fighting for Jane. Second brother's words are not without reason. This time the Heavenly Tao has not issued a decree and our teacher has not sent word, so I will not intervene in your conflict. However, you'd better leave the primordial world to fight. If the primordial world is damaged, we brothers will not stand by idly. Taishang spoke calmly with no intention of helping Jane. Big brother, second brother, what are you doing? This left Tong Tian, who had been about to act, stunned. Just now, when junior sister Nuwa was being beaten, he had wanted to intervene. Moreover, they had all been mocked as Heavenly Tao sages, yet his big brother and second brother were not going to fight. Since when had these two brothers become so rational? Taoist Jane, fear not. I will go to the Zhixiao Palace and invite our teacher. Once our teacher steps in, not only these fellows, but even this supreme divine prison will be suppressed. Nuwa put on an expression of shared hatred, shouting loudly at Jane. However, her figure was retreating. Just now her battle with Zhu Long and the other two had already left her extremely disheveled. It would be inappropriate for her to fight Shin and I again, wouldn't it? Her friendship with Jane was not that deep. Fellow Taoists, are you afraid? Are you going to stand by and watch this fellow wreak havoc in the primordial world, despise the Heavenly Tao, and mock us Heavenly Tao sages? You? Jane was greatly alarmed. Just moments ago these fellows were all righteous and indignant, yet when it came to action they all acted as if they were above it all. Shin and I had mocked them all. Weren't they the ones who cared most about face? Enough. Since they dare not fight, we'll deal with them later. However, the Supreme One's decree must not be delayed, so I will deal with you first. Beast Emperor Halberd, endless beast, tied up here. However, Shun Ni did not give Jane another chance to incite the sages into action. He snorted a few times, shook his body violently, and raised his huge battle halberd, smashing it toward Jane. Roar! In an instant, the fierce power of the half-step Heavenly Tao realm enveloped the primordial world. Terrifying baleful chi filled the heavens and earth, evolving into dense phantoms of ferocious beasts, like an overwhelming beast tide surging toward Jane. Shin Ni, by acting like this, are you trying to destroy the primordial world? You? Upon seeing Shun Ni's direct attack, Junti's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly activated the Seven Treasures wonderful tree, ready to rush to Jane's aid. However, at this moment Taishang frowned, and his form flickered slightly, blocking Junti's path. Taishang, what do you mean by this? What? You refuse to help my senior brother, are you instead going to assist that Shun Ni? Junti was enraged and shouted angrily at Taishang. Shin Ni was indeed powerful, but if he and his senior brother joined forces, there should still be a chance to escape, right? That Taishang not only refused to help, but actually blocked him. Did he intend to watch his senior brother be suppressed by Shun Ni? Taoist Juani, that is a being at the half-step Heavenly Tao realm. If we were to act with full force, the primordial world might not be able to withstand the might of this battle. If the primordial world were shattered, the punishment from the teacher and the Heavenly Tao would be terrifying as well. Therefore, Taoist, it is better to observe here for a while. If Taoist Jane is defeated, he will only be imprisoned in the Supreme Divine Prison. We can then go together to the Zhixiao Palace and respectfully request the teacher to intervene. Taishang transmitted a voice to Junti explaining. Jane was being judged by the prison emperor's decree, and the executor was precisely Shin and I. If they intervened, they would inevitably provoke the intervention of Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Primordial Qilin in the Supreme Divine Prison. At that point, the outcome would be uncertain. Junti, however, was not targeted by the prison emperor's decree, so Taishang felt it necessary to remind him lest the two masters and disciples be imprisoned together in the Supreme Divine Prison. What if after they pay homage to Hongjuan, they truly move against the Supreme Divine Prison? Wouldn't they then lack a crucial combat power? But, hearing this, Junti's face showed deep hesitation. Although he did not directly acknowledge Taishang's words, he was no longer as impulsive as before. In the primordial world, many powerful beings who were watching the battle at the East Sea coast also sensed the supreme ferocious aura erupting from Shin Ni, and one by one their faces showed astonishment. That Shin Ni has attacked Saint Jane. Aren't the other saints going to help? Isn't Saint Juanti going to intervene, either? Could it be that Saint Jane has been abandoned? They were extremely shocked. It was understandable that the three Pure Ones and Nuwa did not help Jane, but that Juanti was Jane's junior brother, both being the two saints of the Western teachings. Was he also not going to act? Shin and I am not someone to be suppressed by you at will. 12-pin merit golden lotus open. Upholding divine pestle appear. All things extinguished golden body supporting the heavens condense. Naturally Jane sensed this scene. However, in his heart, he also did not wish for Juanti to act at this moment. If the six saints were to join forces, they would still have a chance of victory. But if it were only the two of them, he truly had no confidence. After all, their treasures could not compare to those of the three Pure Ones and Nuwa. With no other choice, he could only face the terrifying beast Tide, activating his few treasures to condense a terrifying golden body. The golden body began to expand, wildly seated on the 12-pin merit golden lotus, holding the upholding divine pestle, and viciously smashed toward the endless phantom beasts before him. Bang! 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 For a moment, many phantom beasts were suppressed by the terrifying saint's might and exploded with a roar. However, facing the seemingly endless horde of phantom beasts, Jane could hardly block them all. In an instant, the massive golden body was already submerged by the terrifying beast phantoms, unable to launch any attack. Roar! At that moment, countless phantom beasts wildly intertwined and converged, evolving into a terrifying figure of immense size, billions of zhang in height. The enormous beast raised its sharp claws and struck directly at Jane's golden body. Boom! The upholding divine pestle in Jane's golden body's hand was first sent flying, and the 12-pin annihilation golden lotus beneath him also trembled wildly, emitting mournful sounds. The supreme ferocious chi then took the opportunity to invade the 12-pin merit golden lotus, causing cracks to appear on the huge golden body. Behind the giant golden body, Jane's expression changed drastically. He pushed his hands forward fiercely, intending to mobilize the surrounding powers of heaven and earth to reinforce the golden body. The golden body trembled, its aura surged, and it directly raised its arms, striking forward. But at this moment, the Beast Emperor's halberd emerged from the endless phantom beasts, arrived in an instant, and fiercely struck the 12-pin merit golden lotus. The violent might caused the 12-pin merit golden lotus to shake violently, and cracks appeared on it. Buzz! A series of buzzing sounds arose. The 12-pin merit golden lotus seemed to be severely damaged, rapidly closing and retreating toward Jane's main body. Without the defense of the 12-pin merit golden lotus, the massive golden body was instantly overwhelmed by the endless phantom beasts, transforming into strands of golden light that rapidly dissipated in all directions. Sensing this, Jane's face showed a hint of panic. He gritted his teeth and knelt down toward the direction of Zishao Palace beyond the primordial world. Disciple Jane respectfully requests the teacher to intervene. The billions of living beings of the primordial world are about to fall into calamity. Your disciple respectfully requests the teacher to appear and suppress the Beast Emperor. As soon as Jane spoke, he directly tied the fate of the billions of creatures to himself. If even so Hongjun would not act to save him, he would likely be imprisoned in the supreme divine prison, not seeing the light of day for 100 ages. 100 ages were not particularly terrifying in themselves. The most terrifying thing was that he did not know what he would face within. Even a saint could not help but feel a trace of fear when facing the unknown. Buzz! After Jane's words fell, a beam of cyan light shot from beyond the primordial world, arriving wildly and hovering above Jane. The cyan light flickered slightly, rapidly expanding and evolving into a huge face. Shinanai, since you have broken free from the seal, you should turn over a new leaf, submit to the heavenly Tao, and cultivate peacefully. How can you stir up such a calamity in the primordial world? How can you attack a saint of the heavenly Tao? Quickly withdraw your divine powers, and this matter can be set aside. Otherwise, the huge face trembled, and Hongjuan's voice emanated, seemingly extremely angry at Shinanai. Sensing this, Jane showed not joy but a hint of disappointment. Not only him, but even the other saints were stunned. Their teacher actually did not intend to directly suppress Shinanai, but only sent a few insignificant words. What was happening? Would this really stop Shinanai? Old man Hongjun, are you trying to obstruct me from executing the Lord's judgment? If so, you might as well appear and fight me directly. The disciples you have taught do not seem to be very durable. Seeing the huge face above, Shinanai showed a contemptuous sneer. His form trembled, and he stepped forward. Instead of withdrawing his attack, he diverted half of the phantom beasts to charge at Hongjuan's huge face. Shinanai, how dare you defy the teacher's decree? Shinanai, how dare you show disrespect to the teacher? Shinanai, stop at once. Seeing this, the faces of all saints changed drastically. Hongjun might not act, but he was still their teacher. Wasn't Shin Ni's behavior an insult to their teacher right in front of them? Wasn't Shin Ni's behavior an insult to their teacher right in front of them? Wasn't Shin Ni's behavior an insult to their teacher right in front of them? Finally lost your patience. After I shatter that old Hongjuan's ugly visage, I'll deal with you younger generation. Upon hearing the words of the saints, Shen and I scoffed, completely disregarding them. Since Hongjun dared not appear in person, these juniors posed no threat to him. Shen and I, have you not gone too far this time? Are you not afraid that the heavenly Tao will be displeased and directly issue a decree commanding me, the Tao ancestor, to suppress you? In the sky above, Hongjuan's face seemed somewhat startled as he reprimanded Shen and I. Unfortunately, the moment Hongjuan's voice fell, terrifying phantoms of ferocious beasts surged upward like a tidal wave, fiercely crashing into that enormous face. Boom, rumble. For a time, dreadful booming sounds echoed through heaven and earth as wild and malevolent chi frantically eroded the colossal face, causing it to rapidly disintegrate. Soon a multitude of terrifying beast phantoms swarmed together at the spot where Hongjuan's face had been, emitting roars that filled the primordial wilderness, astounding countless beings. Even the saints were stunned. How can this be? Even now the master still won't act. Then what should we do? They never expected their master to hold back and not make a move. Was there some scheme, or was he simply unwilling to go to war with Shun and I? On the other side, Jie-in, who was about to be surrounded by the beast phantoms, wore an expression of disbelief. What was happening? Shin and I was so arrogant, yet their master showed no desire to fight. This was a blatant slap in the face. Heavenly Tao above. Shun and I runs rampant, seeking to slaughter the heavenly Tao saints. I beseech the heavenly Tao to descend punishment and suppress the beast emperor. Helplessly, Jie-in bowed once more to the heavens and cried out loudly, as if begging the heavenly Tao to manifest directly. Hearing this, the beast phantoms that were about to pounce on Jie-in suddenly halted. A cold sneer curled on Shin Ni's face as he glanced at Jie-in. Since you are so persistent, I shall grant you another chance. Otherwise it would be far too dull. Jie-in was utterly powerless and Hongjun offered no assistance. Shin and I was curious to see whether the heavenly Tao of the primordial wilderness would save this saint. If it did, then there might be a fight worth having. Otherwise his current actions wouldn't even count as a warm-up. Boom, rumble. The moment Shin Ni's voice fell, waves of terrifying booming sounds suddenly erupted from the horizon of the primordial wilderness. Strands of heart-shaking supreme might gathered frantically above Jie-in. Sensing this, a smile finally appeared on Jie-in's face. He rose abruptly and looked at Shun and I. Shin and I, do not be arrogant. The might of the heavenly Tao has already gathered, its will shall soon descend. At that time you will be the enemy of the entire primordial wilderness. I refuse to believe that you alone can contend with all of the primordial wilderness. Just moments ago Jie-in had been extremely aggrieved. Now feeling the convergence of the heavenly Tao's might and the imminent arrival of its will, how could he not be elated? Once the heavenly Tao descended punishment, not only the saints, but even Hongjun would be compelled to personally appear in the primordial wilderness to deal with Shin and I. Meanwhile, as Jie-in roared loudly, the powerful beings of the myriad races in the primordial wilderness also sensed the terrifying might gathering above the eastern coast. This startled them all. Look, the heavenly Tao is about to descend. Now Shin and I is in for trouble. If the heavenly Tao issues a decree, will the entire primordial wilderness be forced to act? No matter how powerful Shun and I is, can he withstand the combined assault of all living beings? The heavenly Tao was the sovereign of the primordial wilderness, governing all races. Its might was inviolable. Jie-in was a heavenly Tao saint and Hongjun was its spokesperson. Shin Ni's actions were not only against Jie-in and a slap to Hongjuan's face, but also an affront to the authority of the heavenly Tao. Thus they believed that the heavenly Tao would surely punish Shin and I. At the eastern coast, before the supreme divine prison, Shin and I slowly raised his head, glanced above Jie-in, and a glint of bloodthirsty light flashed in his eyes. The heavenly Tao, eh? I wonder if I strike with all my might, can I shatter it directly? It seems I have the fortune to try today. As his words fell, his aura began to skyrocket wildly. The pressure of the half-step heavenly Tao realm swept in all directions, enveloping the entire heaven and earth. The wild and malevolent chi spread throughout the primordial wilderness, affecting countless beings and stirring a hint of ferocity in their hearts. However, before Shin and I could amass his supreme attack, the rapidly gathering heavenly Tao might suddenly stalled. Then strands of that might began to rapidly conceal themselves. At this moment Jie-in was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Hongjun dared not show himself, and now even the heavenly Tao had flashed and vanished. Was Shun and I truly that terrifying? How can this be? The heavenly Tao's might has dissipated. Does the heavenly Tao's will not intend to punish Shun and I? The saints were also stunned. They had been ready to gather their attacks, awaiting the heavenly Tao's decree to strike. But the heavenly Tao's might flickered and then concealed itself again. Was it afraid of Shun and I? Impossible. How could a half-step heavenly Tao realm being frighten their master and scare off the heavenly Tao? Is that all? Dull, very dull. Shin and I was also taken aback. He had just felt a powerful pressure and was about to unleash his true skills only for the heavenly Tao to conceal itself. He had been excited for nothing, utterly boring. It seemed Jie could find no help. So Shun and I turned and directly extended his other arm, grasping toward Jie. Instantly, the terrifying beast phantoms trembled violently, rapidly merging into a colossal hand phantom that seized Jie and sped toward Zhu Long and Shi Qilin before the supreme divine prison. Jie inside the grip wore an expression of extreme rage, unwillingness, and disappointment. He tried to mobilize his powers several times, but found he could not break free from Shun Ni's suppression. Rustle, rustle. At that moment, a sound of friction came from within the supreme divine prison. Then behind Zhu Long and Shi Qilin, two black chains suddenly materialized. The chains quivered shot into the giant hand formed by Shun Ni and swiftly bound Jie. Jie Yin's body trembled violently, and his aura was instantly suppressed. Then Zhu Long and Shi Qilin each took one of the chains and dragged Jie into the supreme divine prison. As for Shun Ni, he withdrew his might and sent the prison emperor's token back to the massive statue. The statue gently opened its mouth, sucked the token in, and restored calm to the surroundings. Suppressing a saint this easily. Isn't this too terrifying? At this moment, the mighty beings of all races in the primordial wilderness were stunned. A venerable heavenly Tao saint, the founder of the Western teachings, had been imprisoned in the supreme divine prison just like that. Senior brother, I will surely rescue you. You must hold on. Xuanti could not help but roar as he saw Jane being imprisoned and dragged into the supreme divine prison in such a miserable state. However, Taishang beside him spoke again. Taoist friend, be cautious in your words. If you are also suppressed, we may not be able to rescue you. Better to go pay respects to the master first. What you say is most reasonable. We shall go to Zixiao Palace immediately and beg the master to act. Xuanti was taken aback, then nodded, involuntarily eager to rush to Zixiao Palace and plead with Hongjun. At this moment, Shini had already returned the prison emperor token. His figure slowly advanced, looking at Xuanti, Taishang, Yuanshi, Tongtian, and Nuwa with a sneer. What? As heavenly Tao saints, are you just going to watch Jane being suppressed? Do you have no desire to act? Weren't you just about to join forces against me yet? Have you been scared out of your wits? Sheni let out a series of taunts, as if waiting for the five saints to join forces and attack him. This is absolutely outrageous. Elder brother, how can we allow him to be so arrogant? If we join forces, we should have a chance of victory. Hearing Sheni's taunts, Tongtian could no longer bear it, and directly drew his sword, intending to charge out. Regardless of the opponent's strength, with his fiery temper, how could he endure such mockery? But just as Tongtian moved, Taishang stepped forward and blocked him. Elder brother, can you still tolerate this? Wouldn't a dignified saint being mocked like this without retaliating become a laughingstock of the primordial world? Sheni's strength was terrifying, but if they actually fought, they might not necessarily lose, right? Nonsense. The heavenly Tao has not issued a decree, and the master has not sent any command. How can we start a world-destroying war? Stop at once. Come with your elder brother to Zixiao Palace. Taishang's face darkened as he directly scolded Tongtian. Yuanshi, standing nearby, also looked at Tongtian. Third brother, what elder brother says is correct. If we act now, it will surely lead to a world-destroying war. The heavens and earth will collapse, the primordial world will shatter, and even if we win, we will pay a tremendous price. It would be better to go to Zixiao Palace first and ask the master to intervene. Yuanshi also chimed in. If not for Hongjuan's condensed face being shattered and the manifestation of the heavenly Tao's might, he might have joined Tongtian in attacking. But now he felt something was amiss and needed to ask the master in person to resolve his doubts. Dare not make a move? It's fine. If you really dare not strike, then I will come over. But don't you flee directly. Seeing Tongtian's desire to act, Sheni's face twisted into a sinister grin as he slowly lifted his foot and took a heavy step forward. Bang! A deafening sound shook heaven and earth, and the surrounding space trembled violently. An astonishing aura swept toward the five saints, as if fearing they might retreat, seeking to seal off their escape routes. Leave. The time is not right, we cannot engage. Sensing this, Taishang's face darkened as he let out a cold shout. Then his aura surged, releasing an astonishing saintly might that enveloped the surrounding area. Leave. Sheni laughed loudly, and was about to raise his beast emperor halberd to strike at the location of the five saints. But just as he was gathering his attack, his movement involuntarily halted, and a displeased expression appeared on his face. These fellows. They sure fled quickly. And the moment Sheni's voice fell, Tai, an ancestor Mingi who had already retreated from the shore of the East Sea, trembled and frantically fled into the distance, as if terrified of catching Sheni's attention. As for the many primordial world powerhouses who had been watching the battle at the East Seashore, they were now extremely shocked. What? The five saints fled? That's too cowardly. So many heavenly Tao saints, yet they dare not fight Sheni. It seems that even saints are not invincible. Shoo, you must not rashly discuss the saints. Are you not afraid of incurring their wrath? You do not have the strength of a half-step heavenly Tao realm. For a time murmurs arose across the primordial world. The authority of the heavenly Tao saints rapidly diminished, the fortune of their respective lineages quickly dwindled, and even Hongjuan's prestige was affected. Before the supreme divine prison, Shenny watched the saintly aura dissipate, and shook his head. All right. The sovereign's decree has been fulfilled. I leave this place to you. If those fellows come causing trouble again, just call me. This battle hasn't satisfied me yet. After saying a few words to Hongyun, Shenny's figure flickered, and he headed toward the supreme divine prison. Hearing this, Hongyun nodded slightly, no longer as confrontational as before. Zenyuanzi, standing beside Hongyun, trembled slightly, his face still showing shock. Old friend, I have been focused on that battle just now and haven't yet asked about your affairs. If it is convenient, could you enlighten me and resolve my doubts? Zenyuanzi truly wanted to know what had happened to Hongyun. He also wanted to know the origin of this supreme divine prison and what kind of existence the supreme prison emperor was. This matter is a long story. Wait a moment, old friend. After I settle the human race, I will have a long chat with you. Hongyun smiled slightly, as if already anticipating Zenyuanzi's questions. However, she did not respond immediately, but walked toward the three ancestors of humanity and the many humans, as if she still had unfinished business. We thank the senior for saving us. We thank all the seniors for protecting humanity. We thank. At this moment, the three ancestors of humanity finally came to their senses and led the humans to bow to Hongyun. Everything is by the sovereign's will. You humans from now on recite the sovereign's title day and night, and you shall receive protection. Hongyun gently waved his hand, causing the humans to rise. Then he smiled and explained a bit. This caused Zenyuanzi to show a hint of shock again. His old friend, who had been so disdainful toward saints, did not adopt a condescending attitude toward the humans. At this time, outside the primordial world within Zixiao Palace, Hongjuan's figure trembled slightly, as if suppressing the fury in his heart. Arrogant. A mere beast emperor dares to challenge this Tao ancestor's authority. If I did not know the strength of that supreme prison emperor, I could crush you with a single finger. In Hongjuan's view, Shenny was far too arrogant. Just now, if not for hearing the words, third layer, and such, he might have actually acted to suppress Shenny. After venting a few words, Hongjun gradually calmed down. As for this supreme divine prison, it might be a supreme treasure. It seems I need a scheme for it. To be safe, I should seek that old tree as an ally. In his view, to ensure the success of this scheme, he should summon his old friend to appear. If he had that fellow as an ally, neither Shenny nor the existence within the third layer, nor even the supreme prison emperor would be a threat. With this thought, he gently waved his arm and produced a green jade pendant. The pendant radiated spatial power as if it was not Hongjuan's own possession. Hongjun lightly waved his hand and tossed the jade pendant. The pendant trembled, transformed into a streak of light, shot out of Zixiao Palace, and sped into the depths of chaos. Just as Hongjun was secretly plotting how to notify the helper hidden in the chaos, Jane, who was escorted into the supreme divine prison by Zulong and Shiqilin, had already arrived within a vast palace. The surroundings of the palace resembled an endless chaotic region stretching beyond the horizon. However, terrifying malice and the aura of death slowly surged from all directions, making Jane barely able to withstand the pressure and stand upright. In the center of the palace, a massive sphere resembling a sun star hung suspended. Beneath that sphere stood a colossal gate. The gate had already opened, its surface carved with mysterious patterns of profound subtlety. Before the gate, a young lad who appeared no more than 11 or 12 slowly opened his eyes and clasped his hands in salute to Zulong and Shiqilin. Greetings, two seniors. The gate to the second level has been opened. You may directly take this prisoner down. As his voice faded, he retreated to the side of the gate, without even glancing at Jane. However, Jane's expression suddenly changed, revealing a look of extreme shock. How is this possible? You are Dongwang Gong. You have not died either. How exactly did you manage to survive? He realized that this seemingly 11 or 12-year-old youth actually emanated the aura of Dongwang Gong. Although the other's appearance had drastically changed, he was absolutely certain he had not mistaken. In the past, Dongwang Gong, appointed by Hongjun as the leader of male immortals, had once established the immortal court together with Shiwang Mu ruling over the primordial world. Unfortunately, his actions were too arrogant, provoking the demon race. Dijuan and Tai breached the immortal court and killed him. Unexpectedly, he could still see this fellow here. Don't try to claim acquaintance with me. Since you are a prisoner, just obediently follow the two seniors down to the second level. Dongwang Gong glanced at Jane with a disdainful expression, completely disregarding him. This infuriated Jane deeply. But alas, as Dongwang Gong had said, he was now a prisoner. What use was anger? With a sigh, Jane could only follow Zulong and Shiqilin into the colossal gate. Boom. At that moment, the massive gate slowly closed, emitting a dull, heavy sound. Meanwhile, Dongwang Gong before the gate shook his head slightly. What a pity. Only one heavenly Tao saint captured. This amount of nourishment is ultimately far too little. He muttered a few words to himself, then lightly waved his arm. The scene around him instantly transformed. What had seemed an endless expanse now revealed rows of massive cages. Among those cages, some were empty, some piled with bones, and some faintly emitted weak signs of life. For a moment, heart-piercing screams, curses, and pleas for mercy echoed incessantly. Roar! At this moment, an icy roar sounded from the main gate of the Supreme Divine Prison. Instantly, the entire first level fell silent. All the previous phenomena dissipated, and calm returned once more. Seeing this, Dongwon Gong couldn't help but smile bitterly. Senior, I am the warden of this first level. What, not convinced? If you're not convinced, go and tell that to those below. The voice of Shinny also rang out, apparently not friendly to Dongwon Gong either. Hearing this, Dongwon Gong felt helpless and could only slowly sit cross-legged, closing his eyes without replying. Meanwhile, Jane, who had stepped into the second level, had arrived at an extremely vast region. Terrifying fire law dominated one side, as if to ignite everything. Astounding earth law dominated another side, as if to bury everything. Dense water law dominated yet another side, as if to drown everything. The three law forces continuously interwove, collided, and canceled each other out, yet also seemed to complement one another. Under the violent law forces, massive cages floated slowly with black chains hanging from them, seemingly absorbing the power emanating from within the cages and transmitting it to the surrounding barriers. In the center of the many cages, there was a huge platform. On that platform, a three-colored palace hovered. At this moment, Yuan Feng stood before the palace, waving to Zulong and Shiqilan. Cage number 9. Not long ago, the old man inside was completely drained. As his words fell, a massive cage slowly rose and moved towards Zulong and Shiqilan. Zulong and Shiqilan exchanged a glance, then simultaneously took out a token and moved toward the massive cage. Wong. The great cage trembled and a crack immediately opened. Immediately, a black chain shot out, rapidly intertwining with the chains in Zulong and Shiqilan's hands. This caused Jane's figure to shudder, and he was sent flying directly toward the cage. What's happening? Why is my power draining? This chain is absorbing my power. Damn it. What exactly are you doing? Jane suddenly realized that once he entered the cage, the power within his body began to flow slowly toward the black chains. This shocked him immensely, and he immediately let out roars, struggling wildly. Unfortunately, all struggles were futile. He did not even have the ability to move his body, only the faint sound of chains rattling was heard. Don't struggle. The more you struggle, the faster you die. If you stay put peacefully after 100 eons, you might still be able to save your life. Seeing this, Zulong spoke calmly, but his voice was extremely cold, as if he had seen such things many times. Conceal. At this moment, Yuan Feng waved his hand again, causing the surrounding scene to continuously evolve. Wong. The cages then vanished, leaving only the violent fire law, water law, and earth law slowly circulating. At the time Jane was imprisoned in the second level of the Supreme Divine Prison, the demon army had already gathered under the summons of Shiha and Changshi. However, at this moment, Shiha and Changshi in the Demon Emperor Palace hesitated to give orders. They had also sensed the events. Jane suppressed Hongjun, slapped in the face, the heavenly Tao appearing, and the 5 saints fleeing in disgrace. At this point, leading the demon army to attack the Supreme Divine Prison seemed no different from walking to their deaths. They were no longer hesitating. They were completely stunned. Just then, a figure madly rushed from the distant horizon, his aura surging with astonishing power, as if to envelop the entire demon race. The Demon Master is back. Why hasn't the Eastern Emperor returned yet? Demon Master, should we march on the East Sea coast now? Demon. The demon clan was startled and looked at the newcomer. It was Kunpeng, who had fled from the East Sea coast when Nuwa made her move. Sensing Kunpeng's arrival, Shiha and Changshi were also startled and stepped out of the Demon Emperor Palace, seemingly about to ask why Tai had not yet returned. However, at this moment, Kunpeng's aura suddenly burst forth, and he roared angrily at Shiha and Changshi. Shiha, Changshi, are you gathering the demon army to send them to their deaths on the East Sea coast? Dijuan has fallen, and Tai is severely wounded. Do you intend to make the entire demon race be buried with that reckless fool? Have you gone mad? The demon race will be utterly destroyed in your hands. For the survival of the demon race, I must take over the demon clan. This demon master intends to take over the demon clan. The Eastern Emperor has not fallen. Is it not improper for the demon master to act thus? Indeed, with the Empress present, is it not too presumptuous for the demon master to utter such rebellious words? Numerous mighty demon cultivators turned their astonished gazes toward Kunpeng. Although Kunpeng held a distinguished position within the demon clan, he had never concerned himself with its affairs, so they naturally placed greater trust in Dijuan and Tai. Though the demon emperor had fallen at the shores of the Eastern Sea and the Eastern Emperor was gravely wounded, they still had the Empress present, who could temporarily oversee the entire demon clan. Even if not, there were still many mighty demon cultivators, and even the demon deities stationed in the clan. Kunpeng, are you rebelling? Do you truly believe that by returning early and uttering a few words you can seize the reins of the demon clan? With but a single word from the Empress, we shall suppress you here. At that moment, a colossal demon cultivator with wings sprouting from its back and a terrifying aura of slaughter stepped forward and roared at Kunpeng. The demon deity Faden speaks true. Kunpeng, if you wish to usurp authority over the demon clan, you must first ask if we will allow it. Several demon generals also stepped out from the demon army, shouting angrily at Kunpeng. This caused Kunpeng's expression to turn extremely grim. Shiha and Changshi dared not speak, yet these creatures dared to step forward and ruin his plans. The demon clan of today was no longer what it once was. Not only had Dijuan fallen, but many demon deities had also perished. He had returned early this time fully prepared. Of course, he had to intimidate the many mighty demon cultivators and suppress Shiha and Changshi before Tai returned, so as to gain the capital to contend with Tai. With this thought, he waved his hand and pressed down toward Faden's location. Boom. In an instant, a colossal palace descended from the heavens, crashing heavily onto Faden and the many demon generals. You dare attack us? You? Faden's expression changed drastically. He had not expected Kunpeng to strike directly, and before he could react, he was crushed beneath the enormous palace. Bang! 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 The demon generals around Faden could not withstand the force. They burst apart, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Perish! Kunpeng shouted coldly again, and an immensely terrifying power surged forth from the palace, sweeping toward Faden. Faden's body trembled repeatedly, and in an instant he was suppressed into the palace. Who else? Who dares to question me? Then Kunpeng's form shook, his aura surged once more, and he swept his gaze icily around. At these words, some demon deities hidden within the demon army, as well as many mighty demon cultivators, all changed expression and turned to look at Shiha and Changshi. Dijuan had been destroyed, Tai was gravely wounded, and had not returned, and now if Shiha and Changshi did not resist, how could they possibly defy Kunpeng? Kunpeng, do you not fear the wrath of the entire demon clan? Do you not fear that when second uncle returns he will slay you? Do you not fear? Shiha stepped forward, unleashing a formidable aura, and shouted angrily at Kunpeng. She knew she was no match for Kunpeng, but at this moment she had to buy time. If only Tai could return, even if gravely wounded, he could still rely on the might of the innate supreme treasure to hold Kunpeng at bay. My sister speaks truly. Kunpeng, as the demon master of the clan, you not only fail to avenge our lord, but instead take advantage of the chaos to seize power. What is your intention? All of the demon clan hear my command. Kunpeng has committed treason and rebellion. He must be destroyed. Let the entire demon clan rise up together and strike him down. Changshi also stepped forward, calling out to the demon army and issuing a decree, hoping that the army would attack Kunpeng directly. Even if Kunpeng wished to seize power, he would have to carefully consider whether he could afford the price. What now? Should we attack or wait? He is the demon master, no weaker than the Eastern Emperor. Indeed, if we strike, we will likely only face death. Even the demon deity Faden has been suppressed. Do we charge or not? In that instant, the demon army, already intimidated by Kunpeng's might, erupted in murmurs. If the Eastern Emperor were present, or the demon emperor, they would not hesitate to charge at Kunpeng. But now the situation seemed somewhat complicated. Moreover, Changshi's authority was ultimately somewhat lacking, so even after she issued the decree, the demon army did not immediately attack Kunpeng. Ha ha ha. The Empress seems to overestimate herself. Do you intend to lead the entire demon clan to die at the eastern seacoast, and then have them perish at my hands? Can I tolerate such chaos wreaked upon the demon clan? Of course I am not without mercy. If you kneel before me now, submit to me, and assist me in ascending to the throne of the demon emperor, I shall pardon all your transgressions. You sisters, if you serve me faithfully, I shall still grant you the status of empress of the demon clan. Sensing this, Kunpeng laughed heartily. Then he smacked his lips and walked step by step toward Shiha and Changshi, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. How dare you? We sisters would rather die in battle than let you succeed. Shiha roared at Kunpeng, her exquisite face filled with murderous intent. Changshi, though not as vehement as Shiha, had already summoned a black sword and hurled it at Kunpeng. Seeing this, many mighty cultivators among the demon clan darkened their expressions and stepped forward in fury. But at that moment, Kunpeng's aura surged, unleashing the might of a top-level quasi-sage, instantly suppressing the auras of those demon cultivators. Countless demon cultivators trembled and staggered backward. The sword hurled by Changshi was also blocked by Kunpeng's might, hovering in front of him, unable to advance an inch. Tisk tisk tsk. As expected of the Empress, you do have some strength. Pity before me, you have no chance to resist. Resign yourselves to submission. This throne of the demon emperor was always mine. The reins of the demon clan should rightfully be in my hands. Kunpeng said coldly, flicking his hand to send the sword hurled by Changshi flying. At the same time, he surged forward, conjuring two phantom palms to seize Shiha and Changshi. Just as Shiha and Changshi were about to be suppressed by Kunpeng, an extremely violent and ferocious aura suddenly emerged outside the demon clan. Kunpeng, how dare you bully my sisters-in-law? Prepare to die. Then a roar of immense fury resounded through heaven and earth. The might of an innate supreme treasure swept forth, first crashing heavily toward Kunpeng. Our emperor has returned. Fellow Taoists, let us join forces to suppress this Kunpeng. Yes, strike together. The moment Tai's voice rang out, and his might appeared, many mighty cultivators among the demon army roared in unison. They had endured Kunpeng's arrogance for half the day, but lacking the strength to oppose him, they dared not act rashly. Now that Tai had returned, they had regained their courage, and their pent-up fury exploded forth. In an instant, a torrent of terrifying attacks coalesced and hurtled toward Kunpeng with devastating force. Damn! How dare you attack me? You all deserve death. Swallow the heavens, strike the void, perish. The Kunpeng roared in fury. His grand plan was just about to succeed when Tai returned. On ordinary days he would not dare to oppose Tai, who wielded the primordial supreme treasure. However, Tai had suffered severe wounds in the human territory earlier, exhausting much of his strength and diminishing his combat power. If there was truly a chance to defeat Tai, the throne of the demon emperor of the demon race would be his. Even if he failed, he was confident in escaping. But with the massive demon army present, how could he possibly cope? Thus he intended to use his mightiest power to intimidate the demon army, then engage Tai in single combat. Dong! 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 However, just as Kunpeng made his move, a rapid chime of the bells suddenly resounded through heaven and earth. The fierce power of the supreme treasure enveloped Shiha and Changxi, lifting them into the air. Then the primordial supreme treasure chaos bell swiftly emerged, hovering above Shiha and Changxi. Tai's figure slowly descended from within the bell, glaring fiercely at Kunpeng with murderous intent. Second uncle, this is. Shiha's expression changed, puzzled. Why didn't Tai suppress Kunpeng directly, but instead sent them sisters into the sky? Sisters-in-law. I am severely wounded, and may struggle to unleash the Chaos Bell's full power. This Kunpeng is formidable. Oh, perhaps I must rely on your strength. Tai's face darkened as he secretly transmitted his voice to Shiha and Changxi. His power had indeed been greatly depleted earlier at the East Sea coast. Now, with less than a tenth of his mana remaining and severely injured, even his very essence was damaged. Thus, even if he could activate the Chaos Bell, he might not be able to suppress Kunpeng. If by any chance Shiha and Changxi were harmed, how could he face his deceased elder brother? Second uncle means to form a formation, but there is a distinction between men and women and our husband. Hearing this, Changxi was startled, a slight blush creeping onto her face. Beside her, Shiha gritted her teeth and looked at Tai. Since second uncle is injured, we sisters shall aid you with all our might. Sister, this is not the time to dwell on matters of male and female. As she spoke, Shiha's aura surged, releasing astonishing power directly toward Tai. Seeing this, Changxi nodded as well, unleashing the supreme power of the great Yin, intertwining with Shiha's might and surging toward Tai. The sun as sovereign, the moon as support. Yin and Yang alternate, the starry sky emerges. The chaos bell tolls, all heavens manifest. Tai now slowly rose into the air, spreading his arms to release the supreme power of the sun, racing toward Shiha and Changxi. In an instant, the auras of the three intertwined. The power of Yin and Yang surged, and with the boundless might of the chaos bell, they evolved into countless stars, rapidly spreading in all directions. This made Kunpeng's face drastically change as he was about to intimidate the demon army. Damn, Tai Shiha Changxi. How can you be so shameless? Dijuan has just fallen, and you brother-in-law and sisters-in-law are already embracing. You are simply. How could Kunpeng not be enraged? Shiha and Changxi should have been his prizes, yet they now dared to face him openly, with Tai joining forces against him. Dijuan was Tai's own elder brother. Shiha and Changxi were Tai's sisters-in-law. Was this truly proper? As Kunpeng's words fell, the numerous demon elites were also stunned, each wearing an extremely strange expression. Kunpeng, you took advantage of my elder brother's fall to stir up chaos in the demon race, to insult the empress and seize the throne. Your crime deserves death. Today I, together with my sisters-in-law, will slay you first, then avenge my brother. Perish. Tai's voice suddenly rang out, cutting off Kunpeng's words. Above, the power of the formation surged, rapidly sweeping toward the chaos bell. This caused the chaos bell to tremble violently, surrounding it with endless starry skies, evolving terrifying celestial bodies that hurtled fiercely toward Kunpeng. Demon Master Palace. Kunpeng was greatly alarmed, hastily summoning the massive palace to hover above his head. Boom, boom, boom. But at this moment his form was already locked by the formation's power above. Huge stars continuously descended, smashing heavily onto the Demon Master Palace with tremendous roars. The fierce power of the supreme treasure was also hidden within, causing the Demon Master Palace to shake violently, cracks appearing on its surface. Kunpeng likewise struck hard, his form plummeted repeatedly, unable to withstand this terrifying might. Tai, the demon race will be destroyed in your hands. One day you will all come begging for my help. Kunpeng roared repeatedly, his form trembling as he turned to flee. Still trying to escape. Kill. But just then the demon army's assault fell, ferocious attacks hammering wildly around Kunpeng, causing him to pause momentarily. In that instant the chaos bell expanded rapidly, transforming into a colossal size of 100 million zhong, pressing down toward Kunpeng. This made Kunpeng's form tremble. Disregarding the demon master palace, he directly transformed into his true form and madly charged out of the demon army. Boom! At that moment the chaos bell struck the demon master palace, suppressing the massive palace. This jolted Kunpeng, slowing his speed. Instantly several huge stars slammed heavily onto his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of essence blood. 10,000 incarnations. In panic Kunpeng roared, his enormous form trembling violently, directly evolving into 10,000 figures fleeing in all directions. Bang! 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 However, the chaos bell had already descended, and all the figures of Kunpeng suppressed by the bell exploded one after another. For a moment flesh and blood scattered across the entire demon realm. Among the 10,000 figures, only 2 managed to escape the chaos bell's coverage, fleeing toward the west and below. Second uncle, activate the chaos bell again and destroy that creature. Yes, we cannot let him escape. In the formation above, Shiha and Changshi stood opposite Tai, their voices icy and resolute. Unfortunately, as their words fell, Tai's body trembled, and he violently spat out several mouthfuls of essence blood. Forcibly activating the formation and unleashing the chaos bell's power to suppress Kunpeng had exhausted Tai's mana. The injuries he sustained earlier at the East Sea coast worsened as well. In an instant the formation's power rapidly receded, and the chaos bell emitted a series of hums, swiftly retreating back into Tai's body. Not good. Second uncle's essence is damaged. We sisters must heal him with all our strength. Seeing this, Shiha's expression hardened as she looked at Changshi. Changshi was about to wave her hand to conceal the 3 of them, but upon hearing this, she was startled and blushed again as she looked at Shiha. Sister, our husband has just... Silence. Our husband has fallen, but second uncle remains. With second uncle we can stand in the demon race and have a chance to avenge our husband. If you are unwilling, I will do it myself. Shiha scolded Changshi, then stepped forward, unleashing her power to envelop herself and Tai, and rushed into the inner hall of the Emperor's palace. Sister, I am willing. Wait for me. Changshi's face changed slightly, and she immediately moved, also rushing into the inner hall of the Demon Emperor's palace. All Yao tribesmen hear my command. Seal off the entire Yao tribe and heighten vigilance lest the traitorous Kunpeng returns. I, the Empress, shall heal the second uncle, the Yao Emperor. No one is to approach the Yao Imperial Palace. Soon Shiha's voice echoed from within the Yao Imperial Palace. Yet the tone was strangely peculiar, tinged with concern, a hint of weakness, and even a trace of excitement. The Yao Emperor. Does the Empress mean that Dong Huang is to inherit the throne of the Yao Emperor? Should it not be the princess? This left the Yao army, which had been about to pursue Kunpeng, momentarily stunned. Instinctively, they turned their gaze toward the Yao Imperial Palace. Within the Yao Imperial Palace, strands of solar and lunar force faintly emerged. The 2 laws of power intertwined and surged as if performing some mysterious ritual. Silence. Our sovereign is the Emperor's younger brother. By right, he should govern the Yao tribe. What objections can there be? Indeed, any who are dissatisfied may come and challenge me, this Yao god. Those who disrespect our sovereign shall be annihilated. At that moment, the remaining Yao gods stepped forward, unleashing an awe-inspiring aura that swept toward the Yao army. Hearing this, the countless Yao warriors were startled. They lowered their heads, not daring to gaze further at the Yao Imperial Palace. Meanwhile, at the East Sea coast, Hongyun's brow slightly furrowed, as if sensing something. Beside him, Xinyuanzi had already set out celestial wine and spirit fruits, intending to hear from his old friend what astonishing events he had experienced. Seeing Hongyun's expression, he was taken aback and also probed toward the Yao tribe. That Kunpeng actually dares to seize control of the Yao tribe. He was severely wounded by Tai. Tai seems to have inherited Dijuan's position. Old friend, should we? Xinyuanzi muttered to himself. He had not expected that after Dijuan's fall such turmoil would erupt within the Yao tribe. Yet now seemed the perfect opportunity to trouble the Yao tribe. Even if they could not confront Tai in the Yao Imperial Palace, they could still take revenge on Kunpeng. As expected, my old friend knows my heart. Since the sovereign has yet to issue a decree, I may as well take this chance to make a move. Old friend, come with me. Hongyun smiled faintly, a cold gleam appearing in his eyes. Then with a light wave of his hand, he summoned a crimson stone boat and stepped onto it. Xinyuanzi was startled, then quickly leaped and landed on the stone boat. The stone boat trembled slightly and wisps of red mist emerged, enveloping it completely. In an instant they vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, outside the primordial wilderness before the Zixiao Palace, the figures of the 5 sages paused slightly, then turned their heads toward the Yao tribe. That Kunpeng's strength and fortune are ultimately no match for Tai. It seems that after this battle his cultivation will not recover for several epochs. Yuanshir's eyes flickered as he muttered softly, as if he had no intention of intervening in the affairs of the Yao tribe. That Kunpeng is a failure who spoils everything. With a great enemy before us, he still dares to bring chaos to the Yao tribe. If he diminishes the Yao tribe's battle strength, I will personally suppress him completely. Nuwa snorted coldly. She was extremely displeased with Kunpeng's actions. Having already lost her benefits from the human race, she had coveted the Yao tribe's advantages and even considered finding a way to have her elder brother lead the Yao tribe. Yet this Kunpeng, taking advantage of her coming to the Zixiao palace to seek orders, had sneaked into the Yao tribe to stir up trouble. Not only did he fail, but he also gave Shiha an excuse to push Tai onto the throne of the Yao emperor, inheriting Dijuan's authority over the Yao tribe. From now on, if she wanted her elder brother to lead the Yao tribe, would it not add more difficulties? Fellow Taoists, are you still concerned about the Yao tribe's affairs? My senior brother has been imprisoned in the Supreme Divine Prison. Who knows what is happening inside? What if Sheni targets you next? Zhuanti called out urgently to the other sages. His senior brother was still locked up, and these people were still paying attention to the sordid matters of Kunpeng, Tai Shiha, and Changxi. Fellow Taoist, Zhuani speaks rightly. We should enter the Zixiao palace and ask the teacher to act personally. Let us go? Taishang also echoed. For them, the most important thing now was indeed to ask Han Jun to come forward and suppress Sheni Zulong, Shiqilan, and Yuanfeng. They were the heavenly Tao sages, the supreme beings of the primordial wilderness, the mighty ones who suppressed all races. And they were imprisoned just like that. Insulted just like that. In the future, would the myriad races of the primordial wilderness still regard them as the heavenly Tao sages? Elder brother is right. Senior brother speaks correctly. Hearing this, Yuanshi, Nuwa, and Tongtian nodded slightly. Then they stepped forward and bowed toward the Zixiao palace. Disciple Taishang. Disciple Yuanshi. Disciple Tongtian. Disciple Nuwa. Disciple Zhuanti. We have come to pay respects to the teacher. We implore the teacher to come forward, suppress the beast emperor, suppress the supreme divine prison, and pacify the chaos in the primordial wilderness. The waves of voices converged and surged rapidly into the Zixiao palace. Within the Zixiao palace, Han Jun naturally sensed the arrival of the 5 sages. Hearing their words, his brow furrowed slightly, and a hint of displeasure appeared. I am already aware of this matter. The supreme divine prison has a mysterious origin, and what lies hidden within may be related to the ancient chaos demon gods. The time is not yet ripe. I, the Tao ancestor, cannot act rashly. You must not provoke those wardens either. You may return for now. He had not acted directly before precisely because of his concerns. Could these unworthy disciples not see that? They had come all the way here to beg him to act. What were they trying to do? Hearing this, the 5 sages were startled. Was their teacher refusing to act? This was not like their teacher at all. After all, their teacher was the strongest being in the primordial wilderness, the representative of the heavenly Tao. Teacher, my senior brother has been imprisoned in the supreme divine prison by Sheni. That Sheni has clearly shown no regard for your dignity, nor for the heavenly Tao. We implore you to act and rescue my senior brother. Zhuanti grew anxious and could not help but call out again. If Han Jun did not act, what would become of his senior brother? Would he be imprisoned for 100 epochs? Jane was too reckless this time. It may be good for him to be confined in the supreme divine prison to reflect for a while. When you return to the primordial wilderness, you must strictly discipline yourselves. When the time is ripe, I will summon you and seek justice on your behalf. Remember this. Remember this well. Hong Juan's voice rang out again, especially the last 2 words spoken with great emphasis. At the same time, an astonishing force surged from the Zixiao palace, sweeping toward the 5 sages and directly pushing them out of the palace's domain. Clearly, he did not even wish to see them. This, teacher. Zhuanti was stunned and tried to speak again. But Taishang beside him shook his head slightly. Fellow Taoist Zhuani, the teacher's decree has been issued. It is useless to speak further. For now, we can only wait for the right moment. Taishang himself had not expected Han Jun to refuse so bluntly. Could it be that their teacher had already discovered who the being within the supreme divine prison was? Or was it that even their teacher feared the supreme prison emperor? Elder brother speaks the truth. Friend Zhuanti, you may return to Shumi Mountain in peace and await the master's summons. Yuanshi also concurred. To him, whether Jane lived or died was of little consequence. But they were uncertain of how many powerful figures remained within the supreme divine prison and could not simply allow Zhuanti to walk to his death. Moreover, this matter concerned the dignity of the heavenly Tao sages. They had to proceed with caution. Thank you for your reminders, fellow Taoists. It seems we can only await the master's decree. Zhuanti could not help but sigh deeply. He bowed to Qing San and Nuwa. His form flickered, and he departed toward the primordial world ahead of them. Though he said such things, his heart burned with resentment toward Qing San and Nuwa. If they had both intervened earlier, would his senior brother have been so easily suppressed? And now they stood there lecturing him. Were Qing San merely concerned that the Western sect's prosperity would suppress the fortune of the Tao lineage? But the supreme divine prison was not aimed solely at the Western sect. Did these people not fear that the beings within might one day seek retribution against the Tao lineage? The more Zhuanti thought, the angrier he became. Upon crossing into the primordial world, his form suddenly split, manifesting 3 phantom bodies, each heading toward the Wu tribe, the demon race, and the Northern Sea respectively. Oomph. Let me see whether you will still speak so proudly once the Wu and the demon clash. Zhuanti snorted coldly several times. His form flickered again, and he continued toward Shumi Mountain. If Hongming had declared the time unsuitable and the sages unwilling to act, then he would orchestrate turmoil to plunge the primordial world into chaos. By then he would see whether Hongming and the sages could remain so composed. Moi. This Zhuanti, despite being a heavenly Dao sage, cannot restrain himself. If he provokes chaos, we may all suffer punishment alongside him. Within the chaos, Yuanshi seemed to sense Zhuanti's movements and could not hide his growing dissatisfaction. Beside him, Taishang merely shook his head. Let it be. Allow him to proceed. Then he turned toward Nuwa and spoke calmly. Sister Nuwa, you should make a trip to the demon race and warn Tai not to be seduced by Zhuanti's schemes. Thank you, senior brother Taishang, for your reminder. I shall first return to Fengqi Mountain to settle affairs, then proceed to the demon race immediately. If Zhuanti seeks death, I will not interfere. But if he drags the demon race into his folly, I shall not permit it. Nuwa hastily bowed to Taishang. Her form flickered, and she sped toward the primordial world. Once Nuwa had departed, Tongtian turned his gaze toward Taishang and Yuanshi. Elder brother, second elder brother. Truly shall we take no action this time? Shall we truly allow the beings within the supreme divine prison to run rampant across the primordial world? Previously, Taishang and Yuanshi had blocked Tongtian's intervention, leaving him deeply aggrieved. Worse still, this visit to see Hongming had not even granted them entry through the gates of the Purple Void Palace, stoking Tongtian's fury further. Now Zhuanti himself was plotting, yet the 3 of them would simply pretend nothing had happened. Hearing this, Taishang lightly waved his hand, casting a luminous barrier that concealed the 3 brothers. Then he looked at Tongtian. Third brother, do not be so stubborn. This matter is far more complex than we imagined. Even the master dares not act rashly, otherwise why would he tell us to await the right moment? We should return to Kunlun Mountain at once and prepare. Something significant may well occur in the primordial world soon. The 3 of us must carefully consider how to respond. Taishang, the strongest among the 6 sages in both power and cultivation, naturally weighed matters more thoroughly than Tongtian. Hongming's behavior this time had indeed deeply worried him. He simply chose not to voice his concerns to Zhuanti or Nuwa. But Tongtian shared their same origin. Taishang could not bear to see him recklessly throw himself into danger. Elder brother speaks the truth. We should return to Kunlun Mountain immediately. Yuanshi too sensed something troubling. Though his insights were not as profound as Taishang's, he understood that the supreme divine prison was no easy foe. If they were to act, they should, as their master advised, wait for the proper moment. Provoking the supreme divine prison at this juncture would indeed resemble certain death. Though Taishang and Yuanshi's words did not fully dispel Tongtian's resentment, he dared not openly contradict his elder brothers. Reluctantly, he followed them back toward the primordial world. While the sages each plotted their own schemes above a desolate island in the eastern sea, a figure wreathed in wildly chaotic aura stumbled forward. This was one of the 2 phantom bodies of Kunpeng who had escaped from the demon race. Or rather, this was Kunpeng's current true form. He was extremely weakened, his strength reduced to less than 1/10,000th of what it once was. A furious expression twisted his face as he instinctively glanced toward the demon race's domain. Damn Tai, damn Shiha and Changshi. You shall both kneel before me sooner or later. By then I shall make you beg for death, but find none. Having confirmed no pursuers followed, Kunpeng let out a long piercing cry to the heavens. He was incredibly unwilling to accept defeat. With but a fraction more effort, he could have suppressed Shiha and Changshi, intimidated the entire demon race, and ascended to the throne of Demon Emperor. Who would have thought he would ultimately lose? It was not that his scheme lacked detail, he had simply not anticipated that Shiha and Changshi would so resolutely pledge themselves to Tai. How long had it been since Dijun fell? If he learned of this, would he not be enraged enough to rise from death again? However, no sooner had Kunpeng's roar faded when an astonishing pressure erupted from the desolate island itself, instantly condensing into a colossal formation barrier that enveloped Kunpeng completely. Who dares conspire against me? Show yourself. Kunpeng was terrified, his gaze darting rapidly in all directions. Tisk tisk tsk. Your old friend, and I have been waiting for you quite some time. I never expected that even in your wretched state you still display such shameless countenance. With your character and strength, yet daring to covet control of the demon race and claim the imperial throne, truly laughable. At that moment the figures of Hong Yun and Zhen Yuanzi emerged slowly from the desolate island, emitting mocking cold laughter. Seeing Hong Yun and Zhen Yuanzi appear, Kunpeng's face paled drastically, and he immediately attempted to ascend and flee. Alas, the moment his body moved, thick crimson mist materialized upon the formation barrier, conjuring phantom images of Hong Yun that completely sealed his escape routes. Hong Yun, Zhen Yuanzi, you dare exploit another's misfortune? Kunpeng's expression darkened. Panic overtaking him, he retreated several steps, glowering ferociously at Hong Yun and Jin Yunzi below, and let out a series of guttural roars. In the battle within the demon race earlier, he had survived with only 2 phantom bodies remaining. The cultivation of this phantom body amounted to merely 1/10,000th of his former power. How could he possibly contend with Hong Yun and Jin Yunzi? Furthermore, he was deeply bewildered. He had only just escaped the demon race, yet how had Hong Yun and Jin Yunzi found him so swiftly? Taking advantage of someone's vulnerability. Others might say that, but how can you have the face to utter such words, eh? Not to mention our past grievances, what you did in the Yao tribe. Wasn't that an attempt to seize an opportunity? A trace of disgust flickered across Hong Yun's delicate face as she replied coldly to Kun Peng. Old friend, why not let me act and suppress him, then hand him over to you for execution? At that moment, Jin Yunzi's aura also surged. Although Hong Yun had not fallen, his desire to deal with Kun Peng was not a matter of a single day. Over time, it had nearly become an inner demon. Today, by eliminating Kun Peng, he could lighten his heart and perhaps advance his cultivation further. Execution. Wouldn't killing him outright be too merciful? What did Kun Peng just say? Living in agony, dying in torment. Why not grant him that wish? Hong Yun curled her lips. Was killing Kun Peng directly letting him off too easily? Hearing this, Kun Peng's body trembled. Was Hong Yun planning to torture him to death? No, he could not bear such humiliation. So his aura surged violently as he roared at Hong Yun and Jin Yunzi. I am no coward who fears death. If you wish to strike, then strike. Even if I fall here, I will not utter a single word of submission. Come. With that, his figure flickered and charged straight toward Hong Yun and Jin Yunzi. This time, the avatar he had escaped from the Yao tribe was not the only one. If this avatar perished but could evade the attention of Hong Yun and Jin Yunzi, it would be worth it. At least his other avatar could survive. If Hong Yun killed this avatar and spread the news, he might even deceive Tai. Wouldn't that be even more perfect? Eager to die. It won't be that easy. Seeing this, Hong Yun sneered, raised her small hand lightly, and swung it toward the charging Kun Peng. The power of the surrounding array stirred, and countless cloud phantoms wove rapidly, forming a massive arm that slammed heavily toward Kun Peng. Bang! A loud crash echoed. Kun Peng's figure was sent flying, crashing violently into the array's barrier. But Hong Yun did not stop as she waved her hand again at Kun Peng. The phantoms on the barrier instantly swelled, each raising an arm and striking Kun Peng with their palms. Bang! 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 In an instant, Kun Peng was like a giant meatball tossed back and forth, utterly unable to resist. This filled Kun Peng's heart with rage. A destructive force faintly emerged within him. If they refused to kill him and intended to humiliate him, he would self-destruct. Regardless, he could salvage some dignity and break free from their restraint. Otherwise, they might find his other avatar. If his other avatar was exposed, he would truly have no leverage to oppose them. Old friend, be careful. He's about to self-destruct. Sensing this, Jin Yunzi shouted to Hong Yun. Before him, the power of the Earth Book surged, enveloping both himself and Hong Yun. Kun Peng was, after all, a top-tier quasi-sage. Though severely wounded, his self-destruction would be formidable. Self-destruct. Within my flowing cloud annihilation array, can he still self-destruct? Suppress. Hong Yun laughed, her petite figure stepping forward, emerging directly from the Earth Book's protection. Instantly, the power of the array surged. Boundless clouds swirled, engulfing Kun Peng's form. Then the clouds transformed into chains binding Kun Peng. The destructive force that had just arisen within him was suppressed. Damn it. Hong Yun, if you have the courage, kill me. If you don't, release me and fight me fair and square. Don't rely on the array to bully others. Kun Peng was shocked. He had indeed intended to self-destruct this avatar, but he hadn't expected the array's power to be so terrifying. Those clouds, seemingly unremarkable, suppressed the destructive force within him, making it impossible to detonate. If this continued, would he be at Hong Yun's mercy again? What do you think I don't know about your other avatar? You want to die? I can grant that wish. My array can trace your other avatar through your origin. When that happens, your other avatar won't escape either. Hong Yun sneered as she waved her hand, forming a red light screen. On the screen, intricate patterns revealed Kun Peng's other avatar, which was speeding toward his lair, seemingly unaware of what was happening. You? How do you know? How is this possible? Damn it. At this moment, Kun Peng was utterly frantic. Did the array possess such mystical power? He had merely thought of his other avatar, and it was immediately detected. What should he do? If this avatar was destroyed and the other couldn't be saved, wouldn't he be completely annihilated? The problem was that the array had severed all connections between this avatar and the outside world. How could he warn his other avatar to flee? Old friend, your skills are truly remarkable. Since that's the case, this Kun Peng avatar is useless now. Let's kill it and go find his other avatar to eradicate it completely. Jin Yunzi was also startled, not expecting such an ability from his old friend. If so, whether this avatar died or not was irrelevant. What mattered was suppressing the other avatar. Kill him. No, killing him would be too merciful. I want him to be a slave forever, forever beneath my feet, never to rise again. Hong Yun's eyes blazed with chilling murderous intent, and her aura turned icy. This startled Jin Yuanzi, and he instinctively looked at Hong Yun. In that instant he realized that his old friend was no longer the universally recognized good-natured figure of the primordial world, but the messenger girl of the supreme divine prison. Hearing this, Kunpeng's heart trembled. A wild frenzy appeared on his face. Dream on. Hong Yun, did you switch to a female form under duress after submitting to the supreme divine prison? Ha ha ha. You want me to be driven by others forever like you? Impossible, don't even think about it. I would rather die than submit. The thought of kneeling before Hong Yun was unthinkable. Besides, his other avatar might not fall into her hands. Instead, he might provoke Hong Yun into killing this avatar, possibly giving his other avatar a warning. How dare you? Do you truly believe you still have the right to threaten my old friend? Perish. Hearing Kunpeng's words, Zhen Yuanzi's expression darkened abruptly, his killing intent surging instantly. To slander his old friend in such a manner. Did he truly think he was still in his prime? My old friend, why let anger take hold over a mere creature beneath your feet? This fellow merely seeks to provoke us into destroying this clone of his forthwith. I shall not gratify his wish. But at this moment Hong Yun suddenly spoke up, halting Zhen Yuanzi, who was about to strike. Kunpeng's attempt to enrage her was a scheme she had already seen through. To die, that would be far too easy. As her words fell, she stepped forward slowly toward Kunpeng, her petite figure leaping lightly into the air, landing directly atop his head and pressing down with one foot. This sent a tremor through Kunpeng's form, eliciting furious roars, yet he could not resist. Would rather die than submit. That is not for you to decide. I may not be well versed in the art of puppetry, but the divine prison is teeming with talents. The beings imprisoned there are far more than those you know. It is not impossible to find one who excels in this art. Then I shall seal your true spirit within your physical form and refine you into a puppet. Even if it proves troublesome, I swear you shall become a thing beneath my feet for eternity. If you wish for that. Hong Yun's voice rang out continuously, each word piercing deep into Kunpeng's heart. This caused Kunpeng's Dao heart to tremble unceasingly, as if barely able to withstand the threat that made his soul quake, emitting a series of shuddering sounds. He realized he was wrong. From the very beginning, he had been mistaken. This Hong Yun was no longer the Hong Yun he had once known. Such ruthless methods, even he could scarcely imagine. If Hong Yun truly carried out her words, he would indeed be trapped in a state where he could neither live nor die. At this thought, Kunpeng's expression shifted repeatedly, countless thoughts racing through his mind. Yet in the end, he found that aside from voluntarily submitting to Hong Yun, using concrete actions to atone for past transgressions and dispel her resentment, there was no better course left. Was he truly destined to become Hong Yun's mount? I am not threatening you. If it weren't for the fact that you still serve some use, you wouldn't even have the chance to choose. I will give you 3 breaths to consider submit or become a puppet. By now Hong Yun had stepped down from atop Kunpeng, standing before him with a smile as she delivered her ultimatum. Fellow Taoist Hong Yun. No mas. Ter. Master above, please accept Kunpeng's bow. Kunpeng's face at some point had forced a faint smile. Though unable to move, he still shouted aloud to Hong Yun. Face was important, freedom was important, but one had to know the right moment. This. Not far away, Zhen Yuanzi, who had just withdrawn the power of the Earth Book, was taken aback. Had Kunpeng changed his stance a bit too quickly? What about the self-destruction he had threatened? What about his pride? What about his defiant refusal to yield? Of course, these thoughts merely flashed through his sea of consciousness. Seeing Kunpeng already beginning to swear his oath, he hurried forward and cupped his hands toward Hong Yun. Congratulations, my old friend, on subduing this beast. With this, the matter that weighed on my heart can be laid to rest. But what of his other clone? After all, Kunpeng still had another avatar, and he was unsure if the creature possessed a secret art, like the River Styx ancestor, allowing the 2 clones to remain independent. Why do we need so many clones? Let that other clone serve as compensation for the havoc he wreaked among the human race. Steamed or roasted, let the humans savor it as they will. Otherwise, if we suddenly bring this creature back, the seniors in the divine prison might not approve. Hong Yun smiled calmly, as if she had already decided how to handle Kunpeng's other clone. Hearing this, Kunpeng, who had just sworn his oath, changed expression drastically. What was his master planning to do? Use his clone as blood food for the humans? Was this not too excessive? What, you object? Hong Yun turned her head, waved her hand lightly to release the restraints binding Kunpeng, and sneered, Object. How could I? Your command, master, I shall execute with all my might. Please, master, open this formation so I may send a message to that clone ordering it to come directly. Kunpeng hastily bowed to Hong Yun, his face twisted into a forced dry laugh. But just as he finished speaking, Hong Yun suddenly raised her hand and pointed toward his brow. Release all your divine sense. Hong Yun was no fool. Having taken in such a cunning creature, if she were not cautious, it might become a problem. Thus it was better to set some restrictions to prevent him from betraying her in the end. If that were to happen, it would be better to just refine him into a puppet. As you command, master. Kunpeng sighed inwardly. What was coming had finally arrived. It seemed he had lost his last chance to struggle. His fate was no longer in his own hands. Just as Hong Yun was subduing Kunpeng, a figure radiating five-colored light was speeding toward the shores of the Eastern Sea. This was the peacock who had set out from near the immortal fire volcano, the son of Yuan Feng and the crown prince of the Phoenix clan, Kong Xian. He was rushing with all his might to reach the eastern seashore and pay homage to his mother. My, why do I sense something unusual ahead? Suddenly Kong Xian halted his movement, a flicker of doubt in his eyes as he gazed toward a mountain range before him. The moment he drew near, a sense of crisis arose in his heart. This astounded him greatly. His mother had not fallen, and had even displayed the might of the supreme Hunyuan, great Luo, golden, immortal, intimidating all races. At such a time, who would dare to seek trouble with him? Were they tired of living? Rumble. Before Kong Xian could ponder further, a series of thunderous roars erupted from within the mountains ahead. Immediately after, figures radiating blazing firelight shot forth, charging toward his position. Three-legged golden crows. Damnation! Are you the demon clan's princes? Do you dare to attack me, a crown prince? Do you not know that my mother has not fallen? Kong Xian was shocked, recognizing the attackers at once. These were the 10 princes of the demon clan, the sons of the fallen demon emperor Dijuan. It is you, the Phoenix crown prince, we seek. Yuan Feng, ancestral dragon, and primordial Qilin caused the death of our father. We may not be a match for those 3 old monsters, but we can slay you and avenge our father. Let Yuan Feng taste the pain of losing a loved one. Kill. A chorus of roars erupted from the 10 sons, and astonishing flames instantly engulfed the heavens and earth, sweeping madly toward Kong Xian's location. Seeing such overwhelming power, Kong Xian was terrified. If it were just 1 or 2 golden crows, he could still put up a fight, but with all 10 here, how could he possibly contend? Thus he swiftly turned around and fled into the distance. At the same time, he could not help but roar in fury. It was the Dragon Clan's ancestor who killed Dijuan, not my mother. Why don't you seek vengeance from the great sun, heavenly dragon? Wasn't that creature Tai's mount? Why target me? If you have the guts, face me one by one. Were these fellows just bullying him because he seemed easy? Why didn't they go after the great sun, heavenly dragon? Why not go after the 4 unlikes? Why did it have to be him? All of them were princes. Was it because he was alone that they thought him an easy target? Kong Xian, there is no escape for you. Today you shall surely perish. That is correct. With my brothers joining forces, you stand absolutely no chance. Quickly surrender yourselves, or you shall beg for death, yet find none. 10 sons had expected Kong Xian to at least uphold the dignity of the Fengzhou crown prince and fight them, only fleeing once defeated. Who would have thought that this Fengzhou crown prince wouldn't even hesitate? He fled directly. Does he have no dignity whatsoever? They had only just obtained some intelligence and locked onto Kong Xian's location. If he escaped, they would truly never get another chance to deal with him. Moreover, this strike had carried enormous risk and required tremendous courage. Surrender. Do you take me for a fool? If you have the ability, catch me first. Kong Xian was no fool. Stopping now would be courting death. They all had 2 wings after all. He refused to believe these fellows could overtake him. Damn it. Do you think you can escape? Form the formation. Pursue that fellow. The leader of the 10 sons could not help but roar in fury. His form trembled as though transforming into a blazing sun, his aura connecting with that of his brothers. The remaining 9 sons also unleashed their supreme might, releasing strands of terrifying fire rays. Like their eldest brother, they manifested a series of fearsome, scorching suns and charged toward Kong Xian with great speed. In that moment, the searing pressure spread like tidal waves, seemingly about to envelop Kong Xian's figure. Kong Xian was greatly alarmed. The 5-colored radiance around his body continuously flowed, while strands of 5 elements power gathered frantically at his rear, constantly resisting that scorching pressure. However, this caused his strength to deplete rapidly. As the 10 sons pursued Kong Xian in a tight chase, a trace of saintly authority emerged from that very mountain range. A Dharma emanation of Junti slowly manifested. These little ones truly have some spirit. If something happens to these 10 sons, then Tai Shiha and Changxi ought to mobilize the demon clan's great army, wouldn't they? I wonder whether that prison emperor will issue a prison emperor edict again. After muttering to himself, Junti's Dharma emanation gently flickered and vanished from the spot, as though it had never appeared at all. And at this time, it was not only Junti the instigator who was watching this scene. In Honghuang, numerous powerful cultivators perceived the 10 blazing suns rapidly moving across the sky in pursuit of a 5-colored ray. This startled all their expressions. Could the creature within that 5-colored ray be the son of the primordial phoenix? Aren't those 10 sons the crown prince of the demon clan? The demon clan crown prince is hunting the Fengzhou crown prince. Have those 10 golden crows gone mad? Don't they know the primordial phoenix has not fallen? Are they seeking to avenge their father? Amid their shock, many powerful cultivators couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Neither Jun nor Tai could match the primordial phoenix. These 10 sons running out to hunt the primordial phoenix's son, weren't they simply courting death? Though a father's revenge is understandable, didn't these 10 sons fear that the primordial phoenix might suddenly appear and annihilate them all? After all, the present primordial phoenix was not the same as in the past. She was a Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian powerful enough to pummel even a saint. While numerous Hongwang cultivators were in shock on a desolate island in the Eastern Sea, the astonishing formation power slowly dissipated, revealing the figures of Hongyun Xinyuanzi and even Kunpeng. At this moment, Kunpeng had already transformed into his true form. Meanwhile, Hongyun and Xinyuanzi were both standing on each other's bodies, preparing to return to the Eastern Sea coast. Kunpeng, has your Dharma avatar gone to the Eastern Sea coast? I advise you not to harbor any scheming thoughts, or you shall know the consequences. Hongyun glanced coldly at Kunpeng beneath her feet and inquired sharply. Rest assured, master. My Dharma avatar has already headed toward the Eastern Sea coast, and is now almost approaching the central region of Hongwang. It may even arrive before us. Kunpeng hastily replied. When Hongyun had imposed restrictions in his sea of consciousness, his Dharma avatar had already sensed it through their shared origin. Having already submitted, he naturally had no qualification to negotiate. Moreover, that Dharma avatar was already not far from the central region of Hongwang, and upon receiving the information it immediately turned back and headed toward the Eastern Sea coast. Excellent. Hongyun had been extremely satisfied just considering how to cook the other Kunpeng Dharma avatar. Suddenly her expression darkened, as though she too sensed the scene of Kong Xian being pursued by the 10 sons. Do those 10 sons seek death? How dare they strike at the son of Senior Primordial Phoenix? Old friend, you return first. I shall go handle those 10 little golden crows and suppress them. Whispering to Xinyuanzi, Hongyun directly summoned that stone boat. Then her figure flickered, and she landed upon the stone boat. Let me accompany old friend on this journey, lest that demon clan Tai, overly protective of his nephew, suddenly strike at old friend. Xinyuanzi hurried to step onto the stone boat alongside Hongyun, fearing his old friend might encounter danger again. However, just at that moment, a glint of sharp light suddenly appeared in Kunpeng's eyes. Master, what? Do you still have some concerns? Hongyun was somewhat anxious, worried about Kong Xian's safety, so upon hearing Kunpeng's voice, her expression darkened involuntarily. Master misunderstands. My Dharma avatar is not far from the position of Senior Primordial Phoenix's son. If it exerts full effort to arrive, it should be able to intervene in time and halt the 10 sons. Please do not worry, master. Kunpeng seemed eager to atone through merit and directly volunteered to Hongyun. Would such a matter require asking me? Just intervene directly to rescue the Primordial Phoenix's son and suppress those 10 sons while you're at it. If you handle it well, when I return to the Eastern Sea coast, I might consider providing the human race with a different dish. Hongyun paused briefly, then let out an icy snort. However, she was quite satisfied within her heart. This Kunpeng was ultimately a shrewd fellow who knew when to display his abilities. This was also one of the reasons she had not decided to refine Kunpeng into a puppet. When necessary, this guy could still be put to some use. Upon hearing these words, Kunpeng couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. At the same time, his Dharma avatar near the central region of Hongwang had also accelerated, charging toward the location where the 10 sons and Kong Xian were engaged. Although this Dharma avatar's magical power was also reduced to less than 1/10,000th, he was ultimately a top-tier quasi-saint. In his eyes, those 10 sons still did not pose any real threat. And at this time, Kong Xian, who had been fleeing the entire way, was already somewhat exhausted, his magical power depleted to a great extent. But the 10 sons were not far behind him, so he dared not pause for even a moment. Has mother forgotten me? Mother, your child is being bullied. Help! In the end, he still couldn't resist crying out toward the direction of the Eastern Sea coast. Above the Eastern Sea coast, within the second level of the Supreme Divine Prison in that tricolor palace, the Primordial Phoenix seemed to have already sensed something, suddenly opening her eyes, with an extremely cold expression appearing on her face. Mere little golden crows dare to lay hands on my child. Have you all grown weary of living? As her voice faded, Yuan Feng's aura stirred, and she was about to rise. However, the nearby Shi Qilin and Zhu Long quickly stepped forward to stop her. Sister Feng, hold on. The Venerable One has not yet issued a decree. Besides, the mount that Hongyun just took in seems to have already rushed over. I believe nephew Kong Xian will be fine. Zhu Long's voice rang out calmly, as if worried that Yuan Feng might suddenly charge out of the Supreme Divine Prison and break the Venerable One's rules. Hearing this, Yuan Feng's expression tightened, and a trace of coldness appeared on her delicate face. Old dragon, you said that. If anything happens to my child, don't blame me for locking up all the remnants of your dragon clan. When the time comes, don't say I showed no mercy. Yuan Feng snorted coldly a few times, but her expression was no longer as tense as before. After all, Hongyun had already rushed over, so even if the 10 sons had some tricks up their sleeves, they could not harm her child. Rest assured, Sister Yuan Feng. If anything happens to nephew Kong Xian, I will be the first to strike and destroy the old dragon's son to ease your anger. Shi Qilin, seeming to enjoy the drama, called out to Yuan Feng with a smile, as if eager to curry favor by offering Zhu Long's son. Zhu Long's aged face stiffened, and he wished he could slap Shi Qilin right then and there. What did his son have to do with this? Even if that son was a rebellious brat, he was still his own blood. If anyone was to kill him, it certainly wouldn't be Shi Qilin's place. However, as Yuan Feng, Zhu Long, and Shi Qilin were conversing, a sinister laugh suddenly echoed from a corner of the second level of the Supreme Divine Prison. You three juniors finally understand the agony of seeing your offspring in danger, don't you? You can release me from this place. As long as I can leave, I will immediately strike and slaughter all your enemies. As the voice faded, the clanking of chains slowly echoed, and an ancient black golden cage materialized. Within the cage, a withered figure faintly appeared, like a dried corpse, exuding no trace of vitality. Let me calculate. You still need to be imprisoned for 30,000 culpas. If you want to get out, wait until after 30,000 culpas. At this moment, Yuan Feng cast a disdainful glance toward the cage and let out a few contemptuous sounds. Then she waved her arm, causing the cage to tremble. The chains that reached into the cage shook violently, as if accelerating the absorption of power. Damn it! You will all die without a burial place. You cannot escape. The figure in the cage let out a series of hoarse roars. But his voice grew weaker, as if that outburst had drained all his strength. At the same time, cracks appeared on his body, threatening to shatter. The cage then faded back into hiding, restoring the second level of the Supreme Divine Prison to its usual calm. Meanwhile, Kong Xian, who was being hunted, had called out for help, but received no response, a sense of disappointment welling in his heart. Could it be that his own mother had forgotten about him, the son she had never met? Ha ha ha. It seems Yuan Feng isn't coming to save you. Brat, accept your fate. Kill. When Kong Xian had called for help earlier, the 10 sons were also nervous. But they soon realized that no powerful aura had emerged from the East Sea coast, which delighted them. It seemed that Yuan Feng was unable to make a move for some reason. In that case, Kong Xian was destined to fall at their hands. Sensing the terrifying attacks approaching rapidly, Kong Xian's expression hardened. If he kept fleeing, he might not make it to the East Sea coast. It would be better to stand his ground and fight these golden crows head on. With that thought, Kong Xian abruptly halted, turned around, and faced the rapidly approaching 10 sons. I'll fight you shameless bastards to the death. Even if I fall, I will drag you all down with me. When the time comes, my mother will avenge me. As his voice died away, his wings flapped, and a dazzling 5-colored radiance erupted behind him, sweeping toward the attacks of the 10 sons. In an instant, all the attacks of the 10 sons were swept away. Blocked. This guy actually has such skill. Brothers, let's join forces and burn him to ashes. At that moment, the youngest of the 10 sons, Liu Ye, showed a flash of shock and shouted loudly to the other 9. 10th brother is right. Solar true fire, burn the heavens and destroy the earth. The many golden crows roared in succession, their solar true fire weaving wildly into a massive crow phantom that lunged ferociously at Kong Xian. Sensing this terrifying strike, Kong Xian's heart trembled, and a fierce wild light filled his eyes. Kill! With a furious roar, he transformed into a streak of 5-colored light and charged straight at the giant crow phantom. With no other choice, he had to fight for his life. At this moment, the primordial experts watching the battle all shook their heads slightly. It seems Kong Xian is finished. But if Kong Xian falls, will Yuan Feng go berserk? If she attacks the demon clan, no one might be able to stop her. Not necessarily. This time Yuan Feng didn't act. Perhaps she can't freely leave the Supreme Divine Prison. That's possible too. In the eyes of many experts, Kong Xian facing the ultimate strike of the 10 sons meant certain death. After all, Kong Xian was born later than the 10 sons. Although his talent and divine abilities might not be inferior to the 10 sons, he had not yet grown to his full potential, and his cultivation was still lacking. What they hadn't expected was that Yuan Feng would not show up. If she didn't even care about her own son's life, it was likely that she was restricted and unable to leave the Supreme Divine Prison freely. If that were the case, wouldn't they be safe from the threat of the Supreme Divine Prison as long as they stayed away from the East Sea coast? Oomph! You little brats dare to attack my brother. Looking for death. Break! Just then, an overwhelmingly powerful aura suddenly appeared from the distant horizon. A massive fist shadow shot through the air, instantly passing Kong Xian and striking the crow phantom formed by the 10 sons. The giant crow phantom collided violently with the fist shadow. In an instant, the blazing solar true fire scattered wildly, spreading in all directions and turning into a sea of flames. The 10 sons themselves trembled and were forced back several steps. It took a joint effort to withstand the residual force of that blow. Kuan Peng, you damn traitor, how dare you show your face? If it weren't for you, our father would not have fallen. And now you're helping the son of Yuan Feng. You? The 10 sons erupted in furious roars. They had sensed the upheaval in the demon clan and had heard that Kuan Peng was severely wounded by their second uncle. They never expected Kuan Peng to appear again, let alone help the son of Yuan Feng. What was he planning? Kong Xian too was stunned. Brother? When did he get a brother? Could it be that Kuan Peng was also born of his mother and had been undercover in the demon clan all along? That didn't seem right. He couldn't sense any phoenix bloodline in Kuan Peng. Brother, do not be alarmed. With me here, these mere golden crows shall not harm a single feather of yours. Watch as I suppress them all. At this moment, Kuan Peng's form flickered and landed beside Kong Xian, nodding with a smile. Then his gaze turned somber as he fixed his eyes upon the 10 suns filled with icy coldness. Having been suppressed by Di Jun and Tai Yi for countless eons and previously gravely wounded by Tai Yi, he had ultimately been reduced to a mount beneath Han Yun's feet. Such a matter he could not be magnanimous enough to forget. He had originally sought an opportunity to deal with Tai Yi, Shi He, and Chang Shi, and now the 10 suns had delivered themselves to him. How could he let this chance slip away? Kuan Peng, do you dare lay a hand on us? Are you not afraid that our uncle will discover this and utterly annihilate your already wounded form? Are you not afraid that the entire demon race will surround and kill you? The 10 suns had now steadied themselves and began to roar at Kuan Peng once more. They were on the verge of succeeding, yet Kuan Peng, dragging his grievously wounded body, had come to rescue Kong Xian. How could they accept this? Tisk tisk tsk. Do you not know that your uncle is likely enjoying the comfort of those 2 empresses at this very moment? How could he spare any thought for you abandoned children? In my opinion, Tai, he has probably sunk into the tender embrace of his sisters-in-law and forgotten all about you nephews. Moreover, you have committed the grave offense of daring to pursue my brother. If I do not suppress you, how could I avenge the grievances my brother has suffered? Kuan Peng smacked his lips at the 10 suns, a sinister, icy smile spreading across his face. His eyes turned dark and predatory as he slowly raised his hands. How dare you? How dare you slander my uncle and mother? Brothers, let us join forces and suppress this Kuan Peng whom our uncle has already wounded. Capture him and deliver him to our uncle for judgment. Hearing Kuan Peng's words, Liu Ye was the first to roar in fury, unleashing all the magical power within him. Though Kuan Peng was severely wounded, his cultivation realm far surpassed theirs. If they were to strike, they must fight with all their might, leaving no room for negligence. The 10th brother speaks truly. Kuan Peng, do you think you are still in your prime? Today you will answer for your slanderous words. 10 suns in the sky annihilate heaven and earth. The other 9 suns also erupted with their full magical power, frantically driving the formation's energy, their auras intertwining and surging. This caused the 10 blazing suns they manifested to soar in might, expanding continuously, echoing faintly with the sun star in the boundless starry sky. In an instant, supreme solar true fire surged wildly, sweeping across heaven and earth, causing the temperature around them to skyrocket. Senior Kuan Peng, perhaps we should retreat first. These 10 beings possess formidable divine powers, and you are injured. Kong Xian was startled and quickly whispered to Kuan Peng. Regardless of why he had appeared, this being was helping him. Retreating now would be a wise decision. Brother, calling me old brother is more than I deserve. Never address me as senior. I am unworthy of it. As for these fellows, fear not. I shall break their formation and suppress them this very moment. Whoever dares to harm my brother, I will chop them to death. With that, Kuan Peng waved his hand and abruptly summoned a black golden great blade. He reached out and lifted the black golden blade, causing a fierce blade aura to emerge upon it, as if it could shatter the surrounding space. This was one of the few innate spiritual treasures he possessed, kept for life-saving purposes. Now that he had submitted to Han Yun, when else would he use it but now? Sky-shattering blade, shatter the void. Strike. With a roar, Kuan Peng's form leaped into the air, the black blade in his hand swelling wildly, releasing a chilling aura of destruction. Simultaneously, the meager magical power left within him surged madly into the black blade, causing the black golden great blade to tremble and slash toward the 10 blazing suns above. Boom, rumble. In an instant, thunderous roars echoed across heaven and earth, and the violent blade aura instantly multiplied into billions, slashing fiercely toward the 10 suns. Meanwhile, the might of the 10 suns was also terrifying, their heart-shaking solar, true fire spreading continuously, manifesting countless golden crow phantoms that surged to meet the blade auras. Boom, boom, boom. For a time, flames scattered and blade intent filled the air, the entire heaven and earth seemingly shaken by the force of this collision. Wave after wave of violent aftershocks swept wildly in all directions, threatening to extinguish all life. More blade auras bypassed the terrifying solar true fire and struck the 10 blazing suns. This caused the forms of the 10 suns to tremble violently. Crack. Soon successive cracking sounds rang out. Dense cracks appeared on each of the 10 blazing suns. The 10 suns' power was indeed fearsome, and the solar true fire was astonishing. Alas, the cultivation gap between the 10 suns and Kuan Peng was too vast, and even such formations and solar true fire could not bridge it. Boom. Soon, one by one, the blazing suns shattered. The 10 suns, grievously wounded, staggered backward, spouting several mouthfuls of essence blood before they could even steady themselves. Be suppressed by me. Seeing this, Kunpeng, without waiting to stabilize his own aura, raised his other palm and directly reached toward the 10 sons, as if to suppress them then and there. Roar. Kunpeng, how dare you? You, the esteemed demon instructor, how can you be so ruthless toward these juniors? Are you not utterly shameless? But at that moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared in the sky. A terrifying dragon roar resounded through heaven and earth. The figure of Dari Tianlong rapidly materialized, extending a dragon claw to strike at Kunpeng's palm. Dari Tianlong. Damn it. You dare to lay a hand on brother Kunpeng. Have you forgotten that Di Jun was slain by Patriarch Dragon, and yet you step in to save Di Jun's sons? Do you not know that they have been hunting me all this way? Seeing who had intervened, Kong Xian's expression darkened as he bellowed at the newcomer. Recognizing the newcomer's identity, Kunpeng was also taken aback, his expression shifting rapidly, and his massive hand paused. Kong Xian was the son of Yuan Feng, and Dari Tianlong was the biological son of Ancestral Dragon, while he was merely Hong Yun's mount. Both of these beings held higher status than he. How could this battle continue? Yet he had boasted in front of Hong Yun that he would suppress the 10 sons. He could not let them escape, could he? Brother Kong Xian. Kunpeng. I have received much kindness from Di Jun and Tai Yi, and I cannot stand idly by and watch these 10 little ones perish at your hands. Do me a favor and let them go. In doing so, I will have repaid the debt of gratitude I owe Di Jun and Tai Yi. Seeing Kunpeng halt his hand, Dari Tianlong also paused his attack, looking toward Kunpeng and Kong Xian. During the War of the Three Races in the past, he had believed his father, the primordial Kirin, and Yuan Feng had all fallen. With Tai Yi's help, he eventually became Tai Yi's mount, and spent countless eons with the demon race. Di Jun and Tai Yi had treated him well. Now not only had his father not perished, but he had also slain Di Jun. How could he still watch the 10 sons die before his eyes? A buzzing sound. However, just as Dari Tianlong's voice faded, a spatial fluctuation hummed urgently. Hong Yun and Zhen Yuanzi, along with the stone boat carrying Kunpeng's other incarnation, arrived instantly and hovered above Kunpeng's incarnation and Kong Xian. Kunpeng pays respects to Master. Master, this Dari Tianlong wants to protect those little golden crows. I am low in status and cannot act directly. I beseech you to make a decision for me. Kunpeng's incarnation flickered and landed before the stone boat, seeming about to merge with the other incarnation. But seeing Hong Yun's displeased expression, he ultimately dared not act on his own, and could only cry out to Hong Yun with tears and mucus, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Witnessing this, Kong Xian, Dari Tianlong, the severely wounded 10 sons, and even the ancient primordial experts secretly observing the battle, were all stunned. What did Kunpeng call Hong Yun? Master. Kunpeng has actually submitted to Hong Yun. The top quasi-sage who dared to contend with Tai Yi for the throne of the demon clan has submitted to the messenger girl of the supreme divine prison. How could they not be shocked? Not long ago, they had witnessed Kunpeng's overwhelming might intimidating the entire demon clan, even battling Tai Yi to seize the position of the demon emperor. Although he fled in defeat, gravely wounded, it had shocked the powerful beings of all races. How long had it been since then? Now he had directly submitted to Hong Yun's command. What had happened in between? Dari Tianlong greets fellow Taoist Hong Yun and fellow Taoist Zhen Yuanzi. This is a misunderstanding. I beg you to grant me face and release these little ones. Dari Tianlong concealed his shock and cupped his hands toward Hong Yun and Zhen Yuanzi. He had never expected Kunpeng to submit to Hong Yun. Weren't these two enemies? Yet now he still wanted to plead for the 10 sons, hoping they could leave safely. He believed that Hong Yun, out of respect for his father, would give him some face. Hearing this, Hong Yun's expression darkened slightly, and she looked at Dari Tianlong with coldness. Face. Shouldn't you first ask Ancestor Dragon whether he still wants to recognize you as his unfilial son before speaking of face? The face of the Dragon clan has probably been all lost by you, hasn't it? Hong Yun's words were not fabricated. Earlier, Ancestor Dragon had repeatedly called Dari Tianlong an unfilial son. She was merely repeating Ancestor Dragon's words. At these words, Dari Tianlong's body trembled, and his face showed intense anger. At the same time, he transmitted to the 10 sons, "Why don't you flee quickly? Do you truly intend to perish here?" Dari Tianlong, stop pretending to be hypocritical. Our father was murdered by your father. Do you think we would still believe you? However, Dari Tianlong's kindness seemed not to be appreciated by the demon princes. Except for the youngest Lu Ye, the remaining 9 sons roared at Dari Tianlong. They knew that Di Jun had fallen at the hands of Ancestor Dragon. If they were not outmatched by Dari Tianlong, and because Dari Tianlong was Tai Yi's mount, they would have charged straight to the demon palace to seek orders from Tai Yi, Shihe, and Chang Shi to slay Dari Tianlong. Thus, they did not appreciate Dari Tianlong's actions. Nonsense. Don't you understand the situation before you? If not for the sake of my past bond with Di Jun, why would I risk my father's punishment to save you? Leave immediately. Dari Tianlong's gaze darkened, but he still transmitted to the 10 sons again. He seemed not to be angered by their mockery. Brothers, we cannot stay. He is right, we must leave as soon as possible. Once we return to the demon clan and find uncle and mother, we can ask them to gather the demon army to avenge our father. Luyo assessed the situation and repeatedly transmitted to the 9 sons. If they stayed here, they would likely face certain death. Regardless of whether Ri Tianlong was being hypocritical or trying to make amends, they had to find a way to leave. Hearing this, the remaining 9 sons' expressions turned extremely complicated, but they began to retreat backward. Senior Hong Yin, you must make a decision for me. These fellows have been chasing me all the way, or if they leave safely now, wouldn't that be too easy for them? Senior Hong Yin. On the other side, Kong Xian also sensed the 10 sons about to leave. He glanced at Kuan Peng and immediately imitated Kuan Peng's previous wailing, crying out loudly. Seeing this, Hong Yun couldn't help but shake her head. Among this brood of princes, wasn't there a single normal one? Kuan Peng. Suppress the 10 sons and bring them to the East Seashore to be dealt with by Senior Yuan Feng. If Ri Tianlong dares to obstruct, suppress him as well and send him to Senior Ancestor Dragon. At this moment, Hong Yun's aura surged, releasing astonishing red mist that swept out in all directions. As you command, Master. Both of Kuan Peng's incarnations grinned fiercely, almost simultaneously leaped up swiftly and merged directly. This caused his power to skyrocket, his aura surging rapidly. Then he condensed a giant hand and reached directly toward the 10 sons. Kuan Peng, you dare? Great sun shakes the heavens, dragon trembles the 4 seas. Ri Tianlong immediately roared, his aura frantically surged, releasing supreme golden light that enveloped Kuan Peng. At the same time, a spatial rift suddenly opened behind him, seemingly to send all 10 sons into the void. Suppress. Hong Yun's gaze hardened. This Ri Tianlong was truly determined to save the 10 sons. But she knew that among the 3 seniors and the second layer Ancestor Dragon's word did not count. So she immediately let out a cold shout, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently, and even the spatial rift behind Ri Tianlong began to close rapidly. Little brother, go first. Little brother, go find uncle and mother. Use all your strength to help the 10th brother escape. A group of golden crows immediately sensed the overwhelming pressure sweeping over them. They channeled all their power toward Luya, who was closest to the spatial rift. Finally, Luya's figure flickered and vanished into the rift. The remaining 9 sons were immediately encircled by the red mist, completely bound, and finally fell into Kuan Peng's grasp. At this moment, in the inner hall of the demon palace within the demon clan, on the huge couch, she whose face was slightly flushed suddenly changed expression drastically. She stood up abruptly and looked toward the region near the center of the primordial world. Damn it! Kuan Peng, Hong Yun, Zhen Yuanzi, Kong Xian, how dare you harm my sons? I will make you die without a burial place. With a roar, she waved her hand, and a black golden long dress appeared on her body. Then she looked at Chang Shi, who was still healing Tai Yi, and said in a deep voice, Sister, take care of our uncle. I will gather the demon army and directly annihilate those who dare to attack my sons. Sister, wait. Second uncle has not yet awakened. If you go alone, I'm afraid you won't be able to rescue those children. Why don't we sisters focus on healing second uncle, and after he wakes up we can discuss further. Chang Shi seemed to disapprove of Shihi's actions and hurriedly voiced her persuasion. Upon hearing this, Shihi's body trembled and a flicker of anger appeared in her eyes. Sister, those are the emperor's sons, my children. They usually honor you as their aunt. How can you be so indifferent? Are you going to watch them perish at the hands of Hong Yun and Kuan Peng? Shihi was already panicked by the capture of the 9 sons, and now her sister actually advised her not to go. How could she not be furious? Sister, be sober-minded. The vendetta against your husband has not been avenged. If you lead the army alone, what if you encounter Zhu Long, Yuan Feng, Shiqilin, or Shun and I again? If the demon army is truly annihilated and you are suppressed, what will I do? Even if second uncle awakens, then he may not have the chance to avenge our husband, right? Besides, with Ri Tianlong present, even if those children suffer a bit, they may not necessarily perish. Chang Shi spoke repeatedly, her words carrying a hint of resoluteness. She intended well, but her sister actually shouted at her in anger. How could she endure it? Earlier it was this sister who persuaded her to marry Di Jun together. It was this sister who said they would avenge Di Jun. It was also this sister who persuaded her to serve Tai Yi. And it was still this sister who told her that only by controlling the demon army could they establish their position in the demon race. Now when the other was about to take the demon army away, couldn't she even complain? You are utterly unreasonable. This time whoever blocks me from saving my children is my enemy. Even if it's you, my sister, you can't. She kept shouting in anger, her words already laced with murderous intent. As a mother, how could she watch her own children perish? So she took a fierce step forward, heading straight out of the demon palace, intending to issue a decree to summon the demon army. But at this moment, Chang Shi's figure flickered and blocked the entrance of the demon palace. Sister, think thrice about this action. If your rashness causes the demon army to be annihilated and the demon race to decline completely, how can we face the fallen emperor, and how can we face second uncle? Chang Shi spoke again, her tone now much gentler, but even more resolute. For a moment, the two empresses seemed to have torn apart, their faces deadlocked in a standoff. Meanwhile, Hong Yun was already driving the stone boat, carrying the suppressed 9 sons, and the icy-faced De Ri Tianlong speeding towards the East Sea coast. This time, seeing that he could no longer release the 9 sons, De Ri Tianlong simply gave up resistance, planning to plead for the 9 sons after meeting his father. That way there would be no need to conflict with Hong Yun. Meanwhile, Kuan Peng on the stone boat smilingly approached Kong Xian and began to chat secretly, as if wanting to further strengthen their relationship. In the future, he might be able to curry favor with Yuan Feng and make his life easier. Seeing this, Zhen Yuanzi frowned and looked towards Hong Yun. Hong Yun waved her hand unconcerned. This Kuan Peng had indeed made some contributions, but he was her mount. Weren't those contributions still hers? Buzz! The stone boat tore through the sky, soon arriving above the East Sea coast, hovering outside the Supreme Divine Prison. At this moment, a figure also rapidly approached from afar. Si Buxiang pays respects to Senior Hong Yun, elder brother De Ri, and brother Kong Xian. Are you two also here to pay respects to Senior Yuan Feng and Senior Zhu Long? The newcomer was none other than the Qilin clan's Prince Si Buxiang, who had rushed all the way from Mount Kunlun. He first bowed to Hong Yun, then looked at De Ri Tianlong and Kong Xian with a smile. He had already sensed the previous events, from Kong Xian being pursued to De Ri Tianlong's protection of the 10 sons, but had simply not intervened. He was genuinely curious to see how Zhu Long and Yuan Feng would handle these two. At this moment, many powerful beings in the primordial world, even the saints, all turned their gaze towards the East Sea coast. The 3 clan princes have gathered. I suppose Zhu Long, Shilin, and Yuan Feng should also appear now. I wonder how they will deal with the 10 sons. They won't really kill them, will they? For a moment, murmurs of discussion arose from all corners of the primordial world. Mount Kunlun. The 3 pure ones who had just returned also looked towards the East Sea coast. After spotting Si Buxiang's trace, Tong Tian couldn't help but look at Yuan Shi. Second brother, you may be short 1 mount. A mere mount, what's there to care about? That fellow still has my divine restriction inside him. When the time comes, it can be made use of. Yuan Shi snorted a few times. Though he was extremely displeased inside, he did not want to show it in front of Tong Tian. However, as he said, Si Buxiang indeed had a restriction placed by him. In the future, it might indeed be useful. Second brother's words have some merit. Let Si Buxiang recognize Shi Qilin as his father. In the future, we might be able to use their relationship to win over Shi Qilin. Taishang also spoke calmly, as if he had some scheme in mind. Only Tong Tian furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly not entirely agreeing with Yuan Shi and Taishang's words. In his view, if one wanted to fight, just go straight and kill. All this scheming. Wasn't it exhausting? While the various strong beings and saints were discussing this matter, the gates of the Supreme Divine Prison slowly opened. Yuan Feng, Zhu Long, and Shi Qilin slowly stepped out from within. Upon seeing them, Kong Xian, Si Buxiang, and De Ri Tianlong were all extremely excited. Your child pays respects to mother. Your child pays respects to father. Your child pays respects to father. For a moment, the 3 almost simultaneously knelt down towards Yuan Feng, Shi Qilin, and Zhu Long, shouting loudly. This scene of father-son reunion and mother-child meeting moved Hong Yun, Zhen Yuanzi, Kuan Peng, and even many human beings to some emotion. Bang! Bang! However, at this moment, both Zhu Long and Shi Qilin's faces darkened, and they almost simultaneously raised their hands and struck towards Si Buxiang and De Ri Tianlong. This sent Si Buxiang and De Ri Tianlong flying. This. Father, calm your anger. Father, why did you strike your child? Father. De Ri Tianlong still understood why Zhu Long was so angry, since he had previously protected the 10 sons and almost fought with Hong Yun. Si Buxiang, on the other hand, was completely bewildered. Shouldn't his father have given him a big hug? Why did he come up and slap him? And why didn't Kong Xian get hit? Wasn't that unfair? Ungrateful son. As the prince of the Qilin clan, instead of gathering your people and restoring the Qilin clan's glory, you contentedly served as a mount under another's feet. You've utterly disgraced my old face. Shi Qilin snorted a few times, then kicked Si Buxiang, who had returned to his previous spot, flying away again. On the other side, Zhu Long repeatedly raised his hand and struck out again and again. Ungrateful son. Simply an ungrateful son. Not only did you serve as a mount under another, but you even dared to protect the ones who pursued your nephew Kong Xian. You have quite the audacity. If I don't beat you to death today, how can I explain to Sister Feng? Boom, boom, boom. For a time, the skies above the human territory echoed with clamorous explosions and anguished screams. Father, I was wrong. Everything is my fault. Father, please calm your rage. Father, I will never dare again. Father. In an instant, the four unlike and the great sun celestial dragon had been battered beyond recognition, sobbing and wailing as they began to confess their faults to the primal Qilin and the ancestral dragon. Had these two fathers, having accumulated years of pent-up discipline without any offspring to educate, suddenly erupted? Or were they competing in the art of parenting right here? Why was each strike more ruthless than the last? This paternal affection was like a torrential storm. They could barely withstand it. Hold on, brothers. Even Kong Xian, who had not been struck, was stunned. He instinctively transmitted encouragement to the great sun, celestial dragon, and the foreign-like. He suddenly realized that his coming to acknowledge his mother was somewhat reckless. If his mother were like the ancestral dragon and the primal Qilin beating him mercilessly, he might truly be unable to bear such eldercrafted affection. Both of you, why not entrust these juniors to me? I think beating them like this won't make them reform completely. Why not throw them into the first layer for some tempering? Perhaps. Yuan Feng observed this scene and let out a cold laugh. Sister, isn't that too harsh? They are still our bloodline sons, wouldn't that be improper? Indeed, Sister Feng, they are your nephews. If they truly perish in the first layer, who will bear us offspring? The ancestral dragon and the primal Qilin were taken aback and immediately refused Yuan Feng's proposal. Hearing this, the great sun, celestial dragon, and the foreign-like breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed their fathers still had some affection for them. Unless Sister Feng can bear another for your brother, then you can do whatever you want with this unfilial son. The ancestral dragon shifted his tone, drawing closer to Yuan Feng, his demeanor utterly devoid of the majesty befitting a primordial chaos great Luo golden immortal. Ancestral dragon, aren't you going too far? Sister Feng, pay no heed to this lecherous old fool. The dragon race is inherently lascivious. How can they be compared to our Qilin race? If sister would join your brother. The primal Qilin scoffed at the ancestral dragon, hinting at some improper thoughts toward Yuan Feng. Hearing this, the great sun, celestial dragon, and the foreign-like fell into utter despair. What kind of fathers were these? Why had they suddenly come back to life? Had their brains not been restored when they were resurrected? They were their own sons, not tools for these two disrespectful fathers to court women. Meanwhile, Kong Xian was also stunned. What were these two uncles up to? He had just been about to bow and show them respect. And now these two old codgers wanted to become his father. Crazy. This is simply not far away. Jin Yuanzi and Kuan Peng both had their expressions shifting rapidly. As beings of the primordial wilderness, they could accept matters like Tai Shiha and Changshi's. After all, the strong reigned supreme, and Shiha and Changshi choosing Tai was not a problem. But what they were witnessing now went beyond their cognition. Was the divine prison circle so chaotic? Silence. If you keep babbling, don't blame me for taking action personally. Yuan Feng shot a glare at the ancestral dragon, and the primal Qilin, her exquisite face revealing a hint of impatience. This made the two old dragons chuckle dryly, retracting their auras and putting on stern expressions. Hong Yun, these 9 golden crows were captured by you. Handle them as you see fit. Yuan Feng addressed Hong Yun, indicating he should deal with the 9 sons as he wished. Then she turned to Kong Xian, the great sun, celestial dragon, and the foreign-like. You 3 follow me inside. Especially you 2. The seals on your bodies have already been lifted. From now on, do not disgrace the faces of our dragon phoenix and Qilin races. She had seen clearly how the ancestral dragon and primal Qilin had acted. Those 2 old fools kept saying they didn't care about the lives of the great sun, celestial dragon, and the foreign-like, but was that really possible? Seals lifted. The great sun, celestial dragon, and the foreign-like were startled, showing expressions of surprise as they hastily probed their sea of consciousness. They discovered that the seals left in their sea of consciousness had indeed vanished. The 2 exchanged glances, bowed to their respective fathers, and then quickly walked toward Yuan Feng, following her into the supreme divine prison. At Mount Kunlun, the 3 Purities Hall, Yuanshi's face hardened, and a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. Has the seal I left in the foreign-like's body been broken? Could it be that the primal Qilin's strength can truly suppress me? This was enough to shock him. The seal in the foreign-like's body was placed by his own hand. Unless someone stronger than him, how could it be undone? Had the primal Qilin, while seemingly beating his son, actually been removing the seal? He had been fooled too. Second brother, don't worry about it. Wait for the master's decree. Tai Shang, as if also aware, cautioned Yuanshi, and then closed his eyes, seeming to fall into contemplation. At the Demon Clan's Demon Emperor Palace, Shiha and Changshi were still locked in a standoff, neither yielding to the other. At that moment, Tai, who had been slumbering, gave a violent shudder and finally opened his eyes. Damn it! The seal on the great sun, celestial dragon, has dissipated. Has that fellow betrayed me too? And what? 2 sisters-in-law, what are you doing? Tai seemed to have been awakened by the loss of control over the great sun, celestial dragon. But before he could rage, he suddenly noticed Shiha and Changshi at a standoff. He had just been savoring an unprecedented, exquisite sensation, reveling in it, and now in the blink of an eye his 2 sisters-in-law had turned against each other. Finally awake. Your nephews. They were captured by Hong Yun and Kuan Peng and taken to the East Sea coast. I wanted to lead the demon army to rescue them, but my sister obstructed me. You must do justice for our widowed mother and orphaned son. She has seen Tai awake, burst into tears. She walked toward him crying and wailing and promptly leaned into his embrace. Tai was startled and quickly reached out to support Xia. On the other side, Changshi was also tearful. Your Majesty, it's not that I didn't want sister to save the nephews. But you have just ascended the demon emperor's throne and have not yet awakened. If sister led the army to the East Sea and was crushed, the demon clan would be utterly finished. Your Majesty, I did it for you, for the demon clan. Changshi also cried and walked toward Tai. This made Tai's face twist into an expression of extreme complexity. Both sisters-in-law had valid points. But those 10 children were still his elder brother's sons. Before his brother fell, he had entrusted his 2 sisters-in-law and 10 nephews to Tai's care. Now he could look after the 2 sisters-in-law, but what about those nephews? Report. Your Majesties, the Empress Nuwa and the Emperor Fushi have arrived. They request an audience with His Majesty, with the Emperor. Moreover, they explicitly demand that the Emperor and the 2 empresses come out to greet them. Before Tai could make a decision, a shout came from outside the Demon Emperor Palace. This made Tai Shiha and Changshi's faces all tighten. Had Nuwa's sudden arrival something to do with the 10-son incident? Or was there another scheme? Your Majesty, since the Empress Nuwa has arrived, why not request her to save our child? If she intervenes, Hong Yun will have some scruples and might let our child escape safely. Even if he cannot be saved, Hong Yun should not kill him. Shi looked at Tai with pitiful eyes. If Nuwa could intervene, there might still be a chance to rescue the 9 sons. That way she wouldn't have to continue arguing with Chang, she leaving Tai in a dilemma. Sister, this method might work. Your Majesty, we should make a request to the Empress Nuwa. Upon hearing this, Chang, she was unwilling to continue the stalemate with Shi. After all, she did not wish for the 9 sons to perish. Tai nodded slightly, but did not respond directly. In his view, even if Nuwa intervened, it might not be of much help. Otherwise, how could his elder brother have fallen at the hands of Ancestral Dragon? But now, aside from this plan, he had no better idea. Thus he led Shi and Chang-Shi and hurried out of the Demon Palace. At this moment, Nuwa stood outside the Nuwa Palace together with Fu Shi, radiating an astonishing sage's might that vaguely suppressed the surrounding demon gods and powerful demon beings. This caused many demon gods to grimace, yet they dared not speak out, fearing that they might offend Nuwa at this critical moment. Tai pays respects to the Empress Nuwa and brother Fu Shi. Shi pays respects to the Empress Nuwa and fellow Taoist Fu Shi. Changshi. Tai, Shi and Chang-Shi, after leaving the Demon Palace, felt Nuwa's aura and were startled. Then they all bowed to her. Nuwa's eyes flickered slightly. She glanced at Shi and Chang. She then finally looked at Tai. I heard that the Eastern Emperor is to succeed the Demon Emperor's throne. My elder brother and I had to personally visit the Demon Clan. There are some matters I must discuss thoroughly with the Eastern Emperor. She did not address Tai as the Demon Emperor, but still called him the Eastern Emperor, thus intending to remind him that without her support, he could not securely hold the authority of the Demon Emperor. This made Tai's face stiffen, and a glint of sharp light flashed across his eyes. Though fleeting, it revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. This demon clan was built by him and his elder brother Dijun. Now that Dijun had just fallen and the demon clan's princes were in crisis, what was Nuwa's intention by suddenly saying these things? Could it be that she intended to seize his position as the Demon Emperor? Changshi, who was standing by, seemed to also catch Nuwa's implication. She forced a smile and said to Tai, Your Majesty, since the Empress Nuwa has come to congratulate us, we should first invite the Empress Nuwa and Emperor Shi to take their seats and entertain them properly. My sister-in-law is right. Empress Nuwa, brother Fu Shi, please. Tai nodded immediately and cast a look of approval at Changshi. After that, he gestured to Nuwa and Fu Shi, intending to invite them into the Demon Palace to probe slowly. At this moment, Shi could no longer restrain herself and hurriedly cupped her hands toward Nuwa. Empress Nuwa, my children were schemed against by Hong Yun and are now suppressed by Kuan Peng, taken to the East Seashore. They are likely in danger. I implore the Empress Nuwa, for the sake of my fallen husband, to intervene and save them. If this succeeds, my children and I will never forget the Empress Nuwa's kindness. Shi could sense that Nuwa and Fu Shi's intentions were not good this time. But her 9 sons were still at the East Seashore, their lives in the hands of Hong Yun. She had no mind to meddle in the political intrigues of these people. As long as her sons were saved, she would not be unwilling to support Nuwa. Your sons courted death by actively chasing after the son of Primordial Phoenix. Being suppressed now is just their deserved punishment. Besides, what does it matter to me whether your sons live or die? Why should I risk saving them? Nuwa's voice was extremely cold, completely ignoring Shi's plea. Previously, she had been so humiliated at the East Seashore precisely because she went to save Dijun. But when she was brutally beaten, who came to her rescue? Was Shi trying to make her repeat the same mistake? Hearing this, Shi's face darkened. She hurriedly looked at Shi and said, Sister, the Empress Nuwa has important matters to discuss with His Majesty. Let's discuss the matters of our nephews later. Could her sister not see that Nuwa had no intention of saving anyone? Otherwise, why would she adopt such an arrogant attitude? Sister-in-law, my nephews are after all the demon clan's princes. I believe Hong Yun will not wipe them out completely. Let's just wait a moment. Tai gritted his teeth and also joined in the persuasion. He also saw that the siblings Nuwa and Fu Shi had come to seize power. How could he, for the sake of rescuing the Nine Sons, hand over the demon clan to them? If they lost the demon clan as their foundation, even if they rescued the Nine Sons, how could the Golden Crow clan survive in the primeval world? Not to mention the beings in the Supreme Divine Prison. Even the Wu clan would not let them off. You all refused to save them. Changshi, have you forgotten our husband's affection? Second uncle, have you forgotten that your husband was your own elder brother? Empress Nuwa Fushi, have you forgotten that it was my husband who proposed that you enjoy the position of Demon Emperor? He was gradually becoming hysterical. Her sons were the Demon Clan's princes. Was there no one in the entire Demon Clan willing to step forward and save them? Wasn't this bullying them? She had even abandoned her face and dignity, wholeheartedly helping Tai Yi defeat Koen Peng, and had paid a great price to attend to Tai Yi's slow recovery and heal his wounds. In the end, was Tai Yi also turning his back on her? Her sons were his own nephews. Tai Yi, since you cannot manage your own sister-in-law, I will do it for you. Hear my decree from today. She is stripped of her position as Empress Consort, and will be imprisoned on the Moon Star to reflect. When she understands, she may return to the Demon Clan. Hearing Shihi's accusations, Nuwa showed no leniency. She directly declared, forcefully stripping Shihi of her Empress Consort position. If not for the 9 sons being suppressed at the East Seashore, and Luya missing, she might have also stripped the 10 sons of their positions as Demon Clan princes. What? The Empress Nuwa stripped Shihi of her position. This. His Majesty did not object. No way. Is our clan about to change its ruler? At this moment, the entire Demon Clan was stunned, and they all looked toward the Demon Palace. They had not expected Nuwa to directly strip Shihi of her position. Dijun had just fallen and Tai Yi had just ascended. Was the Empress Nuwa intending to take over the Demon Clan? Empress Nuwa, this is going too far, isn't it? My sister-in-law was merely too protective of her children and had no ill intentions. I implore you to withdraw your decree. Tai Yi could not help but respond to Nuwa. Nuwa furrowed her brow and looked at Tai Yi, speaking calmly. Does the Eastern Emperor think the Demon Clan now has the ability to go to the East Seashore to rescue people? Not to mention the Divine Inverse, whose cultivation rivals the Teacher's, just the Primordial Phoenix, Ancestral Dragon, and Primordial Kirin. Does the Eastern Emperor have the confidence to defeat them? I am acting for the sake of the Demon Clan, fearing that it will completely decline in the hands of you uncle and sister-in-law. Moreover, I specifically invited my elder brother to come, because I was worried that with Dijun's fall the Demon Clan would weaken. In the future, my elder brother will sit here and govern the Demon Clan together with the Eastern Emperor to prevent petty villains from taking advantage. Nuwa did not conceal her intentions and directly stated that she intended to have Fu Shi and Tai Yi jointly govern the Demon Clan. Is Nuwa's intention to divide the Yao clan? Does she think that the might of a saint can make me yield or does she believe that Fu Shi can directly take over the Yao clan that my elder brother and I founded with our lives? If so, I will have no choice but to debate this thoroughly with Nuwa. At this moment, Tai Yi's expression finally darkened. As one of the overlords of the Yao clan, though still wounded and not yet recovered, he still held the primordial supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell. Thus, he still had some leverage to negotiate with Nuwa. Eastern Emperor, you misunderstand. My younger sister's intention is not so. As the imperial sovereigns of the Yao clan, we siblings naturally do not wish to see the clan fall apart. However, you brothers previously offended the mighty beings within the Supreme Divine Prison, and no one can tell if those existences will vent their wrath upon the Yao clan. My sister's idea is to let me enter the Yao clan, which can also be considered as seeking a way out for the clan. If the Supreme Divine Prison truly intends to deal with the Eastern Emperor, I could temporarily manage the Yao clan on your behalf, could I not? Fu Shi stepped forward with a smile, acting as a mediator. However, his words repeatedly circled around the matter of Dijun and Tai Yi offending the mighty beings in the Supreme Divine Prison. It was clearly a warning to Tai Yi that without them, he could not hold up the entire Yao clan, nor could he resist the Supreme Divine Prison. She's sovereign. If I do not accept the words of the Nuwa sovereign, do you siblings intend to use force? Tai Yi frowned, probing coldly. He wanted to know how determined Nuwa and her brother truly were this time. The Eastern Emperor's words may not be impossible. After all, as a saint of the Yao clan, I must consider the welfare of the entire clan. Does the Eastern Emperor wish to see the Yao clan's mighty ones fall to the last, utterly declining? Nuwa was not threatening Tai Yi. She had already made thorough preparations. Otherwise, she would not have lightly brought her elder brother into the Yao clan to forcefully pressure Tai Yi. Your Majesty, the words of the Nuwa sovereign, and she's sovereign, are not without reason. If the Yao clan has a saint to guard it, even if the mighty beings in the Supreme Divine Prison want to attack, they will have to think twice. Changshi approached Tai Yi and whispered softly. The situation had come to this. If they truly refused Nuwa, she and Tai Yi would inevitably have to contend with Nuwa and Fu Shi. But now Tai Yi was not yet recovered. How could he contend with a saint? Moreover, her elder sister had completely lost her senses, and she could not defeat Fu Shi either. Once she and Tai Yi were suppressed, the entire Yao clan might indeed change hands. At that time, where would they go? Fine. I accept the proposal of the Nuwa sovereign. I am gravely wounded this time, and need to go into seclusion for a while. From today onward Fushi may enter the Yao clan and temporarily act on my behalf, managing clan affairs alongside the Yao gods. The entire Yao clan shall build palaces for the Nuwa sovereign and Shi sovereign, and in the future the Nuwa sovereign may also reside in the clan to guard the primordial world. Tai gritted his teeth and responded loudly to Nuwa. However, the premise was that he first established himself on the throne of the Yao emperor. If Nuwa and Fushi disagreed, he would have no choice but to gamble everything. The Eastern Emperor truly understands the big picture. In that case, we siblings congratulate the Eastern Emperor on inheriting the throne of the Yao Emperor. From now on, the entire Yao clan shall honor the Yao Emperor as supreme. I myself will obey the commands of the Yao Emperor. Fushi's lips curled slightly, revealing a faint smile. Although this matter did not turn out exactly as they had initially envisioned, it went extremely smoothly. What they siblings wanted was the real power of the Yao clan. As for who was the Yao Emperor, it was irrelevant. Moreover, the Yao Emperor was the nominal supreme overlord of the clan and would bear all the karma of the Yao clan. There was no need for him to bear the previous karma of the fallen Dijuan was there. As long as the Nuwa sovereign and Shi sovereign are satisfied, transmit my imperial decree. From this day forth, Nuwa is the supreme saint of the Yao clan, Fushi is the chief overseer, and Changshi remains the empress of the Yao clan. All members of the Yao clan shall honor them. Whoever dares to offend shall be exterminated. Tai spoke in succession, his words tinged with resentment. But what could he do with his unwillingness? He simply did not wish to become an enemy of a saint at this moment. After Tai's decree was issued, the entire Yao clan learned of it. Many mighty Yao beings showed expressions of surprise. Not only the Yao clan, but countless powerful beings in the primordial world also sensed it. Especially after sensing the decree from Tai, many were startled and began to discuss secretly. Just after Dijuan fell, those siblings have already entered the Yao clan to seize power. When Kuanping caused chaos in the clan earlier, these two showed no reaction. Has the Yao clan changed its master from now on? Tisk tisk tsk. Tai did not mention the suppressed sons of Dijuan. It seems he has abandoned them. They had not expected Tai to ignore the 10 sons. Now, except for Luya, the other 9 were suppressed at the East Sea coast at risk of being killed at any moment. Yet the Yao clan showed no movement at all. This was indeed absurd. At the East Sea coast near the edge of the human territory, Han Yun looked mockingly at the 9 suppressed sons, their mana sealed and bodies bound. Tisk tisk tsk. It seems your so-called uncle, your mother, and your aunt will not come to save you. Since you have no more use, I will hand you over to the humans for disposal. Back then your Yao clan slaughtered many humans and even tried to use them as blood sacrifices. Today you shall taste what it is like to be a blood sacrifice. Han Yun clicked his tongue and sneered at the 9 sons, then turned to look at the 3 ancestors of humanity not far away. These 9 golden crows are the sons of Dijuan who once tried to massacre humanity. They were pursuing the son of Senior Yuanfeng and were suppressed by me. Since Senior Yuanfeng left the disposal to me, I will hand them over to you. I hear that the flesh and blood of the golden crow race are great nourishment. You might as well savor them. With that, Han Yun gestured to Kuanping. Kuanping understood, immediately reached out, lifted the 9 sons, and threw them before the 3 ancestors of humanity. This startled the 3 ancestors, who quickly stepped forward. We thank Senior Han Yun for suppressing the enemy's sons. We will deal with them as soon as possible. They had not expected Han Yun to hand the 9 sons over to them. This excited them greatly, yet they also hesitated. Should they behead these 9 and make them into blood food? Or raise them and make them serve humanity? While the humans deliberated on how to deal with the 9 sons outside the Yao Emperor's palace, Shia's figure began to tremble slightly. You? Fine, very fine. Since you refuse to save them, I will go alone to the humans and rescue my sons. When Tai issued his decree just now, Shiha had already lost hope in these people. She let out a few mad roars, then blurred her form and rushed out of the Yao clan, heading wildly toward the East Sea coast. Seeing this, Tai felt a pang of reluctance. He opened his mouth several times, but in the end no sound came out. It was not that he did not want to save his nephews, but his strength was insufficient. Even if he went, he might not succeed, and he could even lose his own life. If that were the case, it would be better to harden his heart and abandon the 9 sons, focusing entirely on seclusion. When he broke through to the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, he would avenge the 9 sons, his elder brother, and Shiha. My, where is she? How did she disappear? At that moment, Nuwa's gaze suddenly sharpened, and she erupted with the awe-inspiring might of a saint, sweeping toward the outside of the Yao clan. Then her expression turned extremely grave. She blurred her form and landed on the outskirts of the Yao clan, rapidly scanning the surroundings. Who is it? Who took Shiha from right under my nose? At that moment, Tai Fushi and Shiha had also swiftly emerged, landing beside Nuwa, their faces filled with astonishment as they probed the surroundings. Has our sister-in-law been abducted? Could it be the people from the Supreme Divine Prison? Damn it, they wouldn't even spare her. Realizing Shiha had vanished, Tai's expression twisted into fury, his aura surging outward, brimming with murderous intent. How could this happen? Elder sister never wronged those of the Supreme Divine Prison. Could it be that the sins of her nephews have brought vengeance upon her? Changshi's face was equally fraught with anxiety, as if the earlier standoff and conflict had never occurred. It shouldn't be the Supreme Divine Prison. I have not sensed the presence of those few. In fact, I cannot even discern what kind of entity made the move. Niua's words seemed to answer Changshi, yet also sounded like a soliloquy. As a heavenly Tao saint, she had always believed herself to stand at the pinnacle of all beings. Yet ever since the Supreme Divine Prison appeared, she had suddenly found many things beyond her control, which left a trace of unease in her heart. Especially this time, Shiha's disappearance. And she could not even fathom who had snatched Shiha from right under her nose. Could it be that one? From this day forth the Yao clan shall issue a decree: all Yao experts must act with caution. Perhaps great upheavals are brewing in the primordial wilderness. After pondering for a few breaths, Niua seemed to have realized something. Then she turned to Tai Changshi and even her elder brother and softly gave her instructions. This left Tai Changshi and Fushi momentarily stunned, their faces etched with deep puzzlement. Nevertheless, Tai issued a divine decree to the Yao clan. At the center of the primordial wilderness beneath Mount Buzhou, within the ancestral land of the Wu clan, the 12 primordial Wu were also gazing toward the Yao clan. Tai severely wounded and going into seclusion. Niua and her brother seizing power. The Yao clan falling apart. Shiha abducted. Suddenly pieces of news spread from the periphery of the Wu clan, reaching the ears of the 12 primordial Wu. This left the 12 primordial Wu startled, a flicker of doubt surfacing in their eyes. Is someone deliberately spreading these rumors? Or has the Yao clan descended into such chaos that they can no longer seal off such information? Dijiang, the leader of the 12 primordial Wu, stepped forward slightly, his voice filled with astonishment. Their spiritual perception was indeed weaker than that of other top-tier powerhouses, but surely it surpassed that of their own Wu subjects. How could their subjects obtain information that even they had not sensed? Elder brother, why bother about who leaked the news? The fall of Dijuan is true, Tai's severe injury is true, and Niua and her brother entering the Yao clan is also true. Regardless, Tai's position is already compromised. Let us seize this opportunity to raise an army and annihilate the Yao clan once and for all. Exactly. The saints are now cowed by the might of the Supreme Divine Prison and are unlikely to intervene. Even that one in the Purple Cloud Palace may not bother with the Yao clan. This is indeed the perfect time to march against the Yao clan and wipe them out completely. Numerous Wu warriors voiced their opinions as if they saw this as the optimal moment to strike. Though Niua was a heavenly Tao saint, the siblings held no fear of her. As long as Hongjun and the other heavenly Tao saints did not interfere, they had full confidence to trample the Yao clan and become the supreme dominant race of the primordial wilderness. Brothers, this might be a scheme of the saints. We must not act rashly. Moreover, once we go to war with the Yao clan, that one in the Purple Cloud Palace cannot remain indifferent. Let us wait and see. Huta seemed to hold a different view, urging the other primordial Wu to exercise caution. After all, another war with the Yao clan would be a war of extermination. Once initiated, it would bring devastation to the entire primordial wilderness, and the Wu clan would inevitably suffer heavy losses. Prudence was necessary. Little sister, why worry? In our last encounter, weren't the Yao clan easily crushed? Now that Dijuan has fallen and Tai is gravely wounded, only Niua remains as a heavenly Tao saint to watch out for. If we siblings join forces and summon the true form of our Father God, can we not defeat her? Exactly. Sister, you are too cautious. The other primordial Wu turned to Hutu, still eager to launch a war of annihilation. Hearing this, Dijiang's form trembled, releasing a terrifying aura of ferocity that gradually silenced the others. Little sister's words hold merit. Those heavenly Tao saints are not only shameless, but also cunning. Though we do not fear them, there is no need to be used by them. However, we cannot be overly restrained. Order all great Wu to begin expanding into the territories of the Yao clan from this moment on. Let us see how the Yao clan responds. The Wu clan and the Yao clan had clashed countless times, with a major war occurring before. Unfortunately, Hongjun had intervened with the might of the heavenly Tao and imposed a fixed period of 1 yuan. This war was destined to resume sooner or later. Rather than waiting, it was better to seize the opportunity and destroy the Yao clan outright. After Dijiang made his decision, divine decrees soon emanated from the ancestral land of the Wu clan. Numerous great Wu received their orders and led their tribes to expand into regions once occupied by the Yao clan, probing their reactions. At that moment, a Dharma incarnation of Zhuanti appeared at the edge of the Wu clan's territory. These brutes, always shouting they fear nothing. Why have they become so cautious now? It seems I need to find them some other opponents. Sensing the commotion within the Wu clan, a glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. The many pieces of news that had reached the ears of the 12 primordial Wu were deliberately spread by him. He had expected the 12 primordial Wu to immediately raise an army and attack the Yao clan, triggering a war of annihilation that would plunge the entire primordial wilderness into chaos, thereby creating an opportunity for him to rescue his senior brother from the supreme divine prison. But to his dissatisfaction, these muscle-bound brutes of the Wu clan had actually restrained themselves. Thus he flickered and headed straight toward the Nine Netherworld, intending to first find an opponent for the Wu clan, stir up chaos among them, and provoke the Yao clan into making the first move. Within the Nine Netherworld, Patriarch Mingyi stood atop the Blood Sea, gazing toward the Yao clan. He had sensed almost everything that had transpired among them, and a cold sneer curled on his lips. The Wu and Yao clans had always been overwhelmingly powerful. Since founding the Azura clan, he had been suppressed by both, and the Azura clan remained trapped in the Nine Netherworld, unable to venture into the primordial wilderness. Now with the Yao clan in turmoil, he was naturally pleased. At the same time, the idea of leading the Azura clan out of the Nine Netherworld took root in his mind. Only then could the Azura clan thrive. And if the Azura clan could seize more of the primordial wilderness's fortune, he might just seize the opportunity to attain enlightenment. Suddenly Mingyi's gaze sharpened, and he turned to look at a spot on the edge of the Blood Sea. Their space trembled slightly, a rift opened, and a wisp of heart-shaking power emerged. Mingyi's countenance darkened, and under his feet a terrifying karmic fire burst forth, manifesting as the 12-pin karmic fire Red Lotus. Before him also appeared two peerless killing swords, Yuantu and Abi, locking onto the spatial rift. What business does Saint Juani have in the Nine Netherworld? Could it be that you wish to enlist my help in rescuing your senior brother? Mingyi spoke coldly, seemingly having identified the visitor. At that moment the spatial rift he was staring at trembled, and Juanti's Dharma incarnation slowly stepped out, smiling at Patriarch Mingyi. As expected of the Lord of the Nine Netherworld, you even guessed my intentions. You are a saint, yet you couldn't rescue Jane. What use is it to come to me, a quasi-saint? I am not Dijuan, who would knowingly do the impossible and end up losing his life outside the supreme divine prison. Mingyi was taken aback. His casual mockery had actually hit the mark. But did Juani think he was a fool? He wasn't even a Hunyuan Daluo golden immortal yet. How could he help? And why should he help? Hearing this, Juanti smiled faintly, his lips moving slightly, as he sent a telepathic message to Mingyi. I am not asking you to act immediately. I have come to offer you a supreme opportunity for enlightenment. I will help you attain the realm of Hunyuan Daluo golden immortal. Then when you lend me your aid, it will not be too much to ask, will it? Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian, are you not trying to deceive the ancestor? If such a fortuitous opportunity existed, why would you come to aid the ancestor? Hearing Juanti's words, Mingyi Laozu's body trembled involuntarily. Even as he voiced his doubts, the glint of ambition and longing in his eyes could not be concealed. As a top-tier quasi-saint of the primordial world, Mingyi had long emulated the paths of the saints to attain enlightenment, yet he had failed time and again. How could he outright refuse when Juanti claimed he could help him reach the realm of Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian? Among the myriad powerhouses of the primordial world, only the demon ancestor Lu of old and you, the Lord of the Nine Nether, have mastered the way of slaughter. Luahu once incited a supreme calamity, but his fortunes were poor, and he ultimately failed. Now the Wu and the Yao are about to clash. If the Azura clan can seize the chance to emerge from the Nine Nether and overpower both the Wu and the Yao, then you, the ancestor of the Azura clan, will surely have the opportunity to tread the path of enlightenment and obtain the fortune of realizing the Tao. On your own you have no chance. But with me, a heavenly Tao saint aiding you, overpowering the Wu and the Yao may not be such a difficult task. With these words, Juanti paused once again, fixing his gaze on Mingyi, as if awaiting his response. This Azura clan was the new adversary he had chosen for the Wu clan. If the Azura clan and the Wu clan clashed, his covert assistance would surely enable the Azura clan to hold out for a time. Would the Yao clan then stand idly by? Of course, he could not reveal such machinations to Mingyi. He believed that faced with the opportunity for enlightenment, Mingyi had no reason to refuse. Good. The ancestor will trust you this once. If the ancestor successfully steps into the realm of Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian, I will exert my full strength to help you enter the supreme divine prison and rescue Jane. True to expectations, Mingyi could not resist such temptation. He looked at Juanti with great solemnity and shouted loudly. As his voice fell, the entire nether blood sea began to seethe, and countless blood-red figures rapidly coalesced from within, transforming into innumerable blood god doppelgangers. Woo! Then a series of deep muffled horn calls echoed continuously. Countless Azura warriors, as if receiving the command, surged madly toward the edge of the Blood Sea. The 4 Azura demon kings, the 4 Azura demon generals, and countless Azura powerhouses all erupted with astonishing might, turning their gazes toward Mingyi Laozu. For countless ages since the ancestor founded the Azura clan, I have never allowed you to leave the Nine Nether and step into the primordial world. Now the time has come. The ancestor shall lead the Azura clan out of the Nine Nether to conquer the primordial world. and make the Azura clan the overlords of the primordial world. Whoever dares to block the Azura clan's path shall be utterly annihilated. The decrees resounded throughout the Nine Nether. We obey the ancestors' decree. Our Azura clan is destined to dominate the primordial world. Kill! 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 Countless Azura powerhouses roared in unison, their savage and ferocious auras intertwining and surging outward, spreading beyond the Nine Nether. Then Mingi Laozu waved his hand, conjuring terrifying waves of blood that bore countless Azura warriors as they charged out of the Nine Nether with overwhelming momentum. At the mouth of the Nine Nether, on the other side of the Two Realms mountain range, lay the tribe of the Witch Hutu. At that moment, the great witch Hoi was leading a portion of his people, intending to leave Hutu's tribe and venture into the Yao territory to scout. Suddenly his eyes narrowed, and he turned to look beyond the Two Realms mountain. At this instant, an astonishing blood-murderous aura surged into the sky, and an overwhelming blood mist blotted out the sun. Roars echoed across the heavens, shaking the earth. What's happening? Have those creatures from the Nine Nether broken out? Damn it! What is Mingi trying to do? Many Wu warriors of Hutu's tribe were startled, then their faces twisted with fury. As their words faded, a terrifying wave of blood had already surged toward their tribe. Upon it, countless ferocious-looking Azura warriors unleashed attacks, bombarding the surroundings, as if to annihilate every living being in sight. Oomph! A bunch of cowards who can only hide in the shadows, and you dare to dream of breaking out of the Nine Nether. Warriors of the Wu, prepare for battle. Let these creatures taste the supreme might of our Wu clan. Seeing this, Hoi's expression darkened. He erupted with terrifying power and shouted loudly. Instantly, countless Wu warriors surged toward him, gathering around. Fight! 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 Roars of defiance converged, smashing into the terrifying blood clouds above. A fierce will to battle surged wildly, colliding violently with the oncoming murderous aura, producing thunderous echoes. At the foot of Bujo Mountain in the ancestral land of the Wu, Hutu's expression hardened as she turned her gaze toward her own tribe. Damn it! Mingi has led the Azura clan out of the Nine Nether to attack our Wu tribe. Has he conspired with the Yao clan? With a few cold snorts, Hutu abruptly rose, intending to rush to her tribe. At that moment, the other Wu ancestors also vaguely sensed the disturbance. Little sister, do not worry. That creature is merely the product of our father's polluted blood. How can he compare to us? Exactly. That fool dares to trouble the Wu clan. He's practically courting death. Big brother will go with you to suppress him. The Wu ancestors spoke with utter disdain and contempt for Mingi Laozu, not even considering him a worthy opponent. Little sister, let Jiuyin and Xianming accompany you on this trip. If Mingi is wise and retreats on his own, we might spare his life. If he is ungrateful, then simply eliminate him. At this point, Dijiang slowly rose, his body pulsating with murderous aura, and nodded to Zijian and Xianming. Hearing this, Zijian and Xianming laughed heartily as they stood up and followed Hutu, rushing swiftly toward the Two Realms mountain range. Meanwhile, it was not only the Wu clan that reacted. Countless powerhouses across the primordial world also sensed the fearsome momentum of the Azura clan breaking out of the Nine Nether. What exactly does the Lord of the Nine Nether intend? Launching a direct assault on the Wu clan. Has he gone mad? Does he truly believe that a top-tier quasi-saint can contend with the 12 Wu ancestors? They were all somewhat bewildered. Although Mingi Laozu was powerful, he was hardly a match for the 12 Wu ancestors, was he? The Azura clan could not compare to the Wu clan either. So why would he launch a direct attack on the Wu clan? Was he seeking death? In the Yao clan within the Yao Imperial Palace, Fushi, who had just taken over the Yao clan's affairs, and Nuwa seated beside him, both wore expressions of confusion. The Azura clan marching against the Wu. What is Mingi thinking? Could he be trying to curry favor with our clan, planning to join forces against the Wu? Fushi's lips moved slightly as he turned to look at Nuwa. He could deduce that this matter held both opportunity and peril. Thus he was uncertain whether to seize the chance to intervene in this conflict. After all, Hanjun had issued a decree establishing a fixed period during which the Wu and Yao were forbidden to wage a war of extermination. If he rallied the Yao clan's powerhouses and marched to the battlefield between the Wu and the Azura, it could easily trigger a genocidal war between the Wu and Yao. He had to act with caution. Seeing Fushi's hesitation, Nuwa quickly began her probing. Soon she faintly sensed the presence of Zhuanti. I see. It appears this matter is Zhuanti's scheme. Brother, since Zhuanti has seduced the Azura clan to attack the Witch clan, there must be a deeper calculation behind it. However, regardless of his schemes, we must mobilize our troops immediately. If we find an opportunity, we might be able to suppress the powerful witches. Once successful, we can immediately launch a war of annihilation against the Witch clan. After destroying the Witch clan, brother may be able to dominate all races in the primordial world and perhaps even seize an opportunity for Tao realization. Nuwa, as a saint of the heavenly Tao, understood that the war between the Witch and Demon clans was inevitable. If they could secretly mobilize when Junti helped the Azura clan deal with the Witch clan, swiftly suppress the Witch clan's strong warriors, and take advantage of the momentum to eliminate the Demon clan, then which race in the primordial world could still rival the Demon clan? As for the crises involved, she as a saint was well aware. Nevertheless, with her there, even if crises emerged, she could handle them. Sister's words make sense. But Tai and Changxi have just entered seclusion. Should we send word to them immediately? Fuxi still hesitated. Tai had already taken Changxi into retreat for cultivation. While he spoke for the Demon clan, Tai, wielding an innate supreme treasure, remained a crucial combatant. If the opponent refused to engage, suppressing the 12 ancestral witches would prove far from easy. An crippled waste like that can hardly unleash his full power now. Brother need not concern himself with that worthless creature. This time younger sister will accompany you. No matter how formidable those 12 ancestral witches may be, they certainly cannot rival the Demon clan. Nuwa cast a glance toward the inner palace of the Demon Imperial Palace and let out a cold snort. She made no attempt to conceal her words, hoping Tai would hear them as a warning not to cause trouble while she and Fuxi were away from the Demon clan. Very well. I leave everything to your judgment, younger sister. Brother will gather the Demon clan's strongest warriors and mobilize in secret toward the entrance of the 9 Netherworld. Unable to resist Nuwa's insistence, Fuxi nodded and issued a series of decrees. The Demon clan's elites, already gathered around the Demon Imperial Palace, immediately assembled upon receiving Fuxi's orders. Thereafter, terrifying demon birds carried countless warriors of the Demon clan shrouded under Nuwa's saintly aura and silently departed toward the entrance of the 9 Netherworld at great speed. Is junior sister Nuwa planning to intervene in this battle by sending troops in secret? Wouldn't such actions risk provoking a war of extermination between the Witch and Demon clans? At that moment, Taishang, Yuanshi, and Tong Tian, within the 3 Pure Ones Palace on Kunlun Mountain, all observed the battles near the entrance of the 9 Netherworld, as well as the covert mobilization of Nuwa and Fuxi. This caused all 3 brothers to grow grave. Brother looked beyond the primordial world. Why does such fierce and malevolent aura fill the skies? Could those creatures be the ferocious beast clan exiled from the primordial world back then? Has Shun and I summoned them? Just then Yuanshi's expression darkened, and he could not help but glance at Taishang. Hearing this, both Taishang and Tong Tian were startled and turned their heads to look beyond the primordial world. At that moment, at the edge of the primordial world, unknown to when, countless massive ferocious beasts with terrifying killing intent, grotesque faces, and bizarre forms had appeared. Roar! Our ferocious beast clan has returned. Charge into the primordial world, shatter the supreme divine prison, and rescue our sovereign. Kill! At the forefront of those ferocious beasts, 4 terrifying existences radiating profound evil erupted into roaring fury. Under their leadership, countless ferocious beasts charged directly into the primordial world, speeding toward the eastern coastal shore. In an instant, an unsurpassed aura of slaughter enveloped heaven and earth. Countless terrifying ferocious beasts ran rampant throughout the primordial world like a torrent of destruction, and wherever they passed, countless living beings became their blood-fed prey, with none spared. Taoya Tao Kianki Hundan. Are those the 4 great kings of ferocious beasts exiled from the primordial world? Wasn't Shun Ni, the emperor of ferocious beasts, already subdued within the supreme divine prison, serving as the gate guardian? What is the situation with this ferocious beast clan? Could it be they intend to rescue Shun Ni? Or rather, have they betrayed Shun Ni? Everyone stop analyzing. Run for your lives. If you don't flee now, it will be too late. Facing that terrifying torrent of slaughter, countless living beings fled in terror. The ferocious beast clan's strength was inherently astonishing. These creatures had survived in the chaos for countless cosmic eras without being wiped out, growing even more terrifying and ruthless. Along the way, countless beings of the primordial world faced them with zero ability to resist. Western Kunlun. The form of the Queen Mother of the West slowly rose into the sky, a trace of astonishment in her eyes. Won't the sage sovereigns intervene? Does the Tao ancestor also allow these ferocious beasts to run rampant? At this rate, how can the sentient beings of the primordial world possibly resist? Her beautiful eyes flickered as she continuously gazed toward the locations of the sage sovereigns and powerful figures, but found that neither the top powers of the primordial world, nor the sage sovereigns, nor even that figure at Zixiao Palace showed any reaction. This made her expression grow somewhat displeased. She seemed unable to suppress the urge to intervene. And at this moment, within Zixiao Palace beyond the primordial world, Hongjuan's brows furrowed slightly as he also observed the ferocious beast clan wreaking havoc across the primordial world. In the past, he would have certainly issued a divine decree commanding the sage sovereigns to act and suppress the ferocious beast clan. But now he vaguely felt something was amiss. Have these creatures been summoned by Shun Ni? Or has that old friend of his finally arrived? If the ferocious beast clan had indeed been summoned by Shun Ni, and he were to issue an order to suppress them, would that not mean confronting Shun and I prematurely? But if the ferocious beast clan were pieces used by that old friend of his, then he would like to see whether Shun and I, within the supreme divine prison, would react. On the eastern coastal shore, Xinyuanzi, who was conversing with Hongyun, suddenly grew grave and could not help but gaze into the distance. Old friend, could this ferocious beast clan have been summoned by Senior Shun and I, running rampant across the primordial world like this? Hasn't it gone too far? Should we ask Senior Shun and I about this? Though Xinyuanzi was no selfless benefactor, he also did not wish to see the sentient beings of the primordial world slaughtered. And the Emperor of ferocious beasts resided within the supreme divine prison. If his old friend were to ask a single question, this carnage might yet be averted. Hongyun's expression was likewise displeased. Her gaze flickered slightly as she glanced toward the supreme divine prison. Oomph! What are you looking at, little girl? I did not summon these creatures. This time these creatures may have been bewitched by some shameless individuals. Suddenly Shun Ni's voice rang out from within the supreme divine prison, as if responding to Xinyuanzi's earlier question, and as if clarifying that this matter had nothing to do with him. Hearing this, Xinyuanzi was startled. Nothing to do with you, Senior. Then who bewitched them? A powerful existence within chaos. Could it be that presence? It seemed he had thought of something. His voice paused involuntarily, and his expression darkened dramatically. Hongyun beside him also seemed to guess which existence Xinyuanzi was referring to. A cold smile appeared on her delicate face as she comforted Xinyuanzi. Old friend, no need to worry. If that individual truly harbors ulterior motives, there will surely be a prison cell for him within the divine prison. At that moment, the colossal statue above the supreme prison suddenly trembled slightly. The sovereign is about to issue the prison emperor decree. Shin and I, your subordinates, might be thrown into the prison. Sensing this anomaly, Hongyun immediately curled his lips and hurriedly rose to bow before the colossal statue. Meanwhile, Shun and I, who was inside the supreme prison, also trembled slightly, a conflicted expression appearing on his face. Roar! His figure instantly stepped forward, rushing out of the supreme prison and letting out a roar toward the direction of the beast clan. It seemed he was transmitting a decree to the 4 beast kings and the beast army. This caused the rampaging beast army to pause momentarily. Our emperor orders a halt. Withdraw from the primordial world immediately. This left the 4 beast kings stunned, and they couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Behind them, the imposing beasts also began to roar, as if extremely unwilling to submit. After all, they were the beast clan, the supreme beings that once dominated the world, a bloodthirsty race born from slaughter. After countless eons, they had finally found a chance to return to the primordial world. How could they possibly stop without unleashing a thorough massacre? Had their emperor become so cowardly? It seems our emperor has changed. I said before, since he has submitted to another, what right does he have to be the emperor of our beast clan? Exactly. Our beast clan would rather die than submit. As our emperor, even if he perishes, he should never bow to another. That's right. Our clan no longer needs such an emperor. Therefore there is no need to rescue him. Beast clan subjects, from this day forth our beast clan shall depose the emperor. Slaughter to your heart's content. At this moment, the 4 beast kings not only showed no intention of obeying Shun Ni's decree, but rather seemed poised to replace him. Roar! For a time, countless beasts let out earth-shattering roars. They no longer continued toward the East Sea coast, but scattered in all directions, as if to spread the massacre across the entire primordial world. This made Shun Ni's expression change instantly. You dare to defy my decree. I, the emperor, gave you a chance to live before the sovereign issued the prison emperor decree out of consideration for your past loyalty. And yet you still dare to betray me. Shin and I was startled. What was wrong with these creatures? Hadn't they been so determined to rescue him just a moment ago? Why were they now ignoring his decree? It was true that the beast clan revered the strong, but his current might was far beyond what the 4 beast kings under his former command could match, who had given them the audacity to betray him. Killing intent surged in his eyes. He had never shown mercy to traitors. Thus, before the colossal statue could issue the prison emperor decree, he directly bowed to it and petitioned, Shun and I request the sovereign's permission to personally cleanse our ranks. As Shun Ni's words fell, the colossal statue began to tremble. Its lips parted slightly, and a prison emperor decree shot forth, releasing a dazzling light that soared into the sky. Prison emperor decree. Accused beast clan. Crime ravaging the primordial world, betraying the beast emperor. Verdict: death penalty. Executor: the gatekeeper of the supreme prison. A series of solemn voices echoed across the primordial world, causing Shun Ni's lips to tremble slightly. He had petitioned to annihilate some, suppress some, and subdue some. Why had the sovereign sentenced them all to death? If they were all wiped out, wouldn't he be left with no one? Thinking of this, he wanted to plead for mercy. But at this moment, Hongyun's figure slowly rose into the air, sneering at Shun and I. The prison emperor decree has been issued. Why haven't you received it? Are you going to defy the sovereign's decree? Hearing this, Shun Ni's face darkened. He hurriedly stepped forward to receive the decree, shouting loudly, "Shun Ni obeys the sovereign's decree." As his voice fell, his figure flickered, unleashing an overwhelming aura of murderous intent that made heaven and earth tremble violently. Roar! Then he let out a furious roar toward the Beast Clan and vanished from his spot in an instant. No matter what, he would first annihilate Tao Wu, Qiongqi, Tao Tai, and Hun Dun. If not for the instigation of these four, how could the entire Beast army have been sentenced to death? Damn it! Wasn't it said that he couldn't leave the vicinity of the Supreme Prison? How is he coming straight at us? Three of you, what should we do? Sensing that Shun Ni had left the Supreme Prison's range and was speeding toward them, the four Beast Kings began to panic. Against the Shun Ni of old, they would have had confidence to fight. But now Shun Ni had stepped into the half-step Heavenly Dao realm, while they were only at half-step Hunyuan. How could they fight? Behind them, the beasts that had been about to charge in all directions across the primordial world also fell into chaos. Some of the weaker beasts began to tremble violently. Their previous arrogant and ferocious demeanor had vanished without a trace. At this moment, the four Beast Kings seemed to sense something and exchanged glances again. Three of you, the opportunity is right before us. If that one succeeds, we shall take their place. Tao Tai's panic had dissipated as if he had gained some confidence. If that one acts, Shun Ni will surely die. The Beast Clan. No, the entire primordial world will be ours. And Tao Wu, Qiongqi, and Hun Dun also let out chilling laughs. Boom, boom, boom. But before their voices faded, terrifying footsteps rapidly approached from the direction of the East Sea coast. Shun Ni's massive figure had already appeared, striding step by step toward the four Beast Kings and the countless beasts. With each step, his murderous aura surged, and his momentum astounded all the races of the primordial world. Even the Wu clan and the Azura clan, who were locked in battle, couldn't help but pull back and cautiously look in Shun Ni's direction. Tao Wu, Tao Tai, Qiongqi, Hun Dun, you dare to lead the Beast army to betray me? I will personally annihilate you all. Beast Emperor Halberd, with fury blazing in his eyes and killing intent swirling around him, Shun Ni swung the Beast Emperor Halberd, striking directly toward the four Beast Kings and the horde of beasts. The terrifying Beast Emperor Halberd expanded wildly in an instant, becoming billions of zhong in size, drawing closer and closer to the four Beast Kings and the beasts. What's happening? Are the Beast Kings scared senseless? They're not fighting back. Are they waiting to die, eh? However, to the astonishment of the powerful beings across the primordial world, the four Beast Kings and the countless beasts showed no intention of resisting. Sensing this, Shun Ni's expression turned serious. What did these creatures mean? They betrayed him, and now they were just waiting to die. When had the Beast Clan become like this? No. Suddenly Shun Ni's heart trembled, and he swung the Beast Emperor Halberd violently to his side. At that moment, a massive spatial rift suddenly tore open not far from his side. A terrifying surge of spatial power poured into the primordial world, transforming into countless heart-stopping spatial blades that slashed fiercely toward Shun Ni. At this moment, the spatial barriers around trembled violently, as if the entire sky were being sliced into fragments, unable to piece together. The sharp spatial blades arrived in an instant, seemingly about to cleave apart even Shun Ni's colossal form, finally making a move. Ha ha ha. Shun Ni, see how you handle this time. Sensing this, the four kings of the ferocious beasts burst into wild laughter. The confidence behind their betrayal of Shun Ni appeared to stem from this mysterious powerhouse who had suddenly struck. Roar! Yang Mei, you shameless scoundrel, dare to ambush this emperor. Do you truly think this emperor is still as weak as before? Shatter for this emperor. Sensing this terrifying assault, Shun Ni could not help but roar in fury. The Beast Emperor Halberd he had just swung swept sideways, colliding precisely with those dreadful spatial blades. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, a series of terrifying roars resounded throughout the primordial world. The frenzied, baleful chi and the astonishing spatial power clashed, interwove, and canceled each other out. One after another, the spatial blades shattered under the relentless impact of the Beast Emperor Halberd. However, fine cracks also appeared on the Beast Emperor Halberd. Waves of terrifying force pushed Shun Ni's massive form backward. This collision, made in haste, ultimately placed him at a disadvantage. At the same time, the entire primordial world trembled slightly, and the shockwaves began to sweep outward. The ferocious beasts closest to the impact bore the brunt. Bang! 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 In an instant, countless massive beasts unable to evade were engulfed by the terrifying shockwaves and burst apart. This made the four kings of the ferocious beasts change expression drastically. As they fled madly into the distance, they roared toward the spatial rift. Yang Mei, you promised to protect us. You broke your word. Word? Oomph. This Taoist has already fulfilled the pact by dealing with Shun Ni. You insignificant ants. What qualifies you to demand my protection? At that moment, the spatial rift trembled slightly, and a gaunt old man stepped out. He wore a white Taoist robe, exuded astonishing spatial power, had graying hair, and flowing long brows. He first snorted coldly at the four kings of the ferocious beasts, then turned his gaze to Shun Ni, who was frantically resisting the spatial blades. Yang Mei, was it you who instigated these creatures, eh? You dare to scheme against the ferocious beast clan and this emperor. I will make you pay a sufficient price. Shun Ni naturally understood that the ferocious beasts appearing in the primordial world without his summons and even betraying him were all the machinations of ancestor Yang Mei. Moreover, the other party dared to ambush him. How could he let it go? Just you. Do you really think that by relying on external power to reach the half-step heavenly Tao realm you are a match for me? Let me tell you, if I wished to suppress you, it would be effortless. So I advise you to scram obediently and not block my path. Yang Mei replied coldly to Shun Ni, his words tinged with pride and disdain. This infuriated Shun Ni even more. This fellow ambushed him and then accused him of blocking the way. What kind of logic was that? This was utterly outrageous. In his fury, his form shook violently, and his aura surged wildly. Then with a shake of his arm, he forcibly shattered all the spatial blades before him and drove the Beast Emperor, halberd, toward Yang Mei. At this moment, the powerhouses of all races in the primordial world sensed it and looked up toward the sky. Soon each of them revealed expressions of extreme shock. Yang Mei, the ancient ancestor who was a contemporary of the Tao ancestor. He actually ambushed Shun Ni. So the ferocious beast's reliance for betraying Shun Ni was Yang Mei. The aura he just unleashed seems no weaker than Shun Ni's. This battle is likely to engulf the entire primordial world. Fellow Taoists, flee quickly. If we are caught in those terrifying shockwaves, we will die even more miserably than those ferocious beasts. Cries of alarm rose from all corners of the primordial world. A clash between half-step heavenly Tao realm powerhouses was no trivial matter. Under the frenzied collision, even that entire region of heaven and earth could shatter. Thus countless powerhouses shouted and moved, trying to escape the battlefield of Shun Ni and Yang Mei. Meanwhile, outside the primordial world within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun suddenly opened his eyes, his body radiating an extremely terrifying aura. Old friend, you have come this time, without even greeting me first. Are you guarding against me, or do you wish to monopolize the benefits? Do you think you alone can suppress Shun Ni and take away the supreme divine prison? Snorting coldly, Hongjun stepped forward and directly left the Zixiao Palace. At the same time, his lips moved slightly, as if transmitting a decree to the saints. Kunlun Mountain, Sanqing Hall. Taishang, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian were shocked by Yang Mei's appearance. Suddenly, their expressions simultaneously stiffened. The teacher's decree. Has the time come? Could it be that Yang Mei is the helper the teacher summoned? Elder brother, shall we head to the East Sea coast now? Yuan Shi looked at Taishang in astonishment. Taishang's eyes flickered, and he suddenly rose, unleashing an astonishing saintly aura. The teacher's decree cannot be defied. Shun Ni is already held back by senior Yang Mei. The three clan ancestors in the supreme divine prison are certainly no match for us. Let's go. It's time for us brothers to act. With those words, Taishang took a step and vanished from the spot. Indeed, I have long wanted to fight those fellows. Let Ancestor Dragon, Ancestor Phoenix, and Ancestor Qilin feel the might of us heavenly Tao saints. Hearing this, Tong Tian showed an excited expression and swiftly followed. Yuan Shi nodded, hurriedly shook his form, and left the Sanqing Hall. At this moment, Nuwa, who was secretly leading the demon army toward the entrance of the Nine Abysses, also trembled, as if she had received Hongjuan's decree. Her expression stiffened, and she glanced involuntarily toward the battlefield of Shun Ni and Yang Mei. Then she said to Fushi solemnly, Elder brother, the teacher's decree commands me to go to the East Sea coast. If I leave, then Junti will surely find it difficult to aid the Azura clan any longer. This time you should lead the demon army to the periphery of the East Sea coast. If there is an opportunity, the demon army may engage in battle. Perhaps after this war we may receive rewards from the teacher and the heavenly Tao. Nuwa worried that after she left the demon army under Fushi, even combined with the Azura clan, might not be able to suppress the Wu clan. Thus it would be better to order the demon army to change direction and head to the periphery of the East Sea coast, waiting for the right moment. Little sister's words are reasonable. By this emperor's decree, the demon army shall change direction and proceed to the periphery of the East Sea coast. Fushi nodded immediately and issued the decree loudly. At this moment, Junti, hidden behind the Azura army, also had his eyes flicker. Has the teacher finally issued his decree? This time I shall personally enter the supreme divine prison to rescue my senior brother. Murmuring a few words, Junti's figure vanished directly from the spot. This left Mingi, who was stationed at the center of the Azura army, momentarily stunned. Damn it, Junti, if you leave, how can this ancestor fight the Wu clan? You've betrayed this ancestor. You? Just as Mingi erupted in fury, three figures radiating awe-inspiring might rapidly approach from the ancestral land of the Wu tribe. Zhu Jiuyin, Jinming, Hudu, Damn it, does the Wu tribe look down upon this patriarch? Only 3 ancestral witches have come. Upon seeing the arrivals, Mingyi's expression couldn't help but change. Although Junti's departure had stripped him of his trump card and filled him with rage, if only 3 ancestral witches stood before him, he might still be able to fight. Mingyi, how dare you lead the Azura clan out of the Nine Nether and attack our Wu tribe settlements? You deserve annihilation. If you surrender now and kneel in apology, you might still have a sliver of hope. Otherwise, just as Mingyi hesitated, Zhu Jiuyin had already roared toward the Azura army. Meanwhile, within the Wu tribe settlements, countless Wu warriors and clansmen, sensing the arrival of the 3 ancestral witches, erupted in excitement and let out frenzied howls. If not for the terrifying might of the battle between Yang Mei and Shun Enai, forcing them to keep their distance from the Azura clan, they would have already charged over to suppress them. Oof. Does the patriarch fear you lot? But since there are half-step heavenly Dao powerhouses clashing in the primordial world, let us wait a while before continuing this battle. Once the outcome is decided over there, this patriarch shall fight the 3 of you alone. As he spoke, Mingyi began to deploy numerous blood god substitutes, stealthily concealing them around the battlefield, as if plotting something. Do we need to wait to suppress you? Indeed, what are you but a wretch daring to challenge us 3 siblings? Zhu Jiuyin and Xianming scoffed disdainfully, taunting Mingyi directly. Hudu, however, stopped Zhu Jiuyin and Xuanming, who were about to charge out, and said solemnly, "Brother, sister, there is no rush. I sense that all the saints are rushing toward the East Sea coast. Perhaps those heavenly Dao saints are about to test the supreme divine prison again. Let us wait and see this battle through, then deal with Mingyi." In that instant, Hudu had indeed sensed terrifying saintly auras speeding toward the East Sea coast. She also faintly felt an aura far surpassing that of a saint approaching the primordial world. It seemed that the one within the purple firmament palace might also make a move. Thus it was wise to wait and not miss this supreme confrontation. As Hutu had sensed, the 5 saints were all racing toward the East Sea coast. The overwhelming might of the supreme saints surged into the sky, a terrifying pressure sweeping across heaven and earth, causing all living beings along the East Sea coast to tremble and feel an irresistible urge to worship. Within the human territory on the East Sea coast, the 3 human ancestors and countless humans were also wearing expressions of profound shock. They couldn't help but look toward Hongyun and Xinyuanzi. Such saintly might was indeed beyond humanity's power to resist. Not good. Old friend Yang Mei might be using a diversion. He has tied down Senior Shin and I, and sent these heavenly Dao saints to attack. Hongjuan's scheme must be behind this. Old friend quickly summoned Senior Shun and I back. Xinyuanzi's expression tightened as he urgently whispered to Hongyun. This time first the Wu and Azura clans clashed, then the Beast clan stepped into the primordial world, clearly a ploy to lure Shun and I away. Thus, with Shun and I the half-step heavenly Dao powerhouse gone, even if the supreme divine prison could still hold off the 5 heavenly Dao saints, it would likely struggle against Hongjun. Old friend, do not worry. No matter how they scheme, they will ultimately be suppressed. You activate the artifact to protect the humans. This race is under the esteemed one's protection and must not be harmed. As for the rest, the seniors within the prison will handle it. Though Hong Yun's expression was grim, he showed no signs of panic, seemingly confident in the prison wardens of the supreme divine prison. Hearing this, Xinyuanzi was momentarily stunned, still deeply worried. However, seeing Hong Yun's calm demeanor, he could only nod and wave his hand to summon the earth book enveloping the human territory. Rumble. At that moment, a violent pressure suddenly emerged, surging fiercely toward Hong Yun. Zhuanti's figure materialized above the East Sea coast, his imposing aura locking onto Hong Yun. Hong Yun, release my senior brother immediately, or don't blame us heavenly Dao saints for destroying this supreme divine prison. As he spoke, Zhuanti urged the 7 treasures tree, ready to strike at Hong Yun. You? Trying to break into the prison? How laughable. Even if all you heavenly Dao saints attack together, you won't even get through the gate of the supreme divine prison. A mocking smile curled on Hong Yun's youthful face. He paid no heed to Zhuanti's threat. Hearing this, Zhuanti's expression darkened, and he turned to look behind him. Senior brother Taishang. Senior brother Yuan Shi. Senior brother Tongtian. Senior sister Niwa. Did you hear Hong Yun's mockery? Are you still not going to make a move? Zhuanti called out repeatedly, as if greatly aggrieved. As his voice faded, the figures of Taishang, Yuan Shi, Tongtian, and even Niwa appeared almost simultaneously. In an instant, the supreme saintly might radiated outward, seemingly sealing off the entire East Sea coast. Oomph. Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Shilin, get out here now. What? Seeing us unite, are you afraid? I still remember the grudges from before. Today I will make you taste that humiliation. Niwa scoffed coldly, her gaze piercing past Hong Yun toward the supreme divine prison. Roar. The moment Niwa finished speaking, astonishing cries of dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins erupted from within the supreme divine prison. Then the figures of Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Primordial Qilin strode out from the prison. Instantly, an overwhelming ferocious aura surged, forcing back the saintly might. What? Have you all grown tired of life? Are you trying to break into the prison together? Know this, countless beings have attempted it before and all were imprisoned. Aren't you afraid of joining Jane in there? Ancestral Dragon stepped forward, sneering at the 5 heavenly Tao saints. Beside him, Primordial Qilin had already summoned the Qilin seal, seemingly ready to strike. Primordial Phoenix, however, fixed her gaze on Nuwa and said coldly, "Little girl, are you itching for another beating?" Hearing this, Nuwa's pupils constricted, and her mind involuntarily recalled her previous disgraceful state. This only stoked her fury, and she screamed at Primordial Phoenix, "You think it will be like last time? This time with 3 senior brothers here, can you still bully me?" As she spoke, Nuwa instinctively moved closer to the 3 pure ones. She dared to speak so boldly this time because the 3 pure ones had also received the teacher's decree. Once the battle began, she would not be fighting alone. Buzz! As Nuwa's voice faded, Juni's figure had already transformed into a streak of multicolored light charging toward the supreme divine prison. At the same time, Juni's voice echoed in the ears of the 3 pure ones and Nuwa. "Senior brother Taishang, senior brother Yuanshi, senior brother Tongtian, senior sister Nuwa. Help me hold off these fellows, and I will step into the supreme divine prison to rescue my senior brother. Afterward, we brothers will surely reward you generously." Friend Junti, do not act rashly. The master has not yet arrived. Seeing Junti charging straight toward the supreme prison, Taishang's expression tightened, and he hastily shouted after him. However, at this moment, Junti showed no intention of stopping. He seemed determined to bypass Zulong Yuanfeng and Shikolin and charge directly into the supreme prison. This greatly displeased Taishang, and he hesitated, inwardly wondering whether he should assist Junti. "We have already warned you just now. If you seek your own doom, then our actions need not seek the master's permission." Ancestral Dragon Pearl, Phoenix Staff, Kirin Seal, Zulong Yuanfeng and Shikolin all revealed a sinister grin and stared at Junti. At the same time, the treasures in their hands shot forth, unleashing supreme might and smashing heavily toward Junti. This caused Junti's figure to pause involuntarily as he dodged repeatedly, seemingly unwilling to withstand the assault of Zulong Yuanfeng and Shikolin. At that moment, a beam of cyan light shot over swiftly and landed before the 3 pure ones and Nuwa. Upon it, wisps of mystical immortal might emerged as if it were a decree from Hongjun. Seeing the cyan light, Taishang, Yuanshi, Tongtian, and Nuwa all tensed their expressions, and their auras surged wildly. The master's decree. We must strike with all our might. Charge! Tongtian was the first to roar, his body radiating supreme sharp might. He raised the green duckweed sword in his hand, condensing terrifying sword beams, and slashed toward Zulong Yuanfeng and Shikolin, who were trying to block Junti. 3 Jade Rui. Go! Yuanshi also waved his hand fiercely, sending out a Jade Rui radiating 3-colored light, which soared to meet the ancestral Dragon Pearl. Red embroidered ball. Suppress. Nuwa, on the other hand, drove the red embroidered ball toward the Phoenix Staff, as if intending to clash with Yuanfeng once more. Heaven and Earth, profound yellow exquisite pagoda. Suppress. Coiled Dragon Cane. Go! Taishang was extremely cautious. He first offered the merit treasure, the Heaven and Earth profound yellow exquisite pagoda, and had it float above himself, setting up layers of defensive barriers. Only then did he swing the coiled dragon cane in his hand and smash it toward the Kirin seal. "Oomph! Do you think that with such treasures you can fight us? Shatter before this ancestor." Seeing this, Zulong's face showed a contemptuous expression. Above him, a phantom of his primordial form suddenly appeared, roaring as it charged toward the sword beams slashed by Tongtian. "Ignite!" Yuanfeng also bellowed in anger, his body erupting with supreme divine flames, instantly turning the surroundings into a sea of fire, attempting to engulf Junti. Kirin arm. Qilin then raised his fist, gathering supreme might, and smashed it toward the 3 pure ones and Nuwa. Boom! 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 For a moment, terrifying roars sounded wildly. The violent, baleful aura and the might of the sages clashed again and again as a terrifying destructive force emerged and swept wildly in all directions. The spatial barriers around trembled involuntarily, revealing dense cracks, as if they could not withstand the collision of such powerhouses and were about to shatter. This shocked the myriad race experts of the primordial world. Hiss! The sages have gone to war with the 3 ancestral patriarchs. Is this a battle between heavenly Tao sages and Hunyuan de Luo golden immortals? 5 sages suppressing the 3 ancestral patriarchs should be no problem, right? No, it's only 4 sages taking action. That sage Junti seems not to be participating. Could he be charging into the supreme prison? Not good. The primordial world may not be able to sustain these 2 battlefields. It's over. The primordial world is doomed. As the cries of the myriad race experts rang out, the entire primordial world trembled incessantly. In an instant, mountains collapsed, floods spread, and ground fires shot into the sky. Like a scene of apocalyptic destruction. Whether it was the battle between Yang Mei and Shini or the battle between the heavenly Tao sages and the three ancestral patriarchs, both surpassed the quasi-saint level. A powerhouse above Hunyuan de Luo, once they act, inevitably brings destruction to heaven and earth. If this continues, the entire primordial world might shatter. While the myriad race experts of the primordial world were panicking, Zhuani seemed to have found an opportunity. His figure trembled, bursting forth with his utmost might. With the help of the three pure ones and Nuwa, he bypassed the obstruction of Zulong Yuanfeng and Shikolan, and finally approached the Supreme Prison. This filled him with excitement. If he could successfully step into the Supreme Prison and rescue his senior brother, the two of them might join forces to plunder the Supreme Prison. If they could obtain some supreme treasures, their western region would surely flourish. Rumble. However, just as Zhuani was about to step into the Supreme Prison, a sudden booming sound came from within the prison. Then an extremely terrifying aura burst out from the Supreme Prison and blasted fiercely toward Zhuani. This startled Zhuani greatly. 7 Treasures Wondrous Tree. He hastily swung the 7 Treasures Wondrous Tree in his hand, causing it to expand wildly, evolving into a towering tree radiating 7-colored precious light, shielding himself. However, that power was so terrifying that the 7 Treasures Wondrous Tree could barely withstand it, soon cracking and shattering with a resounding boom. This sent Zhuani's figure trembling, flying backward, and spitting several mouthfuls of essence blood. How is this possible? Could there still be a powerhouse beyond the level of Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal within this prison? Could it be the warden of the 3rd layer, as those fellows mentioned? Damn it! Zhuani roared repeatedly, as if extremely unwilling. In that instant, he was about to step into the Supreme Prison, yet was directly blasted away. Zhuani, who was it that struck just now? Have you discerned clearly? How powerful is it exactly? At this moment, Tai Shang Yuan, Shi Tong Tian, and Nuwa all looked at Zhuani, their expressions tightening, and they couldn't help but ask. A being capable of grievously wounding Zhuani in one blow must be on par with Shini. What they now wanted to know was who this hidden powerhouse was, and whether they might know him. That aura is extremely evil. It should be. Zhuani barely managed to stabilize himself, and shouted to the 3 pure ones and Nuwa. However, before his voice could fade, the enormous statue above the Supreme Prison suddenly trembled, directly cutting off his words. The master statue has moved. Tisk, 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 Zhuani, this time you'll find it hard to avoid entering the prison. Seeing this, Hongyun, the messenger girl, couldn't help but curl her lips and immediately bowed to the giant statue. The moment Hongyun's words fell, the giant statue's lips parted slightly, and a prison emperor's decree, radiating astonishing light, shot out swiftly. Prison Emperor's Decree. Subject Zhuani. Crime: unauthorized entry into the Supreme Prison, attempting to plunder prisoners. Judgment: imprisoned in the prison for 1 Hongmeng. Executor Warden of the 3rd layer of the Supreme Prison. Damn it. This humble Taoist is trying to rescue someone. What do you mean by plundering the prison? Do you truly think that with the help of these fellow Taoists you can suppress me? Oh. Hearing the deep voice, Zhuani couldn't help but roar. However, his figure subconsciously retreated, wanting to regroup with the 3 pure ones and Nuwa. The 3 pure ones and Nuwa also had extremely grave expressions at this moment. Especially the 3 pure ones who had secretly activated their most powerful treasures. This 3rd layer warden seemed even more terrifying than Zulong Yuanfeng and Shikolan. They might have to go all out. Another prison emperor's decree has been issued. Imprison Zhuani for 1 Hongmeng. No way. How many culpas is 1 Hongmeng? Could it be that Tao ancestor Hongjun still doesn't intend to intervene? Countless experts of the primordial world were stunned at this moment. Imprisoned for 1 Hongmeng. What kind of concept was that? Above the shores of the Eastern Sea, the 3 pure ones and Nuwa had ceased their assault, staring in astonishment at the prison emperor's decree. Simultaneously, their gazes fixed upon the gates of the supreme divine prison. They yearned to know who the jailer of the 3rd layer truly was, and how formidable that being might be. Perhaps this jailer about to emerge would become the greatest obstacle to their endeavors. Meanwhile, the expressions of the ancestral dragon Primordial Phoenix and Primal Qilin had grown subtly intricate. It seems that fellow is about to make his move. Oomph. It's finally the 3rd layer's jailer's turn to act. How could he resist? Yet I feel that we alone are more than enough to handle these opponents. If we strike, we can suppress Zhuani just as well. The 3 instinctively drew closer, their faces wearing cold expressions, their voices laced with disdain. It seemed that the jailer of the 3rd layer of the supreme divine prison was not on the best of terms with them. Are you 3 questioning the sovereign's decree? Upon hearing these words, Red Cloud turned her head and glared at the ancestral dragon Primordial Phoenix and Primal Qilin, her small face becoming extremely stern. How could that be? Red Cloud, though you are a messenger maiden with a special status, do not slander us. We 3 hold not a shred of disrespect toward the sovereign's decree. Indeed, our reverence for the sovereign is witnessed by heaven and earth. Red Cloud's words had thoroughly frightened the ancestral dragon Primordial Phoenix and Primal Qilin, who hastily began to defend themselves. It seems you three have quite a few opinions about this ancestor. Shall I take action and suppress you all together? Just then a chilling laughter suddenly echoed from within the Supreme Divine Prison. Immediately afterward, a middle-aged man stepped out from the gates of the Supreme Divine Prison. He was clad in a black robe with a cold countenance, 2 horns sprouting from his head, purple hair tied back, and a gaunt figure. His form flickered as he landed before Red Cloud bowed to the prison emperor's decree and accepted it into his hands. Then his gaze flickered as he looked toward the ancestral dragon Primordial Phoenix and Primal Chelan. "Oof, dare you make a move?" Primordial Phoenix's face darkened as she stepped forward, abruptly unleashing a fearsome aura. She seemed both wary and hostile toward this suddenly appearing middle-aged man. The ancestral dragon and Primal Chelan also wore grim expressions as they stepped forward, simultaneously flanking Primordial Phoenix like protective guardians. "Senior, you have already received the sovereign's decree. It would be best to complete it swiftly. Otherwise you know the consequences." Yet at this moment Red Cloud's voice rang out faintly, as if warning the black-robed middle-aged man. Hearing this, the middle-aged man did not grow angry. Instead, his cold smile deepened. He turned away, ignoring the ancestral dragon Primordial Phoenix and Primal Chelan, and looked toward Juni. TSK. The Western lands truly have produced 2 talents. It's a pity your minds seem rather dull. Moreover, your strength doesn't even qualify you for the 3rd layer. This ancestor will suppress you, and let those 3 keep watch over you. As the middle-aged man finished speaking, his form suddenly stepped forward. Instantly, an extremely sinister and terrifying demonic chi surged wildly from within him, blotting out the sky and darkening the entire heavens. Demonic chi. Could you be the demon ancestor Luoho? You haven't fallen either. Seeing this, middle-aged man Junti initially intended to mock him. However, sensing the supreme might erupting from the other's body, his expression shifted dramatically. Beside him, the expressions of the 3 pure ones and Nuwa also changed. How is this possible? Wasn't this fellow killed by our teacher? How could he appear here? And he has stepped into the half-step heavenly Tao realm. Their auras trembled, revealing looks of disbelief. If the ancestral dragon Primordial Phoenix, Primal Chelan, or even Shinny and Red Cloud were still alive, one might find an excuse to explain it. But Luoho, wasn't he clearly slain by their teacher? At this moment, not only the saints were shocked, but the mighty beings of all races in the primordial world also wore expressions of utter disbelief. The demon ancestor has revived, and become the jailer of the 3rd layer of the Supreme Divine Prison. Wasn't Luoho the one who plotted the war of the 3 tribes, sparked the Longhan catastrophe, and was finally killed by Tao ancestor Hanjun? Didn't Patriarch Yangmei also intervene in that battle back then? What is going on? Exclamations rang out incessantly, and thick confusion filled the eyes of countless experts. At that moment, Yangmei, who was engaged in battle with Shinny, also changed expression. That fellow is still alive too. This Supreme Divine Prison is truly so miraculous. No wonder even you, the Beast Emperor, have submitted to it. Yangmei's words seemed to probe Shinny while also expressing shock at Luoho's appearance. Of course, his curiosity about the Supreme Divine Prison was even greater. If such a treasure fell into his hands, his strength would undoubtedly soar. In the future, he might even surpass the heavenly Tao realm and regain the Supreme might he possessed before his reincarnation. Want to know the reason? Then obediently let this Emperor suppress you. Once you are locked in the Divine Prison, you will naturally learn how wondrous it is. Shinny sneered in response. His expression was somewhat gloomy, and he seemed far from friendly toward the newly emerged Luoho. Hearing this, Yangmei did not grow angry. Instead, his aura surged once more. This poor Taoist has already told you. You are not capable of that. Why not summon Luoho to help you? After his cold laugh, a terrifying river of space began to form beneath Yangmei's feet. Within that river, spatial energy churned unceasingly, as if it gathered countless worlds, shattering, fusing, condensing, and shattering again. At the same time, a supreme aura radiated from the spatial river, shaking the entire primordial world. The violent might vaguely suppressed Shinny's power and even overpowered the aura of the just-emerged Luoho. This caused Luoho, standing at the eastern seashore, to furrow his brow and glance instinctively toward Yangmei's location. Old Willow, do not be impatient. Once this ancestor has suppressed this junior, I will come to meet you. I have not forgotten the matters of that year. After sneering a few times, Luoho suddenly raised his arm and lightly grasped in the direction of Junti. Instantly, the terrifying demonic chi in the sky was stirred, intertwining and converging madly to form a gigantic black hand that descended toward Junti. Damnation! Sixshang Golden Body manifest. Golden Body suppresses the world, expand. Sensing Luoho's terrifying half-step heavenly Tao, Might Junti was greatly alarmed and roared repeatedly. Terrifying saintly aura burst forth wildly, converging rapidly to form a golden Dharma body. As soon as it formed, the golden body began to expand frantically, instantly reaching a height of millions of zhang. Then the golden body raised its arm and struck toward the descending black hand. At the same time, Junti's form rushed toward the golden body and merged into it. This caused the golden body's might to surge wildly, and even the spatial barriers around it could barely withstand the pressure, trembling violently. A mere parlor trick. With such skills you dare to break into the divine prison and attempt to free prisoners. How laughable. Shatter for this ancestor. Luoho sneered as he clenched his hand. The massive hand formed of demonic chi trembled and instantly descended. Boom. A deafening explosion resounded. When Junti's strike collided with the giant hand, it abruptly burst apart, unable to withstand the overwhelming force. In an instant, the arm of the golden body shattered with a loud crash. Then the demonic chi-formed hand directly enveloped the colossal golden body. Crack. Immediately dense cracks spread across the golden body. Before Junti could react, it shattered completely. Junti, struck by the impact, was sent flying backward, his face turning deathly pale as he spat out stream after stream of vital blood. Gasps. A single blow shattered Saint Junti's golden body. Is Luoho truly this terrifying? As expected of the demon ancestor. It seems Saint Junti is doomed this time. Are both saints of the western lands to be suppressed? Sensing this scene, the mighty beings of all races in the primordial world could not help but exclaim in shock. With a single strike, Junti was already defeated. This was far too swift. Moreover, Luoho had not even used any treasure. He merely grasped empty air and subdued a saint. Such terror was beyond words. Fellow Taoists, save me. I cannot be imprisoned in the supreme divine prison. Teacher, save me. Heavenly Tao, save me. At this moment, Junti was utterly panicked. He had never imagined that his defenses would prove so fragile against Luoho's assault. And the giant hand formed by Luoho after shattering his golden body did not dissipate, but continued to descend toward him. If this terrifying hand caught him, would he truly be sealed within the supreme divine prison for an entire epoch? But now who could possibly save him? Luoho Junti is a heavenly saint. By acting so violently, have you not taken us heavenly saints into account? We brothers are disciples of the Xuanmen, the orthodox lineage of Pangu, and also heavenly saints. We cannot tolerate such arrogance. Seeing that Junti was about to be suppressed, the three pure ones exchanged glances and finally could not help but step forward, angrily rebuking Luoho. Although they were reluctant to confront this half-step heavenly Tao realm powerhouse, the teacher's decree had been issued, and they had to obey. Moreover, the heavenly saint faction could not afford to lose another saint. If Junti were suppressed again, only 4 heavenly saints would remain. How could they then contend with the powerhouses within the supreme prison? Jia. Are you all going to attack together? Fine. I might as well suppress all of you at once, saving the sovereign the trouble of issuing the prison emperor's decree. Seeing the 3 pure ones step forward, Luoho was not angered, but became unusually delighted. His body trembled, and countless shadowy figures immediately emerged around him, instantly reaching hundreds of millions. Those shadowy figures madly intertwined and converged, emitting piercing wails surging like a torrent toward the 3 pure ones. Oomph. Do you think we brothers cannot defeat you? Panga banner. Suppress the evil. Seeing this, Yuanshi let out a cold snort. At the same time, a giant banner materialized in his hand, unleashing the supreme might of a primordial innate treasure, crashing down upon the terrifying shadowy figures. At that moment, the surrounding space issued an extremely startling tremor, faint cracks appearing as if unable to bear the formidable power of this supreme primordial treasure. Boom, boom, boom. As the Panga banner descended, even those shadowy figures could not withstand the terrifying might of the treasure, bursting apart one after another, turning into clusters of demonic chi that rapidly spread outward. This caused the terrifying torrent to suddenly stall, forcibly split in two by the Panga banner. However, Yuanshi also seemed to have suffered a great impact, his body trembling slightly, and an expression of shock involuntarily appeared on his face. Zhutian Qingyun. Beneath the necessity, he let out another cold shout. A patch of golden auspicious clouds rapidly emerged, forming layers of defensive barriers around him, swiftly absorbing the terrifying impact. At the same time, the Panga banner expanded, madly slashing directly toward Luoho's location. Interesting. This treasure must be evolved from a fragment of the Pangu axe, right? Pity. In your hands it can never unleash its full power. Watch how this ancestor suppress it. God-slaying spear. Luoho's voice remained icy cold without a hint of panic. He let out a cold shout, raised his arm, and pointed toward the direction of the Panga banner. A black spear radiating supreme malevolent aura emerged rapidly, stirring up overwhelming killing intent, and met the Panga banner head-on. Boom. Instantly, a colossal thunderclap resounded across heaven and earth. The violent malevolent aura and the sharp attack intertwined madly, colliding a full 100,000 times in but a moment. A terrifying sense of destruction emerged from the collision point of the two treasures, transforming into a destructive wave that swept outward. Crack. The surrounding spatial barriers could no longer hold, collapsing one after another. Astonishing void turbulence rushed in, pouring backward into the primordial world as if to utterly destroy this realm and return it to chaos. Boom. Under this dreadful collision, Yuanshi's form could barely hold, staggering back a step, his arm gripping the Panga banner, trembling slightly. Around him, the defensive barriers formed by the Zhutian Qinyun were also covered with cracks on the verge of shattering. Seeing this, Taishang's expression hardened. Second brother, I shall assist you. Taiji diagram. Suppress. As Taishang's voice fell, a Taiji diagram radiating supreme yin-yang power hovered before him. Its terrifying might stirred the surrounding heavenly forces, condensing into a heart-stopping long rainbow that blasted toward the god-slaying spear, as if to join forces with Yuanshi against Luoho's assault. However, just as the formidable rainbow approached the god-slaying spear, a spear light suddenly emerged from the spear, colliding with the rainbow. Rumble. Another roar erupted. The rainbow condensed by the Taiji diagram, and the spear light from the god-slaying spear shattered almost simultaneously. The terrifying aftermath of the collision was then drawn surging together toward Taishang's location. Startled, Taishang's Xianhuang exquisite pagoda above spun rapidly, desperately resisting the violent force. At the same time, Taishang's body trembled slightly, his face turning extremely grim. He had not expected that even with him and Yuanshi wielding two primordial innate treasures, they could not suppress the power of the god-slaying spear. Luoho's combat prowess had likely exceeded their expectations. Is that all? How boring. I haven't even used my full strength yet. If you only have this much skill, then you might as well wait to be suppressed by me. Luoho's eyes flickered, and the disdain on his face grew even more pronounced. After his words, he took another step forward, reaching out to grab the god-slaying spear, as if intending to unleash a more powerful strike. Luoho, do not be arrogant. Immortal slaying sword formation, arise. 10,000 swords extinguish the demon. At this moment, Tongtian's body was also surrounded by the 4 immortal slaying swords, and the formation diagram invoking the supreme power of the array. Instantly, a terrifying aura of slaughter surged like a tide toward Luoho's location, evolving into astonishing sword beams that shattered all paths and laws ahead. Once the immortal slaying sword formation was activated, its might rivaled that of a primordial innate treasure. Tongtian was confident he could force Luoho back. The 3 pure ones have revealed their trump cards. Panga banner, Taiji diagram, and the immortal slaying sword formation. Such an offensive, even a half-step heavenly Dao realm might not withstand it, right? Not necessarily. The god-slaying spear is also comparable to a primordial innate treasure. Moreover, Luoho is a half-step heavenly Dao realm. A single realm difference is like the gap between heaven and earth. At this moment, countless powerhouses in the primordial world exclaimed in astonishment. This battle was too shocking. They felt as if they were personally immersed in the fray. However, Luoho, who was about to seize the god-slaying spear, paused at the sight of Tongtian's offensive, his expression turning somewhat strange. What are you afraid? Luoho, even if you withdraw and beg for mercy, now it's too late. Tongtian's momentum was overwhelming as he raised his hand and grasped forward. The countless sword beams madly intertwined and converged, evolving into a heart-stopping giant sword. On that giant sword, supreme mysterious power and terrifying murderous intent emerged, as if it could cleave the entire primordial world in two. Afraid? You say I am afraid? You, Junior, utterly ridiculous. I just want to ask, are you certain you want to use this formation against me? Do you not know from whom these treasures came? Or do you not recall who last activated this formation? Luoho was stunned, then burst into laughter. At the same time, his arm shook, and instead of grabbing the god-slaying spear, he reached directly for the giant sword formed by Tongtian. Seeing this, Taishang seemed to realize something, his expression drastically changing. No. Third brother, quickly withdraw the immortal slaying sword formation. That fellow has a way to suppress the immortal slaying sword formation. Do not engage head-on. If you wish to suppress my sword formation, then show me your true skill. Do you truly believe such bluster can intimidate me? Perish for me. As a sage of the heavenly Dao, Tongtian naturally understood the origin of this treasure. Yet having been refined by his master, and then by himself, how could it still be connected to Luoho? This immortal killing sword formation was activated by him, and the sword intent was his own evolution. How could Luoho shatter it with a single hand? At this thought, disregarding Taishang's advice, his aura grew even more turbulent. Confidence is a good thing, but I fear that confidence is not matched by ability. Formation disperse. Luoho let out a cold laugh, his words laced with deep mockery. With a tremor of his arm, black chains materialized, binding the colossal sword tightly. Wisps of black, demonic energy cascaded along the terrifying sword, surging madly around Tongtian. Break for me. Tongtian was stunned. This ultimate strike of the immortal killing sword formation could shatter heaven and earth. How could it be bound by these chains? What was happening? You cannot break it. Sword, come. Luoho sneered again, his palm gently twisting as he grasped the giant sword directly. The giant sword trembled violently, and the sage's might on it receded like a tidal wave. At the same time, the black chains intertwined with the sword, as if becoming the sword's own patterns. Hum. At that moment the entire immortal killing sword formation seemed to be triggered, trembling violently, as the formation's power suppressed by some mysterious force rapidly dissipated. Then the 4 immortal killing swords trembled, transforming into 4 beams of light that carried the formation diagram, breaking free from Tongtian's control and speeding toward Luo Ho. Crack! The colossal sword suppressed by Luo Ho now emitted crisp, shattering sounds. The patterns formed by the black chains turned into terrifying cracks, causing the entire giant sword to shatter, scattering into countless sword lights that flew in all directions. Bang! 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 Tongtian's figure jolted violently, as if severely wounded, staggering backward repeatedly. How is this possible? Why is this happening? Golden blood trickled from the corners of Tongtian's mouth, and his face displayed an expression of utter disbelief. That treasure which he had refined for countless eons was simply taken away by Luo Ho. And at this moment, not only Tongtian was shocked, all the mighty beings of the primordial world who witnessed this battle were equally astonished. Wasn't it said that the immortal killing sword formation could only be broken by 4 sages, and it was taken away by Luo Ho with a single hand? Is Tongtian the sage suffering backlash? Could it be because this treasure originally belonged to Luo Ho? How could they not be shocked that a sage of the heavenly Tao, one of the 3 pure ones, had been robbed of such a powerful artifact? Heaven and earth, Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda. Seeing Tongtian's backlash, Taishang gritted his teeth and activated the might of the heaven and earth, Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, surging it toward Tongtian and enveloping his form. This steadied Tongtian's figure. Oomph! You juniors are far from ready to contend with me, the ancestor. At that moment Luo Ho glanced toward Tongtian, then collected the 4 immortal killing swords and the formation diagram that had fallen into his grasp. Simultaneously his other arm trembled. The terrifying demonic energy surrounding Zhuanti contracted violently, forming a demonic cage that suppressed Zhuanti's form, sending him hurtling toward the supreme divine prison. Zhuanti was panic-stricken, struggling wildly, but to no avail. Even his voice could not escape. Big brother, third brother, junior sister Nuwa, we must launch a combined attack to suppress Luo Ho. Panga banner, shatter the void, annihilate the evil. Seeing this, Yuanshi's face darkened, and he roared, channeling his power madly into the Panga banner. Good. Let us strike together. Inyang Taiji, origin of all things, interweave heaven and earth, suppress the demon ancestor. Go. Taishang responded immediately, his aura also surging wildly, slightly surpassing Yuanshi's might as he urged the Taiji diagram toward the Panga banner. The 2 innate supreme treasures quivered, a faint connection forming as their power began to soar. I shall aid my 2 elder brothers. Seeing this, Tongtian, without time to recover, erupted with formidable might, again landing behind Taishang and Yuanshi. The sage's power within him surged wildly, linking with his brother's auras. I shall lend a hand to the 3 senior brothers. Nuwa, who had remained still until now, also unleashed her ultimate power, positioning herself near Tongtian, channeling her mana toward the Panga banner and the Taiji diagram. In an instant, the might of the 4 heavenly Tao sages intertwined madly, and the 2 innate supreme treasures shook the entire primordial world. The power of heaven and earth was drawn upon, converging furiously. It seemed they sought to use the momentum of heaven and earth to suppress Luo Ho. That's more like it. When fighting you should put in some effort. Otherwise I, the ancestor, would be reluctant to exert myself. Demonic howl through chaos, suppress the void, the Tao cannot prevail, all things perish. Manifest the true form of the demon god. Luo Ho let out a few loud laughs, finally revealing a hint of seriousness. As his words fell, the boundless demonic energy retreated wildly, forming a terrifying demonic god phantom before him. The phantom trembled as if eroding the incoming power of heaven and earth, causing its form to solidify rapidly. Roar! In an instant the might of the demonic god phantom soared repeatedly. Then the demonic god phantom raised its head and let out a long roar, unleashing an unparalleled ferocity that shook the entire primordial world. This instilled a sense of fear in the hearts of countless beings in the primordial world. Could this be the might of a chaos demon god? Is it really this terrifying? It feels as though it surpasses the power of Luo Ho's true body. This is too horrifying. They felt that if they were to face that demonic god phantom, they would not even harbor the slightest desire to resist. Before that demonic god phantom, they were insignificant like ants. It seemed that with one move the phantom could annihilate them. Yang Mei, who was battling Shinny, sensed this, and his expression tightened, his aura trembling rapidly. Arrogant. Luo Ho, you are too presumptuous. Do you truly believe you can do as you please? Space shift. Suddenly Yang Mei's gaze darkened, and he let out a series of cold shouts. At the same time the space around him trembled violently, and his figure vanished from the spot. This startled Shinny, who turned to look toward Luo Ho. Hum. A loud buzzing sound rang out rapidly from above Luo Ho. Yang Mei's figure appeared above Luo Ho. The long river of space beneath his feet seemed to boil, surging massive waves that swept directly toward Luo Ho. Luo Ho's face darkened, and the colossal demonic god phantom turned its head sharply to glare at Yang Mei. "Oomph. I hadn't gone looking for you, old willow tree, but you deliver yourself to me. Watch me break your branches and burn them for firewood." Arrogant. In that battle back, then you didn't gain any advantage. If you hadn't forcibly extracted and detonated the Western spiritual veins, you probably wouldn't even have been able to severely wound me, would you? Although I don't know what kind of opportunity you gained to be reborn, meeting me is your misfortune. Today I will slay you again and refine this divine prison that you rely on. Yang Mei, with an awe-inspiring aura, repeatedly roared at Luo Ho in fury. It was as if he had personally suppressed Luo Ho in that battle back then. Kill this ancestor. Refine the supreme divine prison. Old Willow, have you lost your mind? Luo Ho was taken aback by Yang Mei's words. Was he too confident, wanting to kill him, and even thinking of refining the supreme divine prison? Was he dazed from drifting in the chaos, or was he driven mad by the old thief Hong Jun? Enough nonsense, behold my river of time and space. Suppress. Yang Mei's expression hardened, extremely angered by Luo Ho's taunting words. He thrust his hands forward violently, and the river of space rushing toward Luo Ho immediately surged in power. However, Luo Ho did not strike immediately. Instead, he looked toward Shen Ni, who had been fighting Yang Mei. This old willow is your opponent, and you just yield him to me like this. Could it be that you think you can't handle this old willow, and want me to deal with him? Earlier, Yang Mei had indeed been fighting Shen Ni. Although the opponent controlled the power of space, Shen Ni's current strength, if he got serious, was enough to stop him. Yet Shen Ni showed no intention of pursuing. Oomph. Your grudges, settle them yourselves. I still have tasks to complete. I can't be bothered with your old affairs. What complaining like this? You're not afraid of that guy, are you? Without even looking at Luo Ho, Shen Ni replied coldly. Clearly he had no intention of coming to help Luo Ho against Yang Mei. Hearing Shen Ni's words before Luo Ho could respond, Yang Mei laughed coldly. Luo Ho, if you are afraid, kneel before me immediately, and I might consider sparing your life. This made Luo Ho's face darken, and his aura surged wildly. Then a terrifying world-destroying might emerged beneath his feet, and a 12-petal lotus platform radiating supreme black light rapidly appeared. Afraid? Would I be afraid of you? Since that big fellow doesn't want to fight you, I'll suppress you myself. Anyway, I haven't yet returned the Venerable's decree. One more, or one less, doesn't matter. As his words fell, the massive demon god phantom before Luo Ho took a step forward, directly stepping onto the 12-petal world-destroying black lotus. Then the demon god phantom raised its hand and struck toward the terrifying river of space. Boom! Instantly a deafening roar echoed across the primordial world, and the violent might shook the entire sky. Demonic chi and spatial power wildly intertwined, clashed, and canceled each other, emitting waves of supreme force that swept outward madly. The area where they collided instantly collapsed. Under this terrifying strike, even the chaotic streams of void could not intrude, and strands of chaotic force emerged. This caused the entire primordial world to tremble violently. Mountains collapsed, the earth cracked, flames shot skyward, and the four seas boiled. It was like a scene of apocalypse. It's over. The primordial world can't hold on. What can we do? If the primordial world shatters, can we survive? How can we live? Fellow Taoist, you're only a mystic immortal. Can you withstand the impact of chaotic force? This made the myriad races of the primordial world panic, crying out in shouts, but they knew not how to escape. Some creatures even knelt on the ground, continuously calling out Hong Jun's name and praying to the heavenly Tao. In their eyes at this moment, perhaps only that supreme Tao ancestor, or even the heavenly Tao itself, could allow them to survive the aftershocks of the collision of half-step heavenly Tao realm experts. But at this moment neither the heavenly Tao's might nor Hong Jun appeared. Instead, the supreme divine prison trembled slightly, erupting with astonishing power. A profound and mysterious energy rapidly spread out, instantly enveloping the battlefield of Yang Mei and Luo Ho, vaguely forming a giant arena. This isolated the collision's might from the primordial world. Thus the apocalyptic scenes emerging in the primordial world gradually ceased. It stopped. This supreme divine prison has such power. Can it even suppress the aftershocks of half-step heavenly Tao realm battles? All the myriad races were startled at this moment, looking toward the direction of the supreme divine prison. They had not expected that what stabilized the primordial world was not the heavenly Tao or the Tao ancestor Hong Jun, nor the heavenly Tao saints, but the supreme divine prison, which they had regarded as the source of evil. This gave rise to some strange thoughts in their hearts. Thank you, Venerable. I was worried that exerting my full power would destroy this world. Sensing this, Luo Ho couldn't help but chuckle and immediately bowed toward the giant statue atop the supreme divine prison. Then he once again drove the demon god phantom to madly strike at the river of space ahead. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous violent roars echoed within the sealed area. The heavens and earth in that area had now completely shattered, leaving Luo Ho and Yang Mei directly into chaos. Crack. Under the mad assault of the demon god Phantom, the river of space, beneath Yang Mei's feet, could barely hold, emitting crisp cracking sounds. Cracks also appeared on it, as if it were about to shatter. This made Yang Mei's expression turn serious. Blustering was one thing, but once they engaged he realized he had underestimated Luo Ho. His opponent's strength was not inferior to his own, and even slightly more formidable. If this continued, he might indeed be unable to suppress Luo Ho. Thinking this, he couldn't help but look up toward the sky and snorted, "Old friend, why haven't you made your move? What are you waiting for?" Rumble. The moment Yang Mei's words fell, a terrifying might of the heavenly Tao rapidly emerged above the coast of the Eastern Sea. The terrifying power of the heavenly Tao surged, continuously evolving into a heart-stopping supreme vortex. Within that vortex, the power of the immortal Tao also emerged, as if it would envelop the entire primordial world. Hong Jun's figure then stepped out of the vortex, gazing coldly toward the battlefield where Luo Ho and Yang Mei were. "Old friend, you entered the primordial world without informing me. I have refrained from acting naturally, not wanting to disrupt your plans. This time let old friend suppress Luo Ho. I will go and see what kind of being the Supreme Prison Lord is." Hong Jun spoke calmly, as if he had no intention of helping Yang Mei and instead strode directly toward the Supreme Divine Prison. Hearing this, Yang Mei's expression changed. You plotted against me, eh?" Luo Ho also snorted, "Old thief Hong Jun, you're still the same. This isn't the first time you've schemed against this old willow, is it? However, this Supreme Divine Prison is not a place you can enter as you please, and the Venerable is not someone you can meet just because you want to." As his words fell, Luo Ho's main body reached out directly, summoning the god-slaying spear back, and struck fiercely toward where Hong Jun was. "Luo Ho, you once incited an unparalleled calamity, and I, the Tao ancestor, followed the will of heaven to suppress and slay you. Now that you have been granted the opportunity to be reborn, you should have acted in accordance with the will of heaven. Yet you persist in evil, transforming into a demonic fiend, suppressing my disciples, utterly devoid of repentance. I, the Tao ancestor, fear I can no longer tolerate you." Hong Jun's expression hardened as he cast a glance at Luo Ho, letting out a series of cold sneers. Simultaneously, he slowly raised his arm. The heavenly Tao vortex above immediately surged, releasing strands of heavenly Tao power that converged upon Hong Jun's palm. This exponentially increased the might of his hand, as immortal power swept forth like a tidal wave. Then he extended a finger imbued with supreme authority and pointed at the god-slaying spear. Boom! A terrifying sound shook the primordial world as immortal and demonic forces intertwined, collided, and annihilated each other. The violent shockwaves of the collision spread in all directions, threatening to annihilate everything. Even the heavenly Tao vortex above was affected, trembling slightly. The god-slaying spear emitted a series of buzzing sounds, retreating under the suppression of immortal and heavenly Tao forces. A visible crack appeared on its surface as if it had been damaged. This caused Luo Ho's form to shudder involuntarily, his aura seemingly suppressed by the might of Hong Jun and the heavenly Tao. The colossal demonic phantom he had conjured also faltered in its assault, granting Yang Mei a moment to catch his breath. At that moment, Yang Mei revealed a cold smile. His surrounding space trembled, allowing his form to rapidly retreat and distance himself from the terrifying demonic phantom conjured by Luo Ho. Then he waved his arms, repeatedly channeling supreme spatial power to condense 1,000,000 heart-stopping space blades in an instant. Accompanied by a series of spatial vibrations, the 1,000,000 space blades descended like a torrential storm, slashing fiercely toward the demonic phantom. "So you couldn't resist joining forces after all. Oomph, I knew it. You old fogies have no skill beyond ganging up on others. It was the same back then, and you still want to do it now." Seeing Yang Mei and Hong Jun joining forces against him, a bloodthirsty glint flashed in Luo Ho's eyes. His aura skyrocketed wildly, causing the colossal demonic phantom to tremble and roar once more. "Luo Ho, if you can't hold on, just let us know. We are all wardens of the divine prison. We won't stand by and watch you be suppressed." "Exactly. If the third layer can't handle these two, leave it to the second layer." Seeing this, Zulong Yuanfeng and Shikolin's faces darkened, and they snorted coldly. Although they were extremely hostile toward Luo Ho, they were all subservient to the Supreme Prison Emperor. How could they watch Hong Jun and Yang Mei suppress Luo Ho together? If Luo Ho were defeated, wouldn't that damage the prestige of the Supreme Divine Prison? Taishang, Yuanshi, Tongtian, Nuwak. You three stop those three. This battle cannot allow these ants to interfere. Before Luo Ho could respond, Hong Jun issued a decree to the three pure ones, and Nuwa seemingly dismissing Zulong Yuanfeng and Shikolin as insignificant. "Hong Jun, you brat, are you looking down on us? When we ruled the primordial world, you were not this arrogant. Dragon Pearl, Kirin Seal, Phoenix Staff. Upon hearing Hongjuan's words, Zulong, Yuanfeng, and Shikolin were first stunned, then erupted in fury. Was this fellow belittling them? If they still didn't strike, wouldn't they lose all face? However, just as the three were about to act, the three Pure Ones and Nuwa surged forward again. With their master issuing a decree on the spot, how could they remain indifferent? Besides, their battle with these three was far from decided. Leave these three juniors to me. Old Kiran's sister Phoenix, go deal with that Hongjun brat. Seeing this, Zulong roared, directly manifesting his true form and swallowing the dragon pearl. His aura surged wildly. His body expanded accordingly as he raised his sharp dragon claws and charged alone toward the three Pure Ones. Arrogant! Do you think mere flesh can withstand my supreme treasure? Be destroyed. Yuanshi was enraged. That Luoho was at the half-step heavenly Tao realm, so he could accept using physical strength to resist a primordial supreme treasure. But this Zulong was merely a Hunyuan golden immortal. How dare he try to use his flesh to resist the Panga banner in his hand? Did he truly think a primordial supreme treasure was so useless? Boom, boom, boom. However, Zulong showed no fear. He swung his dragon claws again and again, smashing them fiercely against the Panga banner. This caused Yuanshi's expression to change drastically. Taishang and Tongtian were also startled. Had Zulong's physical power reached such a terrifying level? Third brother, you stop Yuanfeng, and I'll stop Shikolin. Junior sister Nuwa assist third brother. At this moment, Shikolin and Yuanfeng had already charged toward Hongjun. They had no time to aid Yuanshi, so they split up, trying to block Shikolin and Yuanfeng. What do you still want to outnumber us? Sister Phoenix, leave these two to big brother, and you handle Nuwa. Shikolin curled his lips, sending one fist toward Tongtian, while his other arm shook, driving the Kirin seal to meet Taishang. In the end, only Yuanfeng and Nuwa were left facing each other from a distance. Seeing this, Yuanfeng sneered. Little girl, will you scram on your own, or shall I suppress you myself? Arrogant. With master present and the heavenly Tao's blessing, how could I fear you? Be destroyed. Yuanfeng's words thoroughly enraged Nuwa. The three Pure Ones, Yangmei, and even her master Hongjun, were all fighting. How could she retreat? Moreover, with the power of the heavenly Tao empowering her, her combat strength had greatly increased. Was she truly no match for this Yuanfeng? Thus, after speaking, Nuwa transformed into a streak of light and charged toward Yuanfeng, colliding fiercely with her. Rumble. For a moment, the entire East Sea coast trembled violently, shocking the entire primordial world. Look, they're all making their moves. The Tao ancestor and ancestor Yangmei are besieging the demon ancestor Luoho. The three pure saints are fighting Zulong and Shikolin. Saint Nuwa. Huh. What's wrong with Saint Nuwa? Why is she being beaten up again? Is Yuanfeng really that terrifying? All the powerful beings of the myriad races in the primordial world trembled, letting out cries of astonishment. Without the suppression of the supreme divine prisons might, whether it was the clash between Hongju and Yangmei and Luoho, or the battle among the three pure ones Nuwa, Zulong, Shikolin, and Yuanfeng, it would have been enough to shatter the primordial world. Many primordial powerhouses were also speculating which side would gain the upper hand. At present, Hongjun and Yangmei seemed to have the advantage in momentum over Luoho. Taishang and Tongtian had blocked Shikolin, while Yuanshi was locked in a fierce battle with Zulong using his treasures. Only Nuwa, after a brief exchange with Yuanfeng, had fallen into a disadvantage again. This made Nuwa herself doubt whether she had received the blessing of the heavenly Tao. Bang! While Nuwa was distracted, Yuanfeng struck with her palm, sending Nuwa's protective artifact flying, causing her body to plummet rapidly. Seeing this, Yuanfeng curled her lips. She swung the phoenix staff, repeatedly striking Nuwa's body again and again. This caused Nuwa's summoned treasures and her robes to continuously shatter. Her once alluring figure became charred black, even emitting a faint aroma of roasted meat. This left Nuwa utterly humiliated. Her earlier momentum completely dissipated. Three senior brothers, I cannot hold on any longer. Hurry and assist me. Nuwa was deeply frustrated, unwilling to disgrace herself in a battle watched by all beings of the primordial world. Yet at this moment, without assistance, she would surely be suppressed by Yuanfeng. Thus, she could only cry out to the three pure ones. Junior sister Nuwa, hold on a little longer. As long as the teacher and senior Yangmei suppress Luoho, Yuanfeng will be no cause for concern. Yuanshi responded to Nuwa. Safer. With his innate supreme treasure, he could not even suppress Zulong. How could he spare his attention? Moreover, he vaguely suspected that Zulong might possess a protective treasure even more terrifying than his own Panga banner. If it were merely the power of the Zulong pearl, it could never withstand the fierce attacks of the Panga banner. Junior sister Nuwa, why not burn your origin? What are you waiting for? On the other side, Taishang, shrouded under the heaven-earth, Xianhuang exquisite pagoda, also wore a grim expression. This Nuwa was truly disgracing them, the heavenly Tao saints. If this continued, even if the teacher and Yangmei came to their aid after suppressing Luoho, the face of the heavenly Tao saints would be lost entirely. Junior sister Nuwa, I can only aid you with a single sword strike. Yuanfeng, behold my sword. Tong Tian, unable to stand by any longer, gritted his teeth and abruptly raised his arm, condensing a peerless sword intent, and slashed fiercely toward Yuan Feng. However, the moment he diverted his attention, Shi Qilan's attack struck him, sending him staggering backward repeatedly, and a trace of blood could not help but seep from the corner of his mouth. Seeing Tong Tian's sword strike coming, Yuan Feng's figure trembled, and he abruptly raised his arm, pointing at the fierce sword light. Instantly, the flames around him evolved into billions of phantom images of his true form charging toward the sword light. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, flames scattered, sword intent trembled, and all dissolved. Nevertheless, Tong Tian's strike ultimately managed to stall Yuan Feng's onslaught for a moment. This gave Nuwa a moment to catch her breath. She retreated repeatedly, waving her hands forward, instantly conjuring tens of thousands of defensive barriers. However, after being battered just now, her body was covered in wounds and could not recover in time. It's useless. Just submit to be suppressed. This way it saves the Venerable One from issuing a decree. Yuan Feng sneered, not in a hurry to assist Luoho, but instead walked step by step toward Nuwa. The power of the phoenix staff in his hand soared, and astonishing flames swept across heaven and earth. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the east seashore, before the hidden army of the demon clan, Fushi's expression turned extremely grim. Especially seeing Nuwa wounded again by Yuan Feng, a peerless rage erupted within him. Yuan Feng, how dare you harm my little sister? Demon clan, army, charge forth for this emperor. Aid my little sister. Charge! 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 Damn it, how dare you defy this emperor's decree? Fushi had intended to command the demon clan army to charge out, buying some time for Nuwa to recover. Unfortunately, after his decree was issued, only a very small number of strong ones among the demon clan army made a move to charge. Countless demon clan warriors trembled in place, unable to unleash their supreme might. If they had faced a single primordial chaos golden immortal, they might have followed Fushi's orders and risked everything. But there was not only one primordial chaos golden immortal, it was a battlefield of half-step heavenly Dao realm powerhouses. If they charged in, who could they possibly deal with? Yuan Feng, Zulong, Shi Qilan, or the demon ancestor Luoho? I'm afraid without those powerhouses, even lifting a finger, the mere violent shockwaves of the clashes would turn them to ashes. How could they charge? How could they provide aid? Knowing it was death who would not fear. At this moment, not only the demon clan army was afraid, almost every living being in the primordial world felt a trace of fear. Who would dare recklessly intervene in a conflict of this level? That would be walking to one's death. Please, teacher, aid me. Teacher. Nuwa now understood that the three pure ones could not help her. She hurriedly cried out toward Hongjuan's location, unwilling to endure another round of Yuan Feng's brutal beating. Hehehe. Hongjuan, you old thief, aren't you going to help those juniors? At this rate, those juniors will likely be suppressed. Before Hongjuan could respond, Luoho sneered first. Hearing this, Hongjuan's expression darkened. After this Dao ancestor suppresses you, I will take care of those three. Even so, a circular jade pendant emerged above Hongjuan's head. It radiated an extremely profound power, sweeping toward the three pure ones and Nuwa. This caused the aura of the three pure ones and Nuwa to rapidly recover and surge greatly. At the same time, the might of the immortal Dao converged before Hongjuan, evolving into a massive cyan longsword. On that sword, profound power surged, encircled by the force of the heavenly Dao, unleashing a terrifying and fierce intent, and slashed fiercely toward Luoho. For a moment, the power of heaven and earth across the entire primordial world converged toward the cyan sword, as if to slay Luoho in a single strike. Jade Disc of Creation, immortal Dao manifesting as a sword. Old thing, it seems you haven't been idle over all these culpas. Seeing this, Luoho's expression stiffened, and his figure flickered as he charged directly toward the phantom of the demon god, merging into it. Rumble. The phantom of the demon god emitted a series of rumbling sounds, rapidly solidifying and shattered all the spatial blades around it. Then the phantom of the demon god let out a series of roars, ignoring ancestor Yang Mei, and directly faced the terrifying cyan giant sword. Seeing Luoho treat him with such contempt, Yang Mei was enraged and began to gather his strongest power. But at this moment, Hongjuan's voice rang in his ear. Old friend, this Dao ancestor will deal with Luoho. You take the chance to charge into the Supreme Divine Prison and suppress the so-called Supreme Prison Emperor. Good. Leave Luoho to me. This poor Daoist will now enter the quasi-divine prison, find the Supreme Prison Emperor, suppress him, and refine this Supreme Divine Prison. Yang Mei, upon hearing Hongjuan's words, immediately broke into a smile, then his figure trembled, and he charged straight toward the Supreme Divine Prison. He had thought that Luoho would desperately try to stop him, and had prepared to go all out against Luoho. Who knew that even as he approached the Supreme Divine Prison, Luoho paid him no attention, but instead strode forward to meet Hongjuan's attack. Look quickly. Ancestor Yang Mei is about to enter the Supreme Divine Prison. What's happening? Luoho actually didn't stop Ancestor Yang Mei, and Shinny didn't return to assist. Could it be that they are not afraid Yang Mei will refine the Supreme Divine Prison? At this moment, countless living beings in the primordial world were also stunned. Why didn't Luoho stop Yang Mei? Wasn't he afraid that the other would truly enter the supreme divine prison and refine it? And what about Zulong Yuanfeng and Shi Qilin? Did they just allow Yang Mei to barge in? Even the so-called gatekeeper Shinny showed no intention of returning to stop Yang Mei. Ha ha ha. It seems you all know you can no longer stop me. Thus this supreme divine prison shall surely be mine. Yang Mei, who had already set one foot toward the gate of the supreme divine prison, grew smug. It was as if once he entered he could refine it entirely. Yet he did not notice that Luo Hozu Long Yuan Feng, Shi Qilin Hong Yun, and even Shun and I, who was busy cleansing the beast clan, all curled their lips in disdain. Rumble. At that moment a series of thunderous roars erupted from within the supreme divine prison. Two terrifying energies surged forth, hurtling toward Yang Mei with devastating force. Yang Mei was startled, but it was too late to defend. Boom, boom. After two deafening blasts, the barrier of spatial energy he had conjured shattered into pieces. His body trembled violently as if struck by a colossal impact, and he was sent flying backward. Damn it! Who dares to ambush me? The prison emperor. Come out! Furious Yang Mei roared before he could even steady himself. He suspected that the attacker was none other than the prison emperor Hong Jun had mentioned, yet he also felt a faint sense of unease. Those two auras seemed oddly familiar. Could it be that the deputy prison emperor was an old acquaintance from the chaos? Meanwhile, the three pure ones and Nuwa were all taken aback as they watched Yang Mei being blasted away. Is there a stronger being inside the supreme divine prison? Could it be the prison emperor? They too speculated that the one who had just struck was likely the prison emperor. Were they finally about to meet that mysterious existence? The Supreme? Do you really think you deserve to have the Supreme make a move? How ridiculous. Sensing this, Luo Ho, who was about to block Hong Jun's attack, let out a cold sneer. Across from him, Hong Jun's face was equally grim. With sharper perception than Yang Mei, he vaguely guessed who had unleashed those two terrifying energies. He had goaded Yang Mei into charging the supreme divine prison, using him as a pawn to test the waters. Little did he expect such an unforeseen outcome. This caused his cyan longsword to hesitate momentarily, as if wary of the powerhouse within the supreme divine prison. Not the prison emperor. Luo Ho, stop your boasting. If it's not the prison emperor, who else could it be? Yeah. From the other side, Yang Mei, who had heard Luo Ho's taunt, roared again. Did I ever say that I'm the only warden on the third floor? Those two inside are your old acquaintances. You can catch up with them slowly. Hong Jun, you old scoundrel, now I can have a proper fight with you. Dao fades, demon rises, strike of annihilation. Perish. Luo Ho first cackled strangely at Yang Mei. Then he urged the colossal demonic phantom forward, took a step, and once again gripped the god-slaying spear, hurtling it toward the cyan longsword. You are no match for me, the Dao ancestor. Stop trying to be brave. Hong Jun's face darkened. He waved his hand again, commanding the stalled cyan longsword to slash down furiously. Rumble. At that moment, the cyan longsword and the god-slaying spear clashed violently, unleashing a thunderous roar. The might of the immortal Dao and the aura of the demon Dao collided, intertwined, and stalemated, repeatedly manifesting supreme visions. It was as if a million demons were ending the world, as if countless celestial gods and immortals were vanquishing the demonic horde, or like a projection of the chaotic war in the primordial era. The spatial barriers around them instantly dissolved, and chaotic chi surged in wildly. Between the god-slaying spear and the cyan longsword, a terrifying vortex of destruction emerged, spinning endlessly, as if to devour everything. This caused Zhu Long Yuan Feng and Shi Qilin, who were battling the three pure ones, and Nuwa, to pause and instinctively retreat. Thus the pressure on the three pure ones and Nuwa momentarily eased. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, they felt a terrifying suction force. Alarmed, they frantically retreated, wary of being drawn into that destructive vortex. Old friend, I can't hold on. This power is too terrifying. What should we do? At that moment, Zhen Yuanzi, who was in the human territory beneath the East Sea coast, shuddered violently and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. Around the human territory, the defensive barrier formed by the Earth Book trembled violently, covered in dense cracks on the verge of shattering. Seeing this, Hong Yun's face finally showed a hint of solemnity. She clasped her hands and bowed toward the gate of the supreme divine prison. The Supreme once instructed that nothing must go wrong. I beg the two seniors to protect the human race. Hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi and the many humans were stunned. The three pure ones, Nuwa, Yang Mei, and countless other powerful beings watching the battle all turned their gaze toward the gate of the supreme divine prison. They all wanted to know who the two seniors Hong Yun had mentioned were. Rumble. As Hong Yun's words fell, thunderous sounds once again came from within the gate of the supreme divine prison. Then two astonishing half-step heavenly Dao realm auras surged forth, enveloping the human territory below, and coalesced into an incredibly powerful defensive barrier. These two auras are those two old friends. They didn't fall either. Have they also submitted to this supreme divine prison and broken through to the half-step heavenly Tao realm? How is this possible? Sensing these two auras, Yang Mei's expression changed drastically. Even Hong Jun, who was locked in a stalemate with Luo Ho, was startled, his face growing even darker. Old friends, it's been a while. I never thought that when we met again, we would actually be fighting. This truly caught me off guard. As Yang Mei's voice faded, a middle-aged man in a black and white Taoist robe with a refined face and an old man in a golden Taoist robe appeared simultaneously outside the gate of the Supreme Divine Prison, looking toward Yang Mei. Yang, Qinquan, it really is you. Why didn't you die? Why are you in this Supreme Divine Prison? Yang Mei was utterly stunned, a complex look in his eyes. The two before him were his old acquaintances, comrades who had fought side by side in the past. Most crucially, he had witnessed with his own eyes as these two old friends fell, their true spirits dissipating. How could they be resurrected? What secrets lay hidden within this Supreme Divine Prison? What old friend, aren't you happy to see us alive? Could it be that, like that old scoundrel Hong Jun, you wished for our complete annihilation? Seeing Yang Mei's expression, Yang ancestor slowly stepped forward, a smile playing on his lips. His demeanor was as if he were reuniting with an old friend after countless eons. It was as if the attack he had launched from within the Supreme Divine Prison moments ago had nothing to do with him. Yang Mei, for the sake of our past acquaintance, I advise you to retreat now before the Supreme issues a decree. Otherwise you will eventually be imprisoned in the Divine Prison. If that happens, even if we plead for you, you may not be pardoned. Qinquan ancestor, on the other hand, wore a conflicted expression as he tried to persuade Yang Mei. Hearing this, the many saints and the powerful beings of the myriad races in the primordial world were shaken, their expressions shifting rapidly. Yang ancestor, Qinquan ancestor, the ones who once joined forces with Tao ancestor Hong Jun and Yang Mei ancestor to suppress Luo Ho. These two are still alive. How many more wardens are there in this Supreme Divine Prison? How many other powerful beings who should have fallen are still alive? Yang ancestor and Qinquan ancestor were contemporaries of Hong Jun and Yang Mei, both reincarnations of chaos demons. During the battle with Luo Ho back then, these two had clearly died. What was going on here? You think that with your combat power you can suppress me, eh? I have come here for this supreme prison, and you still hope to make me retreat. If Yang and Qinquan had not spoken to persuade him, Yang Mei would at least have remained somewhat cautious. But their words of persuasion angered him even more than outright mockery. He, the reincarnation of the space demon god, had weathered countless storms. From the shattering of Homing, the evolution of chaos, and the birth of the demon gods, he had dominated the chaos. How could he be intimidated by the words of these two old fellows? Thinking this, Yang Mei's face completely darkened, and killing intent surged wildly in his eyes. No matter how you have revived whoever dares to stop me from refining this treasure today, I will not be merciful. Hunyuan space pearl appear. After several roars, a black pearl materialized before Yang Mei. The pearl emanated an extremely dense spatial origin, instantly forcing back the auras of Yang and Qinquan. Then the terrifying spatial power spread out in all directions like a violent flood. Within that flood, countless small worlds emerged, endlessly interweaving, converging, and splitting as if inexhaustible. Hongjuan, won't you advise your old friend Yang Mei, eh? Is it really good to scheme against him like this, eh? Seeing this, ancestor Qinquan's face also darkened, and he turned to look at Hongjuan, who was fighting against Luo Hu. He seemed certain that Yang Mei's madness was related to Hongjuan's scheme. Scheme? Am I the Tao ancestor one who schemes against old friends, eh? Qinquan, Yang, you should quickly summon the prison emperor, and I, the Tao ancestor, might be able to negotiate with him. Lest old friend Yang Mei truly becomes enraged, suppresses you, and then enters the supreme prison to annihilate the prison emperor. Hongjuan's eyes narrowed, and he replied coldly. His words continued to incite Yang Mei to break into the supreme prison. The resurrection of Yang and Qinquan gave him a faint, ominous premonition, though he could not confirm it. He needed Yang Mei, a half-step heavenly Tao realm powerhouse, to probe for him once more. Otherwise, he would not easily unleash his full might. Rest assured, old friend Hongjun, these two fellows are not in my eyes. Since they stand in my way, they are my enemies, and I will not show mercy. Infinite space suppress. Yang Mei roared repeatedly, the spatial power around him trembling wildly. At this moment, it seemed as if billions of spaces overlapped around him, splitting even the chaos chi. And this astonishing space continued to spread wildly, rushing towards ancestor Yang and ancestor Qinquan. Yang Mei was well aware that Hongjun was using him. However, he had come to the primordial world precisely because he received a message from Hongjun about this supreme prison. He had never been content with his situation. In his view, his forced reincarnation into the primordial world was due to the power demon god. And he had lost to the power demon god because he lacked powerful treasures. Now this supreme prison was right before him, so mysterious that it could resurrect many fallen beings. How could he give up such a treasure? Hongjun was using him to probe whether there were strong beings in the supreme prison, and wasn't he also using Hongjun to block Luo Hu and the others? Since you insist on doing what you know is impossible, you are courting death. In that case, Brother Chinquan and I have nothing to hold back. Yin and Yang converge, all things alternate, life and death in a thought, the five elements, slay the gods. Annihilate. The yin-yang demon god had lost his previous smiling demeanor, replaced by a cold expression full of killing intent. The moment his voice fell, his arms waved repeatedly. In an instant, the surrounding yin and yang forces interwove and converged, evolving supreme mysterious power, condensing into a black and white beam that blasted fiercely towards Yang Mei. Qian transforms countless heavens, Kuan evolves myriad worlds, the cauldron suppresses chaos. Qiankuan cauldron suppress. Ancestor Qiankuan also erupted with astonishing might at this moment. Before him appeared a giant golden cauldron radiating supreme sealing power, seemingly intent on suppressing all the infinite space released by Yang Mei. Boom. For a moment, rumbling sounds echoed throughout the primordial world and beyond. Terrifying might swept across all directions. Yin and Yang power, sealing might and spatial force continuously interwove and clashed like the cycle of reincarnation, the destruction of myriad worlds, the extinction of all life. And at that moment, Yang Mei, who was within the infinite space, trembled and suddenly vanished. This made Yin Yang and Qiankuan's expressions tighten. They quickly turned their heads to look at the gate of the supreme prison behind them. Yang Mei, do not court death. If we fight, you still have a chance of survival. But if you disturb, Ancestor Qiankuan seemed still somewhat reluctant, shouting towards the direction of the supreme prison gate. The moment his voice fell, a supreme spatial power emerged outside the gate of the supreme prison. Yang Mei's figure suddenly appeared in the center of that spatial power. He paid no heed to Ancestor Qiankuan's shout, but strode forward towards the interior of the supreme prison gate. Boom. Just as Yang Mei's figure was about to disappear into the supreme prison gate, the giant statue above the supreme prison suddenly trembled. Bang! A heart-shaking power flashed across the supreme prison, pierced through the infinite space, and struck Yang Mei violently. This made Yang Mei's body shake, and together with the surrounding infinite space, he was blasted backward. Buzz! Before Yang Mei could react, a buzzing sound rapidly arose. The giant statue's mouth slightly opened, and a prison emperor token emitting astonishing light shot out, hovering in front of the supreme prison. This made Yin Yang, Qiankuan, and even Luo, who was fighting with Hongjuan, all become respectful, lowering their heads towards the prison emperor token. At the same time, the hearts of all the powerful beings of the myriad races in the primordial world trembled, and they couldn't help but look at the prison emperor token. Look! Another prison emperor token has appeared from the statue's mouth. This time is it to judge Ancestor Yang Mei? No way. Ancestor Yang Mei is a half-step heavenly Tao realm powerhouse. Can the supreme prison emperor judge him too? Exactly. Luo, Hu, Yin Yang, Qiankuan, and even Shin and I are all half-step heavenly Tao realm, right? If it's the same level, it may not be so easy to suppress Ancestor Yang Mei, right? They vaguely guessed that this appearance of the prison emperor token was very likely because Ancestor Yang Mei had forcefully entered the supreme prison. However, the strongest being that the supreme prison had revealed so far was only at the same cultivation level as Ancestor Yang Mei, although they had a numerical advantage. But to suppress Ancestor Yang Mei, it shouldn't be that easy, right? After all, Ancestor Yang Mei was the reincarnation of the space demon god, controlling spatial power, elusive and mysterious. And just as the myriad race experts were exclaiming, the light on the prison emperor token rapidly expanded, illuminating heaven and earth, emitting a series of deep sounds. Prison emperor token. Subject Yang Mei. Crime: forcibly entering the supreme prison, attempting to refine the supreme prison. Judgment: confined in the prison for 1 Hong Meng. Executor warden of the 4th layer of the supreme prison. What? 4th layer? The supreme prison has a 4th layer. There are still wardens who haven't appeared. The 3rd layer wardens are already half-step heavenly Tao realm. Could the 4th layer wardens be beyond the half-step heavenly Tao realm? How is this possible? Even if Tao Ancestor Hongjun unleashes his full might, he barely reaches the heavenly Tao realm, right? At this moment, all the powerful beings of the myriad races in the primordial world, and even many saints, couldn't help but exclaim. Even Yang Mei and Hongjun showed extremely shocked expressions. They had thought that the wardens who emerged from the 3rd layer of the supreme prison were the limit. Who would have thought that the supreme prison had a 4th layer? Most importantly, there were wardens in this 4th layer. Could it be that there really was a supreme being beyond the half-step heavenly Tao realm within the supreme prison? Suppress me. Are you all insane? I am half-step heavenly Tao realm, in this primordial wilderness. Who can suppress me? Yang Mei, upon seeing the prison emperor's order, though inwardly shocked, could not help but roar. He had not always dwelled in this primordial wilderness. The strongest in this primordial wilderness was none other than Hongjun. Even those resurrected beings before him had not surpassed the heavenly Tao realm. Who could suppress him? With these half-step heavenly Tao cultivators. Alas, what a pity. If that one acts, we won't even have a chance to slack off. But old friend, with your strength, you'll be confined to the 3rd layer at most. Then I and Brother Qiankuan will surely entertain you well. Seeing Yang Mei's frenzied state, Yin Yang Ancestor shook his head involuntarily and began to retreat to the side. Qiankuan Ancestor also sighed, and like Yin Yang Ancestor stepped aside, as if they no longer intended to strike at Yang Mei. Not only them. Even Luo Ho, who was fighting Hongjuan, could not help but tremble when he heard the prison emperor's order. Humph, if you seek death, don't drag me down. I don't want to be taught a lesson by that one. You all look after yourselves. As his words fell, the terrifying demonic aura around him began to retract rapidly. The colossal demonic form that could support the heavens and earth also shrank swiftly, eventually becoming 10,000 zhang tall. He picked up the demonic cage, suppressing Zhuanti, and hurled it toward Ancestor Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Primal Qilin. This one is yours to handle. If anything goes wrong, you'll answer to the sovereign yourself. After giving these instructions, Luo Ho's form flickered, and he landed directly before the massive statue atop the Supreme Divine Prison. He took out the prison emperor's order he had received earlier, reverently offered it before the colossal statue, and let the order return to the statue's mouth. During this process, he couldn't help but glance at another prison emperor's order beside it, a clear glint of fear flashing in his eyes. At that moment, Ancestor Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Primal Qilin also quickly put away the demonic cage. They swiftly moved their forms, landing respectfully on either side of the Supreme Divine Prison's gate, as if welcoming the fourth-layer jailer. What's happening? Yin Yang Ancestor, Qiankuan Ancestor, and even Luo Ho have stopped. Aren't they afraid Yang Mei will flee immediately? Or are they also afraid of the fourth-layer jailer about to emerge? Who is it that makes three half-step heavenly Dao powerhouses so wary? Seeing Yin Yang, Qiankuan, and Luo Ho retract their divine powers with Ancestor Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Primal Qilin lining the way, all the mighty beings of the primordial wilderness were stunned. What was going on? Was the battle over? Or did these beings also fear the existence about to emerge? Teacher, what is this situation? Should we still intervene? On the other side, the three Pure Ones and Nuwa were also bewildered by the eerie atmosphere. Could it be that the Supreme Prison Emperor was emerging? No, the Prison Emperor's order clearly stated it was the fourth-layer jailer of the Supreme Divine Prison. Could it be that the fourth-layer jailer was already the strongest in the Supreme Divine Prison? Let's wait and see. I have a bad feeling. I hope this premonition is false. Hongjuan's face had turned extremely grim. He quickly put away the creation jade disc above his head, and instead activated the power of the immortal path and heavenly Dao, erecting layers of defensive barriers. At this moment, it was better to be cautious. If a heavenly Dao realm powerhouse truly emerged, he might need to seriously consider whether to fight with all his strength. As for Yang Mei's life or death, he did not care. Old friend, what is happening? Why have all the seniors stopped? Could it be they no longer wish to fight, or did the prison emperor issue some decree? In the human territory, Zhen Yuanzi was also utterly confused. He had thought that with the prison emperor's order, the mysterious fourth-layer jailer would strike forcefully and suppress Yang Mei. Meanwhile, Luo Ho, Yin Yang, and Qiankuan would join forces to repel Hongjun and intimidate the saints. Yet they all stopped. What were they trying to do? Shu, old friend, keep your voice down. That senior is about to emerge. Activate the defensive barrier with all your might. I fear that Yin Yang and Qiankuan's power cannot withstand his might. Hongyun's small face showed a trace of panic as she urgently called out to Zhen Yuanzi. Hearing this, Zhen Yuanzi was even more astonished. What kind of existence could shatter the defensive barrier upheld by two half-step heavenly Dao cultivators? Boom. Just as the entire primordial wilderness was shocked by the jailers of the Supreme Divine Prison halting their actions, the prison suddenly trembled, emitting a terrifying roar. Boom, boom, boom. Then a series of dense booming sounds rapidly echoed from within the Supreme Divine Prison. After the booming, a heart-shaking aura surged forth, enveloping the prison emperor's order. The fourth-layer jailer obeys the sovereign's decree. Yang Mei shall be suppressed and imprisoned in the third layer of the divine prison. Suddenly, an extremely rough voice burst forth from the Supreme Divine Prison, causing the entire primordial wilderness to tremble. Is this the heavenly Dao realm? No, this seems even more terrifying than the heavenly Dao realm. Could it be that one? How is that possible? Without the Dao's permission, how could that one have a chance to resurrect? Yang Mei, who had been arrogant moments before, sensed the aura emanating from the Supreme Divine Prison, and his form began to tremble violently. He vaguely guessed the identity of the existence, his face showing an expression of utter disbelief, and his tone became panicked. But after a brief moment of panic, he steadied his mind, his aura rapidly escalating to its peak. The supreme spatial power vibrated wildly, evolving into countless worlds. However, instead of advancing, his form began to dissipate, as if he intended to vanish into infinite space and flee the primordial wilderness entirely. Humph, trying to escape. Too late. By this deity suppress. At that moment, a cold snort came from within the Supreme Divine Prison. A terrifying black arm phantom shot out from the massive gate reaching toward the infinite space where Yang Mei was hiding. Boom. As the arm phantom appeared, the surrounding space began to collapse violently, unable to withstand its fearful power. The endless space Yang Mei had condensed offered no resistance. With a single tremor of the black arm, the infinite spatial barriers shattered, crossing through boundless space. Then the hand suddenly clenched, grabbing Yang Mei's fleeing form and swiftly pulling it back into the supreme divine prison. In that instant, all laws, paths, spatial power, immortal might, and even heavenly authority yielded and dissipated rapidly. Only when the arm phantom fully returned to the supreme divine prison did the mighty beings of the primordial wilderness react. What just happened? Did the fourth-layer jailer suppress Yang Mei without even showing his face? How could it be so terrifying? Is this the might beyond the half-step heavenly Tao Wei? Why does this aura feel somewhat familiar? Could it be that this one is also an existence we know? The arm was too terrifying. Even they had felt an overwhelming urge to worship. Yet it all happened so fast that they had no time to worship before it ended. Most shocking of all, the terrifying being had not even revealed itself before suppressing Yang Mei. Who could this powerhouse be? Old friend, save me. Old friend, make your move quickly. If we join forces, we may yet stand a chance against him. Old friend. As the myriad races of the primordial world cried out in alarm, a panicked plea for help suddenly echoed from within the supreme divine prison. It was Yang Mei's voice. Silence. Inyang Qianquan Luo. Get back to the third level at once and lock this fellow up. Yet no sooner had Yang Mei's voice emerged than it was cut off by a gruff roar. Upon hearing this, Inyang Qianquan and Luoho did not hesitate for an instant. With a flicker of their forms, they immediately charged into the supreme divine prison, as if fearing that even a moment's delay would see them suppressed as well. Master, should we intervene to aid Senior Yang Mei? If even Senior Yang Mei is to be suppressed, what are we to do? Upon hearing Yang Mei's cries, the three pure ones and Nuwa could not help but turn their gaze toward Hongjun. Shut up. Yang Mei trespassed into the supreme divine prison of his own accord. What has that to do with me, the Tao ancestor? I merely came to stabilize the primordial world. This matter has nothing to do with me. Hongjun's gaze darkened. Not only did he show no intention of rescuing Yang Mei, but he even lowered his head and berated the three pure ones and Nuwa. This left the three pure ones and Nuwa stunned. What was happening? What was their master talking about? Had it not been their master who first issued the decree commanding them to act? Could it be that their master had lost his nerve? Oomph. Little earthworm, do you wish to fight? If you seek battle, this god shall grant you a chance. Oh, and remember to bring the heavenly Tao. Otherwise I fear you won't last a single round. At that moment the gruff voice rang out once more, as if taunting Hongjun, yet also as if it did not regard him at all. So it is indeed that fellow. Why is that fellow still alive? Did the great Tao not forbid his resurrection? Moreover, his strength has actually surpassed the half-step heavenly Tao realm. Has he already recovered his full power? Hongjun's body began to tremble slightly, and he could not help but let out a series of silent roars in his heart. This scene was imperceptible to outsiders, but the three pure ones and Nuwa who were close to Hongjun sensed it clearly. Was their master trembling with excitement or with fear? Only the chaos gods who were born from the primordial chaos could make their master act this way, could they not? Could the one who suppressed Yang Mei moments ago be one of those chaos gods? Could it be that some chaos gods had survived the great battle of creation? Buzz. The heavenly Tao vortex above Hongjun began to tremble violently at this moment. The will of the heavenly Tao seemed to sense the voice emanating from the supreme divine prison and was exceedingly enraged. For a moment the power of the heavenly Tao surged into Hongjun's body like a tidal wave, as if seeking to seize control of his flesh and force an attack. Heavenly Tao, if you wish to fight, go yourself. Do not drag me, the Tao ancestor, into this. Even if you truly want to deal with that fellow, you should wait for the right moment, shouldn't you? Charging straight in like this. Are you not afraid that I will be suppressed and your will erased? A look of extreme panic suddenly appeared in Hongjun's eyes, and he could not help but cry out in his heart, as if trying to persuade the heavenly Tao. Meanwhile, the might of his immortal path surged again and again as he sought to regain control of his own body. Was this heavenly Tao insane? He had already identified the being within the supreme divine prison. If he charged in now, what if he fell into a trap? Was the will of the heavenly Tao not afraid that without him, its incarnation, it would be directly erased by that fellow inside? Such a feat. Others could not accomplish it, but that fellow surely could. Buzz. The will of the heavenly Tao sensed Hongjun's voice and trembled once more. At this moment, however, the supreme divine prison trembled slightly. The prison's sovereign token, which had just been enveloped by that terrifying aura, had already returned to stand before the colossal statue above. The statue parted its lips slightly and swallowed the prison's sovereign token once more. What? Does the heavenly Tao wish to spar with this god? From within the supreme divine prison the gruff voice rang out yet again. At this moment the will of the heavenly Tao seemed to sense an immense threat. Rumble. In an instant the massive heavenly Tao vortex above Hongjun began to spin once more, emitting a series of rumbling sounds. But this time the direction of the vortex's rotation had actually changed. This caused the heavenly Tao's power within Hongjun's body to rapidly withdraw, scattering in all directions before vanishing without a trace. With the pressure lifted, Hongjun could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then he hurriedly clasped his hands toward the supreme divine prison. You jest, fellow Taoist. Both I, the Tao ancestor, and the heavenly Tao are graced by your blessings. How could we possibly be your enemy? Since you are the master of this supreme divine prison, it is only right that it stands firm in the primordial world. By my decree as the Tao ancestor. This was certainly not Hongjun's true intention. However, at this moment he could not fathom the situation within the supreme divine prison and was unwilling to engage in battle with the being inside, so he could only lower his stance for the time being. If the supreme divine prison was indeed under that fellow's control, then everything made sense. There was only one thing he could not understand: how had that fellow managed to resurrect under the restrictions of the great Tao? Are you seeking death? I am but a lowly jailer. What qualification do I have to control the esteemed one's treasure? Little earthworm, you have been trapped in this world for too long. Your vision is far too narrow. The being within the supreme divine prison seemed deeply displeased and replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Hongjun was utterly bewildered and his face revealed a look of profound shock. That fellow was not the prison sovereign. Then who was the prison sovereign? Who could make that fellow submit? Nevertheless, as the former supreme powerhouse of the primordial world, and the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, Hongjun ultimately steadied his mind. Since the prison sovereign had not issued another prison sovereign token, it meant that he had not yet encroached upon the other's interests. Thus he should leave this place of strife as soon as possible, lest he accidentally truly provoke the prison sovereign. At that point, even if he were unwilling, he would have no choice but to fight the being within the supreme divine prison. Thinking this, he suddenly stepped forward. By my decree as the Tao ancestor, the supreme divine prison shall be guarded by the great venerable of creation. No race of the primordial world may offend it. From this day forth the shores of the eastern sea shall be a forbidden zone of the primordial world. Without the permission of the great venerable of creation, no living being may set foot there. Hongjun's decree seemed intended to ease relations with the being within the supreme divine prison, yet it also effectively designated this place as a forbidden zone, deliberately limiting contact between the myriad races of the primordial world and the jailer within. Has Hongjun, the Tao ancestor, actually compromised? Was that so-called great venerable of creation mocking the Tao ancestor and the heavenly Tao? The Tao ancestor can tolerate this. Wait, great venerable of creation. Could it be that the one who suppressed Yang Mei just now is the great god Pangu? How is this possible? Didn't the great god Pangu fall? If he had not fallen, how could the billions of beings of the primordial world have been born? But who else could be called the great venerable of creation other than the great god Pangu? At this moment, the powerful beings of the myriad races of the primordial world, as well as the saints, all felt their Tao hearts tremble, utterly astounded. Although Hongjun did not speak directly, who else could be called the great venerable of creation by him other than the great god Pangu? Just as the powerful beings of the myriad races and the saints were stunned at the center of a region shrouded in gray mist within the chaos beyond the primordial world, strands of extremely profound power began to emerge. Immediately after, a colossal figure hundreds of millions of zhang in height slowly materialized from the mist. With a hint of solemnity in its eyes, it gazed toward the direction of the primordial world. So it is indeed the power god. That fellow is still alive. It seems that Earthworm's information to Yang Mei back then was incomplete. If I had not found it suspicious and followed the power god, might have truly recovered his former strength. It seems I need to make new plans. The massive figure spoke indifferently, emitting a series of deep rumbling sounds. Then with a tremor of its form, the surrounding gray mist surged rapidly, enveloping it once more. When the gray mist dissipated, the colossal figure had already vanished without a trace. As the gray mist dissipated, the surroundings fell into stillness. The chaotic energies surged slowly, shrouding the entire region once more. At that moment, a cluster of black light, indistinguishable from the surrounding chaotic energy, converged gradually. The light slowly coalesced into the silhouette of a woman. If any powerful being of the demon race witnessed this, they would be utterly astounded. This was Shiha, who had vanished from beyond the demon realm. Now Shiha's gaze held less vitality and more of an air of annihilation. Interesting. Indeed interesting. It seems the Tao of this primordial world has sensed the threat of the supreme divine prison. Let those beings test whether the prison sovereign within the supreme divine prison still lives, or if the prison guards are merely bluffing. Woman, go return to that small world, and keep watch over the supreme divine prison. As the words fell, Shiha's form began to tremble violently. At this moment Shiha seemed to regain her senses, yet there was a subtle difference from before. I obey my master's command. Shiha shall return to Hongwang at once. Shiha murmured to herself as black light surged beneath her feet, coalescing into a massive black flower. The flower bore 9 petals, each resembling a world in itself. Then the petals closed rapidly, enveloping her form, and transformed into a streak of black light, speeding toward Hongwang. In Hongwang, above the coast of the East Sea, having issued his decree, Hongjun cautiously cast a glance at the supreme divine prison ahead. A glint of sharpness flickered in his gaze. He seemed to be awaiting a response from the primordial creator within the prison, the one who inspired his dread. However, the being on the 4th floor of the prison paid him no heed. Meanwhile, Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Primal Qilin, standing before the supreme divine prison, glared coldly at Hongjun. You are clever, but we advise you to refrain from scheming. Otherwise you shall all be imprisoned within the divine prison. The 3 seemed somewhat dissatisfied with the current situation. Their original intention was to have the 3 pure ones, Nuwa and Hongjun, directly suppressed and locked into the prison. How dare you? How dare you speak to the teacher? At this moment the 3 pure ones darkened their expressions, having recovered from their earlier shock, and began to shout at Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Primal Qilin. But before their voices could finish, Hongjun waved his hand, unleashing a burst of astonishing power that enveloped the 3 pure ones and Nuwa. Let's go, he murmured, leading the 4 sages in a hasty retreat. He truly feared that the hard-won détente would be disrupted by the 3 pure ones and Nuwa. Ancestor Hongjun has retreated. The sages have also retreated. It seems they dare not oppose the one within the supreme divine prison. It appears that Hongwang is indeed about to undergo a change. Sensing this, the myriad races of Hongwang could not help but murmur among themselves. Their shock from earlier had not yet subsided. Moreover, in recent times one terrifying existence after another had been resurrected, throwing the situation in Hongwang into chaos. They too needed to consider their own path. On the outskirts of the East Sea coast, Fushi, who had been furious at his inability to command the demon army, breathed a sigh of relief. His younger sister would surely be safe, now having left with Hongjun. Demon army, withdraw to the demon realm immediately. Anyone who disobeys my decree shall be executed. He hastily issued the decree, preparing to lead the demon army back to the demon realm to consolidate his position, lest such an embarrassing scene recur. At the foot of Mount Buzhou in the ancestral land of the Wu clan, the expressions of the many ancestral witches became extremely agitated. Even Zhu Jiuyin, Xuanming, and Hutu, who had been heading toward the entrance of the 9 Abyss, grew excited. Is the 4th floor jailer truly our Father God? Father God did not fall. Ha ha ha. Our Wu clan's Father God still lives. Summon the Wu army immediately and march to the East Sea coast to pay homage to Father God. After the excitement, Dijong promptly issued the decree. At the entrance of the 9 Abyss before the Hutu tribe, Zhu Jiuyin, Xuanming, and Hutu received the decree from the ancestral land and trembled. The 3 ancestral witches simultaneously turned their heads to gaze at the Azura clan. Mingi, we brothers and sisters must now go to the East Sea coast to pay homage to Father God. Considering your connection to Father God, we can grant you a chance to survive. If you crawl back to the 9 Abyss now, this battle can be set aside. After we pay homage to Father God, we will fight you again. Otherwise, do not blame us for unleashing our ultimate techniques and slaughtering the entire Azura clan. At that time, you will have no chance to beg for mercy. At this moment, all conflicts, whether with the Azura clan, the grudges between Wu and Yao, or the struggle for supremacy in Hongwang, became trivial in the eyes of the ancestral witches. Determining Father God's situation and paying homage to him was the most important matter for the Wu clan. Anyone who obstructed them would be an enemy of the Wu clan. Thus Zhu Jiuyin, Xuanming, and Hutu offered Mingi and the Azura clan a chance to withdraw. 3 Taoist friends are righteous. Old Ancestor was forced by Zhuanti to step out of the 9 Abyss and oppose you all. Now that Zhuanti has retreated, the Old Ancestor will naturally not continue to be your enemy. I hope that when you pay homage to the great god Pangu, you might mention my name. In the Old Ancestor's heart, the great god Pangu is the supreme sovereign. Mingi, Old Ancestor, spoke repeatedly. This was not the time to be stubborn. If the 4th floor jailer of the supreme divine prison was indeed the great god Pangu, then he too should be considered his father god. It would be inappropriate for him to continue fighting the Wu clan. Most importantly, without Zhuanti's assistance, he could hardly contend with the 12 ancestral witches. While Mingi gathered the Azura clan and retreated to the 9 Abyss, terrifying roars continued to echo across the sky of Hongwang. The Beast Emperor Shini, his aura shaking heaven and earth, swung his Beast Emperor halberd repeatedly, fiercely striking at the treacherous beasts that had betrayed him. The 4 Beast Kings had lost their previous arrogance, their forms trembling as they fled frantically. They had never imagined that Yang Mei would be suppressed so easily. Nor did they expect that Hongjun and the Heavenly Tao would not dare to oppose the jailers within the supreme divine prison. Who would come to save them then? My lord, we were deceived. My lord, spare us. My lord. In an instant, cries for mercy, roars, and screams arose continuously. However, Shinny, holding the prison sovereign token, showed no sign of leniency. The sounds gradually faded, and soon there was silence. All the blood and flesh of the fallen beasts turned into wisps of blood mist, surging toward Shinny and eventually merging into the prison's sovereign token in his hand. Shinny's massive form shook violently, then crossed Hong Huang in an instant, returning to the sky above the East Sea coast and landing before the Supreme Divine Prison. He waved his arm, lightly retrieved the prison's sovereign token, and presented it with utmost reverence before the colossal statue. The statue opened its mouth slightly and swallowed the token directly. Rumble. At that moment, the colossal statue trembled faintly, and an astonishingly formidable power surged forth, instantly sweeping across the entire East Sea coast. It's the Lord's aura. Could it be that the Lord has awakened? This caused Shinny, who was about to return to the Supreme Divine Prison, as well as Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Primal Qilin at the prison gate, and even Hong Yun in the human territory, to tremble. The Lord's decree. The East Sea coast shall be restored. Suddenly a clear and melodious voice emerged from within the statue. As the voice faded, a mysterious power spread from the Supreme Divine Prison, enveloping the entire East Sea coast. The shattered heaven and earth of the coast began to heal rapidly. Sensing this, the myriad races of Hong Huang were greatly astonished. Whose power was this, capable of directly repairing heaven and earth? That mysterious voice seemed not to belong to the great god Pangu. Could it be that under the Supreme Prison Sovereign there existed an even more terrifying being than Pangu? Hong Huang atop Kunlun Mountain. Hong Juan's figure rapidly materialized, and he sharply turned his head, gazing toward the eastern sea coast. Behind him, the forms of the three Pure Ones and Nuwa successively appeared, their faces stunned as they sensed what was transpiring at the eastern sea coast. Even if we expended our primordial essence, I doubt we could repair Hong Huang with such speed. Master, has this ability reached the level of heavenly Daowei? Taishang, Yuanshi, Tongtian, and Nuwa looked at Hong Jun with shock, asking in trembling voices. Just moments ago, they had believed Pangu, the one who subdued Yang Mei, to be the supreme being within the Supreme Divine Prison. But upon sensing this power, they suddenly realized their previous assumptions were naive. Even the heavenly Dao realm may not possess such abilities. It appears the secrets within this Supreme Divine Prison have surpassed even this Dao ancestor's expectations. Such treasures will require patience and careful planning. A look of shock appeared on Hong Jun's face. Earlier, when Pangu subdued Yang Mei, Hong Jun still harbored a sliver of hope. After all, upon Pangu's revival, his power might not be fully restored. He simply lacked the preparation to risk open conflict. But now the emergence of another mysterious being wielding such abilities within the Supreme Divine Prison has thrown his own Dao heart into turmoil. If the resurrected Pangu allied with this powerful entity who commands such abilities, even rallying all of Hong Huang and the heavenly Dao himself would not guarantee victory. Yet allowing the Supreme Divine Prison to remain within Hong Huang would threaten his position as its sovereign, a prospect he could not accept. He had spent countless eons strategizing to reach this point, so he resolved to observe first before making his move. With this thought, Hong Jun addressed the three Pure Ones and Nuwa with gravity. Let this matter rest for now. None of you dare provoke the prison guards within the Supreme Divine Prison without my express command, lest you suffer the same fate as Jin and Zhuanti, imprisoned within the Supreme Divine Prison with no hope of deliverance. After issuing these warnings, Hong Jun's immense power surged around him, and his figure gradually faded from sight. Yet even as he departed, Hong Jun's voice echoed in the ears of Taishang, Yuanshi, Tongtian, and Nuwa. Do not forget that as heavenly Dao saints of Hong Huang, you must seize this opportunity to guide the myriad races and elevate the authority of the heavenly Dao. The words grew fainter, hovering between a sacred decree and a mere reminder. Yuanshi, Tongtian, and Nuwa all furrowed their brows, clearly unable to fathom Hong Jun's meaning. Only Taishang seemed to grasp something. The faint glint in his eyes as he spoke revealed his understanding. Master's intention is to have us seize control of the myriad races of Hong Huang while we have the chance, for such power may prove invaluable in the days ahead. Are you suggesting Master refuses to accept this? Could he still be seeking a way to confront the Supreme Divine Prison? Yuanshi paused, caught off guard by the implication. They already knew a formidable presence resided within the Supreme Divine Prison, yet their master remained unwilling to let it rest. Was he truly prepared to rally the myriad races against such an adversary? I knew Master would not abandon this so easily. Let the one within the Supreme Divine Prison revel in their arrogance for now. If the chance arises, this Taoist will shatter that Supreme Divine Prison with a single sword strike. Tongtian, already frustrated after Luoho had confiscated his 4 swords of murderous intent and the formation manual, felt an extra sting of resentment. Hong Jun's hasty retreat with them only deepened his discontent, but Taishang's explanation finally brought his Dao heart back to equilibrium. Nuwa stood to the side, nodding thoughtfully. Oh, like Tongtian, she harbored deep fury toward the prison guards of the Supreme Divine Prison. Had her power not been insufficient, she would have struck at the Supreme Divine Prison immediately to subdue those ancestors and wash away her humiliation. While the three Pure Ones and Nuwa plotted in secret, ancestor Dragon Yuanfeng and the primordial Qilin had already returned to the second floor of the Supreme Divine Prison. Rumble, rumble. As their wills converged, a deep tremor echoed through the second floor, and a colossal cage materialized from the darkness. Within the cage, Jane gazed in shock at the three beings outside. Does time not flow here? Have 100 eons already passed so quickly? Esteemed Taoist friends, do you intend to release this poor Taoist? Jane stood half in a daze, convinced that the 100 eons had finally elapsed, and he could at last exit the Supreme Divine Prison. Yuan Feng and the primordial Qilin exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison, another mind broken by confinement. Meanwhile, Ancestor Dragon swept his hand, and the demon chi cage he had concealed surged forth once more. Inside, Juanti spotted Jane and cried out urgently, "Senior brother. Disciple, what brought you here? Did you provoke these beings as well? What occurred outside? Tell me you weren't imprisoned for 100 eons as well." You? As the words left his lips, Jane's face contorted in horror upon seeing his junior brother. His junior brother had come too. Were they both to be trapped here indefinitely? What would become of the Western sect? What of their disciples? Witnessing this, Yuan Feng couldn't help but sneer. This time your assumption proves incorrect. Your junior brother has proven more resilient than you. He certainly won't endure merely 100 eons. Not 100 eons. Relief washed over him. Thank the heavens. If it isn't too lengthy, the Western sect may yet find its footing again. Jane exhaled repeatedly, responding almost unconsciously. Hearing this, Juanti's expression grew troubled, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled to find words. Relief. The Lord's decree mandates that Juanti shall be confined for an entire Hongming cycle. You siblings seem determined to outdo each other in seeking ruin. Enter. With a booming laugh, Ancestor Dragon gestured, and the demon chi cage surged forward toward Jane's cell. Once Juanti entered the same cage as Jane, the surrounding demon chi barriers dissolved, replaced by a fearsome black chain that wrapped around them both, binding them in place. What? A single Hongming cycle? Brother, what did you do? If I'm imprisoned for a Hongming, when will I ever see freedom? How will you endure such a sentence? Jane staggered backward, disbelief washing over him. A Hongming represented an entire cycle of creation and destruction, an eternity of confinement. What distinction existed between this and perpetual imprisonment? He himself might not survive a mere 100 eons. How could his junior brother endure an entire Hongming? Wasn't this merely a slower path to death? Enough. You two may lament to your heart's content. We have no interest in lingering here. Before Jane could respond, Ancestor Dragon swept his hand, and the cage plummeted into darkness with a thunderous vibration, sealing them away. The second floor fell silent once more. The three then turned their gaze downward. Old Dragon Sister Feng, the primordial Qilin, began. Do you believe Yang Mei can withstand an entire eon? It's uncertain, Ancestor Dragon replied. The level below differs greatly from ours. Yang Mei lacks the protection of these cages. A cold smile played across his lips. Yuan Feng shuddered faintly, an unmistakable dread radiating from her as she contemplated the third floor. While Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Qilin, and Primordial Phoenix were softly discussing Yang Mei's situation, Lao Yin Yang and Xian Kuan had already returned to the third level of the Supreme Divine Prison. This place was indeed somewhat different from the second level. The entire third level was pitch black, like chaos itself, boundless and endless. Only a huge stone boat was floating beside the passage, emitting a faint light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound like waves slowly came from all around. On the stone boat, Luoho Yin Yang and Xian Kuan all looked at Yang Mei, who was bound by a black chain outside the boat, and a hint of smirk appeared on their faces. At this moment, Yang Mei trembled all over, his eyes filled with panic. He vaguely sensed that this place seemed like an endless ocean. The seawater here was extremely mysterious, seemingly absorbing his power bit by bit. If he were imprisoned here, he was afraid he would never see a chance of transcendence. Yang Mei, this is the third level of the Supreme Divine Prison. For the sake of our acquaintance, this ancestor will not give you any cage. I'll let you walk freely in this third level, how about that? At this moment, Luoho stepped forward with a smile and whispered softly to Yang Mei. If not for the sinister look in his eyes, Yang Mei would have suspected that this fellow was showing kindness for old-time sake, intending to take care of him. Speak, what benefit do you want from this poor Taoist? Yang Mei was not stupid. He vaguely guessed that Luoho might be trying to line his own pockets, having taken a fancy to some treasure of his. Or perhaps he wanted to gain some advantage from him. However, if he could walk freely without restraint, it was also a good choice. Maybe he could find a chance to escape. This ancestor talks about friendship with you, and you talk about business. How could this ancestor be someone who covets your little benefits? Indeed, those who follow different paths cannot work together. Today this ancestor will show you my spirit. Luoho shook his head looking extremely annoyed, as if he had no intention of bargaining with Yang Mei. Before Yang Mei could respond, he waved his hand lightly causing the black chain on Yang Mei to dissipate directly. This made Yang Mei feel lighter. He felt that although his power was suppressed by one realm, he could still mobilize a portion of his strength. However, this power could at most unleash the might of a mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. Could it be that I, this poor Taoist, have misjudged Luoho? Is he truly showing kindness for old-time sake taking care of me? At this moment a strange thought suddenly arose in Yang Mei's heart. He actually felt that he had wronged Luoho just now. So he gritted his teeth, cupped his hands towards Luoho, Yin Yang, and Qian Kuan, and said, "Thank you, 3 old friends, for your care. As long as I can get out of this supreme divine prison, I will spare no effort to fulfill any request you 3 fellow Taoists might have. Go, find a place to settle in this 3rd level, and stay there peacefully. Lest the one below discovers that this ancestor has removed your chains, and blames me." Luoho waved his hand, appearing as if he did good deeds without seeking fame, and even specially instructed Yang Mei a few words. "Thank you." This made Yang Mei feel somewhat moved. He cupped his hands towards Luoho again, shook his body, and swiftly rushed towards the pitch-black area, as if afraid of being discovered by the existence on the 4th level. However, he did not notice that after he left, Luoho, who was on the stone boat, had already put on a sinister smile. "Luoho, isn't your behavior a bit too much? You actually removed his life-saving chain. You?" Qian Kuan ancestor was somewhat dissatisfied, and snorted at Luoho. It seemed that the black chain was actually the life-saving item. "Oomph. Don't you forget that the 3rd level has its own rules. Since you are unwilling to remove Yang Mei's life-saving chain, this ancestor had to do it. Moreover, this time it was with Yang Mei's consent, so you cannot blame me." Luoho snorted a few times, not caring about Qian Kuan ancestor's words. He lightly waved his hand, and a stone boat of the same size appeared before him. He shook his body, stepped onto his own stone boat, and slowly headed towards the pitch-black area. At this moment Yang Mei had already rushed out, who knows how far. But in his heart he was still thinking about the conversation with Luoho. I never expected that Luoho would be more reliable than Hong Jun. If I had known this, I shouldn't have joined Hong Jun to deal with Luoho. This Luoho, who looked extremely ruthless and vicious, unexpectedly turned out to be someone who cherished old friendships. Wasn't this much more reliable than Hong Jun, who was always scheming against him? Just as Yang Mei was regretting that he had been deceived by Hong Jun into attacking Luoho, suddenly an extremely cold aura emerged from behind him. A withered arm shot out from beneath the sea surface, directly grabbing toward his location. This made Yang Mei's face change, and he swiftly leaped up, narrowly avoiding the attack. "Which junior dares to ambush this poor Taoist? Are you seeking death? I, Yang Mei, am the master of space. Report your name quickly, or this poor Taoist will show no mercy." Yang Mei's aura surged, and he shouted in anger. But before his voice faded, numerous terrifyingly furious auras emerged from all around him. Each aura was extremely ancient, causing Yang Mei's heart to tremble slightly. "Roar! There's actually blood food. A newcomer has arrived. Interesting, no life-saving chain. Fresh too. Ha ha ha. This lord can finally replenish some power. Get lost, this old man discovered it. Roar! Old ghost, you dare to snatch my blood food." Wild roars sounded madly, and numerous extremely terrifying figures charged frantically towards Yang Mei. Life-saving chain. Blood food. Newcomer. Could it be that I have been tricked by Luoho? Hearing those voices, Yang Mei was greatly alarmed. But he had no time to think further, and could only desperately raise one barrier after another. Unfortunately, facing those terrifying attacks, his barriers could not hold up and shattered instantly. At this moment he was shocked to discover that these attacks were purely physical strength, without any trace of magical power. The fragments of the shattered defensive barriers were also devoured by invisible beings, leaving not a trace. "Tastes good. Youngster, you belong to this old man. This old man will devour you bit by bit." While Yang Mei was in shock, the withered arm rose again and slammed heavily in front of him. Boom! A loud noise erupted, and his body was actually sent flying by that seemingly withered arm. "Old ghost, don't push too hard. This little one's power cannot be wasted. Come, let big sister swallow you whole. How about that? Don't worry, I'll let you enjoy yourself before you die." At this moment, a very seductive voice came from behind Yang Mei. Then a jade-like hand appeared, grabbing directly at his neck, evoking all sorts of thoughts. However, as soon as the jade hand approached Yang Mei, it suddenly split open into a bloody maw, as if intending to swallow him in one gulp. This made Yang Mei's face change again, and he swiftly moved his body, madly escaping into the distance. Soon Yang Mei discovered that no matter where he fled, those voices would always ring in his ears. Moreover, the voices joining the discussion grew more and more. Each one was studying how to eat him. It seemed that he had become the common prey of countless unknown beings in the 3rd level of the Supreme Divine Prison. How is this possible? These fellows are also at the mixed Yuan level. How can I not defeat them? Could it be that their physical strength far surpasses mine? Damn! I am a hollow Yang Mei willow, a tree. I cannot be eaten. Don't come near me. My butt. Soon miserable screams echoed through the third level of the supreme divine prison. Has it started? It's been a long time since I've seen such a scene. This made Luoho on the stone boat reveal a sinister laugh. He immediately drove the stone boat, slowly heading towards the direction of Yang Mei's screams. At the same time when Yang Mei was being imprisoned in the supreme divine prison, as Preya figure suddenly appeared in the eastern sky of the primordial world outside the demon imperial palace of the demon clan. Seeing this figure, the guards stationed outside the demon imperial palace were all startled. Prince. No, Liu, what are you doing at the demon imperial palace? Leave quickly lest the Shi Huang discovers you and punishes you. Hearing the guards' rebukes, a remarkably startling gray light flashed in Liu Ye's eyes. Yuans, how dare you address this crown prince by name? You deserve to be destroyed. As his voice fell, he raised his arm, condensing a ray of gray light. That light flickered, transforming into a gray phantom that directly devoured those guards. What's happening? Someone is invading the demon race. In the direction of the demon palace. Hurry and go to reinforce. Some warriors stationed in the demon race sensed the anomaly outside the demon palace and shouted out. Instantly, numerous demon figures emerged and rushed toward the demon palace. When they discovered Liu Ye, just like the guards who had been devoured by the gray phantom earlier, they all showed expressions of astonishment. Liu Ye, you are no longer the crown prince of the demon race. You dare to kill the guards of the demon palace. Are you not afraid of Shi Huang's punishment? Now outside the demon palace there was only Liu Ye. Thus many demons guessed that the demon palace guards had been killed by Liu Ye. But could Liu Ye's strength achieve such a feat? Hearing these words, Liu Ye frowned, swept his gaze around, and gray light surged around him. You who betrayed my father shall all be destroyed. Go. He let out a cold snort, and immediately tens of thousands of gray phantoms condensed around him like terrifying giant mouths, pouncing and killing the surrounding demons. This greatly alarmed the demons, who hurriedly activated their powers and blasted toward the gray phantoms. However, as soon as their attacks approached the gray phantoms, they were directly devoured, utterly unable to stop them. Help! Spare us, Crown Prince. We did not betray, we only acted according to the orders of Dong Huang, Shi Huang, and Hua Huang. We are willing to follow the Crown Prince to Ri. Instantly many demons let out extremely terrified pleas for mercy. However, Liu Ye paid them no heed. The gray phantoms arrived furiously, instantly devouring all the demons that were fleeing in all directions. Soon there was no trace of life around the demon palace. Even inside the demon palace, some panicked maids who rushed out to see the situation could not escape their doom. You are honored to become the blood food of this crown prince. Let this crown prince see how that uncle and aunt will face me. Smacking his lips, Liu Ye's aura slowly soared, faintly emitting a chilling evil power. Then he slowly moved step by step into the demon palace. At this moment, Fu Shi, who was leading the demon army back in haste, suddenly froze his expression. The demon race has changed. Liu Ye returned to slaughter the demons. Is that brat seeking death? Speed up! The army returned to the demon race immediately. Although Fu Shi vaguely guessed that Liu Ye's return would surely target Tai, Yi, and Chang, she first now, it was he who managed the demon race. How could he allow that brat to act recklessly? At this moment, Nu Hua, who had just left Kunlun Mountain, also sensed something. What happened to the demon race? Is that Liu Ye? How did his strength increase so much? After glancing toward the demon race, Nu Hua's expression darkened, and an extremely surprised look appeared in her eyes. She faintly sensed that Liu Ye's strength had actually reached the top-tier quasi-saint level. What kind of opportunity had he encountered that his cultivation had increased so much? Moreover, he was devouring demons. Was this still the former crown prince of the demon race? Could it be that this brat is also connected to the supreme divine prison? Impossible. Isn't the 9 suns still suppressed in the human race? How could the powerful beings in the supreme divine prison grant Liu Ye an opportunity? Muttering to herself a few more times, Nu Hua's figure shook, and she immediately headed toward the demon race. She faintly sensed a crisis. She must go and find out exactly what opportunity Liu Ye had obtained. Inside the demon palace inner hall, Tai Yi, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. Beside him, Chang. She also slowly woke up and hastily waved her hand to conjure a black dress. Then she looked at Tai Yi with a puzzled expression. Why did your majesty suddenly wake up? I sense the aura of my nephew Liu Ye. No, it doesn't seem like the aura of my nephew Liu Ye. Tai Yi seemed to sense Liu Ye's aura, but could not be certain. But he knew that a powerful being had invaded the demon race and was committing atrocities. Liu Ye, the 10th. That child actually came. He is not. Hearing Liu Ye's name, Chang, she's expression kept changing, seeming somewhat conflicted. After all, he was the son of her former husband and her sister's child. Yet now Di Jun had fallen, she and Tai Yi had united, and he was missing. Was Liu Ye coming at this time to demand an explanation from her and Tai? Help! Your Majesty, save me. Crown Prince, stop immediately. Before Chang Shi's voice faded, miserable cries rang out from the demon palace. At this moment, Liu Ye had already stepped into the demon palace. All the maids and servants inside were being continuously devoured by Lu Ya's gray phantoms. The remaining maids and servants cried out in terror, hoping that Lu Ya would spare them, and also hoping that Tai Yi would appear to save them. Sensing this, Tai Yi's expression darkened. He slowly stood up and rushed toward the outer hall of the demon palace. Changshi was startled and quickly followed, seemingly worried that Tai Yi and Lu Ya would fight. Nephew Lu Ya, stop immediately. How can you slaughter the maids and guards of the demon palace? By acting like this, how can I face my deceased elder brother? Tai Yi, seeing Lu Ya's appearance, was shocked. However, he gritted his teeth and shouted angrily at Lu Ya. Humph. My good uncle, you still have the face to mention my father. After my father fell, not only did you not avenge him, but you even handed over the reins of the demon race to others. Are you worthy of my father's painstaking efforts over countless eons? Lu Ya looked up coldly at Tai Yi, and his aura surged accordingly. Quasi-saint. Child, you have actually stepped into the quasi-saint realm. Quickly withdraw your divine power. Aunt does not wish to see you harmed. Sensing Lu Ya's cultivation, she beside Tai Yi changed color and quickly called out to Lu Ya. If Lu Ya had reached the top-tier quasi-saint combat power, and if he joined forces with Tai Yi, they might not be unable to reclaim the authority of the demon race. Aunt, shouldn't this crown prince address you as aunt-in-law? How long has it been since my father fell, and you have already thrown yourself into the arms of my good uncle? Do you deserve my father? Do you deserve my mother? In that case, this crown prince will send you to meet my father. Lu Ya's voice turned extremely cold. As he spoke, the gray phantoms around him continuously expanded and directly pounced toward Tai Yi and Changshi. This caused Tai Yi and Changshi's expressions to change drastically. Chaos Bell. Tai Yi was already injured and had not yet recovered. Sensing the supreme might unleashed by Lu Ya, he had no choice but to activate the primordial supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell. Dong, dong, dong. Instantly, urgent bell sounds rang out, and the astonishing power of the primordial supreme treasure clashed violently with the gray phantoms condensed by Lu Ya. Boom. The violent collision caused the entire demon palace to collapse. The figures of Lu Ya, Tai Yi, and Changshi shot up into the sky, hovering above the demon race. This commotion startled the powerful beings of all races in the primordial world, and they all looked toward the direction of the demon race. Who is Tai Yi fighting with? Is that Lu Ya? When did that junior become a top-tier quasi-saint? He can actually contend with Tai Yi, who holds the Chaos Bell. What is this situation? Seeing the uncle-nephew pair of Lu Ya and Tai Yi fighting the powerful beings of all races couldn't help but exclaim. At this moment, a figure completely shrouded in a black robe slowly emerged from outside the demon race. My son Lu Ya has actually stepped in a quasi-saint. No, that is not my son's aura. Damn it. How dare they use my child as a pawn? Is that little demon god seeking death? Shia's expression darkened as she prepared to head toward the demon tribe. However, before her figure could move an inch, a profoundly mysterious power manifested upon her brow. This caused Shia's body to tremble involuntarily. Her voice became quivering, "Master, my child." But before Shia's words could finish, an extremely strange expression emerged in her eyes. Her tone shifted accordingly. Even if your son perishes, he can be resurrected. Since he has become a pawn of those beings, you must not interfere. If your actions disrupt this scheme, you will know the consequences. After this voice faded, Shia's aura trembled, and she regained her original composure. Yet her facial expression grew somewhat complicated. I shall obey your decree, master. I will absolutely not undermine your calculations. She whispered shakily to herself, her figure flickering as she concealed once more. Meanwhile, within the human race's territory, Zenyuanzi, who had just stored away the earth scripture and was conversing with Hongyun, also detected the abnormalities within the demon tribe, displaying an expression of profound astonishment. Old friend, has Lu Ya actually reached the rank of top-tier quasi-saint? Could it be that he also received the protection of those ancestors within the supreme divine prison? In Zenyuanzi's view, among the formidable beings capable of forcibly elevating Lu Ya's cultivation in the primordial world, at minimum, they would need to be a saint. Yet, Jane and Juanti had been imprisoned within the supreme divine prison, and the three pure ones could not possibly expend resources to aid Lu Ya's advancement. As for Nuwa, with her elder brother now controlling the demon tribe, how could she assist Lu Ya? Thus his first thought turned to the many powerful figures within the supreme divine prison. That little golden crow does not yet qualify for the supreme divine prison's protection. However, his aura seems somewhat unusual. It appears not his own power. Upon investigation, Hongyun immediately sensed the chilling and fiercely aggressive energy surrounding Lu Ya. This power was absolutely not possessed by the naturally supreme Yang Golden Crow clan. Could that fellow have encountered some opportunity? Could it be the Dao ancestor? Zenyuanzi paused. If not the supreme divine prison, then it must be Hongjun, the Dao ancestor from the heavenly Dao side. Brother, there is no need to worry. He is merely a quasi-saint. Regardless of who stands behind him, he is nothing to fear. Let us simply watch the spectacle from here. Hongyun smiled as though Lu Ya meant nothing to her. In her estimation, this Lu Ya was at most a pawn of some powerful being. Why would she and Xinyuanzi involve themselves? Would it not be better to watch the drama right here? Above the demon tribe, Tai and Changshi exchanged glances, pouring all their strength into sustaining the innate heavenly treasure, the Chaos Bell, before them. Tai had already suffered severe injuries, and now barely managing to activate the Chaos Bell to resist the Gray Phantom proved increasingly taxing. This caused his expression to grow extremely grim as he said to Luya in a deep tone, "Nephew, what exactly do you intend? Did I not make myself clear moments ago? I intend to send you and your aunt to meet the Emperor. Of course, if your aunt is willing to kneel and submit, I might consider sparing your life." Luya sneered coldly, showing no regard for their familial bond, and strode forward several paces. The Gray Phantom surrounding him surged violently, releasing an aura that made even Tai feel his heart tremble. Bang! 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 This caused Tai's figure to retreat repeatedly, revealing an expression of utter disbelief. "How have you grown so powerful? What opportunity did you encounter? Could it be that you have submitted to the Supreme Divine Prison? Those beings are your father's killers." Tai, like Xinyuanzi, believed that Luya had obtained such terrifying power through submission to the Supreme Divine Prison. Otherwise, this made no sense at all. After all, even if Tai had obtained some opportunity, how could he have grown to such a level in such a short time? "Does my uncle still remember who the enemy of our father was? I had thought you and your aunt were too consumed by pleasure to remember. Rest assured, I am not like you. I will ultimately avenge our father. But before that, the demon tribe must be reorganized." Upon finishing his words, Luya began advancing step by step. His surrounding aura continuously intensified, seeming on the verge of breaking through to the quasi-saint realm. The Gray Phantoms around him roared incessantly, their momentum becoming even more terrifying. "Damn it! This power is actually corroding the Chaos Bell. I cannot withstand this." Tai was utterly astonished. He was Luya's uncle, once the supreme ruler of the demon tribe, a top-tier quasi-saint wielding an innate heavenly treasure. Who would have imagined being driven to such desperation by his own nephew? Yet he understood clearly in his heart that if this stalemate continued, he might truly perish here today. With this thought, he gritted his teeth and forcefully activated the Chaos Bell's power, enveloping himself and Changshi completely. Simultaneously, a spatial rift opened directly behind him. The Chaos Bell vibrated instantly, carrying him and Changshi's figures rapidly toward the rift. What? Tai actually fled. No way. Can't even that innate heavenly treasure suppress Luya? Driven away by his own nephew. What grudge could exist between this uncle and nephew? Could it be because of that Changshi? The relations within the Golden Crow clan are far too tangled. The myriad racial experts of the primordial world sensed this scene, their expressions all growing grave. Tai being driven away by Luya truly astonished them. After all, Tai held an innate heavenly treasure. How could he be so ineffective? Oomph. Upon seeing Tai flee, Luya let out a cold snort. However, he did not pursue immediately, instead ascending into the sky and scanning the surrounding demon tribe areas. "I am the son of Dijun, heir to the demon tribe. From this day forth, I shall inherit the position of Demon Emperor and govern all matters of the demon tribe. All affairs of the demon tribe shall be decided by me alone. All within the demon tribe who refuse to obey shall be destroyed." Upon finishing his words, the terrifying Gray Phantoms surrounding him surged wildly, evolving into a massive barrier that completely enveloped the entire demon tribe. Instantly, an incomparable majesty manifested within the demon tribe. This caused the demon tribe subjects to generate reverent awe, instinctively kneeling toward where Luya stood. As Luya had declared, he was the son of Dijun and the crown prince of the demon tribe, making his control over the demon tribe entirely legitimate. However, Fushi, who was leading his army back to the demon tribe, froze upon sensing Luya's words. His gaze revealed deep anger. Rebellion. Does this Luya not constitute usurpation of power? Return to the demon tribe immediately. I shall demand an explanation for Brother Tai. After several furious shouts, he was about to lead his army back to the demon tribe to suppress Luya. At this moment, Nua's expression had become extremely grim. She had barely secured control of the demon tribe for her eldest brother, and this Luya wanted to take it back with mere words. Who gave him such audacity? Could it be that Luya truly, as Tai had guessed, had submitted to the Supreme Divine Prison? If so, should she intervene or not? Before Nua could consider how to act, Luya's decree rang out once more from within the demon tribe. Emperor, she must immediately lead the demon tribe army back. Any delay shall be regarded as betrayal of the demon tribe, punishable by death, without mercy. Empress Hua must also immediately return to the demon tribe. I have important matters to announce. Deep, resonant voices echoed throughout the primordial world. This caused the myriad racial experts to pause once more. Had Luya gone mad? He dared to issue commands to a saint of the heavenly Tao. Was this ignorance, or did he truly possess the foundation? Before the Three Pure Ones Hall on Kunlun Mountain, Taishang Yuan Shi and Tong Tian also sensed the scene unfolding among the demon race. This Luya dares to command junior sister Nu Hua. Could it be that he is truly connected to the Supreme Divine Prison? If so, has the demon race become a vassal of the Supreme Divine Prison? Yuan Shi and Tong Tian were both stunned. In the primordial chaos, the only one who dared to command the heavenly Tao saints in such a manner aside from the heavenly Tao itself was their teacher Hong Jun. Not necessarily. Second brother, third brother, it is best that we brothers do not intervene in this matter. I feel that the affairs of the demon race must harbor secrets. Taishan furrowed his brow slightly, instinctively glancing towards Zixiao Palace. His thoughts differed from those of Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. In his view, the Supreme Divine Prison housed countless experts. How could they possibly take an interest in a mere little golden crow? And why would they forcibly elevate its power? Unless this was all a scheme of their teacher. If so, Luya's commanding of Nu Hua would make sense. But why would their teacher support a Luya? Could it be that he could not fully control junior sister Nu Hua? At this moment, outside the primordial chaos within Zixiao Palace, Hong Jun's brow was also tightly knitted together. This does not seem like the methods of those in the Supreme Divine Prison. Then who is it? Could there be an existence in the chaos that even I, the Tao ancestor, do not know of? The power on Lu Ye seems somewhat familiar. His gaze turned toward the demon race, flickering slightly as he uttered words of doubt. As the Tao ancestor of the primordial chaos and the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, Hong Jun now faintly sensed that even with the might of the heavenly Tao, he could barely deduce what had happened to Luya. If Luya had not submitted to the Supreme Divine Prison, then who was behind him? After all, to block his investigation, the one behind him must be at least as powerful as himself. If so, the existence behind Lu Ye likely came from the chaos. Had some anomaly occurred deep within the chaos during his reincarnation into the primordial world? Or had some primordial god not perished in the battle of creation? In that case, I, the Tao ancestor, shall make a gamble and give you a chance. I hope you are targeting the Supreme Divine Prison. Murmuring once more, Hong Jun waved his hand and pointed toward the demon race in the primordial world. Rumble. Above the demon race, a series of booming sounds echoed. An astonishing power rapidly materialized, transforming into a vast divine decree. Hear my decree. The demon prince Lu Ye bloodline of Dijun may inherit the demon emperor throne and rule the heavens. All of the demon race shall obey his commands and not defy them. Hong Jun's voice resounded across heaven and earth, spreading throughout the primordial world. What? The Tao ancestor himself issued a decree. Could all this be the Tao ancestor's scheme? Did the Tao ancestor help Lu Ye enhance his power? Upon hearing the decree, the elites of myriad races were shocked once more. They realized their earlier guess might have been wrong. Lu Ye had no connection to the Supreme Divine Prison, but was instead involved with the Tao ancestor. How can this be? The Tao ancestor personally issued a decree. This? What should I do? Fu Shi, who had been charging back to the demon race to confront Lu Ye, suddenly halted, his face filled with disbelief. What was happening? Why had the Tao ancestor Hong Jun specifically issued a decree for Lu Ye? Had they siblings wasted their efforts and merely paved the way for Lu Ye? What does the teacher intend to do by controlling the demon race? Is he planning to use the demon race as pawns against the Supreme Divine Prison? But the demon race's strength cannot shake the Supreme Divine Prison, can it? Nu Hua's expression grew even more solemn, countless speculations arising in her mind. However, since the Tao ancestor's decree had been issued, even she could not defy it. She could only speed toward the demon race. She wanted to see what Lu Ye intended to do. Meanwhile, Lu Ye, hovering above the Demon Emperor Palace, also sensed the Tao ancestor's decree. A faint gray gleam appeared in his eyes. At the same time, the gray shadow beside him trembled, slightly coalescing into a face. The face's lips curled upward, emitting a cold sneer. He actually issued a special decree. Interesting. Is this meant to show goodwill to me? It seems this scheme is going smoothly. Perhaps I can even gain an extra ally. The gray shadow muttered a few words, then gently quivered and retracted into Lu Ye's body. Lu Ye seemed to return to normal. He waved his hand and grasped toward the Demon Emperor Palace below. The collapsed palace, as if enveloped by some mysterious force, began to rapidly repair itself. Soon it was restored to its original state. We congratulate your majesty on inheriting the Demon Emperor throne. Your majesty's might shall awe all myriad races of the primordial world. At this moment, the many subjects of the demon race breathed a sigh of relief and began to shout toward the Demon Emperor Palace. However, their attitude toward Lu Ye was not respect but fear, and they dared not even approach the Demon Emperor Palace. While the demon race celebrated Lu Ye's ascension to the Demon Emperor throne, a spatial rift suddenly opened near the Sun Star. The primordial artifact, the Chaos Bell, charged out first. Its power gradually receded, revealing the figures of Tai, Yi, and Changxi. The two couldn't help but glance toward the demon race, their expressions extremely complex. Is this Hong Jun's scheme? Damn it. He turned our nephew Lu Ye into such a cold-blooded being. How am I to explain this to my elder brother? Tai Yi couldn't help but growl, his mind in turmoil. All of this had exceeded his expectations. Who would have thought that his own nephew would defeat him, directly inherit the Demon Emperor throne, and even command the Empress Nuwa? He, on the other hand, fled the demon race with Chang, she like a homeless dog, becoming the laughingstock of the primordial world. In the future, how could he and Chang, she walk the primordial world? Your Majesty. Changshi's expression was also extremely grim. Nevertheless, she steadied herself and began to speak softly to Tai Yi as if to console him. But before her words could finish, waves of terrifying baleful aura rapidly materialized from not far away, surging toward them. The 12 ancestral witches. Damn it, why are those creatures here? Could they have been pursuing me all along? Sensing the terrifying baleful aura, Tai Yi's body trembled violently. He looked toward the distance, his expression one of shock and fury. He had directly fled into the void from the demon race to the Sun Star. How had the 12 ancestral witches tracked him? Were they planning to take advantage of his vulnerability to kill him? Ha ha ha. He's here indeed. I told you he would flee to the Sun Star, and sure enough. Tsk tisk. The mighty Eastern Emperor of the demon race beaten by his own nephew and forced to flee for his life. How laughable. Indeed. Armed with a primordial artifact yet unable to defeat his own junior. Utter trash. The figures of the 12 ancestral witches rapidly materialized. They erupted with formidable might, encircling Tai Yi and Chang, she hurling taunts and jeers. Hearing this, the already aggrieved Tai Yi's fury ignited. His body trembled as he raised his hand and pressed it against the chaos bell above, causing its power to surge wildly. Di Jiang, what are you doing? Do you intend to strike while I am wounded? Are you ganging up on me, taking advantage of my weakness? Taking advantage of another's plight? Oomph. Do you, a mangy cur, even deserve to speak of taking advantage of us siblings? Hand over the chaos bell, and perhaps we might consider granting you a whole corpse. Otherwise both you and Changshi shall be annihilated. The 12 ancestral witches, their aura overwhelming, encircled Tai, and Changshi bellowing in fury. Strands of astonishing formation power surged from the 12 ancestral witches as violent, baleful energy continuously swept toward the chaos bell. Dong! 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 This caused the chaos bell to emit a series of urgent chimes, its terrifying might manifesting as it fiercely resisted the suppression of the 12 ancestral witches. For a moment, the spatial barriers around them trembled violently, as if unable to withstand the collision of their auras. Do you think you are worthy of claiming this emperor's treasure? Come then. Even if this emperor falls today, I shall surely drag you all down with me. Tai's face twisted into an expression of utter madness, as if all grievances erupted at this moment. Seeing Tai ready to fight to the death, Changshi's gaze darkened, and her expression turned grim. Your Majesty, perhaps we should give them the Chaos Bell to buy a chance to escape. After all, this bell is your Majesty's birth treasure. Those wretches cannot use it. Once we are safe, we can summon it back. In Changshi's view, Tai's current state was no match for the 12 ancestral witches. If they truly fought, Tai would likely lose his life, and she would be even worse off. If surrendering the Chaos Bell could buy them an escape, at least there would be a glimmer of hope. Hearing this, Tai abruptly turned his head and glanced at Changshi. How could his sister-in-law harbor such a thought? They were mortal enemies with the 12 ancestral witches. Even if they handed over the Chaos Bell, would the 12 ancestral witches allow them to flee? Moreover, even if they escaped, he was not certain he could summon the treasure back later. If they lost this greatest reliance, they would truly become mangy curs. Your Majesty, if we fall, wouldn't the Chaos Bell fall into their hands anyway? Only by preserving our lives can we have a chance for revenge. Changshi stepped forward and embraced Tai from behind, as if trying to soothe the bitterness in his heart with her tenderness. For a moment, Tai was slightly dazed. It seemed that what Changshi said was not wrong. If he died, everything would be lost. Yet as one of the supreme rulers of the demon race, a top-tier great power who had roamed the primordial world for countless eons, how could he stoop to such an act for the sake of survival? With that thought, he shook his arm, causing the Chaos Bell to soar into the sky. Instantly, the bell expanded wildly, transforming into a colossal size of billions of zhongs standing in the firmament of the primordial world. The terrifying might of the innate supreme treasure surged forth, smashing against the 12 ancestral witches time and again. It seems you are determined to resist to the end. Very well, we siblings will first seize the Chaos Bell, then utterly annihilate the two of you. This Chaos Bell shall be our first gift to our Father God. 12 heavenly god demons slaughtering formation, arise. Invoke the true form of our Father God. Seeing this, Dijong let out a cold laugh. At the same time, the auras of the 12 ancestral witches surged simultaneously. The violent formation power instantly swept across heaven and earth, condensing astonishing baleful energy, evolving supreme mysteries, and manifesting the colossal true form of Pangu. Roar! As the Pangu true form appeared, it raised its massive hand and reached for the Chaos Bell, which was radiating overwhelming power. Boom! Rumble! Instantly, violent, baleful energy and the might of the innate supreme treasure intertwined and clashed repeatedly, producing thunderous roars. This caused the entire starry sky to tremble fiercely, while the surrounding spatial barriers collapsed wildly, with chaotic void currents surging in. Your Majesty, you cannot hesitate. Your strength can no longer hold out. Retreat. At this moment Changshi once again cried out to Tai, who was fighting to the death. Her tone carried a note of despair. This caused Tai, already trembling, to shudder and spirit spurt several mouthfuls of blood, and be sent flying by the terrifying impact from the Chaos Bell. Changshi's figure was also knocked back along with Tai. However, instead of continuing to channel power to support Tai, she directly embraced him and fled desperately into the distance. Sister-in-law, no. We cannot leave like this. At worst I will detonate the Sun Star. Tai's aura rapidly weakened, yet his heart still refused to depart. But he could no longer sway Changshi's decision. He could only let her carry him rushing out of that starry sky and fleeing toward the western part of the primordial world. Changshi knew that the west was barren, but there the power of the witch race was weakest, and the demon race's power was also weakest. Now perhaps only by fleeing there and finding a place to hide could they survive and preserve their lives. Big brother, those two have fled. Should we pursue them and utterly destroy them? At this moment many of the ancestral witches called out to Dijiang. They had been at odds with the demon race for countless ages and naturally wished to kill Tai without delay. Suppressing the Chaos Bell is more important. Without this treasure Tai will find it hard to regain his footing. There will be plenty of opportunities to kill him later. Dijiang quickly stopped the impulsive ancestral witches. Their purpose in ambushing Tai and Changshi was to seize the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell. This treasure was a fragment of the Father God's artifact. Since the Father God had not fallen, they as his blood descendants naturally should reclaim this treasure for him and offer it as a gift. No way. Tai actually abandoned the innate supreme treasure Chaos Bell and fled with Changshi, the supreme ruler of the demon race, so afraid of death. No wonder the demon race has become what it is today. Look, the 12 ancestral witches aren't chasing them. Could their target be the Chaos Bell alone? Isn't that a birth treasure? What use would they have for it? At this moment the powerful beings of all races in the primordial world and many sages murmured in discussion. They had not expected Tai to voluntarily abandon the Chaos Bell, nor had they expected him to flee without even putting up a desperate fight. Even more puzzling was that the 12 ancestral witches did not cultivate primordial spirits. What would they do with the Chaos Bell? Moreover, a birth treasure could not be refined by others, could it? At this moment atop Mount Kunlun, Taishang's gaze flickered as he looked toward Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. How can this treasure fall into the hands of the witch race? Second brother, third brother, we should make a trip there. Third brother's treasure is damaged. This treasure should be wielded by him. The Chaos Bell was an innate supreme treasure and could not fall into the hands of the witch race. Moreover, this treasure originated from the same source as the Panga banner and the Taiji diagram, all fragments of the Pangu axe, and thus possessed immense power. Though it is immensely powerful, it is ultimately Tai's birth treasure. Can little brother refine it? Besides that Pangu. Tong Tian was stunned and looked at Taishang in confusion. In the past, he would not have hesitated to join Taishang and Yuan Shi in seizing the treasure. But now the situation was different. They also had to consider the warden on the 4th level of the Supreme Divine Prison, didn't they? Though we have immense karma with the great god Pangu, we are now heavenly Tao sages, and thus we need not bear this karma. Even if that 4th level warden truly is the great god Pangu, he is now merely a warden under the Supreme Prison Sovereign. Should we brothers call him Father God? Taishang's face darkened as he replied coldly. Hearing this, Tong Tian was slightly taken aback, but his expression remained hesitant. Third brother, the eldest brother, is right. We brothers are heavenly Tao sages already beyond all karma. Since this treasure shares the same origin as brothers and eldest brother's treasures, it should naturally be wielded by third brother. Once we obtain this treasure, we can ask the teacher to recast it and then hand it to you for refinement. Yuan Shi also stepped forward to comfort Tong Tian. It was not that they were unwilling to acknowledge Pangu. If Pangu had not been resurrected, they could claim to be the orthodox lineage of Pangu. But since he had been revived, the matter was different. Furthermore, unlike the 12 ancestral witches, they were not descendants of Pangu's bloodline. Surely they were not obliged to rush to call him father. I am indeed foolish. Since both elder brothers are considering for me, I shall naturally join forces with you. Shall we go now? Tong Tian also came to understand. Wasn't it just about seizing treasures? If the 12 primordial witches could do it, why couldn't they, brothers? If he could truly obtain the Chaos Clock and find a way to refine it, his strength would surely skyrocket. Let us wait until the 12 primordial witches suppress the Chaos Clock before making a move. If after the 12 primordial witches suppress the Chaos Clock, the one within the Supreme Divine Prison does not intervene, this scheme can surely succeed. We can also take the opportunity to suppress the Wu clan, lest those fellows become too arrogant. Taishang spoke with a smile, replying to Tong Tian. The heavenly Tao saints had been struck by the Supreme Divine Prison several times, their prestige greatly diminished. This time perhaps they could make an example of the 12 primordial witches, letting all the myriad races of the primordial world know that the might of the heavenly Tao saints was still not to be offended. Rumble. While the three pure ones were secretly plotting against the 12 primordial witches, the chaos clock, having lost Tai's control, emitted rumbling sounds. Its power did not immediately diminish, instead it showed an even stronger will to resist. This caused the Panga true body to tremble, its massive arms shaking violently, seemingly unable to continue suppressing this innate treasure. What's happening? How can no one be controlling it, yet its power is soaring? Could it be that Tai was unable to wield its power, and only after abandoning it was its power unleashed? Many of the Wu were stunned. The might of the Panga true body was enough to rival a heavenly Tao saint. Even the Panga true body could barely suppress it, showing that the chaos clock's power had reached the level of a heavenly Tao saint. If the chaos clock were to break through the void and escape, wouldn't the 12 primordial witches lose all face? My. The chaos clock has actually severed its connection with this emperor. What's going on? Could it be that the 12 primordial witches have already suppressed it? That's not right. At this moment, Tai, who was being frantically fled with by Changshi, was startled. He vaguely sensed that his connection with the chaos clock was growing weaker. But the 12 primordial witches had clearly not yet suppressed the chaos clock. What was going on? Your Majesty, do not concern yourself with the chaos clock. Recover quickly. If the 12 primordial witches come after us, I will not be able to withstand them. Changshi's face darkened, looking at Tai with frustration. They were fleeing for their lives now, and Tai was still thinking about the chaos clock. This made her feel somewhat annoyed. Earlier, what had she been thinking? Why had she chosen to follow this fellow? Dong! 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 At this moment, the sound of the chaos clock echoed through the sky once more. The chimes were deep and urgent, as if resentful of Tai's abandonment or angered by the suppression of the 12 primordial witches. With each chime, the power of the chaos clock surged, its aura becoming increasingly astonishing. Big brother, what should we do? This power is too terrifying that we can't hold on much longer. This startled the many primordial witches, who shouted toward Dijiang. Dijiang was also somewhat frustrated. He couldn't understand what mutation the chaos clock had undergone. Chaos clock. Today we siblings act to reclaim you, precisely to offer you to Father God. You were originally evolved from a fragment of Father God's treasure. Do you not wish to return to Father God's hands? Helplessly, Dijiang shouted coldly at the chaos clock. If they still could not suppress the chaos clock, they might have to use their trump card. Just as Dijiang's voice fell, a series of trembling sounds suddenly came from within the chaos clock. Immediately its power began to rapidly recede. Its form also began to shrink rapidly, as if it had been suppressed by the Panga true body. This filled the many primordial witches with joy. Did this not confirm that the one in the supreme divine prison was their Father God? On Mount Kunlun, Taishang naturally sensed this scene. His brows furrowed slightly. He had thought the 12 primordial witches would need to expend considerable effort to suppress the chaos clock. Unexpectedly, the chaos clock was so cooperative. Second brother, third brother, let's go. We shall make our move when those fellows return. But now there was no time to think about that. Since the 12 primordial witches had obtained the chaos clock, it was time for the brothers to set out. As the three pure ones prepared to intercept the 12 primordial witches outside the demon imperial palace, Fushi led the demon clan's army slowly approaching. He too had sensed the scene of the 12 primordial witches besieging Tai. Originally, he had intended to go and assist. However, before he could make a decision, Tai and Changshi had already abandoned the chaos clock and fled. Then the 12 primordial witches suppressed the chaos clock. The process was too fast, he simply couldn't get there in time. Elder brother. At this moment, Nua's figure rapidly approached from afar and landed before Fushi. Little sister, were you also summoned by that Luya? What kind of fortune did that Luya encounter? Could it truly be the means of the Tao ancestor? Seeing Nua, Fushi showed a puzzled expression and asked quietly. They siblings, one leading the demon clan army, the other a heavenly Tao saint, were actually summoned by a junior. Naturally, he felt unwilling. Hard to say, but I sense an extremely evil aura within this demon clan. When entering the demon clan this time, elder brother should be careful. Nua solemnly warned Fushi a few words. Then she suddenly raised her head and looked toward the demon clan, shrouded by a gray barrier ahead. Since the demon clan army has returned, you may immediately enter the demon clan. Shi Huang Hua Huang, you shall come directly to the demon imperial palace to pay homage to this emperor. However, at this moment, a gloomy voice came from within the demon imperial palace, instantly spreading throughout the entire demon clan army. This startled the demon clan army, and they instinctively looked toward Nua. Although they did not know what had happened within the demon clan, nor why Luya had gained Hongjuan's support. But Nua and her brother were right before them. If they directly obeyed Luya's orders, wouldn't that offend Nua and her brother? Luya, you are not qualified to give such orders to me, are you? I am a heavenly Tao saint and my status should be above yours. And my elder brother is after all the demon emperor of the demon clan. Even when your father was alive, he would not dare to be so arrogant before us siblings. And you actually dare to make us siblings bow to you. Nuwa was extremely furious. If not for the decree Hong Jun had issued earlier, she would have already lost her temper. Who did Luya think he was demanding that they siblings come to pay homage? Even when Dijuan and Tai ruled the demon clan, they would not have been so disrespectful to them siblings, would they? What did you not hear the decree of Dao ancestor Hong Jun? Since you are emperors of the demon clan, you should come to pay homage to this emperor. Could it be that you, a heavenly Dao saint, intend to defy Hong Juan's will? Hearing Nuwa's words, Lu Ya's figure suddenly stepped out of the demon imperial palace. His aura soared wildly, directly surpassing the peak of Quasi-Sage, and reaching the realm of Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal. How is that possible? You have actually stepped into the realm of Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal. So fast. Could it be that the master consumed his origin to help you break through? Sensing Lu Ya's aura, Nuwa's face changed dramatically. The entire demon clan was also greatly shocked. Previously, when Lu Ya had entered the demon clan to suppress Tai and Changxi, he was still a quasi-sage. How could he have broken into the realm of Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal so quickly? Moreover, how had they not sensed it at all? At this moment, not only was Nuwa and her brother Fushi stunned, but many powerful experts across Honghuang also sensed the aura of Hunyuan Dayuo Jingxian radiating from the demon race. Hiss! Lu Ya has broken through to Hunyuan Dayuo Jingxian. How could he ascend so swiftly? Could it truly be that easy to reach Hunyuan Dayuo Jingxian? Why did we fail to sense it? Soon murmurs of astonishment rippled across Honghuang. They suddenly realized that this Lu Ya bore an uncanny resemblance to the jailers within the Supreme Divine Prison. Neither side had detected the slightest fluctuation in the laws of heaven and earth, yet the other had broken through directly. Particularly Ancestor Mingi, who had retreated into the Nine Netherworld, was on the verge of madness. He had exhausted countless methods, yet failed to attain Hunyuan Dayuo. And now this mere junior had accomplished his lifelong dream in the blink of an eye. How could he not go mad? Meanwhile, outside the demon territory, Nuwa's gaze turned cold as she fixed upon Lu Ya. Even if you have reached Hunyuan Dayuo Jinxian, so what? I am a saint of the heavenly Dao. Beyond my master, and the heavenly Dao who in all of Honghuang deserves my kneel. Even if you are the demon emperor, you are hardly qualified. As a saint of the heavenly Dao, Nuwa harbored a measure of pride. Facing a junior, how could she simply bow without dignity? You have some backbone. Fear not, I shall not bully you under the guise of Hong Jun's decree. However, I intend to deal with the Supreme Divine Prison and avenge my father, restoring the supreme might of the demon race. If you seek vengeance, I can grant you an opportunity to surge in strength enough to suppress Zulong Yuanfeng and Shikolin. If you refuse, then leave demon territory and never set foot here again. Choose for yourself. At this moment, faint gray light flickered within Lu Ya's gaze, his voice gradually growing heavy and deep, as though transformed into another person entirely. This terrified Nuwa. She had only met his eyes for an instant, yet she felt as though she were gazing up at a supreme existence. The sensation was far more terrifying, more powerful, and far more evil than even her master Hong Jun. Moreover, she discovered that only she and her brother beside her could sense this aura. As for the demon army, they showed no reaction whatsoever. Little sister, we cannot wade into these troubled waters. Since Lu Ya has already reached Hunyuan Dayuo Jinxian, I shall hand over the demon affairs and return to Nuwa Palace with you. From this day forth, we shall have nothing more to do with the demon race. Fushi's expression darkened suddenly. Reluctant to oppose the Supreme Divine Prison, he hurriedly whispered to Nuwa, intending to relinquish control of the demon race and withdraw. However, before his words had even fallen, Lu Ya's figure trembled violently. A gray phantom shot forth from his body at incredible speed, instantly enveloping Fushi. Fushi's form shuddered as he was forcibly dragged before the Demon Emperor's palace. As a top-tier quasi-saint, he didn't even have a moment to resist. Nuwa, a saint of the heavenly Dao, failed to react in time. Brother, damn it. Lu Ya, didn't you say you would give me the chance to choose? What do you mean by this? In that fleeting instant, Nuwa had already wavered. If he truly could grant her an opportunity to suppress Zulong Yuanfeng and Shikolin, wouldn't that mean his means surpassed even her master's? In that case, what did she care about losing face? Yet he had plainly offered her a choice. Why suddenly attack her elder brother? I only said I would offer you a choice. Fushi is the demon emperor of the demon race, not a saint of the heavenly Dao. Naturally, he must submit to my command. My words remain unchanged. Choose for yourself. Demons, return at once. Or must I act personally? Lu Ya sneered again, his figure flickering as he carried Fushi into the demon emperor's palace. At that moment, the gray barrier surrounding the demon territory slowly parted, revealing a narrow gap. Upon hearing Lu Ya's words, the demon army trembled and quickly bypassed Nuwa, rushing toward the gap. Watching this unfold, Nuwa's expression shifted repeatedly. She even glanced toward the direction of Zixiao Palace, but Hong Jun within showed no movement at all. This left her faintly disappointed. Then she looked up at the demon emperor's palace, once more gently biting her lip, visibly torn. After several breaths, Nuwa clenched her teeth and strode decisively toward the demon forces. Good. I shall see what opportunity you can offer me. If you dare deceive me, I shall slay you myself, even if it means defying my master's decree. Whether for revenge or for her elder brother's safety, she had no choice but to hear what Luya called his opportunity. And when Nuwa entered the demon territory, Hong Jun, within Zhixiao Palace, also opened his eyes sharply, a trace of gravity appearing on his face. He actually plans to grant Nuwa an opportunity. Such blatant conduct. Does he truly believe he can suppress the jailers of the Supreme Divine Prison? Even I am unsure how much of Pangu's strength has been restored, but at the very least he should be able to unleash the pressure of the Heavenly Dao realm, right? Could it be that this fellow has also recovered to the Heavenly Dao realm? At this moment, he seemed to have already confirmed who lay behind Luya. However, he could not yet determine the exact level of that being's strength. Thus, he was deeply curious. Where did this fellow find the audacity to so brazenly oppose the Supreme Divine Prison? Wouldn't he fear the jailers of the Supreme Divine Prison acting directly to wipe out the demon race? While Hong Jun was lost in thought, the 12 ancestral Wus who had been suppressing the Chaos Bell moved toward the demon army near the border of the Wu ancestral land. Upon joining the demon forces, they also received word of Lu Ya's breakthrough to Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. Has the demon race produced another Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian? Interesting. It seems after we pay our respects to Father God, we must visit the demon race to deal with that brat. The ancestral Wus all sneered, showing no concern for Lu Ya's recent breakthrough. Such matters could be postponed. They had already obtained the Chaos Bell and possessed a worthy tribute. It was time to visit Father God at the Supreme Divine Prison. Wang. However, before the 12 ancestral Wus could issue their commands to the Wu forces, a humming sound suddenly echoed from above them. Immediately after, a colossal spatial rift tore open and 3 terrifying waves of saint-level pressure surged outward, sweeping down upon the Wu army. Taishang, Yuanshi, Tongtian, what business brings you here? Surely you wish to join us in visiting Father God at the Supreme Divine Prison. However, having previously offended Father God, I doubt he will acknowledge you anymore. Sensing the terrifying saint pressure, the ancestral Wus turned to look at the 3 pure ones slowly emerging from the spatial rift, their words dripping with mockery. Dijiang, your clan rashly attacked Tai, defying both masters' decree and the will of the Heavenly Dao. Surrender the Chaos Bell at once, and we may yet plead your case before our master. Otherwise, do not blame us for seizing the Chaos Bell by force. Taishang cast a cold glance at the 12 ancestral Wus, his voice laced with barely contained anger. Yuanshi and Tongtian meanwhile unleashed violent pressure that swept toward the ancestral Wus. Witnessing this, the Wus' own aura surged upward in response. Terrifying baleful energy interwove, manifesting traces of array formation power. Dijiang's figure lurched forward as he took a decisive step. Stop hiding behind Hong Jun and the Heavenly Dao to justify stealing our treasure. The Chaos Bell is in our hands. If you wish to seize it, then fight us. We fear no one. All beneath the sage are ants. Even if you can condense the Panga true body, you are no match for us 3 brothers. I advise you not to be so reckless. Could it be that your Wu clan wishes to share the same fate as the Yao clan? Taishang did not show anger, but remained extraordinarily calm. If he could force the Wu clan to hand over the treasure without fighting, wouldn't that be a greater way to intimidate the myriad races of the primordial world? Big brother speaks truly. Dijiang, even if you ancestral witches can escape this time, your Wu clan army will find it difficult to retreat. Do you wish to see them fall under my hand? Yuanshi chimed in, his words full of menace. As for Tongtian, he still had some regard for his dignity and was unwilling to utter such words. After all, they were Heavenly Dao sages, not demonic heretics. Why should they stoop so low? Wouldn't it be better to just start fighting and beat the 12 ancestral witches into submission? Roar. Formation. Invoke the Father God's true body. In response to Taishang and Yuanshi, Dijiang let out a roar. The other ancestral witches also began to howl, their auras soaring instantly. The terrifying baleful aura intertwined and merged, furiously evolving into the Supreme Pangu true body, shaking the heavens and earth. The astonishing might forcibly pushed back the saintly aura of the 3 pure ones. Sanqing, come and fight. Then the Pangu true body stepped forward fiercely, and from its mouth came the furious roar of the 12 ancestral witches. Fight! Fight! The Wu clan army also roared in unison, their astonishing battle intent converging wildly and surging toward the Pangu true body. This caused the might of the Pangu true body to surge again, making the spatial barriers around tremble violently. How dare you? If it weren't for the fact that you are of Panga's bloodline, I would have slain you here today. Big brother, let me go alone and suppress these 12 ancestral witches. Feeling the aura of the 12 ancestral witches, Tongtian's expression darkened. Unwilling to join forces with Taishang and Yuanshi, he let out a fierce shout, directly unsheathed his sword, and slashed toward the Panga true body. Seeing this, Taishang and Yuanshi exchanged glances. Big brother, should I lend a hand to help third brother? If we delay even a moment and the people from the Supreme Divine Prison arrive, it will be difficult for us to obtain the Chaos Bell. Although Yuanshi believed that Tong Tian could defeat the 12 ancestral witches, the witches had displayed considerable combat strength earlier. Even if Tong Tian intervened, he might not be able to suppress them quickly. Thus, he wanted to join Tong Tian in suppressing the Panga true body and snatch the treasure for a swift victory. No rush. Since third brother cares about his face, let him fight first. Later we brothers will act together to suppress the Panga true body. Taishang shook his head at Yuanshi. It wasn't that he cared about face, rather he was looking toward the coast of the Eastern Sea, as if observing the reaction of the powerful beings in the Supreme Divine Prison. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment Tong Tian had already clashed with the Panga true body. The sword intent from his hand soared to the heavens, and the saintly aura swept wildly, evolving countless white lotuses that shrouded the Panga true body. Those white lotuses seemed extremely fragile, but were extraordinarily sharp, as if they could slice through the spatial barriers wherever they passed. The Panga true body raised its arm and unleashed a barrage of fist shadows. Each strike carried supreme battle intent. Sanqing sages, nothing more. Brothers and sisters, let us strike with full force, and let the myriad races of the primordial world know that we can overpower the sages. Kill. After a wave of collision, the Panga true body trembled repeatedly, seemingly at a disadvantage, but ultimately withstood Tong Tian's initial attack. The auras of the 12 ancestral witches surged. Ridiculous. Do you think you can overpower the heavenly Tao sages, eh? I haven't even used my full strength, yet giving you a chance. Since you don't appreciate it, don't blame me. Tong Tian's face darkened. Indeed, he had not yet unleashed his full power. But since the 12 ancestral witches were so unyielding, he could no longer show mercy. So with a shake of his body, he rapidly drew in the power of the surrounding heavens and earth, gathering it into his hand to form a terrifying giant sword. The sharp sword intent caused dense cracks to appear in the spatial barriers. Then the giant sword trembled violently and slashed directly toward the Panga true body. Roar! Father God's legacy, supreme axe strike. At this moment the Panga true body roared again and raised its arm. Supreme battle intent rapidly gathered in the massive hand, evolving into a phantom of a giant axe. Instantly, an unparalleled axe light appeared, as if carrying a trace of the true essence of the Pangu axe. Then the Pangu true body's arm shook, and it fiercely swung down toward the giant sword condensed by Tong Tian. Such might instantly shook the entire primordial world. Countless powerful beings showed expressions of extreme shock, all looking toward the 12 ancestral witches and the 3 pure ones. Look! The Sanqing sages and the 12 ancestral witches are fighting. Aren't both sides inheritors of the great god Pangu? Why are they at war? Even without the 4 immortal slaying swords, Tong Tian sage's combat power is still so terrifying. He can suppress the 12 ancestral witches alone. What's so surprising about that? They are heavenly Tao sages. Without the Supreme Divine Prison, the myriad races of the primordial world are but ants before the heavenly Tao sages. And the 12 ancestral witches are merely top-tier half-sages, forcibly forming the Panga true body through formation power and bloodline inheritance. As a golden immortal, don't you know too much? For a moment, exclamations and discussions erupted across the primordial world. The myriad races hadn't expected the 3 pure ones to war with the 12 ancestral witches. Was it to avenge Tai, or to mimic the 12 ancestral witches and seize the Chaos Bell? Rumble. As the myriad races were stunned, the phantom of the Pangu axe condensed by the Panga true body collided with the terrifying giant sword formed by Tong Tian. The supreme baleful aura and the terrifying saintly aura intertwined, clashed, and canceled each other out. Crack! A crisp sound rang out, and both the Pangu axe phantom and the giant sword driven by Tong Tian shattered simultaneously. Sharp sword intent and terrifying axe light scattered in all directions. At the same time, a destructive aura emerged, stirring up a terrifying wave that caused the entire sky to shatter rapidly. Taiji diagram suppress. Zhutian Xingyun suppress. Seeing this, Taishang and Yuanshi's expressions tightened, and they quickly offered their treasures to suppress the terrifying aftermath and stabilize the world. They were fighting over the treasure, but if they shattered the primordial world, trouble would arise. At that time, even if the powerful beings in the Supreme Divine Prison didn't react, their teacher and the heavenly Tao would not easily forgive them. Boom, boom, boom. Moments later, the Panga true body seemed to withstand a massive impact, staggering backward. The figures of the 12 ancestral witches trembled violently, and a trace of blood trickled from the corners of their mouths. Tong Tian's body also trembled, but he withstood the backlash of the strike with the power of a sage. Are they finished? Can the 12 ancestral witches not suppress Tong Tian's sage? It seems that without Taishang's sage and Yuanshi sage's intervention, the 12 ancestral witches are already at a disadvantage. Sensing this, the myriad races sighed. They had thought the 12 ancestral witches might create a miracle. It seemed that heavenly Tao sages were still heavenly Tao sages. Even without the 4 immortal slaying swords, they could not be suppressed by top-tier half-sages. At the shores of the Eastern Sea, Hong Yun and Xinyuanzi also sensed the battle between the 12 ancestral witches and Tong Tian. How dare the 12 ancestral witches confront the 3 pure ones? Those 3, though they may not match the seniors in the Supreme Divine Prison, are still heavenly Tao sages after all. Those 12 are indeed audacious. Xinyuanzi's gaze flickered as he couldn't help but sigh. Although he had no ties with the 12 ancestral witches, their fighting spirit genuinely astonished him. This battle may not be so simple. Old friend, which side do you think will prevail? Hong Yun's lips curled into a faint smile as he posed the question to Xinyuanzi. Barring any surprises, naturally the 3 pure ones. Those 3 are all heavenly Tao sages. Do you mean something unexpected might happen? Could it be that Senior will intervene? Xinyuanzi was taken aback. Was there even a need to ask? Of course the 3 pure ones would win. After all, even with only Tong Tian acting, he was on the verge of shattering the Panga true form condensed by the 12 ancestral witches. Yet judging by Hong Yun's words, the battle seemed poised for a shift. He immediately looked at Hong Yun with curiosity. No rush, let us just watch. Hong Yun smiled again, as if sensing something, but not entirely certain. Hearing this, Xinyuanzi pressed no further, turning his gaze back to the battlefield between the 12 ancestral witches and Tong Tian. At that moment, Tong Tian had steadied himself. He took a bold step forward, staring directly at the Panga true form. Dijiang, you are no match for me. Hand over the Chaos Bell. Otherwise you will have no chance left. His gaze flickered as if still giving the 12 ancestral witches a chance to surrender the Chaos Bell willingly. This battle is far from over. We brothers and sisters have not yet lost. Again, the colossal Pangu true form trembled violently, steadied itself, and roared repeatedly at Tong Tian. Meanwhile, a massive palace materialized before the Panga true form, exuding an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. The palace shuddered, transforming into a dark red light that shot toward the chest of the Panga true form. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, a series of deafening blasts echoed from within the Panga true form. This caused the Panga true form's might to surge wildly. This is the Panga heart. You have actually refined this object. Weren't you always calling Lord Panga your father? Doing this, are you not afraid of incurring the wrath of the One in the Supreme Divine Prison? Seeing this, Taishang stepped forward, his face etched with gravitas. The Panga Hall was the treasure born from the place where the 12 ancestral witches originated, itself a fragment of the original Panga heart. But Pangu had already been resurrected in the Supreme Divine Prison. At this time, the 12 ancestral witches unleashing this artifact, did they not fear his anger? It's merely a dying fragment of the heart, what use is it? Third brother, let me assist you. I shall shatter this Panga true form directly. Yuanshi snorted coldly, stepping forward as a terrifying sharp aura emanated from his hand. Then the primordial supreme treasure Panga banner slowly materialized, its dread might causing the hearts of all myriad races in the primordial world to tremble. Hiss! The Panga Hall is actually a fragment of Lord Panga's heart. Look, Sage Yuanshi is about to act. The power of a supreme treasure. Is Sage Yuanshi going to use the Panga banner? Waves of exclamations arose from all corners of the primordial world. Among the myriad races, many beings did not know that the Panga Hall was a fragment of Panga's heart. They never expected the 12 ancestral witches to possess such a trump card. Even more surprising, after Tong Tian had already suppressed the 12 ancestral witches, Yuanshi still intended to strike with the supreme treasure. Did this not seem beneath the dignity of a heavenly Tao sage? Yet seeing Yuanshi step forward with the Panga banner, the hearts of the 12 ancestral witches trembled. The colossal Panga true form also quivered slightly, but it was not out of fear. They grew even more exhilarated. Good, good, good. The fragments of our father's treasures are all gathered. Today, even if we brothers and sisters die in battle, we shall reclaim the Panga banner and the Taiji diagram for our father, along with the Chaos Bell, to present them to him and celebrate his return to the world. Yuanshi's Panga banner and the Taiji diagram that Taishang had earlier summoned to stabilize the heavens were all, like the Chaos Bell, fragments of the Pangu axe transformed. If they could seize these two treasures as well, the 12 ancestral witches believed they would surely meet their father and gain his recognition. What did it matter if they died in the attempt? Thus, after the roar, the Panga true form did not retreat, but instead charged forward, unleashing supreme might as it rushed toward Tong Tian and Yuanshi. Hum. At that moment, a humming sound emanated from within the Panga true form. The Chaos Bell, which the 12 ancestral witches had seized earlier, suddenly burst forth from Dijiang's chest, exploding with astonishing power. Ha ha ha. See. The Chaos Bell refuses to follow you. Come. Seeing this, Tong Tian rejoiced and quickly raised his hand, forming a palm phantom to grasp the Chaos Bell. Dong! However, before his palm phantom could reach the Chaos Bell, a deep, dull chime rang out from the bell. In an instant, the surrounding Tao and laws froze. Time and space seemed to be suppressed. Dong! Another solemn chime echoed. A torrent of terrifying supreme treasure power coalesced into a violent surge charging directly at Tongtian's palm phantom. This caused Tongtian's palm phantom to tremble violently and rapidly disintegrate. What? The Chaos Bell is actually aiding the 12 ancestral witches. Could it be that the 12 ancestral witches have already refined the Chaos Bell? How is that possible? That was Tai's companion treasure, a supreme treasure. How could it be so easily refined? Moreover, the 12 ancestral witches do not cultivate primordial spirits. How could they gain the Chaos Bell's recognition? This shocked the myriad races. Who could have imagined that the Chaos Bell would actively join the battle repelling Tongtian's attack? What was the Chaos Bell trying to do? How can this be? The Chaos Bell unleashed its power on its own. Could it have been refined by that one? Impossible. The faces of Tongtian Yuanshi and Taishang turned extremely grim. Earlier, when the 12 ancestral witches snatched the treasure, the Chaos Bell had erupted with power, but it was quickly taken away by them. Why, when facing them, did the Chaos Bell become so violent? Third brother, worry not. With your elder brother and me here, even if the Chaos Bell unleashes its full might, it will be useless. Panga Banner, go. Yuanshi quickly regained his composure, even revealing a cold smirk. The Chaos Bell was formidable, but in the end it had no master. He and Taishang each possessed supreme treasures as well. Could they fear an ownerless object? Second brother speaks truly. This treasure shall be suppressed by us brothers. Taiji diagram, go. Taishang snorted coldly, waving his hand. The Taiji diagram above quivered, casting its supreme might down upon the Chaos Bell. In an instant, 3 supreme treasures hung in the sky, each radiating unparalleled power, seemingly on the verge of collision. Yet they also seemed to resonate faintly, drawing toward each other, converging. Hum. But at that moment, a humming sound came from above the 3 supreme treasures. Then the spatial barrier above trembled, splitting open a rift, revealing traces of terrifying gray energy. A power emerging from the demon race. Could it be that Junior Luya? Third brother, stop that, Junior. Your elder brothers and I will help you subdue the Chaos Bell. Taishang and Yuanshi's expressions shifted as they immediately sensed that the newcomer was none other than Luya. His appearance here. Could it be that he too had come with the same intention as theirs to seize the Chaos Bell? With this thought, Taishang urgently called out to Tongtian. In the past, Luya would have been nothing more than an ant before them. But now, having obtained some unknown providence, he had stepped into the realm of Hunyuan de Luo, Golden Immortal. Moreover, he had gained the support of their master, and even summoned Nu Hua to the demon race. If he made a move to seize the Chaos Bell, Nu Hua might also appear. In that case, they would need to be cautious. Fear not, elder brother and second brother. With your younger brother here, that Junior shall not succeed. Though Tongtian was deeply shocked, he immediately shifted his form and charged toward the massive spatial rift above. If he were to fight alongside Taishang and Yuanshi against the 12 ancestral witches, he felt it would be an unworthy victory. But to block a Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal, that filled him with battle fervor. Previously at the EC coast, they had been suppressed by the 3 Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortals, Ancestor Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Primordial Qilin. Now facing another Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal, he would make the myriad races of the primordial world witness that the might of a heavenly Tao sage could suppress a Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal. Yet, just as Tongtian's voice fell, Lu Ya's figure stepped out from the spatial rift. Behind him followed Nu Hua and Fu Shi. But at this moment, the aura around Nu Hua and Fu Shi seemed to have undergone a subtle change. A gray light flickered in their eyes. Do you think you alone can stop me? Since these 3 treasures are gathered here, I shall take them all. As his voice faded, Lu Ya's aura surged madly, gray light sweeping across heaven and earth, coalescing into a massive gray hand phantom. The gray hand phantom trembled instantly, enveloping the Chaos Bell, Panga Banner, and Taiji diagram. How dare you, Junior? Do you truly believe we siblings are easy to bully? Even if you are a Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal, we shall still annihilate you. Sensing this, the 12 ancestral witches roared in succession. The Panga true body shook, raising a hand to strike at the gray hand phantom. Luya, you dare to steal the treasures of us brothers. Do not think that because the master allowed you to rule the demon race you can act with impunity. We brothers have no ties to your demon race. Even if we slay you, it would not violate the master's decree. The expressions of Taishang and Yuanshi turned extremely grim. They had come to seize the Chaos Bell, yet this Lu Ya even dared to take their treasures. Was he tired of living? Did he truly believe that stepping into Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal made him a match for them? Junior, do not be arrogant. Watch my sword. Meanwhile, Tongtian had erupted in fury. The might of his sagehood surged violently, manifesting into billions of sword lights that blasted toward the terrifying hand formed by Lu Ya. Senior brother Tongtian, it is best you do not obstruct the Demon Emperor's actions. Otherwise you risk falling. But before Tong Tian's attack could reach the gray hand Phantom Nu Wa's figure appeared swiftly urging her treasure to meet the billions of sword lights. Seeing this, Tong Tian was taken aback. Junior Sister Nu Wa, do you truly intend to follow the orders of a junior? You are a heavenly Dao sage. You? Could Nu Wa, a heavenly Dao sage, truly have been so quickly swayed to stand up for Lu Ya, who had been her sworn enemy before? What means had he used to make her fight against him? At this moment, not only Tong Tian was shocked, Taishang Yuan Shi, the 12 ancestral witches, and the entire Wu tribe army were all stunned. Even the myriad race experts of the primordial world were bewildered. What is happening? Did Lu Ya not just step into Hunyuan de Luo Golden Immortal? And he dares to seize the 3 treasures of creation? No way. Is he about to make enemies of both the 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestral witches and Sage Nu Wa? She is actually battling Sage Tong Tian to protect Lu Ya. Are the heavenly Dao sages turning on each other? They were utterly perplexed. Where did Lu Ya's confidence come from to seize 3 innate supreme treasures at once? And what had happened to Sage Nu Wa that she had become Lu Ya's follower? Something is wrong. Elder brother, that hand is problematic. My power is being absorbed by it. At that moment, Yuan Shi seemed to have sensed something, his face drastically changing as he urgently called out to Taishang. Hearing this, Taishang's expression also turned extremely grim. Quickly withdraw the treasures. There is something wrong with this Lu Ya. Third brother, come back now. Though unsure of the exact nature of Lu Ya's anomaly, Taishang's Dao heart trembled in that instant. This was not excitement, but a tremor of the heart. The moment he prepared to strike at Lu Ya, a powerful sense of crisis surged within him. That sense of crisis was even more unsettling than when he faced Ancestor Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Primordial Qilin outside the Supreme Divine Prison. Still trying to withdraw. These 3 fragments of the Pangu axe shall all be under my control. Those who obstruct me shall die. By now, Lu Ya's eyes had turned completely gray and his aura erupted with terrifying might. This caused the hand Phantom to tremble, its power surging wildly. The charging Pangu true body shuddered violently and was sent reeling backward. Whoosh! The Chaos Bell Panga Banner and Taiji Diagram now also had their power skyrocket. In particular, the Panga Banner and Taiji Diagram seemed to slip from Taishang and Yuan Shi's control, drawing closer to the Chaos Bell. What is happening? The Panga Banner is leaving my control. Elder brother, your Taiji Diagram. Yuan Shi was alarmed, quickly turning to Taishang. Taishang also froze a look of extreme astonishment on his face. He found that like Yuan Shi, he could barely control the Taiji Diagram. What was going on? Just as Taishang and Yuan Shi were bewildered, the 12 ancestral witches roared, and the myriad race experts of the primordial world were stunned. Suddenly, the Supreme Divine Prison at the East Sea coast trembled. A terrifying might surged forth from within. Oomph! Are you trying to steal my treasure? Do you believe I cannot step out of this prison, or that I cannot suppress you? In that moment, an extremely deep cold snort erupted from the Supreme Divine Prison, instantly resounding across the entire primordial world. This left Taishang, Yuan Shi, Tong Tian, the 12 ancestral witches, and even the myriad race experts who had been stunned by Lu Ya's aggressive move utterly astounded. Is that the voice of the being on the 4th level of the Supreme Divine Prison? Are the Chaos Bell Panga Banner and Taiji Diagram all fragments of that treasure? Is the prison guard truly the great god Pangu? Is Pangu about to make a move? Shouts of astonishment echoed across the primordial world. The figures of the myriad race experts trembled, all turning to look toward the Supreme Divine Prison. Even Hong Jun in the Zixiao Palace stood abruptly, his face showing an extremely grave expression. Is that fellow finally about to step out of the Supreme Divine Prison? Hearing the voice emanating from the Supreme Divine Prison, Lu Ya showed no trace of shock, as if he had long known that the warden of the 4th level was Pangu. He turned his head with a grim expression, and a gray light surged in his eyes, slowly flowing out like flames. Suppress me. Oomph. You evaded the scrutiny of the great Dao and secretly revived. How much of your power have you actually recovered? When you previously suppressed that old willow, you could only unleash the might of the heavenly Dao realm, couldn't you? Do you truly believe that with the mere authority of the heavenly Dao realm, you can suppress me? As his words fell, Lu Ya's presence surged once more, and an oppressive aura swept across the entire world. Threads of the great Dao laws enough to make hearts tremble emerged around him, absorbing all surrounding power completely. The phantom palm he had condensed trembled continuously, as if struggling to suppress the might of the Chaos Bell Panga Banner and Taiji Diagram. What? Lu Ya is not afraid of the great god Pangu. Has he gone mad? Even with the support of the Dao ancestor, he is merely a Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal, isn't he? With such strength, he dares to contend with Pangu. Or is he certain that Pangu cannot step out of the Supreme Divine Prison? Hearing Lu Ya's reply, the expressions of the myriad race powerhouses shifted drastically, and they cried out in shock. They admitted that after obtaining the mysterious opportunity, Lu Ya's strength had soared. But even so, that fellow was merely a Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal, wasn't he? Not to mention contending with Pangu, even the three powerhouses in the third layer of the Supreme Divine Prison could crush him. Damn it. At this moment Yuanshir's expression stiffened, and he hurriedly stepped forward, trying to retrieve the Pangu banner. That was his most precious treasure. If it were truly snatched by a junior, not only would he lose face, but his combat power would also be impaired. Liu Ye's aura is growing more terrifying. Second brother, give up the Pangu banner for now, and leave here first. Beside him Taishang seemed to sense something, and called out to Yuanshir. Liu Ye's presence had surged again, indicating that his strength was not merely that of a Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal. If that were the case, staying here would not only fail to recover the treasure, but also make them targets in the clash between these two mighty forces. Elder brother, these are our supreme treasures. How can we abandon them? If we join forces, there might still be a chance to retrieve them. Yuanshir was extremely unwilling to retreat, but before his voice faded he realized that his connection with the Pangu banner had suddenly weakened. The imprint he had left on the Pangu banner was rapidly dissolving. Not only the Pangu banner, but Taishang's Taiji diagram also trembled violently. The might of the three primordial supreme treasures interwove, connecting together, as if on the verge of fusion. Look! The three primordial supreme treasures are about to merge. What? When the three treasures of creation merge, they become Pangu's acts, don't they? Could it be that the great god Pangu is already taking action? Sensing this scene, the myriad race powerhouses cried out in succession. The Chaos Bell evolved from the handle of Pangu's axe. The Pangu banner evolved from the blade of Pangu's axe. The Taiji diagram evolved from the back of Pangu's axe. If these three treasures merged, they would re-evolve into the supreme chaos treasure Pangu's axe. That was the companion treasure of the great god Pangu, whose might could shake the entire chaos. Heaven-suppressing coffin appear. Suppress for me. Seeing this, Yuanshir grew frantic and shouted repeatedly. Instantly, a violent, ferocious aura swept out wildly. The foremost malevolent treasure of the heavenly Tao emerged, crashing toward the enormous gray palm phantom above. Before the heaven-suppressing coffin even approached the gray palm phantom, it emitted a series of trembling sounds, as if its might was being suppressed. More precisely, the power radiating from the heaven-suppressing coffin was rapidly absorbed by the gray palm. Do you also presume to block me? Perish! Liu Ye naturally sensed Yuanshir's attack. His expression darkened, and he directly raised his other arm, extending a finger and pointing at the heaven-suppressing coffin. Bang! The heaven-suppressing coffin, which could suppress heavenly Tao saints, trembled violently, and its power rapidly dissipated. This caused Yuanshir's figure to shake as well, forcing him to stumble back. He spat out a mouthful of essence blood, his face turning deathly pale. At the same time, a terrifying gray face manifested around Liu Ye, bypassing the heaven-suppressing coffin and charging directly at Yuanshir. Yuanshir was greatly alarmed and hastily summoned the all-heavens auspicious cloud to shield himself. Then he fully activated the heaven-suppressing coffin, causing its power to surge again as it hurtled toward the gray-faced phantom. Second brother, don't linger, retreat quickly. Seeing this, Taishang urgently activated the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda, unleashing supreme defensive power to envelop both himself and Yuanshir. Immediately their figures were carried away by the might of the Linglong Pagoda, retreating madly into the distance. The gray-faced phantom paused, but instead of continuing to pursue Taishang and Yuanshir, it directly turned and transformed into a huge mouth, lunging toward Tongtian to devour him. Damn it! Six Souls banner appear. Tongtian was greatly alarmed and hastily offered up the malevolent treasure, the Six Souls banner, shaking it violently. Retreating like this would be too disgraceful. He would let this junior know that even without the four immortal slaying swords, he was still not someone to be trifled with. Third brother, that attack cannot be met head-on. The entity behind Liu Ye might be a chaos demon god. Retreat. Seeing this, Taishang quickly raised his hand, once again activating the power of the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda to envelop Tongtian. Boom. The moment the Linglong Pagoda's power enveloped Tongtian, the gray giant mouth had already appeared before him. A terrifying force slammed violently into the heaven and earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda. The power of the great Tao swept through, causing the pagoda to tremble violently and emit a continuous hum. Taishang's body shook, and a trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth as if he had been severely wounded. Chaos Demon God. Devouring power. Could it be that this fellow is the devouring demon god? Sensing the terrifying power of the great Tao, Tongtian, who had wanted to fight moments ago, was struck with extreme shock, vaguely guessing who Liu Ye's backer was. At the same time, he quickly moved his figure, retreating toward Taishang and Yuanshir. If the entity was truly the devouring demon god, he might not be its match either. What? The existence behind Liu Ye is the devouring demon god. That devouring demon god didn't perish either. No wonder he dares to confront the great god Pangu. But why didn't the Tao ancestor and the heavenly Tao stop such an entity from entering the primordial world? Hearing Taishang and Tongtian's words, the 12 ancestral witches, the Wu clan army, and even the myriad race powerhouses of the primordial world were all stunned. No wonder Luya could unleash such power. No wonder the sage Nuwa and Fushi both obeyed Luya. So the backer behind Luya was the devouring demon god. Or rather, Luya was currently being controlled by the devouring demon god. How dull. Let me first collect these 3 treasures, then devour you all one by one. Just in time before I fight Pangu, I need to replenish some power. At this moment Luya withdrew his gaze, no longer paying attention to the rapidly retreating 3 pure ones. Instead he continued to drive the terrifying palm phantom, reaching for the 3 merging primordial supreme treasures. But before his palm could fully descend, another cold snort echoed from the supreme divine prison. These unfilial sons are truly useless. It seems they have been ruined by that earthworm's teachings. As for you, you couldn't even withstand half a move under my divine power back, then could you? I'm curious. Who gave you the courage to oppose me? Oof. I trust you'll not remain so composed in but a moment. Once I seize this treasure of yours and devour these juniors, I shall naturally seek you out to reminisce. Luya gave a cold laugh, his aura surging once more. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant his cultivation had broken through from the initial stage of Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal to its peak. This caused the spatial barriers around to tremble violently, as if unable to bear the savage momentum. Yet this was not the end. Gray light wove and coalesced around him. He suddenly stamped his foot downward. Crack! The spatial barrier below quaked, covered in a web of dense cracks. Then a thunderous roar erupted. The surrounding spatial barriers shattered entirely, chaotic void currents surged forth, and primal chaos energy poured in. At the same time, the chilling gray light transformed into terrifying gaping maws charging toward the witch clan army that was on the verge of collapse. Sensing this, the Panga true form formed by the 12 ancestral witches shuddered. Roar! Damn it! Even if you have a chaos god backing you, if you dare touch our clan's warriors, we siblings will make you pay. Kill! Even knowing that Luya's backer was the devouring chaos god, the 12 ancestral witches showed no fear. They roared and urged the Pangu true form forward, raising their hands to strike at the phantoms formed by the gray light. Boom! 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 A series of thunderous echoes resounded across the primordial world. Though the Pangu true form was formidable, it could barely withstand Luya, who had ascended to the peak of Hunyuan Dayuo Golden Immortal. It was forced back step by step. Soon its arms were seized by the gaping maws of gray light. The maws pulsed as if intent on devouring the Pangu true form itself. The 12 ancestral witches trembled, their power draining rapidly. Not good. Order the army to retreat. I will block Luya's attack. Seeing this, Dijong roared. He stepped forward, breaking away from the 12 divine fiend formation, as if to face the countless gaping maws alone. But the moment Dijong left the formation, the Panga true form began to disintegrate rapidly. The other ancestral witches were flung backward, their chi and blood in chaos. Before they could steady themselves, they turned to Dijong. Elder brother, brother. Watching Dijong charge into the gaping maws of gray light, the ancestral witches could not help but roar. Roar! I am willing to fight to the death with elder brother. The most hot-tempered among them rushed out, determined to join the desperate battle. We are willing to fight to the death with the ancestors. The witch clan never retreats. Countless great witches and warriors of the witch clan raised earth-shaking battle cries, as if ready to die alongside the 12 ancestral witches. In that moment, an indomitable battle intent surged skyward, shaking the myriad races of the primordial world. Even the 3 pure ones, Nuwa and Fushi, showed solemn expressions. Yet they all knew that neither the 12 ancestral witches nor the witch clan army could withstand this terrifying might. Ants are ants. No matter how loudly you squeak, you will only become my nourishment. Luya sneered, his words dripping with contempt. Meanwhile, the gray light, gaping maws swept madly toward the 12 ancestral witches and the witch clan, on the verge of devouring them all. At that moment, from where the Chaos Clock Panga banner and Taiji diagram were shrouded by the gray hand, a chilling hum emerged. The Chaos Clock Panga banner and Taiji diagram had vanished without a trace. In their place was an ancient black stone axe. The moment the stone axe appeared, it erupted with an unparalleled sharpness, instantly shattering the enormous gray hand phantom. Then that sharpness spread, annihilating the gaping maws rushing toward the 12 ancestral witches and the witch clan. It is Father God's treasure. Father God has saved us. Father God has acknowledged us. The entire witch clan shall bow in gratitude to Father God. The 12 ancestral witches were stunned, then ecstatic. They bowed reverently toward the direction of the supreme divine prison. Who else could unleash such power from the Pangu axe but their Father God? And when the 3 pure ones were threatened, Father God had not intervened. When they were threatened, Father God saved them. Did that not mean they held a higher place in his heart than the 3 pure ones? Has it fused so quickly? Is this the chaotic treasure Pangu axe? Its power is terrifying. Has Lord Panga taken action? The mighty beings of the primordial world sensed the might of the Pangu axe, their faces filled with shock. This was the legendary axe that split heaven and slaughtered countless chaos gods. Now it appeared in the primordial world. Who else could control it but Lord Pangu? Outside the primordial world within the Purple Heaven Palace, Hongjuan's aura trembled violently. Threads of heavenly Tao might emerged above him. The return of a chaotic treasure made even him and the heavenly Tao shudder. This treasure could annihilate him, even the heavenly Tao itself. How could his Tao heart not be in dread? Heavenly Tao, do we act? Devouring will likely be fully occupied suppressing the Pangu axe contending with Pangu. If you lend me your origin, I can unleash the power of the heavenly Tao realm and qualify to join this battle. A dazzling immortal light gleamed in Hongjuan's eyes. This was an opportunity. If Pangu and the devouring chaos god fought to mutual exhaustion, he could step in with the supreme heavenly Tao realm power and reap the rewards. What made him hesitate was the unfathomable supreme divine prison. Earlier a woman's voice had come from it, and the power she used to restore the eastern sea coast was no weaker than what Pangu had displayed. The heavenly Tao might above Hongjuan trembled as if replying. Hongjuan frowned. Still waiting. If we miss the chance there will be no other. If you fear, pour your origin into me. I will act alone and adapt to circumstances. Rest assured I will never betray you. Hongjuan urged, as if tempting the heavenly Tao to lend him its origin. But the heavenly Tao might trembled again, unwilling to entrust its power to him. Disappointment flickered in Hongjuan's eyes as if he had lost a great opportunity. At that moment Lu Ya's body shook violently. A terrifying gray phantom emerged within him. The Pangu axe. This treasure shall be mine. The phantom trembled, transforming into a colossal chaos god phantom roaring. Rumble. The entire primordial world quaked. A ferocious aura far surpassing the half-step heavenly Tao realms swept in from the chaotic region behind Lu Ya. Then a monstrous figure billions of zhang tall emerged from the chaos and merged with the gray phantom. It slowly took a step toward the primordial world. The myriad races' hearts trembled at the sight of that terrifying silhouette. Is that the devouring chaos god's true form? Is it actually stepping into the primordial world? Its aura is even more terrifying than the heavenly Tao's. The primordial world may not withstand a battle between beings of this level. Big brother, what about our brothers? Should we intervene? If this devouring demon god steps into the primordial world, it will be destroyed. Staring at the scene before him, Tongtian's face turned extremely grim. He had only come to seize the treasure. How could he have expected so many unexpected turns? If the primordial world were completely shattered, his countless disciples of the Jie sect, and even the billions of living beings would likely perish. How can we stop him? That is a chaos demon god of the heavenly Tao realm. Our treasures have evolved into the Pangu axe, and have lost all connection with us. Without an innate supreme treasure, our brothers are no match for that devouring demon god. Taishan could not help but bitterly smile. They had come to seize the treasure, but instead they failed to obtain it, and even lost 2 innate supreme treasures. If one did not know, they would think they had come to offer treasures. Now that the Pangu axe had condensed, Pangu could strike at any moment. Why should they court death? Just as the myriad races and all sages were stunned at the halfway point of Buzhou Mountain, the figure of Shiha slowly emerged. Her gaze sharpened as she looked at Lu Yu, a flicker of concern flashing in her eyes. Master, this Pangu axe is a chaos supreme treasure. In Pangu's hands his combat power will soar. Should we not intervene? Shiha's voice trembled slightly, as if she was extremely afraid of the so-called master. Especially since the last time she tried to save Lu Yu she was scolded. Now she dared not make a decision on her own. A mere chaos supreme treasure. What if he gets it? Do not bother. At that moment Shiha opened her mouth again, emitting a strange sound, as if it were the response of her master. This made Shiha's body tremble, and she could only lower her head and quickly conceal herself. Meanwhile, at the East Sea coast, the figures of Hongyun and Xinyuanzi had slowly risen into the air. Sensing that the devouring demon god was about to step into the primordial world, Xinyuanzi could not help but reveal a trace of worry. Hongyun, on the other hand, was extremely calm, even a faint smile appearing on his face. The humans below looked up at the figures of Xinyuanzi and Hongyun, who resembled father and daughter, and could not help but be astonished. A chaos demon god was about to appear over there, and yet these 2 seniors were still watching the show. Did they believe that Lord Pangu could suppress the devouring demon god? Boom. While the powerful beings of myriad races were panicking, half of the devouring demon god's body had already stepped into the primordial world, causing the entire world to tremble slightly. An overwhelming devouring force surged madly into the primordial world, as if trying to suppress the terrifying sharpness of the Pangu axe. Showing yourself so soon. This deity thought you would wait until all your substitutes and pawns were used up, but it seems your strength is not that great. Is this the confidence you use to challenge this deity? Hey, old friend, cleave him. At this moment, from within the supreme divine prison, Pangu's voice echoed again. It gave an impression of reluctance to even strike. This infuriated the devouring demon god, who shook his body violently, and prepared to fully step into the primordial world. At the same time, numerous gray shadows condensed and madly surged toward the Pengu axe, as if trying to devour the might of this chaos supreme treasure. But at that moment the Pengu axe, as if receiving Pengu's command, trembled violently. A dense aura of extreme sharpness emerged, coalescing into a supreme axelight that slashed toward the devouring demon god. The axelight was so sharp that wherever it passed, Tao and law were severed, and all things ceased to exist. The shadow formed by the gray phantoms could not resist at all, instantly turning into scattered sparks that rapidly dissipated. Even the chaotic chi that had invaded the primordial world could not withstand it, quickly retreating to both sides. Devouring abyss emerged. Endless vortex condense. Sensing the terror of the axelight, the devouring demon god's body trembled. He actually retreated half a step, stepping back out of the primordial world. At the same time, his chest rapidly split open, revealing a gaping maw like a terrifying abyss, unleashing an overwhelming devouring force. Before the gaping maw, an astonishing vortex formed. Waves of pulling force instantly appeared, as if they would suck everything around into it. But just as the vortex took shape, the terrifying axelight had already appeared before it. The supreme sharpness directly struck the vortex. Boom! A fierce collision erupted between the axelight and the devouring force, producing a series of rumbling sounds. The massive axelight paused for a moment before slashing into the devouring vortex, as if intending to shatter it. This caused the devouring demon god's expression to change drastically. Meanwhile, Luya in the primordial world suddenly turned to look at Nuwa and Fushi. I am about to begin. Your opportunity lies now. Whether you succeed or not, it is for you siblings to decide. With these words, Luya's hands suddenly expanded, gathering a supreme gray light that swept toward the spatial rift from which he had appeared. Hearing this, Nuwa and Fushi's faces both darkened. They seemed deeply conflicted. Roar! Help! Your Majesty, spare us! Your Majesty! We have submitted to you. At that moment, from within the demon clan there suddenly arose a series of pitiful screams and pleas for mercy. The sound instantly echoed across the primordial world, stunning all the powerful beings. What is happening in the demon clan? Look, it's Luya making his move. He is blood-sacrificing the demon clan beings. What? Has that madman gone crazy? Isn't he the demon emperor? Such a ruthless method. This Luya is too terrifying. At first, upon hearing the pitiful cries, the powerful beings of myriad races did not know what was happening. Only when they looked toward the demon clan did they see a massive spatial rift above the demon emperor palace. From it, gray shadows surged out, devouring countless demon clan beings. And the one orchestrating it all was Luya, who had forcefully inherited the throne of the demon emperor. In that instant, Luya's aura surged again, an extremely evil force spreading wildly in all directions. Seeing this, Nuwa's expression changed repeatedly. She gritted her teeth and was about to move toward Luya, as if to join him in absorbing the power emanating from the demon clan. Little sister, think twice. Fushi's face finally showed a flicker of hesitation, and he warned Nuwa in a deep voice. This made Nuwa pause. Big brother, this time we have already violated the teacher's decree and gone against the will of heaven. Rather than letting Luya benefit, it is better to take this chance to break free from the constraints of the heavenly Tao and ascend to the supreme realm. Nuwa gritted her teeth and whispered to Fushi. Then her body trembled, erupting with supreme might, and she reached out to press her hand on Luya's back. Seeing this, Fushi's expression also hardened. He had no choice but to step forward, and like Nuwa, reached out to press against Luya. No way. Is Sage Nuwa also participating in such an evil ritual? She is after all the demon emperor of the demon clan and claims to be the demon sage. Is this really appropriate? Fortunately, we are not of the demon clan. Shut up. How can we discuss such matters? If Nuwa learns of what you said, your fate will be even worse than those demon clan beings. The powerful beings of myriad races were all greatly shocked, and even the expressions of the three pure ones turned extremely grim. But before their voices faded, Nuwa's body suddenly trembled, and her face instantly became furious. Luya, what are you doing? You are devouring my origin. Stop at once. Damn it, you have broken the pact. Big brother, flee quickly. We have been tricked. Upon hearing Nuwa's voice, Fushi's expression also suddenly changed drastically. Fortunately, his arm had not yet fallen upon Luya. He immediately withdrew his arm and hastily retreated backward. Around Nuwa's body, various treasures emerged one after another, fiercely striking toward where Luya was positioned. However, Nuwa's jade-like arms were entangled by wisps of gray light and could not be withdrawn. This made it difficult for her to retreat, leaving both parties locked in a stalemate. Boom, boom, boom. The myriad treasures hurled by Nuwa detonated before Luya, unleashing thunderous explosions. Alas, when the cacophony subsided, each treasure had been repelled by cascading ribbons of gray light and could not advance further. The devastating power released by those artifacts was swiftly consumed by the shadowy gray figures. Crack! Suddenly Lu Ya's frame shuddered as a heart-stirring resonance erupted from within him. His aura surged upward once more. An overwhelming pressure far surpassing the peak of primordial Luo Jin Immortal cascaded outward with frenzied intensity. That person has actually broken through to the half-step heavenly Tao realm. This defies all reason. Even if he performed a blood sacrifice upon the entire demon race, such a feat should be impossible. What on earth is happening? The myriad powerful beings, including the three pure ones Nuwa and Fushi, all bore expressions of utter astonishment. Lu Ya's ascent was truly inexplicable. If such a method truly led to the half-step heavenly Tao realm, then the primordial world would have long since been stripped of all lesser creatures, sacrificed en masse by the powerful. At that moment Lu Ya's aura pulsed once more, and he slowly turned his head to regard Nuwa, who was struggling, and Fushi, who was retreating at great speed. Hahaha. Now that we have reached this point, do you two siblings still hope to escape? Nuwa, I grant you a chance. Kneel before me, and become my servant, and I may spare your life. But you must personally slay Fushi, and offer his flesh as a blood sacrifice to me. Otherwise both of you shall become the nourishment for my ascension. As Lu Ya spoke, his original voice resurfaced, and the corners of his mouth curled into a chilling smile. Damn it. Lu Ya, do you truly believe you can force me to submit? If you dare lay a finger on my eldest brother, I will take you down with me. Nuwa's heart was consumed by rage. How could she ever yield to Lu Ya? The very notion of being made to slaughter her own eldest brother was unthinkable. The moment her words fell, Nuwa's body tensed with ferocity, her gaze sharpening with ruthless resolve. She raised her free arm, shaping her palm into a blade, and slashed toward the limb bound by Lu Ya. Little sister. Fushi paused in his retreat, calling out to Nuwa with palpable concern for her safety. Squelch. The sickening sound of flesh tearing and bones snapping echoed through the air. Nuwa's bound arm was severed cleanly at the shoulder, golden, holy blood pouring forth. Yet this sacrifice freed her from the gray light's grasp, and she retreated frantically to Fushi's side. Gathering her power around her, she prepared to carry him away from this place. I told you, you siblings cannot escape. Subjugate. But before they could flee far, Lu Ya's voice rang out once more. A terrifying pressure surged downward from above them, sweeping over both with devastating force, and sending them reeling back to their original positions. Then a horrifying phantom of a massive hand materialized, shrouding both Nuwa and Fushi completely. Their anguished cries of protest and unwillingness echoed sharply through the air. Their bodies were bound by ropes of shifting gray light, their garments torn to shreds, leaving them covered in wounds and appearing undignified. The primordial essence flowing from within them was uncontrollably drawn out and entirely consumed by those gray light ropes. Saint Nuwa and Fushi have been suppressed. They could not even escape after severing their own limbs. Has Lu Ya become this terrifying? Something is wrong. His aura continues to intensify. The myriad powerful beings felt their hearts tremble as they witnessed this scene. Though Lu Ya had already reached the half-step heavenly Tao realm, his power still surged forward unchecked. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted as an extremely violent force radiated outward from within Lu Ya, causing the entire primordial world to quake. The unfathomable might of the supreme heavenly Tao realm swept across heaven and earth as though seeking to subjugate all beings within the primordial world. So this is the power of the heavenly Tao realm. Truly profound. At this moment Lu Ya's body trembled slightly, an expression of overwhelming excitement spreading across his face. The gray light within his eyes gradually faded. The devouring demon god appeared to willingly relinquish control of his physical form. The heavenly Tao realm. He has already entered the heavenly Tao realm. This is far too effortless. What is happening? The myriad powerful beings were stunned once more. They had barely recovered from the shock of his half-step heavenly Tao realm breakthrough, yet he had already advanced to the full heavenly Tao realm so rapidly. Quite fascinating. You actually bestowed your flesh and blood power upon a junior, forcibly elevating him to a pseudo-heavenly Tao realm. Your methods have certainly improved. But do you truly believe this mere junior can help you overcome me? At that very moment Pangu's voice thundered forth once more, shaking the entire primordial world. With this revelation, the myriad powerful beings finally understood why Lu Ya's strength had surged so dramatically. The blood sacrifice of the demon race and the suppression of Nuwa and Fushi were merely the opening moves. The true key to Lu Ya's escalating power lay in his fusion with the devouring demon god's essence. Do not be so arrogant. I have already reached the heavenly Tao realm. I will completely subdue the supreme divine prison and annihilate all of you, avenging my father. Prepare to witness my supreme might. Lu Ya let out a fierce roar. Though his aura was terrifying, it gave the myriad beings a peculiar sensation, as if someone who had suddenly gained immense wealth had become arrogantly overconfident. Could this foe truly defeat the great god Pangu? He was the one who had once slaughtered through chaos itself and forged this primordial world. Lu Ya, why do you delay striking at that treasure? While I hold off his assault, suppress it as quickly as you can. I will surely grant you the chance for vengeance afterward. The devouring demon god rebuked Luya coldly. He was still engaged in combat against Panga's axe, and now that he had returned control of his body to this youth, why was he not acting? This was the perfect moment to suppress Panga's axe. However, before Luya could make his move, the supreme divine prison hovering above the eastern sea coast suddenly trembled. An extraordinarily profound power radiated from the colossal prison emperor statue. Look quickly, the statue atop the supreme divine prison is moving. Could the supreme prison emperor be issuing a decree? Is this targeting the devouring demon god? The myriad beings of the primordial world felt their hearts race, their faces alight with fierce anticipation. They desperately wanted to know whether the prison emperor within the supreme divine prison would directly issue a decree to judge the devouring demon god. This mattered to the survival of all beings in the primordial world. Buzz. As the myriad clans' powerhouses focused on the supreme prison, the colossal statue's lips slowly parted. A prison emperor's order shot forth from within, radiating a dazzling light. His Majesty is about to issue a decree. Old friend, wait a moment. I must go greet His Majesty's decree. Above the human territory, the crimson cloud trembled, its tiny face brimming with excitement. She instructed Zheng Yuanzi, then flickered toward the enormous statue, bowing to the prison emperor's order. The prison emperor's order quivered slightly, emitting a series of deep, mysterious sounds. Prison emperor's order. Accused Tunchi Mozhen, devouring demon god. Crime invading the primordial world, instigating a supreme calamity. Judgment, eternal imprisonment. Executor, 4th level jailer of the supreme prison. Hiss. Eternal imprisonment. 4th level jailer. So it really is Pangu making his move, eh? This battle will surely be the greatest in the primordial world. The myriad clans' powerhouses, sensing the order's message, all gasped in astonishment. It filled them with both joy and fear. The devouring demon god was a true heavenly Tao realm chaos demon god. As for Pangu, though it was uncertain how much of his strength had recovered, his earlier strike had also erupted with the might of the heavenly Tao realm. This battle would undoubtedly be an unprecedented supreme clash in the primordial world. If they could witness it, they might gain immense insights, hence their elation. Yet if the battle took place within the primordial world, it could shatter the entire realm. How could they not fear? Pangu, I heed your Majesty's decree. At that moment, the supreme prison erupted with an overwhelming aura of supreme might. A middle-aged man, 10,000 zhang tall, bare-chested, with handsome features, flowing black hair, and eyes as cold as ice, exuding a terrifying ferocity, stepped forth from the supreme prison. Rumble. The moment he appeared, his form expanded instantly, as if about to tear through the heavens. The entire primordial world trembled. The power of heaven and earth surged wildly, space around him quivered incessantly, and the endless stars spun rapidly. Countless beings felt their hearts shudder, overwhelmed with reverence. Is that Pangu? Truly terrifying. His aura is far beyond that of the devouring demon god, as expected of the supreme god who traversed chaos and split heaven and earth. The powerhouses of all clans couldn't help but exclaim in awe, their faces showing respect as they gazed at Pangu. We greet the Father God. The Father God's might shall shake the primordial world and overpower chaos. The 12 ancestral witches led the Wu tribe army, kneeling once more toward Pangu's location, shouting loudly. Not only them, but countless Wu tribe members who had remained behind also knelt toward Pangu, their faces burning with fervor. Outside the primordial world, within the purple firmament palace, Hongjuan's figure quivered violently. This battle is about to begin. Heavenly Tao, have you considered this thoroughly? Once Pangu and the Devourer finish their fight, there will be no such opportunity. If you entrust the essence of the heavenly Tao to me, even if we fail, you will not be held accountable. I will bear all blame. Hongjun gritted his teeth and once again petitioned the heavenly Tao, asking it to lend him its essence. He put on a show of wanting to relieve the heavenly Tao's worries without involving it. This caused the heavenly Tao's authority to waver, as if it was being swayed. After all, both the devouring demon god and Pangu had displayed the power of the heavenly Tao realm, each capable of threatening the heavenly Tao. If indeed while these two fought, Hongjun could step in to suppress them, the heavenly Tao might still have a chance to contend with the supreme prison. Yet even so, the heavenly Tao's will did not relent. On one hand, it feared the intervention of unknown powerhouses within the supreme prison. On the other hand, it worried even more about Hongjun himself. What if he took this chance to refine the essence of the heavenly Tao? Wouldn't the heavenly Tao's will be in even greater danger? At the East Sea coast, Hongyun, standing beneath the statue, had also turned her gaze to Pangu emerging from the supreme prison, her little face glowing with admiration. Hongyun pays respects to the senior. Please, senior, receive His Majesty's decree. She seemed to harbor a special affection for Pangu, her voice trembling with excitement. Pangu opened his eyes and nodded slightly at Hongyun. His dark gaze seemed to contain a boundless sea of stars, evolving sun, moon, and galaxies, condensing all things in heaven and earth, revealing the ultimate mystery. Little girl, as you are the decree attendant, your identity is special. No need to kneel to me. Step aside. Pangu glanced at Hongyun, then bowed respectfully to the prison emperor's order floating in the air. Afterward, he carefully stored the order away, slowly raised his head, and looked toward where the devouring demon god was. Devourer, didn't you want to battle with me, eh? Come, I shall grant your wish. With that, Pangu took a step forward, spanning the entire eastern part of the primordial world. His colossal form flickered, directly appearing in the region where the devouring demon god and Luya were. Pangu, you are too arrogant. You haven't even recovered your peak combat strength. You're merely at the heavenly Tao realm. How do you plan to suppress me? Seeing Pangu, the devouring demon god roared, his aura surging wildly. Though his words mocked Pangu, his heart was deeply shaken. He hadn't expected Pangu to be so forceful. Thus he did not strike first. Rest assured, even if I haven't recovered my peak, I can still take you down. Oh, and that brat over there, join in too. Otherwise you'll say I bullied you later. Pangu shot a cold glance at the devouring demon god, and Luya not even reaching for his Pangu axe. He seemed to be waiting for them to strike first. Rumble. But at that moment, the colossal statue on the East Sea coast suddenly trembled once more. From its unclosed mouth, another prison emperor's order shot out. This left the myriad clan's powerhouses stunned, unsure whether to watch Pangu or focus on the new order. Prison Emperor's order. Accuse Niwa Fushi. Crime: participating in blood sacrifice of primordial world beings betraying the primordial world. Judgment: imprisoned in the prison for 2 Hongming epochs. Executor: second-level jailer of the Supreme Prison. What? Another Prison Emperor's order. Niwa and Fushi betrayed the primordial world. Those siblings have already been drained into snake jerky. Do they still need to be imprisoned? That's not right. Why isn't Luya being punished? That guy is the one who executed the blood sacrifice of countless demon beings. Hearing the decree, the myriad clan's powerhouses showed expressions of surprise. Niwa and Fushi had just been suppressed by Luya, and their essence was likely nearly devoured by now. As for Luya, he had already stepped into the heavenly Tao realm. Even if a false one, he was still terrifying. Why didn't the prison emperor judge him? Neither of the 2 decrees mentioned Luya's name. Could there be a third order yet to be issued? While the clans were perplexed, Zulong Yuanfeng and Shi Qilin trembled, stepping out of the supreme prison and bowed to the prison emperor's order. Zulong, Yuanfeng, Shi Qilin, we obey His Majesty's decree. With that, icy determination flashed across their faces as they sped toward Niwa and Fushi. Luya, upon hearing the second decree, became extremely excited. His form pulsed repeatedly, unleashing formidable might, and he turned to face Pangu. Ha! Is the prison emperor afraid you can't handle both me and my master, so he dared not mention my name? It seems you're not much stronger than me. Master, let's join forces and destroy this Pangu. What a pity. You don't even have the qualification to receive the Honored One's judgment. I truly don't know whether to congratulate you or pity you. Pangu's face twisted into a disdainful sneer as he looked at Luya, as if he were a fool. The Honored One had issued 2 consecutive prison emperor decrees, yet none of them mentioned Luya. But that didn't mean he couldn't strike and annihilate him. The devouring demon god still had a chance to be sealed into the divine prison and survive in agony. But this brat, he probably wouldn't have such luck. You dare mock this emperor. Demon Crow descends, incinerate all. Perish before this emperor. Luya, enraged, waved his hands and conjured a supreme black flame, coalescing into a phantom of a 6-winged, 3-legged demon crow that charged straight at Pangu. Did this Pangu really think he was still the one who had slaughtered 3,000 demon gods and rivaled the great Tao? Both of them were in the heavenly Tao realm. What made Pangu think he was superior? You truly don't deserve to have this god make a move. Old friend, let you handle this brat. This god wants to see if devouring can withstand a single blow from me. Pangu cast a glance at Luya, then gave a command to the Pangu axe. Obeying the order, the Pangu axe trembled, turned sharply, and slashed toward Luya. In an instant, a terrifying axe light condensed madly and struck directly before the 6-winged demon crow. Boom! A deafening roar erupted. The colossal demon crow phantom didn't even have a chance to react before it was cleaved in 2. The momentum of Pangu's axe light remained undiminished, continuing toward Luya's true body. Damn it! Block it for this emperor. Luya cried out in panic, hurriedly conjuring layers of defensive barriers before him to resist the might of Pangu's axe. But against the power of a chaos supreme treasure, his defenses were ultimately too fragile. In an instant, all his barriers shattered completely. I raised you to the heavenly Tao realm, yet you can't even suppress a single treasure. Useless. Get back here at once. Witnessing this, the devouring demon god roared at Luya in fury, evidently displeased. Even if his strength was lacking, he was still in the heavenly Tao realm. At a time like this, all he could do was defend. Why didn't he launch an offensive? Even if he couldn't suppress Pangu's axe, he shouldn't be so utterly pathetic. You still have the mind to care about that, Junior. Better think about how to make this god enjoy himself. At that moment, Pangu let out a cold sneer, stepping forward with his massive frame. Then, without any technique or treasure, he simply raised his arm and threw a punch at the devouring demon god. This seemingly ordinary punch contained supreme might. Wherever his arm passed, Tao and Law vanished instantly, and even the chaotic energy fled wildly into the distance. In an instant the turbid qi around them sank rapidly, while the clear qi rose violently, as if a new world were about to be born. Rumble. But as soon as a crack appeared in the nascent world, it collapsed with a thunderous roar, and supreme destructive force radiated outward in all directions. Arrogant. Abyss manifestation vortex coalescence chaos empowerment. Devour all. The devouring demon god also roared, pressing both hands against the terrifying maw on his chest, forcing it to surge outward. A supreme devouring force erupted violently, forming a horrific vortex that enveloped Pangu's fist, attempting to swallow his power entirely. The same old trick again. How tedious. Pangu snorted, and his arm shook violently, unleashing an overwhelming savage might. The colossal vortex shattered instantly. Then Pangu opened his palm and seized the maw that had burst from the devouring demon god's body. His other arm also shook and shot forward. In an instant both of Pangu's hands gripped the upper and lower jaws of the maw, and he tore it apart with a ferocious pull. Boom. A deafening crash. The terrifying maw was ripped to shreds, and before it could even reform, the supreme might radiating from Pangu's arms scattered it completely. At that moment, a most agonized howl erupted from the devouring demon god's mouth. A huge gaping wound appeared on his chest, black blood oozing incessantly, as if he had suffered a severe injury. Hiss! Lord Pangu is terrifying. Is this the overlord among the chaos demon gods? He tore apart the devouring demon god's divine ability. Incredible! All the myriad races of the primordial world gasped in shock at Pangu's might. Was the devouring demon god's only trick this? With such weak power, he still dared to challenge Lord Pangu. A single blow had already gravely wounded him. How could he possibly withstand Pangu's onslaught? You dare harm my master. Pangu, this emperor will make you die without a burial place. At that moment, Luya, who was struggling to fend off Pangu's axe while retreating toward the devouring demon god, saw his master injured and could not help but roar. In his moment of despair, it was the devouring demon god who had saved him, granted him the supreme opportunity to raise his strength, and given him the chance to avenge himself. Now that he saw his master wounded, how could he not be furious? Come. To my side, join forces with me to deal with Pangu. As long as we destroy Pangu, I will surely elevate your power even further. Then you will be strong enough to suppress the supreme divine prison and avenge your father. The devouring demon god also turned to Luya and shouted urgently. Luya paused, nodded, then flickered and landed before the devouring demon god, facing Pangu and roaring once more. Boy, you still don't understand these chaos demon gods. Do you think any of them have good intentions? Seeing this, Pangu shook his head. This Luya was still too young. If he had lived for a few hundred or thousand kalpas, he might not be so naive. What are you afraid that this emperor and my master will join forces? Luya was about to shout at Pangu when his voice abruptly cut off. Above him, a terrifying maw suddenly appeared, lunging at him. Master, what are you doing? You aren't going to attack me, are you? I am your ally. You cannot do this. Luya let out a series of furious and aggrieved howls, but he found that wisps of gray light had already coiled around him, binding his form and rendering him unable to move an inch. Look! The devouring demon god is actually going to devour Luya. What? Isn't Luya his ally and subordinate? Could it be that Luya was merely his blood sacrifice? No wonder the Supreme Prison Emperor didn't mention him in the Prison Emperor decree. But, did the Supreme Prison Emperor already foresee this? The myriad races of the primordial world, the numerous saints, and even Hanjun within the Purple Firmament Palace were all stunned at this moment. No matter how weak Luya was, he had already reached the heavenly Tao realm. Did the devouring demon god raise his strength only to devour him? That made no sense. Just as the myriad races were shocked, Shihi's figure appeared once more atop Buzhou Mountain. Damn it! I knew that devouring never had good intentions. How dare you scheme against my son? Even if Pangu cannot suppress you today, I will make sure you are utterly annihilated body and soul. Shihi's voice was icy and seething with rage. But because of her master's command, Shihi was powerless to save her son. At this moment, she could only watch helplessly as the devouring demon god swallowed the unresisting Luya in one gulp. Rumble. Roar. From within the devouring demon god's body came a terrifying roar along with Luya's unwilling howl. But the sound abruptly ceased as the devouring demon god's massive mouth snapped shut. This left countless mighty beings in the primordial wilderness sighing with emotion. That was a heavenly Tao realm expert swallowed in one gulp. If I had such fortune, I would have fled far from the primordial wilderness long ago, roaming the chaos freely. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Fellow Taoists, stop dreaming. What do you mean by dreaming? Luya could step into the heavenly Tao realm. Why can't I? Why? He was at least the prince of the demon clan with some background. How can you and I compare? It was truly a case of hearing the Tao in the morning and dying at dusk. Luya had just barely sensed the wonder of the supreme heavenly Tao realm, yet in the end, he could not escape the schemes of the devouring demon god becoming blood and flesh in his belly. This brought them both joy and regret. Sigh, I clearly warned that brat. Pangu shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied at losing a worthy opponent. With that he beckoned to the Pangu axe. The axe trembled violently, as if extremely excited, letting out a series of quivering sounds as it flew swiftly toward Pangu. Old friend, do you also think this fellow is too weak? Pangu murmured again, reaching out to grasp the Pangu axe, gently stroking it a few times. At the same time, a flicker of visions passed through his eyes. It seemed he was recalling the battle and the chaos of old, or perhaps he was giving the devouring demon god a chance to digest Luya and restore his strength. Clearly the current devouring demon god did not stir his battle intent. Roar! Mere moments later, the devouring demon god's form shook violently, erupting into a roar that shook the chaos. A supreme devouring force surged forth, wildly threatening to engulf the entire primordial wilderness. The massive bloody hole on his chest began to heal frantically, and his aura soared rapidly. In an instant he had reached the peak of the heavenly Tao realm. Crack! Suddenly a crisp sound came from within the devouring demon god's body. It seemed as if some mysterious object had shattered, or as if a bottleneck had been broken. At this moment, supreme visions manifested around him, and his aura began to surge again. The terrifying pressure caused the surrounding chaos region to tremble, and the chaos chi receded into the distance. How has the devouring demon god's aura become so terrifying? Even more astonishing than Panga's. Has that fellow broken through? Impossible, right? Could he have truly surpassed the heavenly Tao realm and stepped into the half-step great Tao realm? How is that possible? Pangu hasn't even restored his half-step great Tao realm power. How could he step into it first? At this moment, the mighty beings of all races in the primordial wilderness, including the three pure ones, all showed expressions of extreme shock. They could sense that the aura emanating from the devouring demon god had changed drastically from before, seemingly surpassing the heavenly Tao realm. Father God, we your children willingly transform into nourishment to help you restore your peak combat power. Sensing the devouring demon god's aura change, the 12 ancestral witches immediately called out to Pangu. Their father god had finally appeared before them. If not now, when would they show their loyalty? Moreover, they truly wished to help Pangu restore his peak combat power and sweep through the chaos. All of us in the Witch Clan are willing to transform into nourishment to help the ancestral god recover. We are willing to transform into nourishment to help the ancestral god recover. The many great witches and countless Witch Clan warriors also began to shout. Waves of sound shook heaven and earth. The three pure ones who had retreated into the distance trembled. Tong Tian was the first to look at Taishang, his lips quivering. Big brother, should we make a statement? If those muscle-bound brutes were showing such loyalty, shouldn't they, the brothers, also express something? Silence. The devouring demon god has already surpassed the heavenly Tao realm and entered the half-step great Tao realm. With such combat power, he could probably crush a Pangu who hasn't yet restored his strength. Brothers, let's just watch the outcome of this battle. Taishang and Yuanshi almost simultaneously turned their heads and hissed at Tong Tian. Was their third brother out of his mind? Those ancestral witches were brainless, willing to sacrifice themselves to become Panga's nourishment. That was one thing. But they were heavenly Tao saints. How could they follow suit? Besides, the devouring demon god had already unleashed the power of the half-step great Tao realm. The outcome of this battle was still uncertain. Even their teacher in the heavenly Tao had not yet reacted. How could they be so hasty? Oomph. Do you think I need your sacrifices to deal with this fellow? Do you take me for that shameless being over there? Get out of the way, don't clutter up the place. Panga's expression stiffened slightly as he swept his gaze across the 12 ancestral witches and the Witch Clan army, coldly rebuking them. Yet there was no anger in his words, more like an elder admonishing his juniors. Regardless, the fact that these little ones had willingly offered to sacrifice themselves pleased Pangu greatly. In his heart, he finally acknowledged these descendants. Pangu, you are still as arrogant as before. Now that I have stepped into the half-step great Tao realm, even if you recover your peak combat power, I can match you equally. Do you think you still have a chance to suppress me, eh? Seeing Pangu's calm and indifferent demeanor, the devouring demon god could no longer hold back and roared at him. Then he took a heavy step forward. One terrifying devouring vortex after another rapidly materialized around him, intertwining and converging, enveloping the entire primordial wilderness. A supreme pulling force emanated from those devouring vortexes, as if they intended to devour the entire primordial wilderness. Damn it! Is that fellow going to swallow the whole primordial wilderness? Fellow Taoists, what shall we do? What's the panic? The heavenly Tao and the Tao ancestor haven't shown themselves yet. Tao ancestor. Heavenly Tao. Can they resist a half-step great Tao realm? Well, even if the Tao ancestor and heavenly Tao can't, isn't there still Pangu? At this moment, many among the mighty beings of all races began to panic. They could faintly sense that they could no longer resist the terrifying pulling force. Once they were pulled out of the primordial wilderness and into those terrifying vortexes, they would probably not even leave bones behind. Sensing this, Panga's expression finally turned serious. An icy killing intent instantly swept across heaven and earth. Whether I'm a match for him, we'll find out soon enough. But I advise you to give it your all, or you won't even have a chance to regret it. With that, Pangu also stepped forward boldly, his aura soaring rapidly. The Pangu axe in his hand erupted with the supreme might of a chaos supreme treasure. A sharp momentum gathered, swiftly evolving into an axe light even larger than the devouring demon god, and slashed toward him. Meanwhile, outside the primordial wilderness in the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun also sensed this. When he saw Pangu and the devouring demon god about to clash, he looked up again at the heavenly Dao's might above. Buzz! Finally, the heavenly Dao's will made a decision, trembling violently. Waves of terrifying heavenly Dao origin surged toward Hongjun. The heavenly Dao's will understood that if the devourer won, the primordial wilderness would be finished. So it had to face this choice. As the heavenly Dao origin poured in, Hongjun's aura began to skyrocket. In an instant, he burst forth with the power of the heavenly Dao realm. He shook his form lightly, a cold, sinister smile spreading across his face. Finally, it's time for this Dao ancestor to appear. Pangu Devourer, you shall now feel the power I have hidden for countless eons. Converge, river of immortal Dao. As Hongjun's voice fell, a supreme immortal Dao power erupted from within him, evolving into a terrifying river that shot out of the Zixiao Palace. Then he took a stepped onto the river of immortal Dao and sped toward the battlefield where Pangu and the devouring demon god were locked in combat. With a rumbling boom, the terrifying axe light condensed by Pangu's axe slammed fiercely into the devouring vortex ahead. In an instant, the massive devouring vortices shook violently. Boom, boom, boom. No fewer than 100 devouring vortices shattered one after another. The violent devouring power spread continuously. The devouring demon god's expression shifted from rage to solemnity as his form rapidly evolved. Soon the massive form vanished, replaced by a gray abyss. Bottomless and void of all things, it seemed both terrifying and imbued with supreme mysterious power. At the same time, an unparalleled pulling force emerged from the gray abyss, causing the surrounding chaotic chi to tremble and pour into it. The massive axe light of Panga's axe was also stirred, trembling slightly. At this moment, Panga's arm descended rapidly, and the colossal body of Panga's axe merged with the terrifying axe light. This caused the power of Panga's axe to surge wildly. Wherever it passed, Dao and laws shattered and chaotic chi fled. Soon a terrifying rift appeared in the chaos, as if worlds were opening, condensing, and breaking, shaking the soul. The great Dao trembles, all laws are powerless. Infinite abyss devour chaos. At this moment, the gray abyss spun wildly, its might growing increasingly terrifying. Even the primordial world trembled, as if unable to withstand the soul-shaking pulling force. Such terrifying power. My Dharma power seems to be draining, and I cannot resist at all. The spiritual energy of the primordial world is also being stirred. The elites of all races were greatly shocked. Under such circumstances, the mere residual might of the vortex already made it difficult for them, who were inside the primordial world, to resist. If not for the devouring demon god's main power being focused on Panga's axe, these creatures would have been drained into dried meat. Abyss devours gods. Bind. Amid the shock of the primordial elites, a roar from the devouring demon god suddenly echoed from within the gray abyss. Then a trembling sound emanated from the massive vortex. Streams of gray light surged out from the abyss, transforming into gray tentacles that shot toward Panga's axe to bind it. Is that all? Devourer, have you forgotten how I tore apart your divine ability just now, eh? Still playing this trick? How much do you look down on me? Or have you given up and decided to be suppressed? Seeing this, Panga's face showed a disdainful expression. Panga's axe in his hand trembled, and an unparalleled sharp might instantly surged toward those gray tentacles. Those gray tentacles shook violently, and the devouring power on them was directly dispelled by the might of Panga's axe. Before even getting close to the axe, they lost their devouring power and rapidly disintegrated. Then Panga's axe, like splitting bamboo, cleaved through chaos and struck fiercely upon the infinite abyss condensed by the devouring demon god. Boom! Another supreme thunderous roar echoed through chaos. The colossal infinite abyss and the might of Panga's axe clashed violently. Unfortunately, Panga's axe itself did not pause at all. It slashed right through the center of the infinite abyss. Crack! The massive infinite abyss shuddered violently, splitting open from the center, and began collapsing madly to both sides. Impossible! Damn it, how could a heavenly Dao realm being shatter my half-step great Dao realm divine ability? This, Elo. At this moment, within the vast abyss, power surged wildly, reforming the figure of the devouring demon god. Unfortunately, the devouring demon god had been cut in two and his power rapidly dissipated. The devouring energy on his body intertwined again and again, attempting to recombine. But no matter what means he used, it was all in vain. Ridiculous. Do you really think this forcibly elevated half-step Great Tao realm can match my peak combat power? For a wretch like you, even 3,000 wouldn't stop me from splitting them. Suppress. Pangu sneered and directly withdrew Pangu's axe. Then he reached out his large hand and grabbed directly toward the two halves of the devouring demon god's body. The supreme origin of power surged forth, instantly evolving into a terrifying five-finger prison that enveloped the two halves of the devouring demon god. This made the devouring demon god extremely unwilling. He roared furiously and raised his arm, trying to smash the prison. Boom, boom, boom. Unfortunately, no matter how his two halves struggled, they could not break free from the prison formed by Pangu. Moreover, as the prison shrank rapidly, the devouring demon god's form was also compressed, forcing it to shrink along with the prison. It's over. One axe strike, and it's done. No, that was too fast. That's the devouring demon god who just stepped into the half-step Great Tao realm. Lord Pangu, one axe strike, and he suppressed him. Could Lord Pangu have hidden his strength? At this moment, the elites of all races in the primordial world were dumbfounded. They had thought that even if Pangu won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. Moreover, this battle was already beyond their imagination. At least it should have lasted 10 or 8 Kulpas, right? But Lord Pangu resolved it with one axe strike and imprisoned the devouring demon god in that prison with a single palm. Not only had the devouring demon god not reacted, but even they, the onlookers, had not reacted. Shihi atop Bujo Mountain had a flicker in her eyes, and her aura seemed to undergo a subtle change. Then she furrowed her brows slightly and looked beyond the primordial world. This Pangu does have some skill. As expected of the former supreme being in chaos, it is only natural that the devouring demon god was defeated by him. From Shihi's mouth came the voice of that mysterious entity, seemingly somewhat surprised, yet not as shocked as one might expect. At this moment, a massive celestial gate suddenly appeared behind the place where the devouring demon god had been. The celestial gate shook violently, and a river of celestial Tao surged out wildly. The figure of Hongjun stood atop the river, stirring terrifying waves and unleashing astonishing might. Tisk, 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 fellow devourer, would you? Fellow devourer, what is this situation? As soon as Hongjun appeared, he was about to call out to the devouring demon god and establish a connection. But he suddenly discovered that the devouring demon god had been imprisoned in a cage, and that cage was rapidly moving toward Pangu. This made Hongjun's face change drastically. Was the devouring demon god so useless? In just an instant he had been suppressed by Pangu. Was the half-step Great Tao realm so weak? What a joke. He had planned to wait until Pangu and the devourer had wounded each other, then use his supreme might to suppress both Pangu and the devouring demon god. The battle was already over. Who was he supposed to suppress? Was he supposed to face Pangu directly? From your words, it seems you came to help that devourer. It seems you are also involved in this matter. Pangu stared coldly at Hongjun, and as he spoke, a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes, as if he would immediately strike and suppress Hongjun if he said one wrong word. Hearing this, Hongjun's expression froze, and his eyes flickered rapidly. Just then he saw Nuwa, who had barely escaped, and was extremely weak, and Fushi, who seemed near death. So he dramatically reduced his aura, and actually cupped his hands toward Pangu. You jest, fellow Taoist. This Tao ancestor has no connection whatsoever with that devourer. I merely sensed that a disciple had betrayed the primordial world and the heavenly Tao, and came specifically to cleanse the sect. Master. Upon hearing these words, Nuwa was momentarily stunned. She had just ignited almost all the power within her body, barely managing to survive with her elder brother under the suppression of Liya. Even so, her inner essence was nearly depleted. She still thought that given their miserable fate as siblings, Hongjun and the heavenly Tao might show them mercy. But the moment she appeared, her master had already accused her of a crime. Was her master planning to sacrifice them to escape his own fate of being suppressed? Silence. I, the Tao ancestor, am the spokesperson of the primordial heavenly Tao, devoting my life to maintaining the stability of the primordial world. As a heavenly Tao sage, you actually submitted to that devouring demon god, aiding Luya in blood-sacrificing countless beings of the demon clan. How can I, the Tao ancestor, tolerate this? How can the heavenly Tao tolerate this? From this day forth I shall expel you from my sect, and you shall no longer call me master. As for your sage position, you shall return it to the heavenly Tao and no longer receive its blessings. Hongjun's furious rebukes rang out continuously, displaying a demeanor of upholding justice and sacrificing family for righteousness. This left the three pure ones nearby with extremely peculiar expressions. Wasn't their master clearly here to ally with the devouring demon god? If not for Pangu's single strike that suppressed the devouring demon god, their master would have joined the battle. Unfortunately, they also held great disdain for Nuwa's previous actions. Now that Hongjun had stripped her of her sage position and expelled her from the sect, they considered it her own fault. Hiss! Tao ancestor Hongjun has directly expelled Nuwa from the sect and stripped her of her sage position. Could it be that Nua's strength will fall below that of a sage? Has a heavenly Tao sage position become vacant again? Countless powerful beings in the primordial world were stunned upon hearing Hongjuan's decree. Some quasi-sages even revealed a hint of joy in secret. With Nua stripped of her sage position, didn't they have a chance to step into the realm of sages? Boom. Rumble. At this moment the might of the heavenly Tao above Hongjun violently trembled. Astonishing law forces surged toward Nua, enveloping her. This caused the remnants of sage might around Nua to dissipate rapidly, and the merit above her head also scattered incessantly. Master, you cannot do this. We siblings have followed you for countless eons, never daring to show the slightest disrespect. How can you strip me of my sage position? Nua was extremely unwilling. Her body trembled repeatedly as she spat out several mouthfuls of essence blood, unable to help but roar at Hongjun. The prison emperor's decree had already judged her and her elder brother. Without the support of her sage position, how could she survive the two Hongmeng cycles? Nonsense. Betraying the primordial world deserves annihilation. My punishment is already lenient. If you remain ungrateful, I will completely obliterate you today. Hongjuan's face darkened as he continued to berate Nua. Especially seeing that Panga showed no reaction, he directly raised his palm, intending to strike Nua. But at that moment Zulong Yuanfeng and Shi Qilin swiftly arrived from the east, landing beside Pangu, and first bowed down. Then the three turned their gaze toward Hongjuan, who was about to strike Nua. Senior Zulong. Senior Yuanfeng. Senior Shi Qilin. We siblings willingly accept the judgment of the Supreme Prison Emperor and willingly submit to punishment. We shall not resist and beg the three seniors to imprison us in the Supreme Divine Prison. We are guilty. Upon seeing the three, a resolute gleam flashed in Nua's eyes, and she directly called out to Zulong Yuanfeng and Shi Qilin. If imprisoned in the Supreme Divine Prison, she and her elder brother might survive for a while longer. But if killed here by Hongjuan, how could her former master ever give them a chance to be reborn? She only hoped that their voluntary acceptance of the prison emperor's decree might earn them some leniency. Hearing Nua's words, Hongjuan's face instantly darkened. If Nua entered the Supreme Divine Prison, there would be too many variables. Having decided to clean house, he was unwilling to let the siblings survive. Thus he immediately brought down his raised arm, intending to finish the siblings before Zulong Yuanfeng and Shi Qilin could respond. What? Are you old rogue planning to kill a prisoner of the Supreme Divine Prison? Though Nua has fallen from sagehood and is unworthy of being imprisoned in the second level of the Supreme Divine Prison. But the decree of the Supreme One has already been issued. How can you kill her at will? Seeing this, Yuanfeng shook his head, stepped forward, and snorted coldly at Hongjun. Whether Nua and her brother lived or died had little to do with the three of them. But for Hongjun to kill a prisoner of the Supreme Divine Prison right before their eyes, what was that supposed to mean? Was he trying to show defiance to the Supreme Divine Prison? Hearing this, Hongjuan's hand paused, hovering above Nua, and Fushi hesitating several times to strike. It wasn't that he feared Yuanfeng. Rather, Pangu had now raised his head and looked toward him. You earthworm, you'd better not disturb the Supreme One. Otherwise I will personally petition to imprison you in the Divine Prison. Then you and this devourer, both under my watch on the 4th level, might even catch up on old times. With these words, Pangu ignored Hongjun and turned to look at the 12 ancestral witches. Then he waved his arm. 12 drops of essence blood imbued with astonishing mystical power shot toward the 12 ancestral witches. You little ones do show some filial piety. I grant you these 12 drops of essence blood. If you refine them, you can charge into the realm of Hunyuan, Great Luo, Golden, Immortal. These juniors were indeed filial, but their strength was far too low. Pangu even doubted whether these were truly the creatures born from his own blood essence. We thank you, Father God. We siblings shall forever honor you as our supreme deity. The entire Wu clan shall forever revere you as our progenitor. The 12 ancestral witches all showed extremely excited expressions, hastily kneeling before Pangu and reverently receiving the drop of essence blood in front of them. Behind them, numerous great witches and countless Wu clan warriors trembled and knelt again. It seemed they were suppressed by bloodline, unable to gaze directly at that ancestral god of the Wu clan. Seeing this, Tai Shan, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian, standing in the distance, all revealed a hint of disappointment. If the 12 ancestral witches also stepped into the realm of Great Luo, Golden, Immortal, the three brothers would likely not be their match. Enough. You may all disperse. Pangu responded indifferently, then strode across the primordial world, leading the devouring demon god back to the Supreme Divine Prison to report. Throughout the entire process, he did not spare Hongjun another glance. This filled Hongjuan's heart with rage, yet he dared not show any hint of dissatisfaction. How boring. I thought we could get a fight. Meanwhile, Zulong and Shi Qilin cast vicious glances at Hongjuan, their eyes filled with provocation. But Hongjun pretended not to see the provocation and directly turned to look at the three pure ones. You three come back to the Zhixiao Palace with me. I have some opportunities to bestow upon you, enough to enhance your strength. In the future you will have the power to crush even Hunyuan great Luo golden immortals. Clearly he had been provoked by Pangu. Fearing that his last 3 disciples still in the primordial world might also betray him, he intended to give the 3 pure ones some benefits. We thank you, Master. Hearing this, the 3 pure ones rejoiced, their hearts finally finding some balance. They hastily bowed to Hongjun and prepared to follow him away. But just as they were about to step onto the path of immortal Dao, Hongyun's figure swiftly arrived from the eastern sky, landing before Zulong Yuanfeng and Shi Qilan. Without even looking at the 3, she sneered at Hongjun and the 3 pure ones. Who said you could leave? My. Hearing this, Hongjun's face darkened. He abruptly turned to glare at Hongyun, his gaze filled with anger. Was anyone now able to command him, the dignified primordial Dao ancestor? Was this little Hongyun taking advantage of her backing to bully him? Had she forgotten the days when she listened to his lectures at Zixia Palace? Unfortunately, Hongyun paid no heed to his murderous glare and calmly stated, a decree from the senior in the prison. Because the shattered area this time is to be repaired by the heavenly Dao side. If it cannot be repaired, that senior will personally take action extracting the origin of the heavenly Dao to make amends. Or he will refine you directly into materials to repair the primordial world. Insolent. How does this concern us? Upon hearing Hongyun's words, Tong Tian found himself unable to suppress his temper and angrily confronted Hongyun. This is too much of a bullying towards saints, is it not? Third brother. Master has not spoken, how can you utter such nonsense? Be silent. This startled Taishang and Yuanshi, who immediately scolded Tong Tian. Speaking of this conflict, it indeed bore some relation to the 3 of them, but it was primarily caused by the intervention of that Lu and even the devouring demon god, was it not? Now this area has almost been reduced to a chaos zone. To restore it, how much origin energy would be required? However, Tong Tian was unwilling to concede and wished to argue further. Alas, before his voice could fall, Hongjun waved his hand and unleashed a terrifying pressure, directly interrupting him. Hongyun, you and this Dao ancestor share a master-disciple bond in truth, so this Dao ancestor shall not make things difficult for you. This Dao ancestor asks you, is this decree the words of that supreme prison emperor? Even if boundless fury churned within Hongjun's heart, he had to endure it at this moment. The devouring demon god had already been suppressed. He now had no trump cards left to battle the guards within the supreme divine prison. Your Excellency, for such a trivial matter must Your Excellency issue a decree. Does the word of the venerable prison guard not suffice to command you all? In any case, I have delivered the decree. That elder has granted you a century to complete the task. Decide for yourselves. Hongyun cast a glance at Hongjun. This guy is now claiming a master-disciple relationship with her. When she was ambushed back, then did this self-proclaimed master-disciple companion utter a single word. Hongjun's gaze darkened and his aura suddenly surged, sending a terrifying pressure sweeping across the surroundings. This left the powerful beings of all races in the primordial realm stunned. There is no need for deliberation. Preserving the primordial realm is inherently our mission as followers of the heavenly Dao. Even if you had not come to deliver the decree, even if no one had asked, how could this Dao ancestor stand idle and watch the primordial realm lie broken and unrepaired? How could the heavenly Dao remain indifferent? Yet Hongjun did not act as they had expected, launching a direct strike. Instead, he assumed an exceedingly solemn expression and called out loudly. This made the expressions of the myriad races' powerful beings grow somewhat peculiar. Was this Dao ancestor merely comforting himself, or was this truly his original intention? Had he not just moments ago wished to depart directly? Hongyun, did that elder require us to remain behind and supervise these individuals? If they fail to accomplish the task, we may directly report to that elder. At this moment, ancestral dragon Yuan Feng and primordial Qilan smiled as they glanced at Hongjun, and the 3 pure ones then turned to inquire of Hongyun. Such an opportunity to watch others labor while enjoying leisure within the primordial realm was precisely what they desired. However, Hongyun gently shook her head at them. It was obvious that the elder she referred to had not made such a request. This left ancestral dragon Yuan Feng and primordial Qilan somewhat disappointed, and they could only take Nuwa and Fushi and head toward the supreme divine prison. Hongyun, paying no further heed to the displeased countenances of Hongjun, and the 3 pure ones turned and followed the 3 ancestors. At this moment, the 12 ancestral witches cast triumphant glances at Hongjun and the 3 pure ones. If you had not seized Father God's treasures, how could this heaven and earth have been shattered? From our siblings' perspective, you ought to consider yourselves fortunate. Otherwise your fate would surely be far more wretched than that of the devouring demon god. Father God is indeed merciful. Absolutely. Though they spoke thus within their hearts, they actually felt that they should truly thank the 3 pure ones for this opportunity to behold Father God and receive his gifts. If not for the 3 pure ones blocking their path, attempting to seize the treasures and provoking conflict with them, leading to the emergence of the devouring demon god, how would Father God have responded to the prison emperor's decree and manifested himself? Hearing the 12 ancestral witches' mockery, Hongjuan's gaze involuntarily darkened, and a surge of anger stirred within his heart. However, he did not direct his wrath at the 12 ancestral witches, but instead looked toward the 3 pure ones. Since this affair arose from you brothers shall fully dedicate yourselves to repairing this realm. Within a century you must ensure this realm is completely restored. By then you may come to the Purple Void Palace, and your master shall bestow rewards upon you. Speaking thus, he gently waved his hand, channeling strands of heavenly Tao origin energy toward Taishang Yuanshi and Tongtian, causing their auras to recover rapidly. Thereafter his form trembled, and he directly activated the immortal Tao river rushing toward the immortal Tao gate. Regardless, as the grand Tao ancestor of the primordial realm and the voice of the heavenly Tao, could he truly engage in such menial labor here? Moreover, this time he was not at a loss. Though he had not obtained the result he desired, he had coerced a considerable amount of heavenly Tao origin from the heavenly Tao itself. If he could refine some of it, he would undoubtedly gain an opportunity to transcend the heavenly Tao. Master, even if we brothers join forces, we may not necessarily be able to complete the restoration within a century. Master! Master! The 3 pure ones were taken aback and repeatedly bowed and called out to Hongjuan's retreating figure. Alas, Hongjuan's form had already vanished into the immortal Tao gate, and the immortal Tao gate collapsed with a thunderous crash as if it had not heard their calls at all. This made the 3 pure ones' faces turn extremely grim. Within their hearts a trace of dissatisfaction toward Hongjuan arose. Their master cared about his face, did they not? Although repairing the primordial realm was an act of supreme merit. But now, while the 12 ancestral witches returned fully loaded, they were the ones who had to consume vast amounts of origin energy to repair the primordial realm here. It felt as though they had been conscripted as laborers. This suddenly brought a fleeting, unrealistic thought to their minds. Is it a bit late to acknowledge him as a father at this point? Second brother, third brother, given the circumstances, we brothers can only dedicate ourselves fully to repairing this realm. We must not give those from the supreme divine prison any excuse to strike against us. Furthermore, maintaining the primordial realm is inherently a supreme meritorious act, and the heavenly Tao will surely fully support us brothers. Taishang was relatively prudent, offering a few words of comfort to Yuanshi and Tongtian. At the same time, he invoked the heavenly Tao as soon as he spoke. After all, if they ultimately failed to complete the restoration, they 3 brothers would not be the only ones to suffer. He could not believe the heavenly Tao would not actively bestow blessings upon them brothers. Hearing this, although Yuanshi and Tongtian felt reluctant, they could find no grounds to refute. They could only nod, and together with Taishang unleash their astonishing sage-like might enveloping the shattered realm. When the 3 pure ones began their work of restoring the primordial realm, Hongjuan had already passed through the immortal Tao gate and returned to the Purple Void Palace. The moment he stepped through the immortal Tao gate, he seemed to sense something, his expression changing drastically as he glanced toward a corner of the Purple Void Palace. Simultaneously, his surrounding aura surged instantly, causing the entire Purple Void Palace to tremble. How dare someone secretly infiltrate this Tao ancestor's sanctum? Do they truly believe this Tao ancestor is easy to bully? As the words fell from his lips, his arm rose swiftly, reaching directly toward that corner. At this very moment, an exceptionally crisp sound suddenly echoed. This caused time throughout the entire Purple Void Palace to come to an immediate standstill. Even Hongjuan's attack was affected, becoming extremely slow, as if frozen in time. Immediately thereafter, a youth dressed in a purple golden-sleeved Taoist robe, lean in build, appearing to be only 17 or 18 years of age, slowly materialized from that corner. An imperceptible yet terrifying pressure spread from the other's body, causing Hongjuan's expression to undergo a dramatic transformation. You are. Although Hongjuan's voice could still be uttered, it was affected by the other's imposing presence, becoming halting and fragmented. Boom. As the young man's words fell, a tremendous roar erupted from around Hongjuan. Terrifying immortal energy surged wildly, finally restoring the flow of time around him to normal. This made Hongjuan's expression turn extremely gloomy, and a hint of shock appeared in his eyes as he looked toward the young man. Shurchen, you are still alive. Could it be that you have changed your vessel? In Hongjuan's impression, this Shurchen should have been even uglier than him. The other party appearing in such a form made him somewhat hard to adapt. What, after so many culpas, fellow Taoist, have you regressed? I have always looked like this, all right. Shurchen pouted, not dwelling too much on Hongjuan, but moved his steps and sat down on the cushion that should have belonged to Hongjuan with an air as if he were the master here. This made the coldness on Hongjuan's face even more intense. However, Hongjuan soon regained his composure, the coldness swept away, replaced by a faint smile. Fellow Taoist Shurchen, your visit here. Could it be that you have received some news? Your goal should also be the supreme divine prison that suddenly appeared in the primordial world, right? The devouring demon had just been suppressed. Hongjuan had thought that this time he would have to live under the shadow of Pangu and the supreme divine prison. Unexpectedly, an old acquaintance suddenly appeared. In the early days of chaos, this one's strength had also far surpassed his, and his combat power was even more astonishing. As the saying goes, time is honored, space is king. If fate does not appear, karma becomes emperor. In his view, Shurchin's true combat power was even stronger than that of the old willow tree. If the other party's goal was also the Supreme Divine Prison, he might still have room to scheme. I already know about the Supreme Divine Prison. However, this time I just came to see you, fellow Taoist. I have no interest in the Supreme Divine Prison. You don't need to test me either. Shurchin lightly waved his hand, and a pot of aged wine and a plate of spirit fruits appeared before him. Then he poured himself a drink and began to eat and drink on his own, revealing a lazy demeanor. Not for the Supreme Divine Prison. Hearing this, Hong Jun was stunned. He did not believe Shurchin's words. Could it be that the other party was afraid he would betray him? Was he, Hong Jun, that kind of person? When did you become so pure and desireless, fellow Taoist? In chaos you often snatched good things. Are you afraid of Pangu and dare not plot for the Supreme Divine Prison? Since the other party didn't want him to probe, how could he stop probing? This was related to his interests. The only thing that made him uncertain was what level Shurchin's strength had actually reached. In the battle of the creation of the world back then, this fellow was one of the first to lose contact. If he had never fallen, his combat power might have far surpassed his own by now. Afraid of him? Hearing Hong Juan's taunt, Shurchin's gaze instantly turned deep. The aura around him trembled involuntarily several times, and wild time power filled the entire Zixiao Palace. This caused the time power within Zixiao Palace to flow madly. In the blink of an eye, it seemed countless kalpas had passed. Hong Juan's face showed shock as he faintly sensed a might surpassing the heavenly Tao realm. He urgently activated the heavenly Tao origin within him that he had not yet returned, desperately resisting the passage of time, fearing that Shurchin might suddenly attack him. Fortunately, Shurchin's aura soon receded, restoring the normal flow of time around them. Then the other party slowly stood up and looked at Hong Jun. This time I came only because I no longer wish to roam in chaos. I greet you, the heavenly Tao's representative, and plan to enter the primordial world to recuperate for a while. As for the reward. Suddenly Shurchin's voice paused and he abruptly turned his head to look into the depths of chaos. Then he urgently transmitted a message to Hong Jun. Fellow Taoist, you have never seen me. As for the reward, let it be a message: the land of extinction, the great Tao revives, destruction surges, slaughter is about to rise. As a demon of the immortal path, fellow Taoist, you probably cannot escape this calamity. You should make plans early. With these words, Shurchin flickered slightly, and his figure seemed to merge into the time power, disappearing without a trace. Only Hong Jun remained looking bewildered. The land of extinction, the great Tao revives, destruction surges, slaughter is about to rise. What does it mean? Is the great Tao going to initiate an immeasurable kalpa? How could it be so fast? Let this Tao ancestor make plans early. Can't even this Tao ancestor transcend? Repeating the information left by the Shurchin demon, Hong Jun fell into deep thought. And without his notice, a very subtle and mysterious force circled around the Zixiao Palace. Then that wisp of mysterious force slowly dissipated. Deep in chaos, far from Zixiao Palace, a dark purple wooden boat was moving slowly. On it, a young girl in a green dress, petite, and looking only about 15 or 16 years old, slowly opened her eyes. So he did go to that world. Old man, am I that intimidating to you? How many kalpas have you been hiding from me? You would rather risk being detected by Pangu, rather go to that earthworm than face me. The girl's delicate face showed a resentful expression, as if extremely annoyed. However, after her voice fell, the wooden boat trembled and disappeared from its spot, as if intending to head to the primordial world. At this moment, at the summit of Buzhou Mountain in the primordial world, Xia's figure appeared once again. Her gaze first looked toward Zixiao Palace, then toward the depths of chaos, and immediately a thick black light emerged. Two more have come. Good. If these two make a move, the great Tao will of this Hongming world should fully awaken, right? At that time, the defenses within the Supreme Divine Prison will probably weaken as well. After speaking, the black light in Xia's eyes immediately concealed itself, and Xia returned to normal. Her expression darkened slightly, and she glanced toward the direction of the Supreme Divine Prison, revealing a trace of resentment. At this moment, before the Supreme Divine Prison, Pangu's figure rapidly shrank, and he bowed to the giant statue, respectfully handing over the prison emperor token, letting it return into the mouth of the giant statue. Afterward, he held the cage condensed from the origin of power in one hand, and stepped toward the Supreme Divine Prison. Before entering the Supreme Divine Prison, Pangu lightly turned his head and glanced toward the human territory. At this moment, a stone slab emitting a mysterious power slowly emerged and fiercely fell toward the human territory. This caused the three ancestors of humanity and many innate humans, as well as Xinyuanzi and Hongyun's Mount Kunpeng, who remained in the human territory, to tremble in their hearts and instinctively bow to Pangu. Pangu spoke calmly. This treasure was obtained by me by chance. Seeing its mystery, I specially kept it, and after reforging it, I added some insights. The inheritance on it is suitable for humanity to comprehend and cultivate, so I will leave it with humanity for you to control. Lest you like those 3 unfaithful ones go astray and be corrupted by that earthworm. With these words Pangu's figure flickered and stepped into the supreme divine prison. The stone slab then began to rapidly expand and evolve, turning into 36 giant stelae falling toward the center of the human territory. We bow in gratitude for the gift of the great god Pangu. The 3 ancestors of humanity were overjoyed and immediately led the many humans in a bow toward Pangu's back, loudly expressing their thanks. And before the humans' voices had faded, extremely mysterious patterns emerged from the 36 steel. At the same time, wisps of formation power surged rapidly, enveloping the entire human territory. At this moment, Zhen Yuanzi, filled with astonishment, gazed at one of the 36 stone tablets, his eyes instantly captivated by a mysterious pattern on its surface. In an instant, the aura around him trembled wildly. His divine sense seemed to detach from his physical body, merging into that mysterious pattern. Suddenly, he felt as if he were in an endless void. Billions of fearsome beasts emerged around him, roaring and charging toward him. At that moment, a colossal hand rapidly condensed in the air, imbued with supreme and mysterious might, and slammed down fiercely. Bang! 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 Under that terrifying palm, billions of beasts exploded, instantly annihilated. The entire void seemed to tremble, cracks appearing everywhere, before finally collapsing with a roar. This was not yet the end. After that, heaven and earth collapsed. Countless fragments of beasts' flesh and blood gathered, forming a massive, terrifying vortex. Meanwhile, the primordial spirits of the beasts emerged and rushed into the vortex. Even Zhen Yuanzi's divine sense seemed to be drawn in. Soon he felt as if reborn, descending again as a young beast, vaguely experiencing one reincarnation after another. Bang! This caused Zhen Yuanzi's body to jolt violently. He subconsciously stepped back, a wave of fatigue washing over him. However, his aura subtly surged, giving him a glimpse of an opportunity to attain the Tao. Reincarnation Palm. It is actually a supreme divine ability. The treasures bestowed by the great god Pangu are truly profound. Zhen Yuanzi couldn't help murmuring to himself, his face showing an expression of extreme astonishment. At this moment, the 3 ancestors of the human race all looked at Zhen Yuanzi, as if sensing the change in him. These 36 stone tablets are surely supreme treasures. I sensed for a moment and vaguely obtained a supreme divine ability, but it still requires gradual comprehension before it can be manifested. People of the human race, you may try to comprehend the patterns on them, and perhaps gain something. Zhen Yuanzi hurriedly spoke, telling the 3 ancestors of the human race about his previous sensation. After all, this treasure was bestowed upon the human race by the great god Pangu. He stole a glance, having already taken advantage of the human race. Thank you, Senior, for informing us. Since you are a good friend of Senior Hongyun, you may cultivate here, but we only ask that you take some time to clarify doubts for our people. The 3 ancestors of the human race were not foolish. Zhen Yuanzi was an old friend of Hongyun, and having such a powerful figure stationed among the humans, while also providing guidance, would naturally accelerate their own comprehension and cultivation. That one actually bestowed such a mysterious treasure. Perfect timing to have those 3 unruly sons come and comprehend it. At this moment, Ancestor Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Primordial Qilin happened to return with Nuwa and Fushi. Seeing the 36 gigantic stone tablets in the human territory, even they felt their minds tremble. They had observed for a moment and vaguely gained something. Such a mysterious treasure could be used to let Kong Xian 4 unlike and Great Sun Heavenly Dragon come and comprehend it. 3 seniors, this is a treasure bestowed upon the human race. If those 3 come to comprehend it, they must obtain the human race's approval. Otherwise, don't blame me for going to the senior in the prison to discuss this. Hongyun glanced at Ancestor Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Primordial Qilin. These 3 seemed to have forgotten that this treasure was specifically bestowed by Pangu to the human race. Of course, my dragon clan still has some experts. We can gather them to ally with the human race. Old Dragon's words are correct. My Qilin clan also has some juniors who can ally with the human race. The Phoenix clan also has. Ancestor Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Primordial Qilin first glanced at Hongyun, then turned to the 3 ancestors of the human race. The 3 ancestors of the human race were startled, then overjoyed. The human race was not yet strong and relied on the might of the supreme divine prison to stand in the primordial world. If they could ally with the 3 ancient clans, the human race's strength would surely increase greatly. Not an alliance. It is to assist the human race. At most, it can be considered a pact between your 3 clans and the human race. Hongyun's brow furrowed again as he coldly replied to Ancestor Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Primordial Qilin. Although he did not outright reject the proposal on behalf of the human race, he did not fully endorse their idea. Hearing this, Ancestor Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Primordial Qilin exchanged glances. Do we need your reminder? It is naturally a pact. Whoever dares to invade the human race, the Dragon Phoenix and Qilin clans will strike with full force and annihilate those fellows. With that, Primordial Phoenix reached out and made a gesture toward the Supreme Divine Prison. 3 figures were immediately pulled out, and they were Kong Xian, Great Sun, Heavenly Dragon, and 4 unlike, all looking bewildered. Greetings, Mother. Greetings, Father King. Greetings, Father. Kong Xian, 4 unlike, and Great Sun, Heavenly Dragon quickly bowed and called out to the 3 elders. As the princes of the 3 clans, you may gather your people and come to the East Sea coast to form a pact with the human race and assist them. Primordial Phoenix spoke first. Her expression was extremely stern, making Kong Xian and the others dare not ask any questions, and they quickly bowed and agreed. Ancestor Dragon, on the other hand, smiled slightly. The human race controls the inheritance stone tablets bestowed by Senior Pangu. You should also comprehend them diligently, lest you lose face for us in the future. As your father commands. As Uncle Dragon commands. Great Sun, Heavenly Dragon, Kong Xian, and Primordial Qilin instantly understood the intentions of the 3 elders and bowed again, calling out. While Ancestor Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Primordial Qilin were seeking benefits for their juniors, Pangu had already led the devouring demon god into the 4th level of the Supreme Divine Prison. This place was like an endless starry sky. Each enormous star seemed like a world comparable to the primordial world. Those stars clustered densely, seemingly infinite, forming countless galaxies and universes. At the center of all the stars lay a vast mountain range before which even Pangu's figure appeared somewhat insignificant. Pangu waved his hand, tossing the cage of the origin of power, letting it land at the foot of the mountain. Boom. Immediately the cage rapidly disintegrated, allowing the devouring demon god inside to regain his freedom. Roar. The devouring demon god immediately roared, emitting terrifying howls, as if he wanted to fight Pangu again. But at this moment Pangu paid him no heed. With a leap, he headed straight for the summit of the vast mountain range. Atop it stood an extremely majestic palace radiating astonishing power that made one's soul tremble. Newcomer, stop roaring. Better save your strength. If you keep roaring like that, you'll soon be done for. At that moment, a humanoid statue lying on the ground trembled slightly and softly warned the devouring demon god. Hearing this, the devouring demon god was greatly alarmed. He had not expected that there were other beings here. This caused his still unfused 2 halves of his body to tremble violently as he quickly scanned the surroundings. Soon he discovered that at the foot of the vast mountain at intervals figures lay prostrate on the ground. So many people. Fellow Taoists, where do you all come from? Why are you all lying down? May I ask your names and why you are imprisoned here? The devouring demon god was dumbfounded. He had thought he was the only one imprisoned in the 4th level of the Supreme Divine Prison. He never expected so many beings here. My name is not worthy for you to know. I entered this level of my own accord. How can a newcomer like you comprehend my might? Just know that where I am there is heaven. No one dares mention reincarnation in my presence. That statue, as soon as it spoke, was filled with supreme arrogance, instantly exuding an aura of dominance. This made the devouring demon god somewhat surprised. This guy's words sounded even more powerful than himself. Yet the other's aura was not that terrifying. He vaguely felt that a single wave of his hand could annihilate him. Could such a being really be as powerful as he claimed? Could it be that the other was hiding his true strength? It is ill. It is coming. Newcomer, quickly get low. However, before the words of the statue had barely fallen, it let out a sudden cry of alarm. This caused the devouring demon god to pause in astonishment. Rumble, rumble. At that very moment, the boundless stars trembled ever so slightly, sending forth layered, thunderous echoes. And supreme and peerless pressure swept across the entire 4th level in an instant. The ferocious aura caused the devouring demon god, still bewildered, to pale, and as if struck by a heavy blow, he fell to his knees. He let out a roar, desperate to unleash all his power to endure. Through this process, his strength began to drain away at a terrifying rate, as if being absorbed by that profound and mysterious pressure. This sent the devouring demon god into sheer terror. As a demon god who commanded the power of devouring, he was extremely familiar with this sensation. Yet he found himself completely unable to resist. It seemed his abilities were nowhere near the level of this mystical force. This reminded him of what that statue had said earlier, and subconsciously, he dove toward the ground. As expected, in doing so, the speed at which his power drained decreased considerably. A woo. And in that instant, from numerous stars came waves of mournful wails. At the peak of a colossal mountain range within a magnificent palace, a figure sat cross-legged upon a giant throne, his gaze cast toward the devouring demon god at the mountain's foothills, a thin, cold smile appearing on his face. In consideration of the fact that you once destroyed me in the past, this deity did not lock you within those dead stars. As for how long you can endure, that depends entirely on your own abilities. As these words fell, Pangu slowly closed his eyes and seemed to enter a state of cultivation. At this moment, Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Primordial Qilin had also returned their prison emperor tokens, and bringing Nuwa and Fushi with them stepped into the Supreme Divine Prison. The group descended before the massive gate at the very center of the first level. Dong Wanggong, seated before the gate, saw Nuwa and Fushi and paused for a moment, then rose and offered a respectful bow to the trio of Ancestral Dragon and his companions. Thank you for your troubles, honored seniors. Should these two remain imprisoned on the first level? As he spoke, a rather sinister smile played upon Dong Wanggong's face as his gaze swept over Nuwa. This caused Nuwa's expression to shift slightly. Dong Wanggong, you are still alive. Dong Wanggong was once the foremost of the male immortals of the primordial world, personally appointed by Hongjun. And it was the demonic tribe led by Emperor Jun and Tai that had attacked and annihilated the ancient immortal court. If he were to hold this grievance against her and her elder brother, their days would surely be most difficult. These two are left in your care. However, this young maiden did not resist at all. She surrendered voluntarily and confessed outright. Just do not press too hard. Primordial Phoenix gently waved her hand and offered Dong Wanggong a warning. Before Dong Wanggong could respond, his figure flickered, and together with Ancestral Dragon and Primordial Qilin, he stepped through the enormous gateway beside Dong Wanggong. Witnessing this, both Nuwa and Fushi's expressions darkened, and for a moment neither knew what to say. Dong Wanggong unfazed smiled and stepped forward, waving his hand to unleash a devastating pressure that surged toward Nuwa and Fushi like a net. This caused Nuwa and Fushi to tremble, and they looked at Dong Wanggong in utter panic. Nuwa pays her respects to the honored Taoist. That you survive and have become a warden within the Supreme Divine Prison is truly a cause for celebration. In the days to come, I beg you to show us your kindness. Ultimately, biting her lip, Nuwa forced down her unwillingness and bowed to Dong Wanggong. At this point, did dignity matter? It did not. Kindness. Of course I shall take excellent care of you siblings. As he spoke, Dong Wanggong waved his hand once more. The surrounding scenery shifted rapidly and massive prison cells emerged one after another, releasing layers of curses and roars. This caused both Nuwa and Fushi's gazes to tighten. They never would have imagined that everything they had seen moments before was merely an illusion. Previously she had been puzzled as to why there were no cells or prisoners here. Come. At this moment Dong Wanggong beckoned Nuwa and Fushi with a finger, his smile widening as he advanced forward. Nuwa and Fushi at this point dared not resist in the slightest and could only follow behind him. Soon Dong Wanggong brought the pair of siblings to the front of an exceptionally ancient-looking cell. Jajajk. Finally, some juniors have been imprisoned on the first level. TSK tisk, such delicate skin, quite handsome indeed. Boy, how about you send the young maiden into this old man's cell? Lock her in here, and this old man shall reveal a world-shaking secret. Oomph. You shameless old thing, just how old are you anyway? Put her in my cell instead. I shall treat her with tenderness. The girl is yours, but this old man has set his sights on that snake beside her. So that is the legendary water snake Waste. In an instant, the ancient prison echoed with all manner of obscene talk, causing Nuwa and Fushi's bodies to tremble involuntarily. Make your choice. These old foxes have been imprisoned for far too long. Their power has dissipated considerably. By entering here, you might yet survive somewhat longer. Consider this a measure of kindness on my part. As he spoke, Dong Wanggong looked toward Nuwa and Fushi. If not for the deeply meaningful expression playing across his face, Nuwa and Fushi might almost have believed his words. This princess and my elder brother are most grateful for your kindness. Since that is so, let us enter this particular cell. After a flash of calculation in her eyes, Nuwa pointed toward the cell from which the self-proclaimed old man had spoken. This caused Fushi to pause in surprise. Why had his dear sister made such a decision without consulting him? That particular cell made his flesh crawl, and he turned to Nuwa with confusion etched upon his face. However, Dong Wanggong gave the siblings no opportunity to deliberate and waved his hand fiercely. The cell trembled violently, and two chains shot forth, binding Nuwa and Fushi's figures in an instant. This caused their bodies to lurch as they were dragged directly into that cell. Ha ha ha. Boy, old man is very satisfied. Fear not, this old man shall not let you labor in vain. This top-grade ancient treasure shall be yours. From within the cell emerged a gaunt middle-aged man. He waved his hand and flung forth a golden token. Yet Dong Wanggong did not even glance at it. With a casual sweep of his hand, the token quivered and flew toward a sun-like orb hovering overhead. A chain shot forth from that orb, shattering the golden token to pieces and absorbing its power entirely. You two Taoists shall experience the life of the Supreme Divine Prison to the fullest. Your term of imprisonment shall be exceedingly long. With a cold chuckle, Dong Wanggong tucked his arms behind his back and strolled leisurely back toward the enormous gate. Behind him came Fushi's wailing cries, sounding utterly tragic, yet somehow carrying a strange undertone. Buzz! Dong Wanggong's lips curled upward slightly, and he swept his arm sharply. The entire first-level scenery shifted at once. Countless cells vanished, and the sorrowful sounds were instantly muffled. At this moment a visage suddenly appeared upon the gate of the supreme divine prison. It was Shen Ni's face. He cast a cold glare toward Dong Wang Gong, and intoned, "If they perish, remember to leave me several slices of fine snake meat. Senior, do not worry. This disciple will not forget. When the time comes I shall deliver them to you personally." Dong Wang Gong hastily bowed toward the face upon the gate, and responded with a broad smile. What choice did he have? His first level happened to be directly adjacent to Shen Ni's domain. If he failed to maintain good relations, he feared he would surely suffer a severe beating. When Nuwa and Fushi were sealed into the first layer of the supreme divine prison beyond the Honghuang, within the purple cloud palace, Hongjun slowly opened his eyes. Above him the power of the heavenly Tao surged, as if gradually reclaiming the origin of the heavenly way. This caused Hongjun's brows to furrow slightly, a look of inner conflict appearing on his face. Previously he had intended to claim the heavenly Tao's origin for himself, refining it gradually to master the heavenly way and break free from all constraints. However, the current situation seemed to have surpassed his expectations, especially those final words left by the time demon god, which sent tremors through his spirit. He was weighing whether turning against the heavenly way now would be a wise choice. A low hum resonated as the will of the heavenly Tao grew increasingly potent, almost urging Hongjun forward. His gaze sharpened, and he raised his head abruptly to fix his eyes upon where the heavenly might swirled. "Heavenly Tao, you must have heard what friend Shurchen said. The present circumstances seem far beyond what we anticipated. If you reclaim these heavenly origins and my strength falls below the heavenly tribulation realm, how will I continue to intimidate the myriad races of Honghuang? You should be aware that the 12 ancestral sorcerers have inherited the essence blood lineage, and will soon break through to the golden immortal of primordial unity. If I cannot suppress those beings outside the supreme divine prison, then your authority is already insufficient to shape the destiny of Honghuang, is it not?" Since open confrontation was impossible, at least there was room for negotiation. At this point he and the heavenly will were essentially co-voyagers on the same vessel. If he was forthright about it, the heavenly will should at least understand the advantages and disadvantages. This time the heavenly origins may be under your control, but you must not refine them. Otherwise the heavenly way will reclaim them immediately. Upon hearing Hongjun's words, the heavenly will seemed persuaded and issued its decree. Gradually the might of the heavenly Tao weakened, its power receding swiftly. A smile of satisfaction spread across Hongjun's face. With the heavenly Tao's origins residing within him, even if he could not openly refine them, could he not gradually devour them? After all, did anyone exert themselves without consuming energy? With this thought in mind, he glanced toward the two figures standing at the entrance of the purple cloud palace, and spoke indifferently. "I have an opportunity here to bestow upon you both. Come forward and listen." Hao Tian Yaoqi, kneel and receive the Tao ancestors' decree. The boy and girl disciples at the gate seemed to sense his call, and hurried forward to bow before Hongjun, who sat elevated upon his meditation cushion. Now the demon race's powerful ones have been annihilated 9 out of 10, with the survivors scattered across Honghuang, incapable of shaping its grand currents. Yet the majesty of the heavenly Tao must still have someone to bear it. I hereby decree that you shall be the new leaders of the male and female immortals of Honghuang, and go to the former lands of the demon race to establish the heavenly court. You shall wield my decree and temporarily govern the heavens." Hongjun's voice continued, and upon hearing it, both Hao Tian and Yao Qi's faces brightened with joy. They had served as disciples practicing within the Purple Cloud Palace for countless eons. Watching those beings they had once heard of in the Purple Cloud Palace surging freely across Honghuang, they felt deep envy. Now they could finally leave the Purple Cloud Palace, step into Honghuang, and display their supreme power. These two treasures carry considerable power and will enhance your combat abilities. I shall ensure this decree spreads throughout all of Honghuang. You shall have the full support of the Xianmen faction. Hongjun spoke again, offering a few words of counsel to Hao Tian and Yao Qi before two treasures materialized before them. A golden sword trembled gently and settled before Hao Tian, while a jade-green lotus leaf appeared and drifted toward Yao Qi. "We gratefully accept the Tao ancestors' bestowal. We shall surely not fail to meet your expectations." After bowing once more, Hao Tian and Yao Qi stepped forward to receive the treasures. At this point Hongjun had closed his eyes and waved dismissively. "Go now? The authority of the heavenly Tao must not be violated, but the methods of immortal cultivation may be widely disseminated throughout Honghuang." As his words faded, a profound power emanated from his body, coalescing before Hao Tian and Yao Qi into an ethereal, immortal gateway. Hao Tian and Yao Qi bowed again, their faces alight with excitement as they approached the portal. In the blink of an eye, their figures materialized in Honghuang, landing above what had once been the demon clan's stronghold. Before them lay devastation in every direction, bones scattered everywhere, a sight more harrowing than the 9 netherworlds themselves. Could it truly be this catastrophic? Friend, can this place truly serve as the foundation for our heavenly court? The sight of those grim skeletal remains caused Yao Qi to tremble involuntarily. A flicker of panic crossed her eyes. Would you dare defy the Tao Ancestor's decree? Besides, we are not of the demon race, but trusted agents of the Tao Ancestor backed by the entire Xianmen sect and the authority of the heavenly Tao itself. As long as we do not provoke that supreme divine prison, we shall remain unharmed. Hao Tian drew a deep breath and offered a few reassuring words to Yao Qi, though his own heart raced with trepidation. His earlier fervor had completely evaporated. Rumbles echoed through the sky, thunderous and terrifying after Hao Tian and Yao Qi had entered the demon race's former domain. Then strands of heavenly Tao power converged, madly manifesting as Hongjuan's colossal visage. Heavenly Tao decree. I appoint Hao Tian as the leader of male immortals in Hongwang. I appoint Yao Qi as the leader of female immortals in Hongwang. Under Hao Tian and Yao Qi's leadership, we shall rebuild the heavenly court and re-establish the immortal sects to govern all male and female immortals of Hongwang. All 10,000 races of Hongwang shall honor and revere them. All who seek the immortal path and wish to receive the immortal heritage may approach the heavenly court. Those who contribute to spreading the majesty of the heavenly Tao shall be granted the opportunity to attain a sage position. Hongjuan's voice thundered across the entirety of Honghuang, causing the myriad races to pause in astonishment. Newly appointed leaders of male and female immortals. Those Hao Tian and Yao Qi. They seem to be mere palace attendants from the Purple Cloud Palace, do they not? Is the Tao Ancestor now intending to seize control of heavenly governance into his own hands? If the Tao Ancestor opens the immortal gates once more, would we not have the chance to receive immortal cultivation teachings? Could we even hope to attain the status of a sage? Is this truly happening? A chorus of exclamations rose from countless beings. For those cultivators in Hongwang who had found no path forward, this moment brought unparalleled elation. Although Hongjun and the heavenly Tao's supremacy had been restrained by the powerful beings within the supreme divine prison, they remained transcendent existences far beyond mortal comprehension. And the temptation of attaining a sage position stirred deep longing within their hearts. Meanwhile, the three pure ones who were working to restore Hongwang felt their expressions shift as though receiving Hongjuan's directive. Teacher's decree. Does this require the entire Xianmen sect to assist Hao Tian and Yao Qi in governing the heavens? The three brothers exchanged glances, their faces registering surprise. They were exhausting themselves repairing Honghuang, and yet their teacher not only refused to help, but was now redirecting their disciples to support Hao Tian and Yao Qi. Your Majesty, we are not usurping the saint's legacy. We are joining the Western sect to manage its affairs on behalf of the saints Jin and Juandi. As long as we employ certain measures, the disciples of the Western sect will surely understand. Changshi hurriedly explained. Without the innate treasures and the support of the demon clan, if she and Tai were to forcefully attack Mount Sumeru, they might attract the attention of other saints. But if they joined the Western sect, suppressed its disciples through strength, and became acting leaders, the situation would be entirely different. As expected of my wise wife, everything shall be arranged as you wish. A trace of a smile finally appeared on Tai's face, and together with Chang, they headed toward Mount Sumeru. On Mount Sumeru, the disciples of the Western sect had gathered together. Ever since their two masters were successively suppressed by the wardens of the Supreme Divine Prison, they had lived in constant fear that the wardens would also eradicate the Western sect. Fortunately, so far the powerful beings in the Supreme Divine Prison had not paid attention to their Western sect. Elder Senior Brother, now that the heavenly court has been established and the gates of immortals are open, should we disciples of the Western sect go there? Elder Senior Brother, our two masters might never come out. If this continues, our Western sect will surely decline. Numerous Western sect disciples all looked toward their foremost disciple Dizong. At this moment, Dizong's expression became extremely complicated. He too wished to lead the Western sect disciples to the heavenly court to build a relationship with Hao Yin and Yao Qi and seek a path for the Western sect. But the Tao Ancestor had only mentioned the Xian sect, this time with no reference to their Western sect. If they went rashly and were expelled, what then? Boom. However, at that moment, a terrifying roar erupted from the sky above Mount Sumeru. Immediately, a dreadful blood aura condensed above Mount Sumeru, evolving into a massive blood-red vortex. Waves of heart-chilling intent to kill surged wildly from the vortex, enveloping the entire Mount Sumeru. Mingi, what is that fellow doing on Mount Sumeru? Has he detected our traces? Sensing this, Tai and Changshi, who had just approached the foot of Mount Sumeru, abruptly halted. Both retracted their auras and stared in shock at the massive vortex above Mount Sumeru. Could Mingi bear a grudge against the Western sect? Or had he sensed their presence and come specifically to trouble them? Or perhaps Mingi was a contingency left by Jian and Juandi. Boom. As Tai and Changshi were stunned, the figure of Patriarch Mingi suddenly stepped out from the enormous blood-red vortex in the sky. The killing intent around him surged wildly. The 4 Azura kings, 4 Azura generals, and many Azura strong all appeared. The fierce baleful energy continuously gathered, causing the entire Mount Sumeru to tremble slightly. Disciples of the Western sect, listen. Junti deceived me, causing heavy casualties among the Azura clan. The countless benefits he promised me have never been fulfilled. Since he is imprisoned in the supreme divine prison, this karmic debt shall fall upon you young ones. I will not make things difficult for you. Open the Western sect's treasury and let me choose a few items, and this karmic debt will be settled. Otherwise I will lead the Azura army to level Mount Sumeru and destroy the Western sect. Patriarch Mingi coldly swept his gaze over the Western sect disciples on Mount Sumeru, then shouted loudly. His voice resounded through the sky, as if seeking an excuse for his actions. Hearing this, the faces of the Western sect disciples changed drastically. Nevertheless, they were still disciples of saints, and did not lose their composure. Dizong stepped forward, glaring angrily at Patriarch Mingi. Mingi is a senior, how can you be so shameless? Although our 2 Western sect masters are absent, this is still a saint's legacy. This is no place for you to act recklessly. Leave immediately, and we may overlook this matter. Otherwise, once the Tao Ancestor and the 3 heavenly saints arrive, you won't be able to escape. Regardless of whether the 3 pure ones and the Tao Ancestor would intervene, Dizong could only rely on their names to intimidate Mingi. Otherwise, even the combined strength of the Western sect would not be a match for Mingi and his forces. The 3 heavenly saints you mentioned are busy mending the primordial world. Do you think they have time for you? Besides, I am here to demand an explanation. Why would the Tao Ancestor appear for your sake? Do as I say, or you will lose your lives. Mingi had been fuming with anger ever since Junti tricked him. Later, when he saw the 12 ancestral witches obtaining Panga's essence blood, he felt even more aggrieved. In his view, if not for Junti's instigation to fight the witch clan, he might have gained Panga's recognition and a chance to attain enlightenment. Hearing Mingi's words, Tai concealed at the foot of Mount Sumeru was startled. This fellow is going to attack the Western sect. Damn it. Has he beaten me to it again? He and Shang, she had just conceived the idea of taking over the Western sect only to be preempted by Patriarch Mingi. How could he not be furious? At this moment, the powerful beings of the myriad races in the primordial world also sensed the disturbance and looked toward the Western region. What's happening? Is Patriarch Mingi going to attack the Western sect? That is a saint's legacy. Well, although the saints are gone, it was once a saint's legacy, wasn't it? Isn't Mingi afraid of incurring punishment from the remaining 3 heavenly saints and the Tao Ancestor? They were greatly shocked that Mingi, after suffering defeat at the hands of the Witch Clan, would still be restless enough to attack a saint's legacy. Although the Western sect no longer had a saint presiding over it, it was still a branch of the saint's legacy. If the 3 pure ones and Tao Ancestor intervened, could Mingi withstand it? At this moment, not only the myriad races were shocked. The 3 pure ones who were instructing their disciples to go to the heavenly court to assist Hao Yin and Yaoqi also wore grim expressions. Elder brother, is Mingi being too presumptuous? The Western sect is still a saint's legacy, isn't it? If we allow him to bully them like this, how will our disciples walk the primordial world in the future? Seeing this, Yuanshir's face darkened first, and he snorted coldly. As fellow heavenly saints, although he had always looked down on Jin and Junti, if he allowed Mingi to act like this, wouldn't their own dignity be affected? Mingi is too shameless. Elder brother, let me go and slay him. Tong Tian could barely contain himself, eager to head to the west. He had been feeling stifled recently. Seeing Mingi bully the disciples of a saint's legacy, how could he bear it? There is no need for us 3 brothers to act personally this time. Send a message to Hao Yin and Yaoqi. Since the heavenly court has just been established and the gates of immortals have just opened, they should make a move. This matter with the Western sect is an opportunity to establish their authority. Let them force Mingi back, and it will intimidate the myriad races. Taishang curled his lips slightly, as if a plan had formed in his mind. In his view, it would be better to have Hao Yin and Yaoqi handle it rather than the 3 of them personally. After all, Hao Yin and Yaoqi were backed by their teacher. Even if something went wrong, the 3 brothers would not have to bear the blame. Well said, elder brother. Agreed. Tong Tian and Yuanshir nodded at Taishang's plan. Thus Taishang waved his hand, sending a saintly aura toward the heavenly court. At that moment in the heavenly court, Hao Yin and Yaoqi were using their magical power to clear away the dense bones. Suddenly, a saintly aura appeared and enveloped them. Seconds later, their expressions turned serious as they looked toward the western primordial world. Deal with Mingi. How can we possibly match Mingi? Yaoqi exclaimed in alarm. Although she and Hao Yin were not weak, they were far inferior to top-tier quasi-saints. If they truly fought Mingi, they would only be suppressed. What are you afraid of? We are the male and female immortals appointed by the Tao Ancestor, the heavenly emperor and empress of the primordial world. Moreover, we hold the Tao Ancestor's decree and treasures. Would Mingi dare to act against us? Come, let us go to the west and seize this chance to intimidate the myriad races. Hao Yin was full of confidence, snorting loudly as he strode toward the western primordial world. Yao Qi followed somewhat worried. But since the three pure saints had issued their decree, if they refused to go, how could they ever gain the sincere support of the three pure saints and the Xian sect disciples in the future? In the primordial West Mount Sumeru, Dizong's expression shifted repeatedly. A staff radiating astonishing power abruptly materialized in his hand, and he thrust it firmly before him. Open the protective array. This Mingyi is merely a quasi-saint, he cannot possibly break through. As long as we hold on for a moment, the three pure ones and the Tao ancestor will surely send powerful experts to rescue us. No matter what, Dizong had to stabilize the situation. If the three pure ones and Hongjun did not come to their aid in the end, he could only lead the entire Western sect to pray for the protection of the heavenly Tao. Hearing Dizong's words, the many disciples of the Western sect immediately steadied their minds. While shouting angrily at the ancestor Mingyi above, they activated the defensive array. If this array were supported by a heavenly saint, I would naturally be unable to break it. But unfortunately, Jian and Junti are now imprisoned in the Supreme Divine Prison. Do you mere juniors really think you can stop me? Since you refuse to open the Western sect's treasury and compensate me, then I will have to take matters into my own hands. Mingyi let out a disdainful sneer. Then two swords radiating supreme killing intent abruptly materialized before him, emitting a series of trembling sounds. The terrifying killing intent and bloodthirsty aura continuously intertwined, evolving into streams of blood-colored sword light that made one's heart tremble. They directly blasted toward the protective array that had just been activated below. Boom, boom, boom. Streams of terrifying blood-colored sword light ruthlessly struck the array barrier, producing a series of dreadful booming sounds. The violent force caused the entire array to tremble violently. The Western sect disciples who were channeling the array shook, and traces of blood trickled from the corners of their mouths. This made Dizong's expression extremely grim. After all, their cultivation time was too short, and their cultivation levels could not be compared to a terrifying existence like Mingyi. Although this was the Taoist temple built by his two masters in the past, it had always been guarded by a saint. They never imagined that one day a powerful enemy would attack, coupled with the poverty of the West. So when constructing the array, it was somewhat perfunctory. Under the bombardment of the two supreme killing swords, Yuan-Tu and Abi, dense cracks appeared on the array barrier. It seemed it could no longer hold. At the foot of Mount Sumeru, Tai and Changshi also sensed this scene. My lady, the Western sect may not be able to withstand this battle. We should wait until Mingyi leaves before ascending Mount Sumeru. Tai sighed and looked at Changshi. Previously, when he and Dijuan ruled the demon race, they had suppressed Mingyi. If he appeared now, Mingyi might very well turn his attention to deal with him. In the past, Tai would not have feared Mingyi. But now, having lost his primordial treasure and not fully recovered from his injuries, he naturally did not wish to conflict with Mingyi at his peak. My lord, this is an opportunity. How can we leave? Although Mingyi is powerful, your strength is not inferior to his. As long as we join forces, we can make Mingyi wary and force him to retreat. If we repel Mingyi, then join the Western sect. Even without using any schemes, the Western sect will be under your control, my lord. Changshi whispered to Tai, her expression eager. In her view, if they helped the Western sect disciples, those people would regard them as benefactors. Then joining the Western sect and taking control of it would be a natural progression. Most importantly, the Heavenly Tao had a vacant saintly position. If she and Tai controlled the Western sect, and if the Heavenly Tao took pity on the West, this saintly position might not fall outside the Western sect. At that time, both Tai and her would have hope of obtaining this fortune. It was worth taking a risk for this. But Tai wanted to speak. However, before his words could finish, Changshi had already erupted with powerful momentum and rushed up toward Mount Sumeru. Seeing this, Tai's expression hardened. In the end, he also erupted with his momentum and leaped up toward Mount Sumeru. Moi, Tai, Changshi. At this moment, Mingyi, who was about to exert his full power to break the Mount Sumeru array, narrowed his eyes slightly. These two had disappeared after escaping from Lia. Unexpectedly, they appeared here. What are these two doing at the Western sect? Could they be here to take advantage of the chaos? Damn. Are these two homeless dogs also going to attack our Western sect? The many Western sect disciples were shocked and looked at Tai and Changshi with anger. Sensing the anger behind her, Changshi quickly turned around to face the Western sect disciples. Fellow Taoists, do not panic. My lord and I have had much interaction with the two saints Jian and Junti. We originally intended to join the Western sect to seek a place to settle down. Unexpectedly, we encountered this Mingyi committing an act against heaven. My lord and I cannot stand by idly. We shall help you fellow Taoists drive back Mingyi and maintain the peace of the West. Although Changshi spoke repeatedly, the expressions of the Western sect disciples did not improve. In their view, their masters had no friendship with Tai and Changshi. They could not tell whether these words were true or false. Mingyi, you are too arrogant. This is a saint's Taoist temple. How dare you commit murderous acts here and try to plunder the Western sect's treasury? However, before the Western sect disciples could question, Tai was the first to shout angrily at Mingi. His aura was extremely imposing, as if he were still the Demon Emperor. You, ha ha ha. Tai, do you think you are still the Demon Emperor? Do you think the demon race is still what it once was? How dare you rebuke me here, you are simply seeking death. Hearing this, Mingi first showed a stunned expression, then burst into laughter. This Tai, who had been driven out of the demon race like a homeless dog by his own nephew, and whose injuries might not even be healed, actually dared to think of opposing him. Without his primordial treasure, what could the other side use to contend with his own treasures? Arrogant. I could suppress you back then, and I can do the same now. If you retreat now, I will not hold you accountable. Otherwise, even if you have supreme, innate spiritual treasures to protect yourself, I will still suppress you. Tai gritted his teeth and shouted angrily at Mingi again. At the same time, he waved his hand, and a golden spear radiating terrifying sharp power slowly condensed in his hand. Around his body, supreme solar true flame erupted, making the surrounding sky instantly blazing hot. Mingi, I advise you not to seek your own doom. At this moment, Changshi also took a fierce step forward, erupting with her strongest power, releasing astonishing lunar force. For a moment, the forces of yin and yang intertwined, rapidly evolving into strands of mysterious power, causing the auras of Tai and Changshi to surge. Today I will test how much strength you still have. You into Abi slash. Mingi frowned and immediately shouted in anger. The two killing swords that had just been bombarding the protective array of Mount Sumeru immediately changed direction and slashed fiercely toward Tai and Changshi. Tai and Changshi appeared. They actually want to help the Western sect. Do these two have any connection with the Western sect? Tai was severely injured before, he can't have recovered in such a short time, right? And without his primordial treasure, can Tai withstand the supreme, innate spiritual treasures in Mingi's hands? Although the powerful beings of all races knew of Tai's might, Tai had indeed been severely injured. Moreover, Mingi held more than one supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Was Tai truly a match for him? Was this really helping the Western sect, or was it seeking death? Buzz. However, just as the powerful beings of all races were astonished, a spatial rift suddenly tore open in the sky above Mount Sumeru, not far from Mingi, Tai, and Changshi. A terrifying pressure burst forth from within, instantly enveloping the entire sky and earth, causing the attacks of Mingi, Tai, and Changshi to all freeze. What ants dare to act recklessly on Mount Sumeru? Where are those two little ones? Their disciples are being bullied like this, yet they still haven't shown themselves. Truly a waste of the old man's guidance back then. A voice extremely terrifying and ancient emerged from the spatial rift, resounding throughout the entire primordial west. Who is it, and could the Western sect have another backer? And as such an aura, how can it be so terrifying? And it feels like the same aura as when the devouring demon god descended upon the outskirts of Honghuang, doesn't it? And could it be that the one who comes is also a Heaven Dao realm existence, and another Heaven Dao realm powerhouse is about to descend upon Honghuang? And at this moment, whether it was Ancestor Mingi, the many Azura race experts, or Tai and Changshi, all were stunned. This aura was definitely not Dao Ancestor Hongjuan, nor the three pure ones. The feeling was exactly like the devouring demon god they had sensed before, ferocious, evil, terrifying, and startling, causing their Dao hearts to tremble uncontrollably. Could it be that Jane and Juanti of the Western sect are connected to some chaos demon god? How is that possible? If so, then when Jane and Juanti were suppressed, how could such an existence not appear to help? The three pure ones who were repairing Honghuang, as well as Hao Yin and Yao Qi, who were rushing to the west, were also stunned on the spot, looking toward the western part of Honghuang with shock. Outside Honghuang, within the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun suddenly opened his eyes, his aura slightly surging. Such an aura. Could it be that fellow? And, although that fellow's strength is terrifying, he was not born from chaos. How could his power have increased so much, and could it be related to the information left by fellow Taoist Shurchen earlier? En Hongjuan seemed to vaguely guess who was coming, and his expression changed rapidly. Buzz. And at the same time, strands of astonishing heaven Dao might appeared above him, emitting a series of trembling sounds, as if communicating with Hongjuan. This made a glint of sharp light flash in Hongjuan's eyes. In any case, this one is an old friend. This Dao ancestor should come out to meet him. And with that, his figure flickered and vanished outside the Zixiao Palace. At the coast of the east, see the human territory. At this moment, Hong Yunjun, Yuanzi Kong, Xian Sabuxiang, the Great Sun Dragon, and many humans all looked toward the western part of Honghuang. Old friend, this powerful being who has descended is probably even stronger than Yangmei. And could it be another chaos demon god? And this time the two saints of the western sect were suppressed into the supreme divine prison. Could it be the ally those two had found before? Enjin Yuanzi showed a hint of shock on his face and asked Hong Yun in a low voice. Although he knew that there were powerful beings inside the supreme divine prison. But now another terrifying demon god had appeared, and he didn't know what calamity it would bring. No matter who it is, old friend, you need not worry. And I even think that not enough chaos demon gods have appeared this time. And, since the Venerable One has placed the supreme divine prison in Hongwang, shouldn't those fellows swarm here? Na's smile appeared on Hong Yun's little face, completely unconcerned about who was coming. It seemed that he even thought it was a bit few that only one had come. This made the expressions of Zhang Yuanzi, the crown prince of the three races, and many humans somewhat strange. But upon second thought, since the divine prison had the great god Pangu as its guardian, and there might even be mysterious beings more terrifying than Pangu, they felt relieved. Meanwhile, as the experts of all races were shocked, the disciples of the Western sect on Shumi Mountain were also dumbfounded. They themselves did not know when the Western sect had become involved with such a terrifying existence. This made them both awed and overjoyed. Awed because they feared becoming cannon fodder in the Chaos Demon Gods battle, just like the Demon Clan. Overjoyed because such an existence clearly intended to protect them. Just now they had sensed that the terrifying aura directly reinforced the protective array around Shumi Mountain, allowing them to withstand the surrounding pressure without expending their own power. Damn it. And it's actually the Heaven Dao realm. And could it be that fellow? Mingi finally reacted at this moment. His face instantly became extremely panicked. A massive red lotus platform appeared beneath his feet. Astonishing karma fire swept out from the lotus, enveloping the Azura experts behind him. Retreat. And return to Juyo immediately. And that fellow is Hun Kuan, the Chaos Demon Kuan. Mingi vaguely recalled a legend. In the past, when Pangu split the heavens and earth, a creature was born in Hongwang, not a reincarnation of demon gods like Hongjuan, nor a beast like Sheni, but Hun Kuan, also known as the Chaos Demon Kuan. This being was extremely powerful and terrifying. He had once resided in the West and guided Jane and Juanti, and should be considered their first teacher. Therefore, Jane and Juanti had always called each other senior and junior brothers. However, Hun Kuan had disappeared into chaos and had been lost. All along they had thought that Hun Kuan had perished in chaos. Unexpectedly, this fellow was still alive. Such an existence had deep ties with the Western sect, and now that he had suddenly appeared, it was highly likely he came because of the suppression of Jane and Juanti. Why was he so unlucky to encounter such a situation? If he had known, he would have stayed safely in Juyo and not come out. Humph. And, having caused trouble here, do you think you can just leave? And, when did I ever say you could go? And however, just as Mingi erupted with full power and was about to step into the bloody vortex above, another cold snort came from the spatial rift opposite him. A violent aura rapidly condensed, transforming into a terrifying finger shadow that gently pressed down toward Mingi's location. Instantly, heaven and earth shook, space collapsed, and everything was annihilated. The 12-grade Karma Fire Red Lotus could not withstand it and shattered with a bang. The 4 great demon kings, the 4 demon generals, and all the Azura experts enveloped within were suppressed. Mingi's figure exploded with a bang, turning into a cloud of blood mist that rapidly dissipated. No way in, a finger shadow shattered a top-grade innate spiritual treasure and killed Ancestor Mingi. N, is it really that terrifying? N. This shocked the Dao hearts of all races in Hongwang, and they couldn't help but cry out. As they were stunned, an old man in a yellow Daoist robe with a gaunt face and sinister eyes stepped out of the spatial rift. Rumble. As soon as he appeared, the entire Hongwang trembled. However, he seemed not to want to destroy Hongwang. After unleashing a wave of power, his aura rapidly began to shrink. Just an avatar, and did he entrust his true spirit in that blood sea? And, however, since you want to destroy the Western sect, I must give you some punishment. And, then I'll destroy your lair as well. And the old man's eyes flickered slightly as he looked toward Juyo, revealing a hint of disdain. With just that glance, a massive spatial rift tore open before him. The terrifying power around him surged directly into the spatial rift. Rumble. This caused an extremely terrifying boom in Juyo. A huge finger shadow condensed again, crazily expanding, and hovered directly above the nether blood sea. Damn it. In Hun Kuan, this is Hongwang. If you destroy Juyo, the Heaven Dao will not tolerate you. And the Dao Ancestor. And the Supreme Divine Prison. At this moment, countless figures of Mingi appeared on the blood sea, numbering as many as 480 million. Those figures roared repeatedly. Then the 480 million avatars rushed out of the blood sea, almost simultaneously fleeing in all directions, trying to escape the coverage of the terrifying finger shadow. Old Ancestor, what happened? How can there be such a terrifying attack? What should we do? It's over, we can't activate our power. At this moment, the Azura clan in the 9 netherworlds roared in panic. The terrifying finger shadow was too horrifying. It was as if the entire sky of the primordial world had pressed down into the 9 netherworlds, directly suppressing their inner power, leaving them unable to resist. Some weaker beings could not help but kneel on the ground, raising their hands in a defensive gesture. Bang, bang, bang. Unfortunately, under that terrifying pressure, they were like ants, their bodies exploding into clouds of blood mist. For a moment, cries of alarm, roars, and screams echoed throughout the 9 netherworlds. Tendrils of despair spread rapidly. This made Mingi's clones who were about to flee wildly pause, their faces turning extremely angry. Flee! All Azura subjects, escape from the 9 netherworlds with all your might. Go to the Wu clan, go to the coast of the Eastern Sea. Old Ancestor Mingi knew in his heart that the only one who could deal with a heavenly Dao realm powerhouse was probably Pangu, the great god, in the supreme divine prison. If the Azura clan wanted to survive, this was probably their only chance. Of course, before that he had to delay the terrifying finger shadow above for a moment, creating an opportunity for the Azura people to escape. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth. Hunkin, today, I will fight you to the death. Blood refining array condense. Out of the 480 million blood god clones, only 10,000 continued to flee. The rest madly returned to the blood sea. Rumble. In an instant, streams of array power intertwined and gathered, forming a massive blood-colored vortex, carrying astonishing blood-fiendish aura and killing intent, surging toward the huge finger shadow above. Just ants, and you dare to resist. Suppress. Hunkin did not take the array Mingi had formed seriously at all. With a cold snort, the finger shadow continued to descend. Boom. Before the finger shadow even touched the blood-colored vortex, the terrifying pressure directly crushed the blood-refining array. Mingi's blood god clones within it burst apart instantly, annihilating 90%. The remaining blood god clones were rapidly disintegrating, as if about to be extinguished. Meanwhile, the 10,000 clones that had fled were also suppressed by a mysterious force unable to break out of the 9 netherworlds. At this moment, the faces of Mingi's many clones were filled with extreme despair. In their hearts, a deep sense of hopelessness and powerlessness arose. Just then, not far from Mount Sumeru, a heavenly Dao aura rapidly gathered. Hongjuan's figure emerged from the aura, his face solemn as he looked at Hunkin. Dao Ancestor Hongjuan has arrived. Then surely he can stop that terrifying old man. Indeed, if this continues, the 9 netherworlds will likely become a dead land. It doesn't matter if Mingi falls, but once the 9 netherworlds collapses, the primordial world will be damaged again. They won't start a war in the primordial world, will they? The powerful beings of the myriad races of the primordial world all sensed Hongjuan's appearance and began to discuss. In their view, although Hunkin's strength was terrifying, this was still the primordial world, the domain of the heavenly Dao. If Dao Ancestor Hongjuan unleashed the power of the heavenly Dao realm, he should be able to stop him. Meanwhile, the 12 ancestral witches who had returned to the center of the primordial world also looked toward the 9 netherworlds. Self-detonating the blood sea. I didn't expect that fellow to have some courage. Facing a heavenly Dao realm, he dares to fight desperately. Many of the ancestral witches spoke, seeming to look at Mingi with a new respect. To be able to muster the will to resist against a heavenly Dao realm. This courage was far greater than that of the heavenly Dao saints. While the myriad races were shocked, Hongjuan slowly stepped forward and cupped his hands toward Hunkin. Daoist friend, long time no see. As soon as you return to the primordial world, you resort to such means. Aren't you going too far? How about giving me the Dao ancestor some face and withdrawing your divine power for now? I will represent the heavenly Dao and deal with Mingi, giving you an explanation. What do you think, Daoist friend? As Hongjuan spoke to Hunkin, he slowly began to boost his own aura. A trace of heavenly Dao realm power surged from within him. This made Hunkin's face slightly stiffen. However, he did not respond to Hongjuan, nor did he look at him, as if completely ignoring the Dao ancestor of the primordial world. This made Hongjuan's expression change, showing extreme embarrassment. Daoist friend, if you act like this, I can ignore it for the sake of our past friendship. But the powerful beings in the supreme divine prison may not tolerate you. You should know that Jane and Juni were imprisoned there precisely because they offended the dignity of the supreme divine prison. Seeing Hunkin ignore him, Hongjuan gritted his teeth, stepped forward again, and spoke coldly to Hunkin, even invoking the supreme divine prison. He seemed to want to use the prestige of the supreme divine prison to intimidate him. No wonder those 2 little fellows were not in the West. So they were suppressed. It seems your position as the Dao ancestor of the primordial world is not stable either. After I finish dealing with Mingi, I will go to the supreme divine prison and have a word with the ones inside. Hunkin finally looked at Hongjuan, but his words were extremely cold. Hearing this, Hongjuan's eyes flickered several times. This fellow seemed unaware that there was a powerful existence like Pangu in the supreme divine prison. Could it be that he didn't even know about the suppression of Tunchi, the demon god? Daoist friend, I advise you not to go to your death. Not to mention you, even Daoist friend Tunchi was suppressed in there. Your strength at the heavenly Dao realm is simply not enough. Hongjuan seemed to be trying to provoke Hunkin, his words carrying a hint of mockery. This made Hunkin's body tremble, and he suddenly looked toward the direction of the supreme divine prison, his attack, pausing slightly. What if Tunchi is suppressed? This time I am not. Before Hunkin's words could finish, an extremely terrifying destructive force suddenly erupted from the 9 netherworlds. Rumble. For a moment, a deafening roar madly resounded from the 9 netherworlds, as if the entire realm was collapsing. This made Hunkin pause his words, looking again toward the 9 netherworlds with a hint of displeasure. A mere trick, and you dare to use it in front of me. Suppress. So he snorted again, making the finger shadow continue to press downward. Taoist friend, don't. This place concerns the foundation of the primordial world's future reincarnation. It must not be destroyed. Stop immediately, or I will not show mercy. Hongjuan's face darkened, and he urgently shouted. He sensed that Mingi was about to detonate the Blood Sea, destroying the entire 9 netherworlds along with it. If the 9 netherworlds were destroyed, it would be far more than mere damage to the primordial world. What do you want to fight me? Do you think you are my match? Hunkin was startled, turned to look at Hongjun again, and a terrifying aura began to emanate from his body. Taoist friend, I am trying to save you. Hongjuan's eyes darkened, and his voice carried a hint of helplessness. He was not trying to fight him, he was actually trying to find a way to save his life. This Han Kun might have been away from the primordial world for too long, unaware of the current situation. However, as an old acquaintance, Hongjun had just reminded him. He was well aware that even the devouring demon god who had forcibly elevated to the half-step Great Tao realm had been suppressed by Pangu within the supreme divine prison. If Han Kun were to be targeted, would it even be worth Pangu's use of his axe? Would it not be better for him to be clever and keep a low profile? If he quietly formed a secret alliance, perhaps he might have a chance to resist the suppression of the supreme divine prison in the future. Get lost, otherwise I will deal with you as well. You are after all the current teacher of those 2 little ones. Not only did you allow that ant to oppose the Western sect, but you also failed to protect those 2 little ones. Why should I show you any face? Han Kun sneered coldly at Hongjuan, and the terrifying aura around him gradually surged, forming violent torrents that swept toward Hongjuan. This caused the heavens and earth, which had just stabilized, to tremble once more. This time the terrifying finger shadow in the 9 nether did not pause, but instead evolved strands of mysterious might. For a moment, the violent energy frantically enveloped the Blood Sea, causing it to tremble violently, as it had been erupting with destructive force. Han Kun seemed intent on sealing the power of Mingi within the Blood Sea before it self-destructed. Boom. However, at this moment, an extremely formidable force surged wildly from the depths of the 9 nether, evolving into unparalleled mysterious phenomena. This caused the entire 9 nether to shake again. Is this the power of the earthly Tao? Is the will of the earthly Tao also unable to resist manifesting its might? This made Hongjuan's gaze sharpen slightly as the power of the heavenly Tao above continuously surged, seemingly conveying some information. Then Hongjuan's figure slowly stepped back. It appeared to be forced back by Han Kun's momentum, but in truth, it was Hongjun voluntarily retreating. If Han Kun could be used to suppress the earthly Tao, it might not be a bad thing for him and the heavenly Tao. At the East Sea coast, Xinyuanzi's figure trembled slightly at this moment, and the supreme grade, innate spiritual treasure, the Earth Book, resonated with the earthly Tao's power from the 9 nether, trembling violently. This caused Xinyuanzi's expression to stiffen. The manifestation of the earthly Tao's might. Is it trying to save Mingi's life? Could it be that the earthly Tao senses a crisis? Xinyuanzi murmured to himself as if his mind was also stirred. Beside him, Han Yun stepped forward, shielding him. Old friend, do not rush off now. The sovereign has not yet issued a decree. If you go to the 9 nether, you may face danger. Han Yun was truly worried that her old friend, influenced by the earthly Tao, would directly rush to the 9 nether to his death. Although she did not fear the heavenly Tao realm, Han Kun, her old friend, had not yet joined the supreme divine prison. If attacked by Han Kun, the senior inmates in the prison might not come to his aid. But if this continues, the earthly Tao may be suppressed. Xinyuanzi seemed affected by the earthly Tao might emanating from the Earth Book, his gaze becoming somewhat dazed. A look of anxiety even appeared on his face. Xinyuanzi, are you bewitched by the earthly Tao? That's right, this prince thinks you should stay here safely. The one acting there is at the heavenly Tao realm. Unless Panga steps forward, it will be difficult to suppress him. De Ri Tian Long Kong Xian and Si Buxiang also spoke up, warning Xinyuanzi. After all, Xinyuanzi had a special relationship with Han Yun. As the sons of the wardens of the second layer of the supreme divine prison, they had to help Han Yun speak a few words, didn't they? While Hong Yun, De Ri Tian Long Kong Xian and Si Buxiang were advising Xinyuanzi, the power of the earthly Tao in the 9 nether had already wildly surged toward the Blood Sea. This caused Mingi's hidden true body within the Blood Sea to tremble violently. Boom. At once Mingi's mind trembled and his power began to surge wildly. A sage's might emerged from the Blood Sea. Decree of the earthly Tao. Appoint Mingi as the earthly Tao sage to bear the earthly Tao and safeguard the 9 nether. Those who destroy the 9 nether shall be annihilated. The might of the earthly Tao shook, and the decree instantly spread from the 9 nether, resounding throughout the primordial world. What is happening? The earthly Tao has manifested and bestowed the position of earthly Tao sage upon Mingi. No way. Has Mingi finally stepped into the sage realm? But what use is an earthly Tao sage? Han Kun is at the heavenly Tao realm. This shocked the myriad races who envied Mingi while lamenting. Was this another game of seeking the Tao in the morning and dying in the evening? Earthly Tao sage. Huh. The ancestor has finally achieved enlightenment. Is this the might of a sage? At this moment Mingi had already emerged from the Blood Sea, and the destructive power within the Blood Sea rapidly diminished. Around Mingi, the supreme might of the earthly Tao gathered, causing his aura to surge again. Oomph. Even an earthly Tao sage is nothing. Never mind the earthly Tao. If I wish to act, even this primordial world will shatter. Today let you truly feel the might of the heavenly Tao realm. A flicker of disdain crossed Han Kuen's eyes, and he let out a series of cold snorts. In the Nine Nether, the terrifying finger shadow began to rapidly solidify, its might surging again. At this moment, the spatial barriers around the finger shadow began to collapse wildly. The earthly Tao power that had just gathered around Mingi also surged violently, seemingly suppressed by the terrifying finger shadow. As a result, more Azura clan experts in the Nine Nether began to perish in an instant. Even more mournful cries echoed across the entire primordial world. How can this be? Earthly Tao fully empower the ancestor, and I'll fight him. Damn, why can't I mobilize my power again? Can't even you resist the might of the heavenly Tao realm? Roar. Then Mingi's roar also echoed from the Nine Nether. He had just sensed the wonder of being an earthly Tao sage, only to have his power suppressed again by the terrifying finger shadow. As the finger shadow was about to descend completely, Mingi once again fell into madness and despair. Boom. However, at this moment, the massive statue atop the supreme divine prison suddenly trembled, emitting rumbling sounds. It moved. That statue moved. Is it about to issue the prison emperor's decree? Is Pengu about to act again? At once the myriad races experts, many sages, and even Hongjun all turned their gazes toward the supreme divine prison. Buzz! Amid the exclamations of the myriad races, the massive statue's lips parted slightly, and a prison emperor's decree, radiating mysterious light, shot out rapidly. Prison emperor's decree. Accused Chaos Demon Kuen. Crime slaughtering beings of the Nine Nether, destroying the Nine Nether realm, and attempting to suppress the earthly Tao. Judgment: imprison in the divine prison for 10 Hongmeng cycles regardless of life or death. Executor Warden of the 4th layer of the supreme divine prison. Hiss. The prison emperor's token has appeared. To suppress for 10 Hongmeng cycles regardless of life or death. This is clearly inviting us to slaughter him. Is that Han Kuen truly so pitiful? Even in death must he be sealed within the supreme divine prison. With the prison emperor's token unveiled, all 10,000 races of the primordial world were filled with unimaginable shock. A suppression period of 10 Hongmeng cycles was already beyond their comprehension. What difference did it make compared to an indefinite sentence? Most crucially, it carried an additional clause, regardless of life or death. Was this not a clear message to primordial god Pengu that he could slay this Han Kuen? Damn it! Who dares to judge me? You think because you suppressed Swallowing Devourer, you can truly dominate all the powerful beings within the chaos? How absurd. I am. At this moment, Han Kuen, who was about to suppress the entire Nine Netherworld, paused mid-motion. He suddenly twisted his head, gazing toward the supreme divine prison with a series of chilling sneers. Simultaneously, his aura began to surge wildly. Frenzied pressure radiated outward in an instant, causing the entire primordial world to tremble. Facing such oppressive might, the Western sect disciples below fared somewhat better, sustained by formations reinforced with Han Kuen's power. But Tai and Changshi were not so fortunate. Their bodies shuddered violently as if struck by a devastating blow, and they plummeted downward in chaotic descent. Bang! Bang! 2 thunderous impacts rang out as Tai and Changshi crashed heavily into the ground below, struggling to rise for a long while. Senior, we come to aid the Western sect, with no ill intent. Changshi gritted her teeth, forcing herself upright, and calling out to Han Kuen. Unfortunately, Han Kuen had no time to attend to her at that moment. Meanwhile, the numerous Western sect disciples wore expressions of grave concern, paying little mind to Tai and Changshi. They knew well the terrifying power within the supreme divine prison. If even the devourer demon god who had reached the half-step great Tao realm could be suppressed, could their newly emerged patriarch truly stand against such power? Both Taoist friends enter quickly. Your patriarch is about to act. Observing Changshi's pale and desperate appearance, Xidagarba revealed a touch of compassion. He hastily waved his hand, causing the formation barrier at the foot of Mount Sumeru to open a narrow gap, and called out to Changshi and Tai. Hearing this, Tai and Changshi's faces lit with relief, and they hurried toward Mount Sumeru. Sai, if you refuse my counsel, I cannot help you. The jailer of the 4th level is none other than Pengu himself, the one who suppressed Swallowing Devourer. You would do well to pray for your own survival. At that moment, Hongjuan, who likewise hovered in the western sky, stiffened and immediately retreated backward at great speed. He was puzzled about where Han Kuen drew such confidence. Regardless of what other trump cards the other party might hold, he could not remain here any longer. Once Pengu made his move, the western region of this primordial world would likely suffer damage once more. He would do better to distance himself now, lest he be conscripted for hard labor again. The three pure ones had yet to repair the regions of the primordial world shattered by the devourer demon god. He had no more free labor available to exploit at present. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the shock of the myriad powerful beings and Hun Kuen's roaring resonant sounds emanated from within the supreme divine prison. Then Panga's figure stepped forth from the supreme divine prison, landing before the colossal statue. He offered a respectful bow to the prison emperor's token and received it into his hands. He then whipped his head around to gaze toward the western reaches of the primordial world, a disdainful smile playing upon his lips. Little fishy, come into the prison quickly. Otherwise, when I strike, I may misjudge my force and destroy you outright. In that case, I fear I would simply have to roast you and eat you. Panga's voice resonated faintly, yet shook the entire primordial world. Though he had not yet unleashed his terrifying aura, all living beings across the myriad races felt their hearts tremble. Sensing this scene, Hun Kuen's expression turned exceedingly grim. His gaze flickered several times before he involuntarily took a step backward. At this moment, a massive spatial rift tore open behind him. In the next instant, his figure shimmered, and he directly withdrew from the primordial world. Witnessing this, the powerful beings of all races in the primordial world were utterly stunned. This fellow had been shouting so loudly just moments before. What was he doing? Was he fleeing directly? Little fishy, if you had fled just now, I would have pretended not to see it. But now that the Venerable One's decree has been issued, I fear you have no chance. Pangu's gaze intensified as he slowly lifted his foot and strode forward with a thunderous step. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as his figure instantly appeared in the western skies of the primordial world. Immediately after, his arm swept upward, reaching directly toward where Hun Kuen was located. Do you take me for one who flees? Panga, though you are the demon god of strength, I fear you not. I simply wish to prevent this world from being utterly destroyed by our conflict. If you have the courage, come to the chaos and face me. Upon seeing Pangu suddenly strike, Hun Kuen immediately let out a ferocious roar. It was as though he alone embodied justice, while Pangu was merely a being driven solely by destruction and slaughter. This left Pangu momentarily taken aback. This fellow actually cared about the primordial world's safety, as though he had not been the one to forge this primordial world, but rather this Hun Kuen himself. It seems you are more sensible than that swallowing devourer. In that case, I shall spare your life, so you have something to look forward to. Pangu spoke once more. Yet his body did not continue moving, rather the power of his extended arm surged wildly, instantly breaking through from the primordial world toward Hun Kuen in the chaos. Absurd. You think you can suppress me with merely one arm? Chaos becomes, see, endless torrent. Extinguish for me. Hun Kuen's face darkened terribly as he roared in fury. That seemingly gaunt figure began to expand wildly, instantly transforming into a colossal fish spanning countless millions of li. Upon the fish's back materialized a tremendous palace from which emerged an awe-inspiring power that sent shivers through the heart. These energies fiercely intertwined and converged with Hun Kuen's inherent power, manifesting as countless transcendent torrents. Within those torrents, endless phenomena emerged, as if billions of worlds collided, interwove, merged, and evolved, or like untold leviathans engaged in frenzied slaughter and roaring. The terrifying momentum surged fiercely toward Panga's palm. Useless. Your strength is far too weak. Breaking all techniques through sheer force. Shatter. Panga showed no particular astonishment on his face, merely uttering cold remarks dismissively. His arm trembled slightly, and with a single shake it directly shattered that terrifying torrent, continuing its grasp toward Hun Kuen's colossal form. Roar. Meanwhile, Hun Kuen grew increasingly frenzied, his enormous eyes blazing with rage as his massive form shook violently, charging straight toward Panga's palm. Just as Pangu's palm and Hun Kuen were about to collide, an extraordinarily profound aura suddenly manifested from afar. In an instant, it enveloped the entire chaos region. This caused Hun Kuen's colossal form to shudder violently. He halted mid-motion, disregarding Pangu's terrifying hand, and instead cried out toward that mystical presence. Hun Kuen greets his master's arrival. I beg my lord to grant me justice. Each voice carried traces of grievance as though wronged. Upon hearing these words, the powerful beings of all races in the primordial world were utterly astonished. What? That Hun Kuen has a master. Though that fellow certainly cannot match primordial god Pangu, he remains a powerhouse at the heavenly Tao realm. Who could be the one to subdue him? Who possesses such capability? Could it be a mysterious entity akin to that supreme prison emperor? It was no wonder that the countless mighty beings of the primordial land were astounded. For one who could command such reverence from Hun Kuen of the heavenly Tao realm was no ordinary entity. Though they still knew not who the approaching figure was, yet the sheer aura radiating from the newcomer already caused their spirits to tremble. Atop Mount Bujo, Shiha's form materialized swiftly, black light flickering incessantly within her eyes. This battle has grown rather intriguing. Even Pangu may not be able to withstand it. I shall see who else dares to emerge from the supreme divine prison. Muttering to herself, her form trembled slightly before she drifted slowly toward the eastern reaches of the primordial land, as if waiting for an opportune moment to strike at the supreme divine prison. At this moment, beyond the primordial land within the chaos, a wooden boat materialized, swiftly landing instantly before the palace atop Hun Kuan's back. A young maiden clad in an azure long dress with delicate features and a petite figure stepped out of the wooden boat, with a gloomy expression, her gaze fixed directly upon Pangu. Pangu, do you truly believe that by restoring your heavenly Tao realm and retrieving Pangu axe you can act with impunity? This is my mount. Dare to touch it even once. As her words fell, the maiden abruptly raised her arm, unleashing a terrifying might, and struck directly toward Pangu's colossal hand. Instantly, a supreme mysterious power surged forth, wildly elevating the maiden's aura to the heavenly Tao realm. A massive fist shadow materialized over her fist, expanding with ferocious intensity. Try it then. This deity has been aching for an opponent to stretch his limbs. As for you, you fled swiftly back then. Now is the perfect time to settle that battle. Pangu burst into laughter, took a mighty step forward, and strode straight out of the primordial land. The power emanating from his palms surged, as well as the essence of force erupted wildly, crashing downward. Boom! In an instant, the colossal palm and the terrifying fist shadow collided violently, a thunderous roar echoing across the entire chaotic region. Mysterious power and Pangu's might intertwined, clashed, and annihilated each other, unfolding a series of heart-shaking apocalyptic visions. The chaotic chi around them retreated rapidly, as if countless worlds were born and then extinguished in that region, leaving nothing behind. Waves of violent aftershocks swept outward, threatening to annihilate everything. Even the primordial land trembled violently, emitting a continuous humming sound. Bang! After this terrifying collision, Pangu's form unexpectedly staggered back half a step, as if he had fallen into a disadvantage. Is that young maiden Hun Kuan's master? She actually withstood a strike from the great god Pangu. Such terrifying aura. She seems even more astonishing than the devouring demon god. Look, the great god Pangu has retreated half a step. Who is she? She can actually force the great god Pangu into a disadvantage. Within the primordial land, countless mighty beings stared at this scene in shock, and even many sages wore expressions of disbelief. Pangu's strikes had always been unstoppable. Now one of his blows had been blocked by a maiden, and he was even at a disadvantage. How could they not be astonished? It's her. So she is Hun Kuan's backing. I never expected she could force Pangu back. At this moment, Hong Jun seemed to have recognized the maiden's identity, his face filled with intense shock. Not only him, but even the heavenly Tao trembled slightly, as if filled with wariness. Ha ha ha, what a thrill. Causality, your strength is almost matching my peak state back then. This is the kind of fight that's interesting. Again, while the countless mighty beings of the primordial land were still stunned, Pangu withdrew his arm and laughed loudly as he looked at the maiden on Hun Kuan's back, directly calling out her title. At the same time, his form began to expand wildly, his aura surging without pause as he raised his arm once more and struck toward the maiden. No matter how many times you strike, the result will be the same. Since you know my strength, you won't be returning so easily today. Causality river coalesce. The causality demon god, seeing Pangu advance again, also let her aura surge higher. A terrifying might of the half-step great Tao realm shook the surroundings. The mysterious power of causality instantly flooded the entire region, condensing into a violent river that swept toward Pangu. Waves churned upon that river, now revealing the birth and fall of countless demon gods, now the formation and destruction of billions of worlds. Causality. Is that young maiden the causality demon god? Is she the one who ranks among the most mysterious chaos demon gods alongside fate? She is still alive. She has stepped into the half-step great Tao realm. When Pangu uttered the maiden's title, the mighty beings of the myriad races in the primordial land cried out in shock again. They had not expected that this young maiden was the causality demon god. Boom. While the myriad races were still exclaiming, Pangu's attack had already collided with the terrifying causality river. A massive roar resounded in all directions. The mysterious causality force and the essence of power intertwined, clashed, and annihilated each other once more. This caused Pangu's form to shudder, but instead of fear, an even more excited expression appeared on his face. Truly a top-tier half-step great Tao realm. Ha, it's been too long since I felt such exhilaration. Finally an opponent who can truly withstand my old companion. Old companion, come forth. Pangu laughed wildly again. At the same time, he slowly raised his arm, and a supreme sharp power began to converge violently. The Chaos Supreme Treasure Pangu axe materialized abruptly, emitting a resonant hum, as if it were even more excited than Pangu himself. Its sharpness swept outward, causing the surging causality river ahead to tremble violently. Hun Kuan's form shuddered, as if in dread of the supreme might of this chaos treasure. Oof. Do you think only you possess a chaos-grade treasure? Every beginning has a cause. Every end has an effect. Causality mixed yuan umbrella appear. The causality demon god's expression also turned slightly grim, and her petite form trembled as a massive stone umbrella materialized before her. In an instant, supreme causality force surged outward, repeatedly reinforcing the causality river. This caused the power of the causality river to soar once more, condensing countless terrifying phantoms of demon gods that charged madly at Pangu. Excellent. I was afraid that joining forces with my old companion might bully you, so I planned to let you have a move or two. But now it seems I can go all out. As his words fell, Pangu took another step forward. The Pangu axe in his hand quivered, then slashed forward. Boom. With a single axe stroke, chaotic chi fled wildly, all things shattered clear, chi rose swiftly, and turbid chi sank as a world began to take shape faintly. But the Pangu axe swept swiftly across the vision, causing it to dissipate instantly. Meanwhile, the countless phantoms of demon gods that had been charging also disintegrated. The causality river trembled violently, a terrifying rift forming at its center, spreading directly toward the spot where the causality demon god and Han Kuan stood. Again, after that strike, the Pangu axe was raised once more and slashed down again. Boom. With this axe stroke, chaos quaked, all things ceased to exist, visions shattered, the river broke, and the causality force was completely suppressed, scattering in all directions. The Pangu axe cut through chaos and slammed heavily into the massive stone umbrella the causality demon god had summoned. The umbrella trembled violently, as if damaged, emitting a mournful hum. Still not broken. Again, Pangu laughed once more, as if the stronger his opponent, the more excited he became. So without pause, he took another step forward and raised the Pangu axe. Just as the third axe was about to fall, the causality demon god's expression had turned extremely grim, her aura fluctuating incessantly, as if she had never expected Pangu, with only his heavenly Tao realm cultivation, to unleash such ferocious might. Damn, how can he be this strong? Has he truly only recovered to the heavenly Tao realm? Even though her cultivation surpassed Pangu's, she realized his terror. Her eyes flickered and she turned her head toward the direction of the primordial land, revealing a resentful expression. Old man, I'm being bullied like this, and you're still just watching. Won't you lend a hand? Are you going to let this Pangu slay me? An ally. Excellent. If you have an ally, this deity can wait before striking. Summon him forth at once to face me in battle. Pangu, who had been fighting with great fervor, paused in surprise upon hearing causality's words. He lowered the might of his Pangu axe and let out a series of hearty laughs toward causality. Given how loudly causality was shouting, it seemed she could no longer unleash greater power. If that was the case, he might as well wait for her ally to appear and deal with them all together. That would make the fight much more satisfying. What? The causality demon god has an ally? No way. A being at the half-step great Tao realm is already this terrifying. If she has an ally, can Lord Pangu truly handle it? She's shouting toward the primordial wilderness. Does that mean her ally is there? Could it be the Tao ancestor? When the mighty beings of the primordial wilderness saw both the causality demon god and Lord Pangu turn their gazes toward the primordial wilderness, they were all stunned. What was going on? Was there indeed an ally of the causality demon god within the primordial wilderness? Had a powerful entity already infiltrated the primordial wilderness without their notice? Or was she shouting at Hongjun, Tao ancestor? Was Hongjun a match for Lord Pangu? At that moment, Hongjun's figure trembled involuntarily. He had no connection with causality whatsoever. The one she was calling was definitely not him. Old man, did you hear that? Pangu is challenging you. Are you going to be a coward? Strike quickly. Let us join forces and destroy this fellow. By now, a hint of a sob had crept into the causality demon god's voice. This stunned the primordial wilderness's mighty beings, once more revealing deep astonishment. Had the causality demon god been beaten to tears by Lord Pangu? They had witnessed powerful beings roar, howl, rage, even beg for mercy, but they had never seen such a formidable entity weep. This scene was truly bizarre. Deep within the eastern sea of the primordial wilderness, on a massive, desolate island, a surge of astonishing time energy slowly coalesced into the figure of the time demon god. You could have retreated, but you insisted on fighting him. Was it worth it for a mount? His expression twisted with conflict as he glanced toward chaos, a trace of helplessness flickering in his eyes. Then he slowly stepped forward and vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, outside the primordial wilderness in chaos, Pangu's eyes flickered a few times as he looked toward the causality demon god. Hey. You're not thinking of asking that earthworm to help you, are you? That fellow doesn't have the guts. Of course, if you're truly afraid and dare not continue the fight, then just admit your mistake to me. If you seal Han Kuan and deliver him before me, I might consider stopping and letting you leave unscathed. It wasn't that Pangu didn't want to continue fighting the causality demon god. He knew well that the causality demon god was extremely troublesome. If she was determined to flee, he might not be able to stop her. Hearing this, Han Kuan's body trembled violently. Master, please do not abandon your old servant. Master. Han Kuan truly feared that causality would hand him over to Pangu. He already knew he was no match for Pangu. Without his master's protection, would he really be imprisoned in the supreme divine prison? 10 cycles of the primordial. What kind of concept was that? This primordial world would have to reincarnate 10 times before he could hope to see the light of day again. Once suppressed, he would have no chance of ever stepping out of the supreme divine prison, would he? Panga, don't be too smug. Wait a moment, let's see if you can still laugh. Hun Kuen's words made Causality's expression turn extremely ugly. She abruptly turned to look at Pangu, her gaze emanating a chilling light. But before Pangu could respond, a massive gate suddenly appeared not far from the Causality demon god. Within the gate emerged the figure of a youth. It was the time demon god who had been hiding in the primordial wilderness. Oof, you finally agreed to see me. I thought you'd only come out to collect my corpse after Pangu killed me. The Causality demon god hurriedly looked toward the time demon god. Then she flickered and landed before him, gripping his arm as if afraid he would retreat immediately. The resentful look in her eyes made the time demon god shake his head. Fellow Taoist, please show some restraint. Pangu is still watching. What time was this to be acting like this? They were both chaos demon gods. Was this kind of romantic entanglement really appropriate? No way. Who was that youth? Is that time energy emanating from him? Could it be the time demon god? What is this secret relationship between the time demon god and the Causality demon god? The mighty beings of the primordial wilderness who had been watching the battle in chaos were stunned once more. The Causality demon god's current demeanor was completely different from before. Now she seemed more like a passionate, unrestrained young girl who had suffered a great grievance and sought comfort and support from her beloved. Where was the aura of a chaos demon god? Time. So you two have gotten together. Interesting. So you've been hiding in the primordial wilderness all along. It seems your strength has grown considerably since our last battle. Come. Let Causality step aside and you fight me. Of course, if you both join forces, I'll be even happier. Panga's voice rang out at this moment. Seeing the time demon god, his battle intent was reignited. He hadn't expected the Causality demon god to have such an ally. But since they were all here, no more words. Let the battle begin. Hearing this, the time demon god's expression turned serious. He nodded to the Causality demon god, prompting her to release his arm. Then he stepped forward, directly facing Pangu. Fellow Taoist, could you grant me a bit of face? Let this matter rest here. I will leave with fellow Taoist Causality at once. As for Hun Kuan, I will advise Causality to keep him under strict watch, ensuring he never sets foot in the primordial wilderness again. Clearly Time had no desire to fight Pangu here. Otherwise, he would have already unleashed his supreme might and struck at Pangu. I already said earlier, if Causality admits her mistake and hands over Hun Kuan, I will let her go. Unfortunately, she didn't cherish the opportunity. As for you, what connection do you have with Hun Kuan that you dare try to help him evade the Supreme One's judgment? Do you think you have any face in my eyes? Pangu replied coldly. This fellow wanted to save face right from the start. What face did he have before him? Dealing with these old fellows was truly irritating. Either fight or leave. Such a simple matter, why make it so complicated? However, his words made the Causality demon god's expression extremely grim. Old man, are you just going to watch him bully me, suppress my mount, and still expect me to apologize to him? I thought you would strike directly to avenge me. Since you want, then I'll fight this fellow to the death. Her aura surged and she stepped forward again, standing shoulder to shoulder with the time demon god, looking like she was throwing a tantrum as she shouted at him. You silly girl. Dealing with this fellow isn't hard, but the supreme divine prison in the primordial wilderness might not be guarded by Pangu alone. There may be other unknown terrifying existences. If those beings intervene, you and I might not. The time demon god seemed to have been observing the supreme divine prison for a long time and held great fear of it. He wanted to persuade the Causality demon god, but before he could finish, a wave of supreme sharp power swept over them. Dealing with me is easy. Old friend, this fellow actually looks down on me. And on you. Pangu, filled with fury, swung his Pangu axe, and his aura began to skyrocket wildly. He took a step forward and shouted coldly. Time, do you dare repeat what you just said? Although Time had fought him before, he had barely managed to escape after half a move. How had he become so arrogant now? Did he think that Pangu's current cultivation was insufficient to suppress him? Buzz. As soon as Pangu's voice fell, the Pangu axe began to tremble violently, as if in great fury. Looking down on it. If it hadn't been for the timely escape back, then it would have cleaved it in two with a single axe stroke. Now it dares to look down on it. Seeking death. Taoist friend, I mean no such thing. Listen to my explanation. Shurchen was immediately dismayed. He had not yet appeased the causal demon god, and now he had inadvertently angered Pangu on the opposite side. Could this battle be unavoidable? Thinking thus, he could not help but look toward the eastern direction of the primordial wilderness, in the direction of the Jizun Shinyu, a deep look of worry flashing in his eyes. Old fellow, since you are unwilling to act, then stay here and cover me. I will fight this Pangu once more. The causal demon god seemed to sense that the time demon god was unwilling to engage Pangu. Although she vaguely guessed what the other was wary of, she could not allow Pangu to suppress her mount, and even bow to Pangu in apology. Why? All of you come together, otherwise you may not have another chance. Pengu could not help but snort, emitting an unparalleled battle intent from his entire body. On his arm, the source of power surged wildly, rushing toward the Pengu axe. This caused the Pengu axe's might to soar once again. An extremely terrifying axe light evolved madly, its sharp might instantly pervading the entire chaotic region. Around, the power of causality and the power of time both trembled and began to rapidly retreat, as if unable to contend with it. Roar! At this moment, the causal demon god's face darkened, and her aura surged as well. The might of the supreme half-step Tao realm swept out once more. The stone umbrella in her hand even revealed dense, mysterious patterns, manifesting endless visions that filled the entire battlefield. The river of causality, which had just been cleaved in two by the Pengu axe, erupted again at this moment. The scattered power rapidly converged, becoming even more violent and terrifying than before. Seeing that the time demon god showed no sign of acting, Pengu could not help but glance at him. Shurchin, if you don't strike now, you won't have another chance. This deity is not as chivalrous as you. If I slay this causal, don't blame me. Although he did not want to kill the causal, but in battle he would not always hold back. Since he wanted to fight to his heart's content, he would have to unleash his strongest might. Right. Hearing Pengu's words, Shurchin's pupils contracted and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Enough. Since Taoist friend Pengu has such enthusiasm, I will accompany you for a few moves of friendly spar. However, I hope you will stop at the point of touch. Otherwise, if I injure you, I won't be able to explain to the Supreme Prison Emperor behind you. This time he was giving himself a way out. No matter what, this battle was unavoidable. He only hoped that within the Jizun Shinyu there would be no opponent more troublesome than Pengu. Come, let's fight with our strongest might. If you win, this deity can plead for mercy on your behalf. The matter of your interference with my suppression of Hunkin may not be irreconcilable. If you lose, then it will depend on your means of escape. Pengu let out a wild laugh and directly swung the Pengu axe in his hand, crazily chopping down toward where the time demon god and the causal demon god stood. Little girl, let me go first. Shurchin will appear. Suiwa Bell condense. Time Dao suppress. Seeing this, the time demon god took a step forward, arriving in front of the causal demon god. At the same time, the power of time around him surged out like a torrent, condensing into a huge three-layered wheel that appeared beneath his feet. On that wheel were engraved dense, mysterious patterns. Each layer had a thick stone needle that slowly rotated. Clang, clang, clang. Following that, a clear bell sound rapidly rang out. A huge black bell condensed from the center of the Shurchin will floating above it and continuously shaking. As soon as these two treasures appeared, time on the entire battlefield seemed to freeze, causing all Dao techniques and even the chaotic chi to come to a standstill. Meanwhile, the attacks condensed by Pengu and the causal demon god also became extremely slow at this moment. The time demon god has made a move. This aura, it's also the half-step Dao realm. No, this is even more terrifying than the half-step Dao realm. It feels far beyond that of the causal demon god. Could it be that this fellow is at the Dao realm? Moreover, Shurchin's treasure seems to be a chaos supreme treasure. What? With the two of them joining forces, how can the great god Pengu contend? In the primordial wilderness, countless powerhouses were extremely shocked. As soon as the time demon god made his move, the might he unleashed and the treasure he displayed had already made their hearts tremble. Especially Hongjuan, who was stationed in the primordial wilderness, his face became extremely gloomy. Infinitely close to the Dao realm. Has Shurchin been hiding his strength all along? Damn it. Does the Dao really allow such an existence to appear? It was no wonder Hongjun was frustrated. He could only step into the heavenly Dao realm with the help of the heavenly Dao's essence, yet this time demon god was infinitely close to the Dao realm. Could it be that his original choice was a mistake? Should he not have reincarnated into the primordial wilderness? However, this battle seemed to favor Shurchin and Causal more. This made him fall into deep thought. If Pengu was defeated, would he still have room for schemes? As Hongjun was deep in thought on Mount Sumeru in the western part of the primordial wilderness, Tai Changshi and even many disciples of the western sect all showed expressions of extreme excitement. Ha ha ha. With such a powerful expert making a move, even Pengu probably can't withstand it. That Jizun Shinyu is probably finished. Big Brother's revenge can finally be avenged. Tai was the first to roar, as if convinced that Pengu would find it difficult to win this time. Once Pengu was suppressed, how could the jailers within the Jizun Shinyu be a match for Causal and time? At this moment, at the shore of the Eastern Sea, before the Jizun Shinyu, Sheni Zulong, Yuanfeng Shikolin, and even Luo Hua Inyang and Qinkuan all rushed out swiftly. On the faces of all these powerhouses, a cold look appeared simultaneously as they gazed toward the chaos. It was not because they were worried, but more like they were observing this battle. In this battle, Taoist friend Pengu might suffer a bit. Who would have thought that Shurchin and Causal would have teamed up and increased their strength so much? Could it be because of the harmony of yin and yang? Luo Hua let out a series of sinister laughs, then looked at Ancestor Inyang. Ancestor Inyang coldly rolled his eyes at him. You ask me how would I know? Perhaps it is the scheme of the Tao. Ancestor Qingquan had some speculation, but couldn't be sure. At this moment the figure of Dong Wenggong was the last to step out of the Jizun Shinyu. He glanced toward Hong Yun and Xinyuanzi, revealing a solemn expression. Daoist friend Hong Yun, will you not enter the fifth layer this time, and inquire? If that one is willing to act, then Shurchen and Kazel will be of no concern. Dong Wenggong seemed unwilling to see Pangu defeated, so he hoped that Hong Yun would go to the fifth layer of the Jizun Shinyu and ask the entity within to intervene. Among them, the only one qualified to step beyond the fourth layer was this messenger girl Hong Yun. No, Ancestor Pangu has not yet lost this battle. Even if he cannot overpower that Shurchen and Ingwa, he will not be too humiliated. Besides, if that being on the fifth tier makes a move, are you not afraid of becoming the first to be devoured? Hong Yun cast a glance at Dong Wenggong and replied indifferently, as if full of confidence in Pangu. Upon hearing this, Luoho, Inyang, Qingquan, Zulong, Yuanfeng, and Shikolin all turned to look at Dong Wenggong. It seemed they were also deeply dissatisfied with Dong Wenggong's proposal and equally filled with trepidation toward the existence on the fifth tier. Sensing this strange atmosphere, Xinyuanzi was somewhat bewildered. There is a fifth tier. Are there guardians on the fifth tier? Old friend, what kind of being resides on the fifth tier that makes these seniors so wary? Could it be the senior who repaired the eastern shore earlier? At this moment, Xinyuanzi truly wished to know how many mysterious beings he was unaware of within this supreme divine prison. However, he could only secretly transmit a message to Hong Yun, not daring to speak aloud. After all, he was not one of the supreme divine prison's subordinates. I know you must be extremely curious, old friend. But since that one has not emerged this time, it is best you do not inquire. If you were to learn that one's name, that one might also learn of you. That would be rather dangerous for you. Hong Yun quickly transmitted a few explanations. It was not that she was unwilling to tell Xinyuanzi about the matters within the supreme divine prison, but some things, even if she wished to speak, could not be spoken. As the many wardens of the supreme divine prison conversed within the chaos on that battlefield, the form of the Shurchen Celestial had already begun to move toward Pangu. Buzz. With each step he took, the three-layered wool trembled, slightly moving in tandem with his pace. Before him the river of time emerged, sending a chill through the heart, revealing myriad ancient visions and coalescing the future. Celestials born and evolved, frenzied slaughter, endless falls, countless eons of mutations, seas changing to mulberry fields, heaven and earth withering. All these visions seemed both infinitely long and yet fleeting. Yet all this was but a single wave stirred within the river. Brother Pangu, forgive me. Though that little girl is somewhat troublesome, she came because of me. This time I absolutely cannot allow you to harm her. I must temporarily seal you away. Shurchen advanced step by step, murmuring to Pangu. At the same time he slowly raised his arm, and the entire river of time surged violently, circling around Pangu's enormous form. Terrifying temporal currents spilled out endlessly, seeking to form a fearsome region around Pangu. It seemed that Pangu was about to be completely sealed by the temporal currents. Suddenly the corners of Pangu's mouth curled upward slightly. Then the supreme source of power surged wildly from within his body. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering burst forth. Dense cracks appeared on the temporal barrier around him. The axe light on the Pangu axe, a chaos treasure, transformed into billions of beams slashing madly in all directions. Boom, rumble. Violent roars rang out continuously. The surrounding temporal currents collapsed rapidly, and the river of time encircling Pangu trembled violently, forced back a distance. Shurchen, do you think this can seal me? You underestimate me. Now it's my turn, isn't it? Old companion, strike. Pangu laughed heartily, his raised arm slashing down. The ferocious might of the Pangu axe erupted instantly, its supreme sharpness hacking into the river of time. Boom. One axe fell, and the river of time trembled wildly, faint cracks appearing on its surface. Boom. Another axe fell. The massive Pangu axe plunged directly into the river of time, causing the entire river to shake violently. As the axe blade swept through, a chasm split open before Pangu. The terrifying river of time was forcibly severed in two. This caused the stagnant temporal power around to instantly dissolve, surging wildly in all directions. Seeing this, Shurchen Celestial's expression turned extremely grim. He had thought that with his overwhelming dominance over Pangu he could temporarily seal him. At least he could take Ingwa and leave. But Pangu had dissolved his divine ability so quickly. Fellow Taoist, you are indeed the Celestial of power. It seems I have underestimated you. Very well then, I shall show you some true skill. Eternal immortality. Unchanging through ages. Evolution of the future. Time is supreme. Shurchen Celestial finally grew truly and raised his hands, moving in rapid succession. Beneath his feet the stone needle atop the three-layered wheel spun madly. The massive stone clock emitted an extremely urgent sound. Boom, rumble. In an instant, rumbling noises echoed from all directions across the battlefield. Ferocious temporal source energy converged from afar, shaping into turbulent storms of time. Wherever the temporal storms passed, all things decayed, Tao and Dharma dissipated rapidly. Even the river of causality was affected, vanishing completely. Ingwa Celestial, instead of being angered, grew extremely excited, a strange glint appearing in her eyes as she looked at Shurchin Celestial. Buzz! The terrifying storms clashed instantly with the might of the Pangu axe. The power of the Pangu axe twisted violently, as if manipulated by temporal force, and dissipated continuously. The Pangu axe itself emitted a trembling sound. Soon the heart-chilling temporal storms engulfed Pangu's form entirely. Even the supreme source of power could not break through its might, as if all strength had been eroded by time. Oomph! This Pangu is nothing much. It seems I no longer need to act. Hunkin, why not bow in gratitude immediately? Ingwa Celestial, seeing this, rejoiced, and immediately barked at Hunkin beneath her feet. Upon hearing this, Hunkin's face beamed with delight, and he quickly lowered his head before Shurchin Celestial, shouting loudly, "Hunkin pays respects to my Lord Father for his intervention." "Shut up. Who is your Lord Father? If not for you, this beast, how could I have become an enemy of Brother Pangu? Now the Supreme Divine Prison will likely stir." Shurchin Celestial's face darkened, glaring at Hunkin with murderous intent flashing in his eyes. This made Hunkin's body tremble, and he immediately fell silent, not daring to show any disrespect. He knew that if Shurchin Celestial wanted to destroy him, he need not even lift a finger. A single word and his master would unhesitatingly suppress him, offering him as a love token to Shurchin. The Supreme Divine Prison, so what? Even if there is a Tao realm existence sitting within, with you and me joining forces, can we not withstand it? You are too cautious. In my opinion, we should just destroy Pangu and intimidate the Supreme Divine Prison, forcing the Supreme Prison Lord to appear in person. Ingwa Celestial, however, paid no heed to Shurchin's attitude toward Hunkin, but spoke, while smilingly approaching Shurchin. Yet before she could draw near, both their expressions changed abruptly, and they simultaneously turned to look at the area of temporal storms. Boom! Rumble! At that moment, rumbling sounds erupted suddenly. A supremely mysterious radiance burst forth from within, instantly suppressing the power of the surrounding temporal storms. Then Pangu's form emerged from within, revealing a cold smile. Before him appeared the Prison Lord's token. The mysterious radiance had emanated from the Prison Lord's token before him. Though I am reluctant to rely on the Supreme Lord's divine might, I must still tell you, with this Supreme Lord's decree in hand, even if you step into the Tao realm, you cannot harm me. Pangu spoke coldly, casting a contemptuous glance at the stunned Shurchin, and Ingwa, a hint of disdain on his face. At the same time, he stepped forward, ready to launch another attack. Boom! Rumble! But just then, within the primordial world, the colossal statue above the Supreme Divine Prison suddenly trembled. This made Pangu pause, quickly turning his head to look at the Supreme Divine Prison. Is the Supreme Lord about to issue another decree? Could it be that he intends to send that one into action? If that one makes a move, I will have no chance to continue the fight. Both of you, if you deliver Hun Kuan to me now, we might still continue this battle. Otherwise, you can only pray for your own fortune. Once the Sovereign's decree is issued, you won't even have a chance to fight back. Pangu turned to time and causality, speaking calmly. Stopping mid-battle was quite injurious to the body. How utterly arrogant. I am at the half-step Great Tao realm, and this old fellow is infinitely close to the Great Tao realm. Who can harm us? Causality Demon's face darkened as he sneered at Pangu with disdain. Pangu's strength was indeed formidable. But why did his words sound so unpleasant? Fellow Taoists, do not speak recklessly. I believe Brother Pangu means well. As for Hun Kuan, Time Demon's expression turned somewhat grim. He looked at Causality Demon and gently tried to persuade him. But before he could finish, Hun Kuan's body began to tremble violently. Fears were precisely realized. Why was Time so lacking in backbone? He was on the verge of entering the Great Tao realm, transcending the suppression of the Tao, yet he still feared a Supreme Divine Prison so much. Master, your old servant has followed you for countless eons without a trace of disloyalty. Master, please save your old servant. In his panic, Hun Kuan repeatedly called out to Causality. If he remained silent now, Causality might indeed hand him over. Hearing Time and Hun Kuan's words, Causality Demon's face indeed showed a flicker of hesitation. Clearly she had considered following Time's advice. But Pangu on the opposite side was now sneering at her, and Time, which stirred a sense of unwillingness in her heart. In the end, she did not hand over Hun Kuan. Rumble! At that moment, the colossal statue above the Supreme Divine Prison trembled once more. Its lips parted slightly. A prison sovereign decree emitting dazzling radiance shot out from within. Mysterious light instantly illuminated the entire primordial world. Prison's sovereign edict. Accused Causality Time. Crime obstructing the execution of the prison's sovereign decree by the prison warden. Judgment: imprisoned in the prison for 100 eons as a warning to others. Executor Warden of the 5th level of the Supreme Divine Prison. A deep and mysterious voice emanated from the prison's sovereign decree, resonating throughout the primordial world and beyond. The Supreme Prison Sovereign has issued a decree to suppress the 2 chaos demons, causality and time. But they are both at the half-step Great Tao realm level. Can anyone truly suppress them? Is there truly a being inside the Supreme Divine Prison more powerful than the Great God Pangu? At this moment, all the powerful beings of the primordial world, including the 3 pure ones Hongjuan and even the heavenly Tao, were startled. They instinctively looked toward the direction of the Supreme Divine Prison. They yearned to know what kind of entity could be more terrifying than the Great God Pangu. In the chaos, hearing the judgment pronounced by the prison's sovereign decree, the faces of Causality Demon and Time Demon turned extremely grim. On what grounds? Hun Kuan is my mount. What crime is there in protecting him? You dare to judge me? What right do you have? Facing such a decree, Causality Demon could not help but roar in fury. Ever since she stepped into the half-step Great Tao realm, who in all of chaos could judge her other than the hidden Great Tao? What was the origin of this Supreme Divine Prison? And who exactly was the Supreme Prison Sovereign? Was this not utterly disregarding her and time? Sighed. It seems this battle cannot continue. But since you allowed me to stretch my limbs earlier, I advise you not to resist. Come peacefully to the prison to receive your punishment. That way you might still preserve a shred of dignity. Moreover, 100 eons, there is still a glimmer of hope for you. Pangu respectfully cupped his hands toward the Supreme Divine Prison, then turned to persuade time and causality. At the same time, he had already put away his Pangu axe, as if signaling that he would not need to intervene. If you want to suppress me, then try it. Causality Demon immediately roared, completely disregarding Pangu's warning. Meanwhile, Time Demon's aura began to surge wildly. 100 eons was not long for chaos demons like them. But he was unwilling to surrender so easily. Girl, retreat at once. I will hold them off. Let me feel what kind of power lies within this Supreme Divine Prison. With that thought, Time lightly waved his hand, unleashing a formidable surge of temporal force that enveloped Causality Demon, seemingly intent on sending her away first. No, I have pursued you for so long and finally found you. How could I leave first? Together, why should we fear some mere warden of the Supreme Divine Prison? At worst, we fight. Causality Demon was stubborn, her power surging frenziedly. She refused to follow Time's intent to escape. Seeing this, Pangu could only shake his head and step back as if to clear the battlefield. Rumble. At that moment, the Supreme Divine Prison trembled once more. Outside the prison, Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, Primordial Qilin, Lo, Yinyang Qianquan, and even Dong Wangong and Han Yun all tensed their expressions. They bowed toward the gate of the Supreme Divine Prison and said, "We humbly welcome the Elder." As their voices faded, a dark red vine suddenly shot out from the Supreme Divine Prison, landing before the prison's sovereign decree. Then in front of the vine, a crimson flower bud coalesced, appearing exceedingly enchanting. The flower bud slowly opened, revealing a woman connected to the vine. She had fair skin, a petite figure, and a delicate yet seductive face, exquisitely beautiful. The woman gently opened her eyes and bowed to the prison's sovereign decree. Shuling, Warden of the 5th level, hereby obeys the sovereign's decree. As her words fell, she swept her gaze across Luoho and the others, a slight curl of her lips, as if she were sizing up prey. Luoho and the others quickly lowered their heads, seemingly afraid to meet her eyes. Then the woman lifted her head and looked into the chaos, a dark red gleam flashing in her eyes. One top-level half-step Great Tao, one infinitely close to the Great Tao. Pity not strong enough. But suddenly, she turned toward Mount Buzhou. This startled Shiha, who had just left Mount Buzhou and was about to step into the eastern lands of the primordial world. Found a primordial baleful root at the Great Tao realm. No, even the Great Tao could not detect me. Exclaiming, Shiha's light blazed with black radiance as her form rapidly dissipated. Coward, sneaking a peek at the Supreme Divine Prison. I thought you had some skill. Never mind. I'll first capture the prisoner sentenced by the sovereign. Muttering to herself, the woman who called herself Shuling raised her jade hand and pointed toward the chaos. Instantly, 2 terrifying vines brimming with supreme might shot out from beneath her feet, tearing through the void and entering the chaos, hurtling toward Time and Causality. What's happening? Why do I feel a sense of dread? Old man, who is that woman? Why have I never seen her? At this moment, Causality Demon's heart suddenly trembled, as if sensing an extremely dangerous aura. Damn it! That creature, its aura has reached the Great Tao realm. Girl, flee. We are no match for it. Time Demon's expression changed drastically. He activated the 3-layered wheel beneath his feet, rushing toward Causality Demon in an attempt to take her away. Flee, isn't it a bit too late for that? Seeing this, Shuling licked the corner of her mouth, revealing a cold smile. Then she bowed once more to the colossal statue, her face taking on a coquettish expression. Sovereign, they dare defy your decree. Why not let me devour them directly?